This dog is beyond saving. This person is also hopeless. How could he have fallen from the upper floor? It seems he was the bride's childhood sweetheart, pursuing her for many years, only to find that today the groom is not him. TSK, how tragic. Chun Nuo lay on the ground. Beneath him a stray dog he had struck when he fell from above. The dog was dead, and he was nearing death as well. After a decade of being a devoted admirer, he found himself dying like a dog. His mind raced through a vivid montage of his life. A life muddled and aimless, without any meaningful accomplishments, all revolving around that girl. Zhou Ling Chun Nuo's childhood companion. From a young age, he had regarded her as the most significant person in his life, doing everything for her. They attended elementary school, middle school, and high school together. He was attentive and caring towards Zhou Ling, and everyone believed they would end up together. Chun Nuo thought so too, but every time he confessed his feelings, Zhou Ling neither accepted nor outright rejected him. Chun Nuo, I want to focus on my study for now. Let's talk after the college entrance exams. With your poor grades, we definitely won't be in the same school. Perhaps you should consider repeating a year? University should be about self-improvement. We can discuss this after graduation. Chun Nuo, let me introduce you to my boyfriend. He's the president of our department's student union. I'm sorry, I never planned a date in college, but when fate calls, I have no choice. You are my best friend, and I seek your blessing. Not long after graduating from university, Zhou Ling broke up with the student union president and came to Chun Nuo in tears. His heart, thought long dead, revived as he gently comforted and cared for her this time. The goddess was finally moved and agreed to be his girlfriend. At that moment, Chun Nuo was overjoyed, believing that his years of devotion had finally borne fruit. He even envisioned how to propose. However, just as he worked hard to save money and purchased an expensive engagement ring, Zhou Ling broke up with him. From that moment on, Chun Nuo's life plunged into darkness. He wandered aimlessly, spiraling into self-destruction. By 30, he had achieved nothing. Then he received Zhou Ling's wedding invitation. Zhou Ling told him, "You're my best friend, I seek your blessing." Hence, today he came with his parents. The groom, though not as handsome as Chun Nuo, was a company owner. As the bride and groom toasted, upon seeing the despondent Chun Nuo, Zhou Ling earnestly advised him, "Chun Nuo, look at you now, you should strive for improvement, earn a decent living, and find a suitable partner to marry. Stop making your parents worry." Amidst the mocking gazes, Chun Nuo drank heavily and stumbled to the balcony of the hotel restaurant, seeking clarity. In his inebriation, he accidentally fell off. Though the height from the third floor should not have been fatal, years of despair had left his body weakened. That fall concluded his farcical life. In his final moments, Chun Nuo saw Zhou Ling rush out of the hotel, beautiful in her wedding dress, resembling a fairy. Zhou Ling approached him, but hesitated. He was bleeding too profusely and would tarnish her gown. Tears streamed down Zhou Ling's face as she looked at Chun Nuo, sorrowfully saying, "Chun Nuo, I'm sorry my earlier words were truly for your own good. I never anticipated you would take it so hard. I am so sorry." Chun Nuo struggled to move his lips. Zhou Ling could not hear him clearly. After a moment's hesitation, she lifted the hem of her pristine dress and stepped closer, finally catching his words. "If I could live again, I would earnestly work hard and never get close to you again. Jin Nuo. Quick, it's your song." A cacophony of sounds jolted Chun Nuo awake. He opened his eyes to see a chubby face before him. "Zhang Yuan, didn't you die in northern Myanmar?" Chun Nuo was bewildered. "What are you talking about, Chun Nuo?" The chubby boy pulled him up. "You've prepared for this day for so long, don't back out now. Confessing is a fearless charge, go for it. Brother." A raucous cheer erupted around him, and as Chun Nuo looked around, he was momentarily stunned. He was in a KTV, surrounded by a group of exuberant youth. He recognized those faces. They were all his high school classmates. Among them was a face he never wished to see again, Zhou Ling. Yet at this moment, she appeared significantly younger, her features imbued with a hint of innocence, clad not in a wedding dress but a light blue gown. Her long hair cascaded down, revealing a portion of her delicate shoulders, her eyes bright and radiant, her smile sweet and enchanting, sitting among her classmates like a proud princess. This was the Zhou Ling of their youth. Could it be? I have been reborn? Chun Nuo asked the chubby boy. "What year is it now?" Zhang Yuan replied in surprise. "Chun Nuo, are you really that anxious?" It's 2014. In 3 months, we will be taking the college entrance exams. Chen Nuo was stunned. Had he truly returned to a decade ago? He instinctively glanced at Zhou Linger, recalling that today was her 18th birthday, and a group of classmates had come to KTV to celebrate. This was the moment he would confess to Zhou Linger for the first time. She neither accepted nor rejected him, merely saying to wait until after the exams. At that time, Chen Nuo believed her. Thus began a decade of torment. Unexpectedly, rebirth had returned him to the very moment before his first confession. At that moment, the KTV screen displayed 3 little kids, and a girl beside Zhou Linger exclaimed, "It's TFBOYS. Linger, they're your favorite stars." Zhou Linger's lips curled into a slight smile as she glanced at Chen Nuo, akin to a princess admiring her knight. Chen Nuo paid no mind to her expression, only shaking his head with a chuckle. This year, TFBOYS was immensely popular, and their song Left Hand, Right Hand Slow Motion was all the rage. Zhou Linger adored it in his previous life. Chen Nuo had sung this song for her at KTV, then knelt down, confessing his feelings. Now, as the lively music played, the 3 little kids on the screen began to dance. However, Chen Nuo remained still. The thought of his previous self, behaving like a clown, made him feel nauseated. Jin Nuo, hurry up and sing, Zhang Yuan urged, but Chen Nuo still did not move. Curious and mocking gazes were cast upon him, and a few girls began to snicker. Zhou Linger wore a proud and graceful smile, casting encouraging glances at Chen Nuo. She had already guessed he would confess and had thought of a gentle way to decline without hurting their childhood bond. Zhou Linger believed herself beautiful and kind, and Chen Nuo's affection for her was unavoidable. But the current Chen Nuo seemed too juvenile, not the ideal man in her eyes. Just like now, merely a confession had him so anxious. Suddenly, Chen Nuo approached the karaoke machine, cut off the song Zhou Linger liked, and selected a different one. The melancholic and poignant melody began to play. The screen displayed the title, 10 Years. Chen Nuo picked up the microphone, a wry smile gracing his face as he calmly declared, "This song is dedicated to my former self." Soon, the KTV room resonated with a mature and sorrowful voice. 10 years ago, I did not know you, you were not mine, that we were still the same, accompanying a stranger, wandering through the gradually familiar streets. In my past life, I squandered a decade of youth for someone unworthy, becoming a friend who offered unconditional support for 10 years. In the end, I possessed nothing, my demise akin to that of a dog. 10 years later, we are friends and can still extend greetings. Yet that tenderness no longer finds reason for embrace. Now, I have been reborn to 10 years ago in this life. I yearn to earn well, to live for myself, to live for those who truly matter. Only after years of friendship with you did I realize my tears were not shed for you, nor for anyone else. As the sorrowful and farewell-laden magnetic voice faded, Chen set down the microphone and smiled at his astonished classmates. "I must take my leave. Enjoy yourselves." He then turned to the astonished Zhou Linger and calmly said, "Goodbye." With that, he strode out of the KTV. Beneath a resplendent starry sky, a gentle spring breeze greeted him. Chen Nuo's smile outshone the stars, and his steps were lighter than the night breeze. His body brimmed with vigor, he walked as if ready to soar, a sensation he had not experienced in a long time. The spring breeze, ever so tender, grants me this youthful reprieve once more. Youth is truly splendid. If only I were both young and affluent. Chen Nuo. The chubby boy chased after him, tugging him to return. "Why did you leave?" "Zhou Linger is upset. You must go back." Chen Nuo smiled and shook his head. "I cannot return. I am weary." Zhang Yuan looked perplexed. "Did you not say that confessing is a fearless charge? Why are you afraid now?" Chen Nuo patted his best friend's shoulder. "My friend, remember, a confession is always a herald of victory, not a call to arms." With that, he turned and walked away as Zhang Yuan called after him. "Where are you going, Chen Nuo?" Chen Nuo glanced back. "I need to contemplate how to earn money." "Earning money? We are still students. Should we not focus on romance instead?" "Have you lost your mind, Chen Nuo?" Ignoring Zhang Yuan's loud protests, Chen Nuo strode forward. Having been reborn, he ought to prioritize wealth accumulation rather than chase after futile romances. Am I foolish? Chen Nuo faced the wind, striding back to the old factory street. As he traversed the familiar alleyway, bathed in starlight, he stood before a somewhat dilapidated apartment building. 10 years prior, Chen Nua's family resided here. His father, Chen Guodong, was an employee at the boiler factory, and when the factory constructed residential buildings, his parents purchased a unit here. At that time, Zhou Linger's family also lived here, and Chen Nua grew up alongside her, with their families maintaining a cordial relationship. However, after Zhou Linger's father was promoted to a minister, the Zhou family relocated to a more prosperous new district. From that point, the closeness between the two families dwindled. Zhou Linger grew distant towards Chen Nua, yet he remained oblivious, immersing himself in a one-sided love with no foreseeable outcome. Eventually, this even affected his parents. Chen Nua entered the building, cheerfully ascending to the 5th floor, halting before a crimson iron door marked 502. He retrieved a key from his pocket, inhaled deeply, and opened the door. Stepping inside, he noticed a pipa hanging on the wall opposite the shoe cabinet his mother, Li Qinghe, would often sit on the balcony playing a tune when in good spirits. On the dining table lay Chen Nua's favorite peaches, and behind it hung a family portrait. Everything felt so familiar that on the sofa, his father, Chen Guodong, sat expressionless, holding a box of tissues, while his mother, Li Qinghe, watched a television drama, using the tissues to wipe her tears. Upon seeing him return, Li Qinghe lifted her tear-streaked eyes, puzzled, and asked, "Son, did you not go to celebrate Linger's birthday? Why are you back so early?" Chen Nua looked at his mother, a smile suddenly brightening his face. "Mom, you look truly beautiful." Li Qinghe, who had studied classical instruments in her youth, possessed an elegant demeanor, albeit somewhat sentimental, as she could exhaust a box of tissues while watching a drama in his previous life. After failing to confess to Zhou Linger, Chen Nua's academic performance plummeted. What could have earned him admission to a prestigious university instead left him just shy of even a third-tier institution. To follow Zhou Linger to Rome University, Chen Nua opted to repeat his studies. Li Qinghe, wanting to ensure his focus, resigned from her job to care for him at home. The subsequent year, Chen Nua finally achieved his goal of attending Rome University, continuing to play the role of a devoted admirer for Zhou Ling. In his 3rd year, the boiler factory where his father worked shuttered, leading to both parents losing their jobs, with Li Qinghe resorting to selling pork at the market to supplement their income. Her delicate hands, once adept at playing the pipa, became rough and greasy on one occasion. While grinding meat, her right hand was accidentally caught in the grinder. Though her hand was reattached, she could no longer play the pipa. In just a few short years, Li Qinghe's once dark hair turned entirely white. In his previous life, Chen Nua had eyes only for Zhou Linger, neglecting the family around him. Now, he realized how beautiful his young mother truly was. Li Qinghe, taken aback, nervously asked, "Xiao Nua, have you gotten into some trouble?" Chen Nua chuckled. "Mom, I speak from the heart. I will earn well and ensure you no longer have to toil so hard." Li Qinghe approached Chen Nua, feeling his forehead. No fever?" "Xiao Nua, what is going on?" Chen Nua replied to Li Qinghe, "Mom, your factory is going to distribute original shares next year. You must not resign." Li Qinghe grew anxious, turning to Chen Guodong. "Come quickly see if our son has been stimulated." Chen Guodong rose and approached Chen Nua, his prominent brows and bright eyes a testament to his good looks. Both parents were quite attractive, and Chen Nua's handsomeness was clearly inherited. Chen Nua marveled inwardly, sincerely telling Chen Guodong, "Dad, you look really handsome." Chen Guodong's expression shifted. "Did you do something to Xiaoling?" Li Qinghe also looked worried. "Son, you're about to take your college entrance exam. You must not act foolishly." Chen Nua, feeling helpless, replied, "Dad, Mom, I have done nothing. Please do not worry." The couple scrutinized him for a moment, and Li Qinghe cautiously inquired, "Xiao Nua, your early return, did you have a quarrel with Xiao Linger?" Both parents were aware of their son's feelings for Zhou Ling. Yet Li Qinghe understood that since Zhou Linger's father had been promoted and became Chen Guodong's superior, the relationship between their families had irreparably changed. It was impossible for her son and Zhou Linger to be together. However, as Chen Nua remained steadfast in his affections, Li Qinghe was at a loss for how to advise him. Both parents felt a twinge of anxiety, while Chen Nua remained calm. "Dad, Mom, I am still young. Pursuing romance is premature. Right now, I only wish to earn well." Li Qinghe and Chen Guodong exchanged a glance, relief washing over them as they realized their son was indeed unscathed. Chun Guodong fixed a stern gaze on Chen Nuo and declared, "What are you talking about? Your current task is to diligently prepare for the college entrance examination. Earning money is not your concern just yet." Li Qinghe lightly scolded Chen Guodong for being so harsh with her son, and then gently turned to Chen Nuo, saying, "Xiao Nuo, you've had a long day. Why not tackle a couple of practice papers? Mom, must you be so relentless? It's the weekend." It seemed that even in this second life, his parents still prioritized his exam results above all else. In his previous life, he had disappointed them, and this time, he vowed not to repeat that mistake. Certainly, the college entrance exam was crucial, but making money was even more significant. Two stock names flashed through Chen Nuo's mind: Lancy Heavy Industry and Fushun Special Steel. The former was slated to be listed on the Shanghai Stock Exchange in October this year, poised to achieve over 20 consecutive limit-up days. The latter stock price, which had been around 5 to 6 yuan at the beginning of the year, would soar to over 20 by the year's end. These were two of the most renowned stocks of that era. Lancy Heavy Industry still had half a year before its listing, but Fushun Special Steel was currently trading at just over 5 yuan, the perfect moment to invest. Chen Nuo recalled how his mother, Li Qinghe, had been persuaded by a friend from a securities company to open a trading account, though she had never executed any trades. He immediately excitedly suggested to Li Qinghe, "Mom, let's buy some stocks. I assure you, we can turn a few thousand into several tens of thousands." Li Qinghe continued to regard him with gentle eyes, replying, "Son, your topic transition is rather abrupt. Let's stick to 3 practice papers." Well, it seemed that approach with his mother was futile. However, there was no cause for despair. The World Cup in Brazil was set to commence in June, a veritable bonanza for someone with his knowledge of the future. As a mere high school student, Chen Nuo had no money, but his father, Chen Guodong, was an avid football fan. Chen Nuo smiled at Chen Guodong and suggested, "Dad, when the World Cup begins, let's play some bets. We're bound to make a fortune." Before Chen Guodong could respond, Li Qinghe silently moved to the balcony, picking up a feather duster. "Chen Guodong, are you gambling behind my back? And involving our son as well?" Chen Guodong was taken aback, quickly retorting, "No, my dear, it's not what you think. Mom, I'm going to do my papers now." Chen Nuo stood and hastily retreated to his room, where the sounds of familial banter soon followed. "Darling, I assure you, this has nothing to do with me. My dear, your hands are meant for playing the piano. Don't dirty them. That's a peep. Have I been playing to the cows all these years? No, darling. Please let me explain." Chen Nuo couldn't help but admire the calm and composure of the older generation of artists, who remained so dismissive of the allure of wealth. Turning back to the mountain of textbooks and practice papers on his desk, he felt a headache coming on. Why couldn't he have been reborn after the college entrance exam? At that moment, his phone chimed. He picked up his Xiaomi 2 to find a message from Zhou Ling. "Chen Nuo, I understand your feelings, but we should focus on our studies for now. Let's talk after the exam." Chen Nuo was startled. Was she serious? After all that, she still thought he wanted to confess his feelings? He quickly typed back, "You're right, we should concentrate on studying and making money. Let's save everything for the next life. Goodbye." Chapter 3. If all else fails, there's still Chen Nuo as a backup. Zhou Linger lowered her gaze to her phone, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Chen Nuo had been trailing her since childhood, through elementary school, middle school, and high school, always devotedly by her side, cherishing her with unwavering persistence. Everyone around them recognized the affection Chen Nuo harbored for her, and it was widely presumed that they would eventually become a couple. This assumption deterred many boys who were enamored with Zhou Linger from approaching her. Zhou Linger felt that Chen Nuo had intruded too much into her life, hindering her from forging new friendships. Tonight marked her 18th birthday, and she knew Chen Nuo had made elaborate preparations, confident that he would confess his feelings. With many classmates present, she could clarify her stance publicly. At this moment, she did not reciprocate Chen Nuo's feelings. However, she did not wish to be harsh, as he was her childhood companion, and she valued their friendship. Thus, she had carefully crafted a gentle response, merely awaiting Chen Nuo's declaration. Unexpectedly, Chen Nuo had sung an ancient song and then abruptly turned away. The classmates were taken aback, but Zhou Linger understood that he was likely afraid of rejection, a reaction consistent with his character. She felt it necessary to offer him some consolation and sent him a message. Although he had not confessed, she was already aware of his sentiments. She believed he would comprehend her good intentions. However, Chen Nuo's reply left her bewildered. Let us talk about it in the next life. Did he mean that his affection for her would remain unchanged even in another lifetime? Zhou Linger shook her head, feeling a mix of frustration. After all, he had clung to her for so many years, and now he was hinting at a future incarnation? Holding her Samsung 5, she typed thoughtfully, Chen Nuo, I have always regarded you as my dearest friend, and I hope our friendship remains untainted. Can you understand? After a moment's reflection, she deleted the message and rephrased it. Chen Nuo, I aspire to attend Rongqing University. If you can also gain admission there, I might consider it seriously. Her friend, Zhang Rongrong, leaned in, remarking, Linger, you are too kind. Chen Nuo was so rude today, yet you still wish to give him a chance. A gentle smile adorned Zhou Linger's exquisite face. Chen Nuo isn't rude. He simply lacks the excellence. I hope he can mature a little. Zhang Rongrong clasped her hands to her face, exclaiming, Chen Nuo will surely be utterly moved. Zhou Linger felt no embarrassment about her conversation with Chen Nuo being seen by others. In fact, a faint sense of pride blossomed within her. At that moment, several male classmates approached, presenting her with gifts, including the class monitor, Li Hong, who had always shown interest in Zhou Linger. Li Hong gifted her a Swarovski crystal necklace, eliciting excited gasps and cheers from Zhang Rongrong and the other girls. Zhou Linger wore an elegant smile as she graciously accepted Li Hong's gift, her face radiating pride and satisfaction. After all, being pursued by someone was a testament to her own excellence. As for whether to respond affirmatively, they were still quite young. Such matters could wait until university, where undoubtedly even more remarkable young men would abound. If all else failed, there was always Chen Nuo, the reliable backup. Once all the birthday gifts were presented, Zhou Linger finally found a moment to settle down and reached for her phone. Typically, it was Chen Nuo who incessantly messaged her, to which she would occasionally reply with a simple MM. If her mood soured, she would often choose to ignore him, while Chen Nuo would persistently continue to send messages. Zhang Rongrong and her close friends envied her for having such a dashing and devoted admirer. Yet, only Zhou Linger understood the annoyance of being continually pestered. Reflecting on this, she felt a twinge of regret for having momentarily softened and disclosed her aspiration to attend Rong University to Chen Nuo. Given Chen Nuo's character, he was likely ecstatic and would undoubtedly bombard her with some tiresome, overly sentimental messages. Upon glancing at her phone, Zhou Linger was taken aback. In the chat with Chen Nuo, the last message she had sent half an hour ago was followed by an empty void. Had Chen Nuo not responded for so long? Linger, what did Chen Nuo say? Zhang Rongrong leaned in with eager anticipation, only to be met with astonishment, exclaiming, Isn't he usually so prompt with his replies? What could be the matter today? Zhou Linger elegantly swept her long hair aside and replied with a nonchalant smile. He must be too excited and doesn't know how to respond. Zhang Rongrong burst into laughter. Haha, you really know Chen Nuo well. Sometimes I feel like he's your pet dog. Zhou Linger frowned slightly at Zhang Rongrong's remark about Chen Nuo and waved her hand. Let's cut the cake. After saying this, she awaited the cake to be brought in from outside. However, after a considerable time, the door to the room remained shut. An awkward silence enveloped the space as everyone exchanged puzzled glances. Where was the cake? Surely, they hadn't forgotten to bring it? What is going on? Isn't it usually Chen Nuo who brings the cake for your birthday every year? Someone pointed out. Ah, yes, where was Chen Nuo? The classmates recalled that each year Zhou Linger's birthday gatherings concluded with Chen Nuo pushing in the birthday cake and singing to her. This year was expected to be no different, so no one had thought to prepare a cake. Yet, this year, Chen Nuo had left early, resulting in the absence of the birthday cake. The atmosphere in the room grew decidedly awkward as everyone looked to Zhou Linger in disbelief. Zhang Rongrong tugged at her sleeve and whispered, Linger, why don't you ask Chen Nuo where your birthday cake is? Zhou Linger's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In past years, Chen Nuo had been bustling about, ensuring everything was meticulously arranged, with surprises unfolding one after another. She had grown so accustomed to Chen Nuo arranging everything for her that now, in his absence, she was taken aback to find even the birthday cake missing. Under the gaze of her classmates, Zhou Linger rose from her seat in the private room and said, You all continue singing. I'll just step outside for a moment. Once outside, she dialed Chen Nuo's number. If you are willing to peel away the layers of my heart, the familiar ringtone played on the other end. Yet despite the song playing for quite some time, Chen Nuo did not answer. What on earth was going on with him? Zhou Linger felt a twinge of annoyance and dialed again, only to be met once more with the poignant and heartfelt ringtone. biting her delicate red lip. She glanced toward the private room's door, knowing her classmates were waiting for her to return and cut the cake. It was too late to run out and buy one now, right? No, Chen Nuo must have hidden himself away to surprise her. Thus, she sent him a message. Chen Nuo, stop playing around and come out. After a minute of silence, there was no reply. Chen Nuo, if you keep this up, I will be angry. Another minute passed with still no response. Chen Nuo, I'm about to cut the cake. Where's my birthday cake? Inside, Zhou Ling'er simmered with anger, while Chen Nuo at home was even more infuriated. What in the world is this nonsense? He stared at the exam papers spread out before him, knowing only a few answers among dozens of questions, a dismal sight. The knowledge acquired in school proved utterly useless in society. Within just a year or two post-graduation, he had forgotten everything he had painstakingly learned over more than a decade. Chen Nuo considered himself fortunate, having retained some high school knowledge after a decade. Yet, it was far from sufficient. In this second life, his greatest aspirations were to amass wealth and avoid repeating a year, allowing his mother to continue playing her beloved peeper in peace. However, he now realized he lacked the capital to make money and had no confidence in his ability to pass the college entrance examination. Was it truly this difficult even after a rebirth? It was now late March, with only 3 months until the exam, followed closely by the World Cup. He could hardly recall the results of other matches, but he distinctly remembered Brazil's devastating defeat to Germany. There was news of a fan who spent 2,000 yuan on a bet, predicting Brazil would lose to the others, ultimately netting a profit of 500,000. Chen Nuo's target was modest. He merely aimed to multiply that amount by 10. But where could he find the 20,000 yuan needed as capital? With 3 months left, he needed to think carefully. There had to be a way. Earning money was essential for improving the lives of himself and his family, while gaining admission to a prestigious university would make his parents proud. Both were significant matters that could not be delayed. Chen Nuo splashed cold water on his face to refresh himself and encouraged Chen Guodong, who had been banished to the sofa, before returning to his room to immerse himself in a mathematics book. However, this endeavor proved futile. He couldn't comprehend a thing. In truth, it is not that he comprehends nothing. He possesses an understanding of certain fundamental concepts. However, whenever he encounters the pivotal steps to solving problems, he finds himself enveloped in a haze of confusion, as if those crucial knowledge points have been obscured, rendering them indistinct. This sensation parallels the learning materials stored within a computer's hard drive, many of which appear encrypted. The effort required to decipher them is daunting. After an hour of diligent study, Chen Nuo came to realize 2 significant truths. Firstly, he lacks the essential golden finger necessary for rebirth. He cannot effortlessly memorize or grasp concepts at a glance. Secondly, to strip away this metaphorical mosaic, he cannot do it alone. He requires the assistance of a tutor. However, hiring a tutor can be quite costly. Ideally, he would find a diligent and patient classmate who would willingly assist him without charge. Chen Nuo lifted his gaze, his expression deep and somewhat bewildered. Where, oh where, are the benevolent and free-spirited academic prodigies? At that moment, he finally noticed his phone vibrating on the bed. It was a call from Zhang Yuan. Upon answering, he heard the urgent voice of his friend. Chen Nuo, where are you? Zhou Ling'er is searching for you. Chapter 4. The significance of rebirth lies in rectifying regrets. Chen Nuo yawned languidly and replied, I'm at home. What does Zhou Ling'er want from me? I'm not sure, Zhang Yuan exclaimed, his voice tinged with anxiety. Zhou Ling'er said she tried calling you and you didn't answer. Nor did you reply to her messages. She sounded quite anxious. This is a golden opportunity. Chen Nuo, don't let it slip away. Zhang Yuan, being Chen Nuo's closest confidant, was well aware of how long Chen Nuo had pursued Zhou Ling'er. Typically, it was Chen Nuo who trailed after her, with Zhou Ling'er scarcely acknowledging his presence. Yet, this time, she had actively sought him out, presenting a fortuitous chance. Zhang Yuan, how much pocket money do you have? Chen Nuo suddenly inquired. Zhang Yuan was taken aback, instinctively responding, I have 50. Are you planning to buy Zhou Ling'er a gift to cheer her up? I can lend it to you. That's too little. Never mind, Chen Nuo replied earnestly. Listen, my friend, remember to study diligently, aim for university. So you won't have to work in Rueli or risk falling prey to deceit in northern Myanmar. The chubby boy looked utterly perplexed. What on earth are you talking about, Chen Nuo? Chen Nuo sighed. He knew Zhang Yuan's academic performance had essentially led him to abandon hope for the college entrance examination. If things continued this way, he would most likely repeat the mistakes of his previous life. Perhaps only he could alter his fate. Zhang Yuan, I am committed to studying. You must strive as well. Let us conquer the university entrance exam together and defy our destinies. Chen Nuo, have you been reading too many novels? You should hurry and return Zhou Linger's call. Remember, if you need money, come to me. After hanging up, Chen Nuo shook his head, realizing he had been a bit too hasty. There was still time. Even if he could not help Zhang Yuan gain admission to university, he would ensure they could earn money together, preventing him from resorting to work in Ruili and embarking on an irreversible path. The greatest significance of rebirth lies in rectifying the regrets of the past life. In this lifetime, I shall alter the fates of my family and friends. Chen Nuo glanced at his phone, only to discover that Zhou Linger had called him twice and sent numerous messages. The final message read, Chen Nuo, where's my birthday cake? Good grief. Chen Nuo sprang to his feet, hastily retrieving a business card from his drawer. It contained the phone number of a bakery. He promptly dialed. Hello, I apologize, but I'd like to cancel my cake order. Is it possible to get a refund? Chen Nuo, why do you look so dejected? The next day, Chen Nuo awoke early, had breakfast, and set out, only to encounter Zhang Yuan on the way. Alas, I suffered a tremendous loss yesterday. Chen Nuo lamented. He had previously ordered a birthday cake for Zhou Linger from the bakery, spending a total of 150 yuan. That was something that occurred before his rebirth, and he had momentarily forgotten. When he called last night to inquire, he learned that the cake had already been prepared, and the money was non-refundable. With that 150 yuan, he could have earned over 30,000 from investments in Brazil. Damn, this was a severe loss. It seems one cannot afford to be a sycophant. Noticing Chen Nuo's despondency, Zhang Yuan promptly asked, did you call her back late last night? And now Zhou Linger is upset and ignoring you? Chen Nuo retorted, why should I return her call? Zhang Yuan scrutinized him and consoled, brother, don't put on a brave face. Let us hurry and buy breakfast for Zhou Ling. Every morning, Chen Nuo would dutifully go to the bun shop at the corner of Old Factory Street to buy breakfast for Zhou Linger, without fail. She adored the buns from that shop. Zhang Yuan had grown accustomed to this routine, often accompanying him. Are you buying breakfast? It's not free, you know. Let us go. Chen Nuo was already feeling down about losing 150 yuan, and the thought of having to spend money on Zhou Linger's breakfast daily made him want to slap himself. So much money wasted. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he strode directly towards the school. The chubby boy stared blankly at Chen Nuo's lively figure, scratching his head. Has Chen Nuo changed? Jiang County No. 2 High School, Class 5 of Senior Year. Linger, don't be upset. Let us not accept the breakfast that Chen Nuo bought later. In the classroom, Zhou Linger sat at her desk, her long hair tied in a single ponytail, accentuating her pure and sweet visage, making her appear even more charming. Her neck was as fair as jade, and the top button of her shirt was undone, revealing a glimpse of her delicate collarbone. Exuding a hint of innocence mixed with subtle allure, drawing the furtive glances of the boys around her. She was widely recognized as the school beauty of Rongqing No. 2 High School, and merely sitting there made her the focal point of everyone's attention. However, the proud Zhou Linger was in a foul mood. She had applied a light touch of makeup that morning to conceal the dark circles from her sleepless night. Last night was her birthday, yet there was no birthday cake, leading to an exceedingly awkward situation. Moreover, she had proactively called Chen Nuo, only for him to completely ignore her. Zhou Linger was very upset. If Chen Nuo fails to perform well today, he may never again have the opportunity to pursue her. At that moment, Chen Nuo and Zhang Yuan entered the classroom, and Zhou Linger snorted, turning her head away. She had already decided that she would accept the breakfast Chen Nuo brought, but she would not utter a single word to him. After waiting for a while, she realized that the anticipated breakfast had not arrived. Turning her head, she saw Chen Nuo seated at his desk, engrossed in a book, showing no inclination to approach her and seek her forgiveness. Zhang Rongrong, in disbelief, exclaimed, Linger, it seems that Chen Nuo didn't bring breakfast today. Zhou Linger froze. How could it be that Chen Nuo had not bought her breakfast today? A few minutes later, the homeroom teacher, Li Fei, walked in, and the noisy classroom fell into silence. A sudden, rumbling sound echoed, and the entire class turned in astonishment to Zhou Linger. Her face flushed crimson. Chen Nuo had always bought her breakfast, allowing her to sleep in a bit longer without needing to eat at home. Today was no exception, yet she was taken aback to find that he had not brought her breakfast. Consequently, her stomach growled audibly, much to the embarrassment of the entire class. Everyone was equally astonished, instinctively shifting their gazes towards Chen Nuo. in Rongqing No. 2 Middle School. It was common knowledge that Chen Nuo was the devoted follower of the school beauty, Zhou Linger, who would buy her breakfast every morning. But today, it seemed that Chen Nuo had forgotten. What could possibly have led to this? At that moment, Chen Nuo was completely oblivious to the attention he was receiving. He was intently focused on a Chinese literature review book in his hands. This ancient text reminded him, in the North Sea, there is a fish. Its name is Kuan. So enormous it cannot be contained in a single pot. Damn it, Xiaohong, return my high school knowledge. It appeared that to regain all the forgotten knowledge within 3 months, he would need the assistance of an academic prodigy. Such a scholar would have to rank within the top 20 of the entire grade. In their class, it seemed that only Zhou Linger and class president Li Hong fit that description, both of whom he despised. Never mind, he thought, he would find another way. Shaking his head, Chen Nuo suddenly noticed that the entire class was staring at him, and Zhou Linger wore an expression of deep resentment. Perplexed, he was relieved when Mr. Li began the lesson, allowing Chen Nuo to concentrate and listen attentively. Mr. Li, with his glasses and a receding hairline, spoke animatedly, reminiscent of an old scholar. Today, I came across a news story that resonated with me, and I wish to share it with you. Yesterday, 2 vendors selling cold dishes on Chunyang Street got into a fight over their stalls. One was injured and hospitalized, while the other ended up in detention. One of them was a former student of mine who, back in the day, refused to put in the effort to study, dropped out in his second year, and believed he could earn big money. What happened in the end? He could only resort to selling on the street. I share this story to convey that the college entrance examination is your only and final opportunity to change your destiny fairly. While you may find the exam challenging now, once you enter society, you will realize that the college entrance examination is 100 times simpler than life itself. Well said. Chen Nuo could not help but break into applause. Lao Li's words could only be understood by those who had truly experienced life. More importantly, the news Lao Li mentioned sparked a realization in Chen Nuo. He finally knew how to earn his first pot of gold. The entire class turned in astonishment towards Chen Nuo, while Lao Li's expression darkened slightly. Chen Nuo quickly ceased his clapping, allowing a look of excitement and fervor to grace his face. Your words, teacher, are akin to a sudden enlightenment, a clarion call. I shall strive diligently, not to disappoint you, my parents, or myself. These impassioned words evoked in Lao Li a sense of having found a kindred spirit, and a look of satisfaction emerged on his face. At last, someone has truly listened to me. Lao Li cast a meaningful glance at Zhou Linger and said to Chen Nuo, I sincerely hope you can awaken to this opportunity. There is still time. Chen Nuo expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Li. Lao Li studied Chen Nuo for a moment, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. He felt that Chen Nuo seemed somewhat different today. As the 2 language classes concluded, the classroom erupted back into its usual clamor, with many students still diligently working through exercises. Chen Nuo took a moment to organize the knowledge he had just acquired before turning his thoughts to his plan for earning his first pot of gold. He recalled a news story from a previous life about a confrontation between 2 vendors selling cold dishes on Chunyang Street. The vendor who was injured had been pushed to his limits by the other party's relentless bullying and only retaliated in a moment of desperation. A month later, that same party had sought to humiliate his wife, prompting him to resort to a knife in a fit of rage. Ultimately, he was sentenced to life imprisonment. His wife, driven by necessity, became a massage worker and tragically ended her own life, leaving their child to be sent to an orphanage. It was a lamentable tragedy. In the aftermath, numerous discussions emerged online, with some arguing that he had no need to contend for space on Chunyang Street. At that time, the nearby boiler factory had just relocated, leaving the area desolate and making it inconvenient for workers to find meals. Had he chosen to sell food near the boiler factory, he could have avoided conflict and earned a living more easily. Alas, information determines fate. Chen Nuo resolved to visit Chunyang Street after school. Just then, a pair of petite feet adorned in sandals, their toes gleaming and rounded, appeared before Chen Nuo. He looked up to find Zhou Linger glaring at him in frustration. Why didn't you return my call last night? And why didn't you buy me breakfast today? Chapter 5. You're just like my dad. Zhou Linger was incensed. Last night, she had not received the birthday cake she had been waiting for. It was the first time in her 18 years that her birthday passed without the cutting of a cake, and in front of so many classmates, she felt utterly humiliated. This was all Chen Nuo's fault. Zhou Linger had resolved not to speak to him at least until after the college entrance examination. accepting only the gifts he offered without uttering a word to him. Yet today, Chun Nua's mistakes compounded, as he had failed to even buy her breakfast. Now, hunger was making her head spin, and she could no longer contain herself. She rushed to confront Chun Nua as soon as class ended. In the past, whenever she exhibited even a hint of anger, Chun Nua would be engulfed in fear, meticulously apologizing with utmost caution. However, at this moment, there was no trace of remorse on Chun Nua's face. Instead, he stared at her intently. His gaze was audacious, brimming with scrutiny and appraisal, devoid of the previous submissiveness, which left Zhou Ling feeling quite unsettled. Chun Nua, I am speaking to you. What are you looking at? Chun Nua's eyes were fixed on Zhou Ling's collarbone. It must be said that Zhou Ling was a girl who possessed a keen sense of style. Aware of her beautiful collarbone, she habitually unbuttoned the top button of her shirt while wearing her school uniform, perfectly showcasing her assets. This was one of the reasons she had earned the title of school beauty. Yet, Chun Nua, in his previous life, had grown weary of such sights. Having been Zhou Ling's boyfriend for several months, he had naturally scrutinized certain aspects in depth. For instance, her exquisite collarbone and her delicate feet, currently nestled within her sandals. If he were to offer an evaluation, the collarbone was somewhat rigid and the texture rather ordinary. As for her feet, they were merely average. And after prolonged wear of stockings, they carried a slight odor. Suddenly, Chun Nua chuckled. The more unattainable something seemed, the more perfect one imagined it to be. Yet, upon awakening to reality, one would soon discover that every aspect was riddled with flaws. It simply wasn't worth it. What are you laughing at, Chun Nua? Zhou Ling perceived a distinct air of disdain in Chun Nua's smile, and a wave of grievance surged within her, prompting her voice to rise. The commotion between the two immediately captured the attention of their classmates, many of whom wore expressions of surprise. It appeared that Chun Nua had angered Zhou Ling, yet he maintained an indifferent demeanor, a stark contrast to his previous self. Li Hong, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, approached Chun Nua and demanded loudly, Chun Nua, why are you bullying classmate Zhou Ling? Chun Nua looked at him quizzically. Who are you? What does it have to do with you? Li Hong faltered. But after glancing at Zhou Ling's beautiful collarbone, he resolutely declared to Chun Nua, I am the class monitor. It is my duty to intervene when classmates are being bullied. Oh, right. You are the class monitor, Chun Nua nodded, addressing Li Hong with a serious tone. Monitor, the school regulations stipulate that uniforms must be worn neatly, with all buttons fastened, and open-toed sandals are prohibited. I have noticed that classmate Zhou Ling is in violation of these rules. What do you think should be done about it? Li Hong was taken aback, and the other classmates were equally stunned, plunging the classroom into silence. Indeed, Jiang County Second Middle School had specific dress codes, yet Zhou Ling, being academically proficient and attractive, often enjoyed leniency from teachers. Over time, everyone had grown accustomed to this. However, now that Chun Nua had brought it up, the classmates immediately recognized that Zhou Ling had indeed breached the school regulations. Furthermore, as class monitor, Li Hong bore the responsibility of overseeing and correcting such behavior. This, Li Hong stammered, rendered speechless, under the scrutiny of countless peculiar gazes. Zhou Ling's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily covered her face as she exited the classroom. Linger, Zhang Rongrong sprang to her feet and chased after her, casting an angry glare at Chun Nua. Chun Nua, you are utterly excessive. No wonder Linger doesn't fancy you. Chun Nua remained composed, continuing to immerse himself in his book. However, the glances from his classmates had shifted. Was this still the loyal subordinate of Zhou Ling? In the year 2014, the term simpering lackey had not yet come into vogue, and thus the students referred to Chun Nua as the faithful follower. Yet today, Chun Nua had become an enigma to them all. Zhang Yuan approached, looking distressed. Chun Nua, don't drag me into this. I'm wearing sandals today as well. Upon glancing down, Chun Nua frowned. No wonder it smells so foul. Keep your distance. What smells? Zhang Yuan squatted down to sniff, scratching his head. Seeing Chun Nua seated calmly, he scrutinized him closely and whispered, Chun Nua, have you been cursed these past few days? Chun Nua replied, Fatty, I need to do something after school this afternoon. Do you want to join me? To buy a gift for Zhou Ling and apologize? Zhang Yuan instinctively asked. Chun Nua shook his head, smiling. I'm going to rescue a fallen woman. This statement left the chubby boy lost in thought, oscillating between excitement and apprehension throughout the morning. During the lunch break, Chun Nua casually ate a few bites in the cafeteria, then returned to the classroom. where he hunched over his desk, scribbling something. Linger, Chen Nua is definitely writing you a love letter, intending to apologize, Zhang Rongrong remarked to Zhou Ling. In the past, whenever Zhou Linger was upset, Chen Nua would send gifts, write love letters, and do everything to cheer her up. Zhou Linger huffed, raising her proud chin. This time, I certainly want to forgive him. Chen Nua wrote diligently throughout the afternoon, then carefully placed the completed love letter into his drawer. Zhou Linger had already devised a plan to publicly reject Chen Nua's apology, intending to humiliate him slightly. Curiously, however, Chen Nua did not approach her even by the end of the school day. As the final bell rang, Chen Nua immediately stood up, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and waved to Zhang Yuan. The two hurriedly exited the classroom. Zhou Linger stared blankly at Chen Nua's retreating figure, biting her rosy lips. Li Hong approached, smiling at Zhou Linger. Linger, shall we head home together? Zhou Linger did not hear Li Hong's words and walked straight out of the classroom. Li Hong, bewildered, glanced at Zhang Rongrong with a hint of irritation. Zhang Rongrong, didn't you say I would definitely have a chance this time to salvage his situation? He had bestowed numerous gifts upon Zhou Linger's friend. Don't be anxious, class monitor. Linger listens to me the most. I'll persuade her again. Zhang Rongrong paused, chuckling. By the way, I saw a lovely hairpin yesterday. It was only 10 yuan. Li Hong immediately handed her 10 yuan. Haha, thank you, class monitor. Await my news. Chunyang Street. Chen Nua, why on earth are we bringing a cake to such a place? Zhang Yuan, holding an exquisite birthday cake, asked Chen Nua with a look of confusion. As soon as school was dismissed, the two of them hurried out, first stopping by a cake shop to collect a birthday cake. They then made their way to Chunyang Street, a bustling thoroughfare populated by numerous residents and vendors selling various delicacies. Zhang Yuan surveyed his surroundings, yet failed to locate the kind of establishment he had envisioned, one adorned with curtains, dim lighting, and a beautiful woman lounging at the entrance. Chen Nua approached a cold dish stall, presided over by a burly man whose head was bandaged and whose eyes appeared puffy. This was the place. Chen Nua recalled the news about a violent altercation between two cold dish vendors over their stalls, which resulted in one vendor's wife being insulted and ultimately led to murder. The vendor, named Wang Jian, had been sentenced to death, and after his imprisonment, his wife, burdened with the responsibility of raising their child, was forced into a life of prostitution and eventually succumbed to the pressures and took her own life. Thus, Chen Nua felt compelled to say he was there to save the fallen women. At this particular moment, it was the third day following Wang Jian's detention after he had lashed out in anger during the initial conflict. The man before Chen Nua, with his bandaged head, was the rival vendor who had contended with Wang Jian. According to the timeline of Chen Nua's previous life, if events were to unfold as they once did, Wang Jian would be released from the police station today, returning to set up his stall tomorrow and inevitably clashing with this man again, which would lead to a tragic conclusion involving the humiliation of Wang Jian's wife. Chen Nua scrutinized the man before him. His slanted eyes and unkempt beard gave him the classic appearance of a short-lived villain. Noticing that Chen Nua lingered in silence, the man chuckled and asked, "Young brother, would you like to buy some cold dishes?" Shaking his head, Chen Nua earnestly replied, "Brother, soon you shall be the only vendor here selling cold dishes. I wish you prosperous business and a life of righteousness." With that, he turned to leave, leaving the man bewildered, wondering if the young lad was indeed all right. Zhang Yuan, equally perplexed, clutched the cake while scanning for the fabled wondrous place. Suddenly, he saw Chen Nua walk over to a nearby square, entranced by a group of elderly ladies dancing. Rushing over, Zhang Yuan asked, "Chen Nua, where exactly are we going to find the fallen women?" The term fallen women seemed rather advanced for an 18-year-old boy, causing him to gulp nervously. Chen Nua explained, "I wish to locate the cold dish vendor who was detained after the fight, but I am unaware of his residence. Perhaps these ladies, living nearby, might know." Huh. Zhang Yuan paused, then recalled, "Are you referring to the incident that Oldly mentioned in class, about his former student?" Chen Nua nodded. Though Zhang Yuan did not comprehend Chen Nua's motives for seeking out the cold dish vendor, his natural curiosity prevailed, and he patted his chest, declaring, "Wait here. I'll inquire for you." After speaking, he hurried to an elderly woman whose figure twisted like a flower. "Excuse me, madam, may I inquire about something?" The woman looked up, her heavily powdered face displaying a look of disdain, and she waved her hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. "I don't know. I don't know, go away." The stout man returned, dejected. "Chen Nua, let us find someone else to ask." Suddenly, Chen Nuo stepped in front of the heavily made-up elderly woman. Sister, your dancing is truly captivating. Haha, the young man has an eye for talent. The elderly woman beamed, her face a tapestry of wrinkles. Sister, how is it that you're already out here dancing at such a young age? Young man, I am already retired. Impossible. Don't deceive me. You must be no more than 35. Ha ha ha, you truly know how to flatter. Sister, could you help me with a question? Young man, you've come to the right person. I am known as the Oracle of Chunyang Street. Feel free to ask anything. Zhang Yuan looked on, utterly astonished, and before long, Chen Nuo returned. Let us go? Lucky for us, the elderly lady knows Wang Jian and provided his address. Zhang Yuan followed Chen Nuo, lost in thought, nearly colliding with a telephone pole several times. Chen Nuo, puzzled, asked, Fatty, what is wrong with you? Zhang Yuan scrutinized Chen Nuo and suddenly remarked, Chen Nuo, you're definitely not possessed, you've simply matured. Chen Nuo stepped back. Fatty, I never knew you had such inclinations. Damn, that is not what I meant. Zhang Yuan scratched his head, pondering for a long while before finally managing to say, You seem to have aged. Your manner of speaking and acting resembles my father. Chapter 6. So there really are young women. Zhang Yuan's father was a small business owner. From a young age, he had observed his father constantly welcoming and seeing off guests, conversing with anyone who crossed his path. Zhang Yuan felt that Chen Nuo just now bore a striking resemblance to his father. Chen Nuo smiled and patted his shoulder. My son, stop overthinking. Come along with your father. Damn, Chen Nuo, you're taking advantage of me. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at a narrow alley. On either side were more than a dozen shabby rental houses. Chen Nuo, does that vendor of cold dishes really live here? Zhang Yuan had never left home and had yet to experience the hardships of life. It was his first time witnessing such dilapidation. Suddenly, a door swung open, and a young woman dressed lightly emerged, splashing a basin of pale yellow liquid at Zhang Yuan's feet before slamming the door shut with a bang. Zhang Yuan stared blankly at the closed door, suddenly exhilarated. Chen Nuo, this. Chen Nuo dragged him forward. Not here, further ahead. After walking another 10 meters, they arrived at the address provided by the Oracle of Square Dancing, standing before a decrepit door. Chen Nuo recalled the sensational news about the cold dish vendor committing murder. A journalist had even penned a detailed investigative report. Wang Jian's family of 3 resided in a mere 30 square meters of subsidized housing, with their daughter still in elementary school. Every evening, the couple prepared cold dishes at home, which they would then sell on Chunyang Street the following day to support their family and fund their daughter's education. Wang Jian had previously obtained a chef's certificate, but due to his blunt disposition, he had been unable to maintain employment in several restaurants. Consequently, he decided to venture out on his own. According to various sources, Wang Jian was a person of strong professional ethics. His cold dishes were clean and hygienic, flavorful, and generous in portion. He would never mix spoiled vegetables with fresh ones for sale. Despite this, the couple struggled to make significant profits. The reporter, in the conclusion of the article, lamented that while Wang Jian was a good man, he had been driven to commit a crime. Was it the fault of humanity or the state of the world? Subsequently, the article was retracted and the reporter was dismissed. Paradoxically, this left a lasting impression on Chen Nuo. He recalled that the day Wang Jian was released after his first altercation coincided with his daughter's 8th birthday. Gently, Chen Nuo knocked on the door, which creaked open to reveal a beautiful face, weary yet unable to conceal the unique allure of womanhood. Zhang Yuan felt his breath catch. Indeed, there was a young mother, and she was strikingly beautiful. Chen Nuo sighed inwardly, with such a face. It was no wonder that the local ruffians had been unable to resist taking liberties with her. Whom are you seeking? Su Ru inquired cautiously, peering through the door's crack. Her eyes tinged with red from worry. Her husband had recently been detained following a confrontation with a neighboring vendor, leaving her and their daughter in a vulnerable position. Hello. Sister, Chen Nuo smiled. I am a friend of Brother Wang. He will be back shortly and asked me to bring a birthday cake. Today is your daughter's birthday. Is it not? At this, a small head peeked out from beneath Su Ru, catching sight of the cake Zhang Yuan carried. A look of delight spread across the little girl's chubby face. Wow, what a big cake! She exclaimed, rushing forward, her hand reaching out hesitantly, unsure whether to touch it. Brother, is this cake really from Daddy? The girl's eyes sparkled with innocence. Zhang Yuan's gaze shifted from the young mother to Wang Yuan, and his heart melted. Yes, This cake is indeed from your father, he stammered. It is your father who bought it for you. Wow, that's wonderful. Thank you, brother. The little girl cheered, nearly drooling in excitement. Yet she still remembered to express her gratitude. It seemed that despite their humble circumstances, she had been raised with good manners. Chen Nuo found it difficult to fathom that in his previous life, Wang Jian had been sentenced to death, and Su Ru had taken her own life. He wondered what had become of this little girl. Su Ru regarded Chen Nuo and Zhang Yuan with suspicion. They appeared to be students, especially the plump one, who seemed rather simple-minded, giving an impression of innocence. Yet, when had her husband made such friends? At that moment, Chen Nuo placed the birthday cake into Wang Yuan's arms, and the little girl joyfully cradled it, her face alight with happiness. Given the circumstances, Su Ru could only invite the two individuals inside and, with an apologetic tone, said, "I'm sorry, my home is quite small." Chen Nuo and Zhang Yuan stepped into the modest abode, which spanned approximately 30 square meters. Featuring two small beds separated by a curtain, a table, an electric frying pan, and a small backpack. This constituted the entirety of the household for this family of three. Chen Nuo remained calm. While the astonishment on Zhang Yuan's face was palpable, Su Ru's gaze dimmed slightly as she lowered her head in shame. The stark exposure of their poverty and hardship rendered Su Ru breathless. Chen Nuo placed the food he had purchased on Chunyang Street onto the table, smiling as he said, "Sister-in-law, we brought some food. Would you like to celebrate Yuan's birthday with us tonight?" "I want my brother to celebrate my birthday," the little girl exclaimed, tugging at Su Ru's hand, her large eyes seemingly on the verge of diving into the birthday cake. To her, it appeared that once the two brothers left, the cake would certainly follow. Su Ru felt a twinge of embarrassment as she glanced at her daughter's hopeful face, ultimately nodding in agreement. "I'm sorry. Thank you all. Don't mention it, sister-in-law. Come, let us set the table." Chen Nuo encouraged as he directed Zhang Yuan to move the table to the center of the room, arranging the food around it. He unwrapped the birthday cake and placed it in the middle of the table, revealing a message written in red icing. "I wish to be part of every one of your birthdays. Happy birthday, my princess." Zhang Yuan scratched his head, remarking, "Wow, quite poetic." Su Ru was taken aback, and Chen Nuo laughed heartily. "I just picked one randomly, but I didn't expect it to have such festive words. Perfect. Let us wish our little princess Yuan a happy birthday." Wang Yuan's face beamed with joy, flushed with excitement. "Thank you, brother." Chen Nuo wiped his brow internally, realizing he had forgotten that this cake was originally intended for Zhou Linger, adorned with overly sentimental phrases. Fortunately, it could still be salvaged. Zhang Yuan rubbed his hands together. "Shall we light the candles now?" Although he was still somewhat puzzled by Chen Nuo's intentions, seeing Wang Yuan's adorable smile made him feel that their efforts were indeed meaningful. "Let us wait for Wang Go. He should be back soon," Chen Nuo suggested. Wang Yuan clapped her hands, exclaiming, Yes, Daddy just called us. He will be back shortly." Su Ru felt a bit embarrassed. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. I'll prepare a couple of dishes." Chen Nuo smiled. "Thank you, sister-in-law, for your hard work." Su Ru, being quite diligent, quickly sought out a meat and a vegetable dish in the electric frying pan. Zhang Yuan sniffed the air. "It smells wonderful. I learned cooking from my husband. He is a chef," Su Ru replied, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her voice softening as a smile involuntarily crept onto her face. Yes, my daddy cooks delicious food." Wang Yuan chimed in, her little face beaming with pride. Chen Nuo chuckled. "Of course, I am well aware of your culinary talents, or else I wouldn't have sought you out." As the conversation unfolded, the door creaked open, revealing a gaunt figure who stepped inside, his face etched with despondency and confusion. Upon witnessing the scene within the room, he momentarily stood frozen. "Father!" Wang Yuan rushed forward, flinging herself into his embrace. Su Ru, equally stirred, took a few steps closer, her gaze filled with compassion. "Darling, you're back." Chen Nuo rose, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed the man. "Wang Go, your arrival is most fortuitous. We are in the midst of celebrating Yuan's birthday." Wang Jian regarded the tall young man before him, his expression one of perplexity. "Wang Go, we have heard about your circumstances. We are here to assist you. Let us dine first. Yuan can hardly wait to cut the cake." Chen Nuo's tone was gentle, his eyes clear, and for a moment, Wang Jian felt somewhat disoriented. Yet, Wang Yuan was eager, exclaiming, Yes, Daddy, please sit down." With his daughter's small hand tugging at him, much of Wang Jian's doubt and wariness dissipated. Chen Nua lit the candles atop the cake, and Zhang Yuan led the group in singing the birthday song. Under their influence, the once cramped room soon filled with warmth and joviality. Chen Nua continually raised his glass to Wang Jian, while Zhang Yuan engaged Yuan Yuan in various games. Laughter echoed throughout the space. After consuming most of a bottle of baijiu, Wang Jian found himself calling Chen Nua brother. Then, Chen Nua, with a sudden earnestness, inquired, Wang Gu, what are your plans for the future? Wang Jian's lean, rugged face flushed slightly, his eyes filled with defiance. I will continue selling my cold dishes on Chunyang Street. Let them do their worst. His wife, Su Ru, wore a look of concern, and Wang Jian gazed at her with deep affection, sighing, Wife, I am sorry for the hardships you have endured alongside me. He understood all too well that with the situation as it was, resuming his stall on Chunyang Street would prove exceedingly difficult. However, he felt trapped, without that income. How could they survive? Dear, please don't say that. I am truly happy, honestly. Su Ru grasped her husband's hand, her eyes soft with understanding. Burp. Zhang Yuan belched loudly, drawing startled looks from the others as he sheepishly remarked, Hee, I'm full. Wang Yuan cheered, wonderful. Brother Zhang won't fight with me for the meat anymore. Zhang Yuan's face turned crimson as he wiped the grease from his mouth, stammering, When did I ever compete with you? Laughter erupted once more, fostering an even more harmonious atmosphere. It is time, Chen Nua suddenly declared. Wang Gu, I actually have a proposal for you. You need not continue to vie for a stall on Chunyang Street, and you could earn more money, affording a better life for your wife and Yuan Yuan. What proposal? This struck a chord with Wang Jian, and half inebriated, he widened his eyes in curiosity. Chen Nua smiled. Wang Gu, you are familiar with the boiler factory, are you not? Wang Jian nodded. The boiler factory was one of the few enterprises in Jiangxian that many had heard of. Chen Nua remarked that the boiler factory had recently relocated to the industrial park, and the canteen within the factory was yet to be established, leaving many workers without a place to dine. Wang Gu and his wife, known for their delectable cuisine, would surely attract customers if they set up a stall there. Wang Jian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Really? His perception had always been confined to the vicinity of Chunyang Street, where his family resided, and he had never contemplated extending their stall beyond that area. However, upon hearing Chen Nua's suggestion, he felt an epiphany wash over him. Su Ru, on the other hand, displayed a bit more clarity, but with such a large factory, would they even allow us to set up a stall at the entrance? Wang Jian quickly came to the same realization, feeling somewhat disheartened. Indeed, we would surely be chased away. Not at all. Chen Nua smiled. The factory director is my uncle. Chapter 7. She wanted to earn money while standing, and I agreed. The director of the boiler factory is your uncle? Wang Jian's surprise was palpable, though disbelief flickered in his eyes. Chen Nua retrieved his phone, presenting the information he had previously searched online regarding the factory director. Wang Jian and Su Ru leaned in to read, pronouncing the director's name. Chen Weiman, another Chen? Chen Nua smiled. Now do you believe me, Wang Gu? Wang Jian appeared skeptical. But why do you want to help me? Chen Nua responded. In truth, I am doing this to assist my uncle. The boiler factory has just relocated, and the absence of a staff canteen has led to considerable discontent among the workers. My uncle is quite troubled by this. And I happen to hear that you possess commendable culinary skills and a good character, which is why I thought to introduce you. Of course, initially, you won't be able to formally enter the canteen. You can start by setting up a stall at the entrance. Besides making cold dishes, you can prepare more hot dishes, which you are quite adept at, so I want to elaborate further. Essentially, consider it as relocating your stall to the boiler factory. Sell however you wish. I can assure you that no one will come to chase you away. If the workers respond positively, once the canteen is completed, you'll have the opportunity to move inside. This venture is bound to be profitable, and you need not worry about competition for stall space. What do you think? Are you interested? Yes, Wang Jian exclaimed, eager to move there by the next day. However, Su Ru remained more composed. After a moment's silence, she turned to Chen Nua and inquired, Young man, what are your conditions? Chen Nua chuckled, appreciating the comfort of dealing with intelligent individuals. He pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it on the table. Wang Jian picked up the paper, momentarily taken aback. A partnership agreement? This was a collaboration agreement that Chen Nua had drafted during his lunch break. The terms were straightforward. Wang Jian would hold a 30% stake in the boiler factory canteen stall. In the event of losses, he would not bear the burden. Conversely, Should profits be made, he would receive 30% of the earnings, settled monthly. This marked the first step for Chen Nuo in securing his initial fortune. As the impending college entrance examination loomed, he found himself devoid of time to sell goods for profit. Consequently, he sought out a diligent and honest individual, exchanging his network resources for equity stakes. To put it euphemistically, this could be termed a technical investment. However, to speak less kindly, it could be viewed as a case of empty-handed opportunism. Regardless, should this venture succeed, the fate of Wang Jian and his family would be transformed. And Chen Nuo would also reap financial rewards, resulting in a mutually beneficial outcome. After perusing the agreement, Wang Jian felt a significant clarity wash over him, as if the effects of alcohol had dissipated. With a complex gaze, he regarded Chen Nuo, realizing that this was indeed the purpose behind Chen Nuo's visit. The thought of relinquishing 30% of his hard-earned labor was distressing. Yet, recalling his recent altercation over a stall that had led to his detention, and glancing at the birthday cake adorning the table, Wang Jian resolutely declared, "All right, I shall proceed with this." Chen Nuo swiftly produced a pen and a box of ink from his pocket, smiling as he said, "Brother Wang, let us finalize the agreement." The two affixed their signatures and seals on the document, leaving Zhang Yuan beside them in a state of astonishment and confusion. Wasn't the intention to rescue a wayward woman? Why were they suddenly engaging in an agreement? As the clock approached 7 in the evening and their meal was nearly finished, Chen Nuo stood and beckoned Zhang Yuan, saying, "Brother Wang, sister-in-law, we shall take our leave now. Please prepare for tomorrow. I will visit the venue and notify you once everything is ready." Wang Jian rose to retain them, suggesting, "Let us cut the cake before you leave." The exquisite birthday cake had only been lit with candles, but remained uncut. Chen Nuo replied with a smile, "Brother Wang, we do not wish to intrude. Please enjoy your time with your daughter." After a moment of silence, Wang Jian sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." As the two exited, Wang Yuan felt a pang of reluctance and called out to Zhang Yuan, "Chubby brother, when will you come to play with me again?" Zhang Yuan responded with a gentle smile, Yuan, I will come to see you once I finish my exams." "All right, chubby brother, I'll be waiting for you." Upon leaving Wang Jian's home, Zhang Yuan, feeling somewhat dejected, gazed at Chen Nuo and remarked, "Chen Nuo, you deceived me. You promised to find a wayward woman, yet we end up playing with children. What exactly are you planning?" "Guess." "Children? Guess?" As they walked through the narrow alley, the moon peeked out, revealing itself partially. After pondering for a while, Zhang Yuan finally grasped the implication. "Chen Nuo, you wish for Yuan's father to assist you in making money, don't you? Congratulations, you are correct. With such talent, you should join me in my endeavors." Chen Nuo chuckled, giving Zhang Yuan a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Get lost." Suddenly, Zhang Yuan remembered another question. "Wait, Chen Nuo, I know your father works at the boiler factory, but I've never heard that the factory director is your uncle." Chen Nuo replied, "Director Chen is my father's colleague. Whenever I visit the boiler factory, I greet him as Uncle Chen, so how could he not be my uncle?" Zhang Yuan, left speechless, raised his thumb in admiration. "Master, I have attained enlightenment. Little brother Chen, hold on a moment." At that moment, a voice called from behind, and Su Ru, a beautiful young woman, approached, presenting a beautifully wrapped birthday cake to Chen Nuo, while extending a 100 yuan note with her other hand. "Brother Chen, we Haven Tea touched the cake, and this is the money for your purchases," she explained. Chen Nuo and Zhang Yuan had bought some snacks in addition to the birthday cake. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" "The cake is for Yuan, and the snacks are also for her," Zhang Yuan interjected. Su Ru's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes glistening, her voice gentle yet firm. "Brother Chen, thank you for today. We will certainly work hard, and I hope you will take care of us in the future." Chen Nuo paused for a moment before accepting the birthday cake. Yet he declined the money. "Sister-in-law, rest assured, my visit is solely for 3 matters. Fairness, and once more fairness." A smile blossomed on Su Ru's face. "Thank you." With that, she turned and left. Zhang Yuan looked utterly bewildered. "Chen Nuo, what are you two talking about?" Chen Nuo gazed at Su Ru's graceful silhouette as she walked away, smiling. "She wishes to earn her keep with dignity, and I have acquiesced." "What does it mean to earn a living with dignity?" Zhang Yuan was even more confused. "Son, you'll understand when you grow up." Indeed, Chen Nuo was well aware of Su Ru's thoughts. Their small family was currently at its nadir, her husband's spirit utterly deflated. Meanwhile he, being the nephew of the boiler factory director, was poised to demand a stake in the business. Suru feared that her husband might be easily manipulated by Chen Nua. Her requests were modest. She merely sought an equitable partnership. Hence, Chen Nua emphasized the notion of fairness thrice. One could not help but marvel at how fortunate Wang Jian was to have such a wise and virtuous wife. Yet, in his previous life, he had met with a tragic end, losing both wife and child, a lamentable fate. Surprisingly, upon his rebirth, the first lives to be altered were not those of his own kin or friends, but rather those of the unfamiliar Wang Jian and Su Ru, who had no prior connection to him. However, thinking of Wang Yuan's adorable smile, Chen Nua felt a sense of peace. Thus, rebirth not only has the potential to alter one's fate, but also that of many others. Truly, rebirth is a delightful experience. With a hearty laugh, Chen Nua and Zhang Yuan strolled out of the alley, arms linked. By the way, Fatty, tomorrow, look for an opportunity to return this item to old Li's office, Chen Nua said, producing a box of ink pad and handing it to Zhang Yuan. Goodness, I was wondering how you came to possess such an item. It turns out you pilfered it from old Li. You're quite audacious, Chen Nua. The cooperative agreement is designed to guard against gentlemen, not rogues. It must be signed and sealed to carry a sense of formality. Thus, Chen Nua had stealthily slipped into the teacher's office at noon and absconded with a box of ink pad from old Li's desk. It wasn't that he could not afford a mere ink pad. Rather, something free holds greater value. I refuse. If old Li discovers this, it would be disastrous. One box of yogurt. Haha. Chen Nua, do you truly believe this young master can be commanded at will? I shall guide you to discover the true fallen woman. A deal struck. As we approached the old factory street, Chen Nua's home lay to the east, while Zhang Yuan's resided to the west. The two bid each other farewell and returned home. With a cake in hand, Chen Nua felt troubled. How should I handle this birthday cake? My parents' birthdays are still far off. Taking it home would yield no merit, and I might even be scolded by my mother. At my age, being called a princess? What a disgrace. To think that a birthday cake costing 150 yuan has become a burden. Lost in thought, Chen Nua suddenly heard voices emanating from a nearby alley. Shen Xinmei, you always score one place higher than me in every exam, leaving me to face my parents' wrath. Damn it, are you deliberately opposing me? Speak up, aren't you supposed to be capable? Ching Chong, I have read her diary. Today is her birthday. Oh dear, how embarrassing for you, little vixen, to be bullied on your birthday. You truly deserve it. Shen Xinmei? The name sparked a vivid memory from Chen Nua's previous life. A rather unremarkable girl from Jiang County No. 2 High School, she always ranked 50 in her year, a position neither particularly high nor low. Strangely, she consistently maintained her rank of 50 across all exams. At that time, few noticed, for she was plain in appearance, introverted, and had little social connection. Yet, astonishingly, during the college entrance examination, this girl emerged as the top science student in the city. At the graduation ceremony, she was awarded 20,000 yuan and invited to the stage to receive her prize. That day, she removed her glasses, shed her disguise, and donned an elegant dress, revealing to the entire school that she surpassed even the school belle, Zhou Linger, in beauty. She was truly the academic prodigy, and indeed, the genuine first belle of Jiang County No. 2 High School. How blind we all were these past 3 years. The scene was so dramatic that even Chen Nua, who had previously been captivated by Zhou Linger, was astonished. And that girl was named Shen Xinmei. At this moment, upon hearing her name, Chen Nua instinctively halted. It was not the allure of a school beauty that piqued his interest. Rather, he glanced down at the birthday cake in his hands. I knew it. Something purchased for 150 yuan must have its worth. Chapter 8. Apologies. The map of Yin State is rather extensive. Speak up, you wench. When has this little vixen ever uttered a word? Damn, she's just a mute. My father promised me 1,000 yuan if I ranked in the top 50. Yet you always occupy the 50th position. Why don't you become a goalkeeper? In the alley, 3 girls clad in Jiang County No. 2 High School uniforms surrounded another girl. This girl stood against the wall, her uniform impeccably worn, head bowed, as she was pushed and insulted by the trio, offering no resistance nor uttering a word. Among the 3 girls opposite, the one in the center is named Lin Chengqing. Her family is engaged in business, and she possesses an appealing appearance, radiating a star-like presence both at home and in school. Moreover, Lin Chengqing presents herself as exceptionally obedient before her teachers. She is not only the class monitor, but also consistently ranks within the top 50 students academically, epitomizing the ideal student. However, few are aware of her true nature. There exists a common misconception that only those with poor academic performance possess flawed character, while high achievers must be paragons of virtue and scholarship. Lin Chengqing diligently studies at school, demonstrating kindness and enthusiasm. Yet, should anyone encroach upon her interests, she swiftly sheds this facade. Shen Xinmei unwittingly obstructs her path. To incentivize Lin Chengqing's studies, her parents promised her a reward of 1,000 yuan if she ranked within the top 50 of her grade. Unfortunately, in recent examinations, she has consistently found herself just beyond that threshold, with Shen Xinmei standing directly in her way, often securing the 51st position as if mocking her intentions. However, this is not the sole impetus for Lin Chengqing's torment of Shen Xinmei. After all, there are others ranked 51, 52, and so forth, also impeding her progress. Targeting Shen Xinmei for her frustrations is simply easier, as the latter is more vulnerable to bullying. With an unremarkable appearance, even marred by flaws, and a reserved demeanor devoid of friends or allies, who else could she intimidate? Lin Chengqing grasped Shen Xinmei's hand and laughed mockingly. Hey, raise your head and let me see your eyebrows. Shen Xinmei, desperately averting her gaze, dared not look up. Oh, so you have some spirit, do you? You too. Grab her backpack. I'll burn her books. Lin Chengqing commanded the two girls beside her to seize Shen Xinmei's belongings. Shen Xinmei clung tightly to her backpack, yet remained silent. Hello, is this the police? Someone's being robbed here. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the alley. Lin Chengqing froze. Robbing? What nonsense? We are merely engaging in a scuffle. Oh, they aren't robbing. They are merely fighting. The voice outside continued. Damn it, let us get out of here. Panic-stricken, the trio of girls fled swiftly from the alley. Shen Xinmei, arms wrapped tightly around herself, curled into a corner, gazing down at her soiled white shoes. Suddenly, she heard the sound of steady, powerful footsteps. Shen Xinmei tightened her embrace around her arms as the footsteps halted, revealing a pair of clean athletic shoes before her muddied ones. It was a boy. Overwhelmed by fear, Shen Xinmei immediately crouched down, shielding her head with her hands and closing her eyes, unwilling to meet the gaze of the boy in the athletic shoes. Classmate, you're from class 5, right? I'm from class 4. My name is Chun Nuo. The boy's gentle voice resonated near her ear, his breath brushing against her earlobe, causing her to crouch even lower, nearly burying herself in the dust. Hey, are you playing ostrich? Shen Nuo gazed at the girl whose head seemed to be burrowing into the ground, feeling a sense of helplessness. In his previous life, he had heard of Shen Xinmei's family circumstances. It appeared that her parents had tragically passed away during her middle school years, leaving her to reside with her aunt. Subsequently, her aunt's husband grew dissatisfied with the added burden, leading to frequent quarrels and ultimately, their divorce. Consequently, whispers circulated that Shen Xinmei brought misfortune to her parents and elders, resulting in her isolation throughout middle school, as no one wished to associate with her. Even when she later emerged as the top scorer in the college entrance examination and blossomed into the school's belle, her fate remained unchanged. Shen Nuo learned that Shen Xinmei ultimately chose not to pursue higher education. Years later, at a class reunion, someone mentioned her, stating she had returned to her hometown and shortly thereafter took her own life. At that time, everyone expressed their sorrow, lamenting the fleeting beauty of life. In retrospect, perhaps when her parents passed, a part of Shen Xinmei had already perished. The isolation and bullying she endured in middle and high school extinguished the remainder of her spirit. With this thought, Chen Nuo sighed and gently touched the head that seemed on the verge of disappearing into the earth. Do not be afraid, I shall not harm you. Instantly, Shen Xinmei trembled, akin to a kitten being petted for the first time, filled with fear and confusion, yet too weary to resist. Well, even luring a little wildcat requires some coaxing, let alone comforting a shattered girl. Setting a birthday cake on the ground, Chen Nuo addressed Shen Xinmei. Today is your birthday, is it not? Here is a cake for you. Shen Xinmei's body stiffened momentarily, before slowly raising her head a few inches, revealing her peculiar eyebrows and half of her eyes. Her brows were unusual, as a tuft of hair sprouted from the center, connecting the two sides, resembling a hasty stroke across her forehead. This was likely why the other girls had called her one brow. Yet, Chen Nuo understood that she had intentionally crafted her brows this way. In truth, they were quite beautiful. Her eyes, now obscured by an outdated pair of black-rimmed glasses, concealed her beauty as effectively as if it were sealed away. Had Chinua not been a reincarnate, seeing her in such a state would never have led him to associate her with the term school belle. However, the title of school belle mattered little to him. What he valued was Shun Shinmei's academic prowess. She was, after all, the top scorer. Presumably out of insecurity and timidity, she refrained from performing too well to avoid drawing attention, consistently controlling her scores. The most alarming aspect was that she had managed to maintain her rank precisely at 50 each time, neither too high nor too low. A steady equilibrium that clearly indicated her comprehensive grasp of high school knowledge. The thought of having such an exceptional scholar provide her with tutoring was a tantalizing prospect. Chinua was lost in thoughts about the future, while Shin Shinmei once again buried her head in her arms. Chinua, feeling exasperated, raised his voice slightly. Hey, it's quite impolite to ignore someone when they're speaking to you. Yet, Shin Shinmei continued her ostrich act. Classmate Shun, look at this cake. It's absolutely beautiful. Adorned with so much cream. Just one bite, and you would relish its silky texture. Would you care to try? Wow, I've opened it. I've lit the candles. I've blown them out. I've cut a slice. I've taken a bite. It's delicious. You haven't had any. The ostrich suddenly spoke, her voice crisp and trembling, reminiscent of a little kitten. Chinua crouched down, leaning slightly to catch a glimpse from below, and indeed, he saw Shin Shinmei peeking through the gap of her arms at the cake resting on the ground. Realizing her secret had been discovered, she was startled and quickly covered her face with her hands. Are you going to eat or not? If not, I'll throw it away. Chinua, growing impatient, pretended to lift the cake. The little kitten spoke once more. May I blow out the candles? Finally, Shin Shinmei raised her head, revealing a timid and delicate oval face. Her nose was elegantly shaped, her lips a rosy hue. Even with her brows and eyes concealed, it was evident she possessed beauty. With such an enchanting beauty present, it was baffling that Zhou Linger was still regarded as the campus belle. Were the students of class 2 all blind? Oh right. Wasn't I the biggest fool of all back then? Damn it. Shin Shinmei noticed Chinua's steady gaze on her and shrank back, her head once again retreating into her arms. Then, a hand gently pressed down on her head. How can you blow out the candles with your head buried? This hand seemed to possess a magnetic pull, and without realizing it, Shin Shinmei's head was drawn up. She glanced weakly at Chinua, only to immediately avert her gaze. Well, you're even more timid than a wild kitten. Chinua decided to cease teasing her, unwrapped the birthday cake, inserted the candles, and lit them. The warm candlelight illuminated the dark alley, revealing the inscription on the cake. I wish to be a part of every one of your birthdays. Happy birthday, my princess. Shin Shinmei stared blankly at the words, casting a quick glance at Chinua, her expression one of shock. Damn it, I forgot about the nauseatingly sweet words on the cake. Chinua skillfully remarked, I just picked one at random. And I didn't expect it to have such festive words. Haha, just right. Wishing our dear Shin Shinmei a happy birthday. He then broke into the birthday song. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. The flickering candlelight danced upon the girl's pale face, her pupils brightening, reflecting the birthday cake and the singing boy. Clap, clap, clap. Once the song concluded, Chinua applauded and said to Shin Shinmei, make a wish. Shin Shinmei obediently nodded, awkwardly clasped her hands together, and closed her eyes. All right, make a wish and blow out the candles. Under Chinua's direction, Shin Shinmei opened her eyes, puckered her soft, rosy lips, and blew out with a puff. The first candle remained unextinguished. Shin Shinmei was taken aback as Chinua swiftly blew it out. Happy birthday, Shin Shinmei, she heard him exclaim. Shin Shinmei felt somewhat overwhelmed by the exuberance of the occasion. Despite it being just Chinua, the atmosphere was still too vibrant for her. She felt undeserving of such happiness. Noticing Shin Shinmei's apparent emotional response, Chinua sensed it was an opportune moment. With a smile that hinted at ulterior motives, he said, Shun, I present you with this birthday cake. Now that we are friends, could you possibly assist me with my studies? Apologies. I know the map of Yen State is a bit lengthy, but this cake costs 150. Surely that can cover some tutoring fees? Chapter 9. Is the hidden campus belle also a little heiress? Huh. Shin Shinmei remained in a pose with her hands clasped and her delicate lips pursed to blow out the candles, only to hear this individual, with a hint of ulterior motive, request her help with his studies. The leap from birthday cake to tutoring was too vast for her to process immediately. Chinua chuckled and reiterated, Shun, we are now good friends, so would you mind tutoring me? Now understanding, Shin Shinmei, who had just begun to lick a cat treat, was suddenly startled, clutching her head with both hands and retreating into the shadows. Chen Nua was taken aback. What do you mean? Can we skip the tutoring? Came her quivering, melodious voice from her concealed position. Chen Nua was puzzled. You don't want to? Shen Xinmei nodded, then shook her head and nodded again, as if caught in a pendulum swing. Chen Nua couldn't help but laugh in frustration. Please clarify. Shen Xinmei trembled, slowly raising her head, her eyes, hidden behind thick frames, filled with a sense of helplessness. I am afraid. What are you afraid of? Chen Nua pointed to himself. Are you afraid of me? I haven't bullied you. Shen Xinmei replied timidly. You are a good person, but I am afraid of being with others. Chen Nua finally grasped the situation. It turned out this girl had social anxiety. Her earlier nod had indicated a refusal to tutor him, while her shaking head suggested she did not dislike him. The final nod implied that although he was kind, she could not engage with others, hence her inability to assist him. What a revelation! Chen Nua marveled at his own brilliance in deciphering the feelings of this socially anxious little kitten. He gazed at Shen Xinmei. I'll ask you one more time. If you don't agree, I will. Before he could finish, Shen Xinmei suddenly sprang up and dashed out of the alley like a small cat. Chen Nua stood there, dumbfounded by her swift departure, and shouted, Hey, you can't just leave after blowing out my cake. That cake was expensive. Chen Nua was genuinely frustrated. Is this cake, priced at 150, truly a waste? Moments later, a tall, slender figure dashed back, certain body parts bouncing with every hurried step. She approached, scooped up the birthday cake, and tossed a few items in front of Chen Nua. Yes, I'm sorry. Then, in a flurry, she fled once more, quickly disappearing into the distance. Chen Nua stood there, gazing at her astonishing silhouette. What was that all about? He glanced down to find 500 yuan discarded by Shen Xinmei. So, when she remarked that the cake was expensive, she actually handed him 500? Astonishing. She must be quite the wealthy young lady. While Lin Chengxing dared to block people in the alley for a mere 1,000 yuan reward from her parents, Shen Xinmei effortlessly tossed out 500, indicating her family's affluence. Was it a considerable inheritance left by her deceased parents, or perhaps her aunt was a wealthy matron? Insecure, socially anxious, somewhat foolish, academically proficient, and affluent. Wasn't she the epitome of perfection? Why hadn't he pursued such a genuine campus beauty in his past life? Instead of fawning over Zhou Linger, Chen Nua shook his head. He had played the role of a sycophant long enough in his previous life, and in this one, he simply wished to amass wealth. Such hidden beauties and young heiresses would only hinder his financial endeavors. He glanced at the 500 yuan in his hand, unable to suppress a grin. Trading 150 for 500, who would have thought that his most lucrative transaction post-rebirth would be orchestrated in this manner? All right, what about the free tutoring? Damn. In a pleasant neighborhood of the new urban district, Zhou Linger sat listlessly on the sofa, while a middle-aged couple observed her with concern. Zhou Xiansheng, the head of the comprehensive department at the boiler factory, was also the direct superior of Chen Nua's father, Chen Guodong. Guo Yin worked as an accountant at a real estate company, earning a respectable income in Jiang County. The Zhou family had once resided on Old Factory Street, but after Zhou Xiansheng's promotion, they purchased a home in the new district, leaving behind their old neighborhood. With their improving circumstances, Zhou Xiansheng cherished his only daughter, Zhou Ling, treating her like a little princess. Typically, Zhou Linger would return home chattering about amusing school anecdotes, but today, she appeared dejected, hardly touching her meal. The couple grew increasingly worried. Zhou Xiansheng noticed his daughter hugging her knees, looking forlorn, and finally could not hold back his inquiry. Linger, what troubles you? Who has upset you? A flicker of anger crossed Zhou Linger's delicate features as she replied directly, Chen Nua. Chen Nua? Zhou Xiansheng and Guo Yin exchanged glances. Back in the days on Old Factory Street, the Zhou and Chen families were neighbors, and Zhou Linger and Chen Nua had grown up together. They were well aware of Chen Nua's feelings for Zhou Linger. However, as Zhou Xiansheng had risen to prominence and the Zhou family had moved away, the gap between the two families had widened considerably. Zhou Xiansheng had increasingly looked down upon the Chen family and was not particularly fond of Chen Nua either. At this moment, upon hearing that Chen Nua had the audacity to anger his daughter, Zhou Xiansheng's expression darkened. Linger, tell your father, what on earth happened? Zhou Linger raised her face, her voice laced with grievance. Dad, Chen Nua bullied me today. He reported to the school that I violated the rules by wearing sandals, claiming it affected my studies. He even threw away the breakfast I bought, leaving me hungry all morning. What? Chen Nua actually dared to treat you this way? Zhou Xianqing's anger flared as he picked up his phone. I am going to call Chun Guodong right now and inquire how he is raising his son. His wife, Gui Yin, quickly intervened. Chen Nuo has grown up under our watch, and old Chun is your colleague. Don't create a rift. Once she calmed her husband, Gui Yin gently took Zhou Linger's hand and asked, Linger, hasn't Chen Nuo always treated you well? Did you two have a quarrel? Mom, wasn't it my birthday party yesterday? Chen Nuo said he wanted to date me, but I rejected him, so today he sought revenge. All I want is to study diligently. What wrong have I committed? How could he act this way? Zhou Linger grew increasingly aggrieved, her eyes reddening. Gui Yin hurriedly comforted her daughter, leading Zhou Linger into her bedroom while Zhou Xiansheng, still seething with anger, dialed Chun Guodong. Old Chun, why is your son bullying my daughter? By the time Chen Nuo returned home, it was nearly 9 o'clock, though he had already informed his mother that he was staying late at school for self-study. Upon entering, he noticed that Ms. Li Qinghe was not seated on the sofa as usual, engrossed in her melodramatic shows. Mr. Chen Guodong was also absent, typically tending to the queen with a box of tissues. Both parents were looking at him with peculiar expressions. Chen Nuo's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that my tutoring session with the little kitten has been exposed? Chen Nuo, Mr. Chun Guodong's expression was grave as he questioned. What have you done to Zhou Linger? Zhou Linger? Chen Nuo was utterly bewildered. I haven't done anything to her. Exchanging glances, Mr. Chun and Ms. Li Qinghe shared a silent understanding. Ms. Li Qinghe quietly approached the wall beside the shoe cabinet and retrieved a pipa. With a smile, she addressed Chen Nuo, son. It has been a long time since I played the pipa for you. Today, I will perform a piece. Chen Nuo quickly interjected. No, Mom, what is going on? Jokingly, he thought. His mother's pipa performances were reserved for special occasions or significant events. Given the current atmosphere, if Ms. Li Qinghe were to play, would he have to endure a rendition of Ambush from 10 sides? Mr. Chun Guodong's demeanor remained serious. Yesterday was Zhou Linger's birthday. Did you confess your feelings to her and get rejected? What? Chen Nuo was taken aback. Dad, I'm solely focused on making money. No, I mean studying. Who spread such rumors? Ms. Li Qinghe replied. Just now, your uncle Zhou called your father, saying you confessed to Zhou Linger yesterday, and after being rejected, you sought revenge, causing her to cry today. Chun Guodong spoke solemnly. Chen Nuo, as members of the Chen family, we take responsibility for our actions and rectify our mistakes. Pray tell, what did you do to offend Zhou Linger? Chen Nuo finally grasped the situation and couldn't help but chuckle, promptly recounting the events of last night and today. Chun Guodong and Li Qinghe exchanged incredulous glances, gazing at Chen Nuo in disbelief. So, are you suggesting that you no longer have feelings for Zhou Linger? Since childhood, their son had harbored affections for the daughter of the Zhou family, a fact well known to both parents. They had always worried that romantic entanglements might hinder his studies. Yet they feared hurting Chen Nuo's pride and were at a loss for how to advise him. They never anticipated that he would suddenly come to such a realization and let go so completely. Chen Nuo nodded. Indeed. I now believe that focusing on my studies and earning money is far more important. Pursuing romance seems rather juvenile and unfulfilling. Li Qinghe suddenly reached out to touch Chen Nuo's forehead. He helplessly replied, Mom, I'm not feverish. What I just said was genuine. Li Qinghe scrutinized her son closely. His handsome features and the determination in his eyes surpassed even her own resolve when she was hunting for discounted sweaters at the mall, filling her with warmth and pride. All right, now I won't worry. Zhou Xiansheng, Chun Guodong's superior, always exuded a certain air of superiority when interacting with them. The fact that their son was infatuated with Zhou Linger only intensified their feelings of inferiority. Yet now, they found themselves in a position where they no longer needed to seek favors from the Zhou family. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Guodong suddenly realized, so it's not that you did something to Zhou Linger, but rather that you did nothing at all, and that's why she is upset? Chen Nuo lifted a cup of green tea from the table and presented it to Chun Guodong. Dad, you appreciate fine tea. With the understanding that his son had committed no wrongdoing, Chun Guodong's mood lightened. He accepted the green tea with a smile. Isn't that because I watched so many dramas with your mother? They portray it this way on television. Well then, the earnest and simple-minded Mr. Chun has indeed honed his tea appreciation skills while accompanying his wife in watching TV. Quite commendable. Li Qinghe huffed at Chun Guodong. I have watched little Linger grow up, and now she has turned out this way. Old Chun, you must have a serious talk with Zhou Xiansheng tomorrow and make it clear that his daughter should cease her pursuit of our son. Chun Guodong promptly nodded. Certainly. Chen Nuo shook his head in amusement. feeling both warmth and exasperation. His parents, one a technical expert and the other an artist, were woefully naive to the ways of the world, particularly Chun Guodong, a graduate in thermal engineering with the highest qualifications at the boiler factory. Yet due to his lack of social savvy, after over 20 years, he had ended up as an ordinary staff member in the general department. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiansheng, with only a vocational college degree, had risen to the position of department head, further widening the gap between the Chun and Zhou families. However, Chen Nuo had never blamed his parents. Instead, in his previous life, he felt that his own actions had dragged them down. This time, Chen Nuo aspired to change everything. "Dad, have you ever considered changing your career?" Chen Guodong was taken aback. "Son, what are you talking about? I am doing well at the boiler factory. Why would I switch?" Chen Nuo replied, "What if you were to enter the catering industry?" "What?" Chen Guodong nearly reached out to touch his son's forehead, as if to check for fever. Chen Nuo continued, "Dad, isn't there no cafeteria at your factory? It must be inconvenient for the workers to eat. And I imagine the factory director is troubled by this as well. What has to worry about without a cafeteria? Your mother prepares lunch boxes for me every day. Truly, my wife is so virtuous. Even Lao Zhang and his crew envy me." As he spoke, Chen Guodong took Li Qinghe's hand, who shyly remarked, "Our son is still here." The couple then held hands unperturbed, appearing as if they were in the throes of young love. Chen Nuo rolled his eyes. "I'm off to study." With that, he entered his bedroom. He had initially intended to ask his father to introduce him to the factory director, Chen Weiman, to lay the groundwork for future financial endeavors. However, it seemed his father needed a bit of guidance. Perhaps this is the essence of hoping for one's father to achieve greatness, a gradual process. Suddenly, Chen Nuo remembered something. He walked to the bedroom door, gently cracked it open, and indeed overheard his parents' conversation outside. "Dear, are those security guards at your factory still not listening to you?" "Yes. Many of them are relatives of the factory's leadership. How can I command them?" "Then you should tell Zhou Xianxing. He is the head of the comprehensive department, and this matter needs his resolution." "All right, I'll mention it to him tomorrow along with how our son dislikes his daughter." Chen Nuo gently closed the door, a resigned smile gracing his lips. He recalled that during the year of the college entrance examination, Chen Guodong had hit rock bottom in his career, relegated to a peripheral position as a security administrator in the comprehensive department. In essence, he was merely assigning shifts to the security personnel, who were often tasked with trivial matters due to their reluctance to engage in heavier duties. However, these guards were seasoned veterans who knew Chen Guodong held no authority and simply disregarded him. Eventually, Chen Guodong even had a quarrel with one of the guards, who happened to be the cousin of the vice factory director's sister-in-law. Zhou Xiansheng, eager to curry favor with the vice director, frequently made things difficult for Chen Guodong. Chen Nuo pondered. Since he needed to visit the boiler factory tomorrow to survey the site, he might as well assist his father in resolving this issue. He then began his studies. After several hours, he found he was still struggling with the material. "Damn it, I never anticipated that studying would be harder than making money." Chen Nuo couldn't help but recall the little kitten that had nestled its head into its arms. When he patted her head, her gaze was peculiar, as if she were looking at a partner cat. Could it be that she, like Zhang Yuan, thinks of me as her father? The more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. Best to focus on studying. Late at night, in a villa area on the outskirts of Jiang County, within an unremarkable row house, a stunning young girl with delicate brows and bright eyes sat before her desk, gazing at a birthday cake, a rare smile illuminating her timid and gentle face. Delicate fingers grasped a pen, inscribing today's entry in the diary. "Today, I encountered a remarkable individual who celebrated my birthday with me." Presenting a cake and gently patting my head, his warm palm felt akin to that of a father. Chapter 11. My decoder, you cannot escape the following day. Chen Nuo arrived at school early, the first order of business being to retrieve his textbooks and study materials. Leaning over the desk in earnest study, he endeavored to compensate for his intellectual shortcomings by immersing himself in the school's vibrant academic atmosphere. However, he soon realized that this strategy proved utterly futile. The situation remained unchanged from the previous days, with numerous concepts shrouded in obscurity. Perhaps enlisting a skilled decoder would transform his confusion into clarity. But where could such a talented decoder be found? The little kitten seemed to be the most suitable candidate. This individual was an academic prodigy and, given his introverted demeanor, was unlikely to be as troublesome as Zhou Linger. Moreover, he appeared to be quite affluent, suggesting that he would not require Chen Nua to pay for tutoring sessions. The prospect of such an ideal decoder, nay tutor, was indeed exhilarating. Thus, he resolved to seek out the little kitten for a discussion. "Chen Nua, what are you doing?" As Chen Nua pondered, he suddenly felt a tap on his back. Turning around, he saw the chubby boy grinning at him, holding a bun and a cup of soy milk. "Today, the bun shop has a buy one get one free offer. Want some?" Chen Nua waved him off. "Not in the mood." The chubby boy persisted. "It's not for you. It's for you to give to Zhou Ling. Following his gaze, Chen Nua spotted Zhou Ling not far away, wearing a displeased expression as she glared at him. Confused, he inquired, "What does that mean?" Zhang Yuan whispered, "Haven't you noticed that Zhou Ling hasn't brought breakfast again today? She's giving you a chance to deliver it to her." Chen Nua's eyes brightened, and he immediately accepted the breakfast, rising to his feet. Zhang Yuan nodded approvingly. "Now that's the Chen Nua I know. You must have been bewitched these past few days." "Haha, Ling I told you Chen Nua was playing hard to get. Look, he finally couldn't hold back." Zhang Rongrong, beside Zhou Ling remarked triumphantly as she observed Chen Nua approaching. Today, Zhou Ling had come to school with Zhang Rongrong, who had spent the journey analyzing the situation, claiming that Chen Nua had been deliberately ignoring Zhou Ling attempting to elicit her desire. Thus, Zhou Ling chose to forego breakfast, curious to see if Chen Nua would let her go hungry yet again. As she witnessed Chen Nua making his way toward her, Zhou Ling felt a renewed sense of pride swelling within her, her countenance adorned with an air of aloofness as she calmly lowered her gaze to her book. She awaited Chen Nua's tentative approach, anticipating his plea for forgiveness, while she planned to accept the breakfast without acknowledging him, allowing him to experience the bitterness of neglect. In her mind, she envisioned Chen Nua's familiar, meek demeanor, and a cold smile graced her lips. "Serves you right for angering me. Linger." A voice calling her name echoed from beside her. Upon raising her gaze, she found it was Zhang Rongrong. "What's the matter?" Zhou Linger inquired, puzzled. Zhang Rongrong pointed towards the classroom door. "Chen Nua has left." Zhou Linger was taken aback, realizing that Chen Nua had indeed exited the classroom. Peering out, she caught only a glimpse of his figure as he stepped into the adjacent Class 5. "Wasn't he supposed to bring you breakfast? Why did he go to Class 5? Zhang Rongrong asked, a look of confusion etched on her face. Zhou Linger bit her lip, finally coming to a realization. Chen Nua must have been heading to Class 5, and since she was seated near the door, it was only natural that he would pass by her desk upon leaving. Did that mean she had been overly sentimental? Yet, wasn't he at Chen Nua who had always been the one to indulge in such sentiments? Why was he treating her this way now? Zhou Linger bit her lip, relieved that no classmates had witnessed the scene. Otherwise, she would have preferred to vanish into a crack in the ground. Zhou Linger, don't be disheartened. Chen Nua must have something to attend to. He will surely bring you breakfast tomorrow. Just remember not to eat breakfast. Zhang Yuan said enthusiastically, drawing the astonished gazes of the entire class towards the despondent Zhou Linger. In Class 5 of the senior year, much like Chen Nua's class next door, everyone was engrossed in their studies, and the atmosphere was serene. Chen Nua entered the classroom, scanning the room and finding Lin Chengqing and the two girls from the previous night, but he did not see Shen Xinmei. He quietly approached a girl seated near the door and asked, "Excuse me, has Shen Xinmei arrived?" The girl looked up and exclaimed, "You're the most handsome sidekick of Zhou's schoolflower." Chen Nua stared at her in disbelief. "Why are you insulting me?" The girl's cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. That's just what everyone at school says." Chen Nua, at a loss for words, earnestly corrected her. "Actually, only the 5th and 6th words in that phrase are accurate. The rest is nonsense." After scanning the room again and confirming that Shen Xinmei was indeed absent, he turned and left, holding the breakfast in hand. The girl gazed at his upright figure, murmuring to herself, "So handsome, indeed. But why is he looking for a branch of eyebrows?" Just as Chen Nua stepped out of Class 5, he spotted a girl approaching the stairwell, her hair tousled, a single line drawn over her brows, and clad in large black-framed glasses. She kept her head bowed, her backpack slung over her shoulder, shuffling forward timidly like a frightened kitten. Chen Nua walked straight up to her. "Hey, little kitten." The girl jumped in surprise, raising her head to see it was Chen Nua, and her panic escalated. Instinctively, she turned to flee. Chen Nua called after her, "Class is about to start." The fleeing kitten abruptly halted, turning back to look at him with a pitiful expression. Chen Nua approached her, extending the breakfast he held. "This is for you." Shen Xinmei stared blankly at Chen Nua. I have already eaten. Chun Nua impatiently stuffed the breakfast into her embrace, insisting, "Eat this after you've had your fill. If you refuse to agree to tutor me, I'll deliver breakfast to you every day, and in front of the entire class. No less. Please, no." Shin Shinmei's face reflected sheer terror. "So, will you assist me with my studies?" Shin Nua chuckled, having guessed correctly that someone like Shin Shinmei, plagued by social anxiety, feared drawing attention above all else. If she truly delivered breakfast in front of their entire class every day, it would surely frighten the little kitten to death. This threat was the most formidable one for her. "Ha, my dear, you cannot escape now. I'm sorry. I can't tutor you. Could you please refrain from bringing me breakfast?" Shin Shinmei weakly pleaded. Shin Nua cackled, pointing at the breakfast she had forced into Shin Shinmei's arms. "You've already accepted my breakfast. This gesture is quite valuable." Shin Shinmei gasped and hurriedly pulled a 100 yuan bill from her bag, presenting it to Chen Nua. "Can I pay you?" Chapter 12. Little Chun, join me in security work. Chen Nua, astonished, gazed at the slender fingers clutching the 100 yuan note, murmuring, "You really do have money. 500 for cake last night, and now 100 for breakfast today. Goodness, if I deliver breakfast to you every day, I could make quite a profit." Seeing that he appeared somewhat dissatisfied, Shin Shinmei, in a panic, rummaged through her backpack and produced another 500 yuan. "Is this enough?" At that moment, old Li's voice rang out. "Chen Nua, what are you doing in class 5? Chen Nua turned around, wearing a simple, honest smile. "I'm here to absorb the rich atmosphere of learning from the neighboring class to motivate myself." Still being cheeky? "There's an exam today. Hurry back." Old Li shot him a glare, prompting Chen Nua to follow him toward class 4, glancing back to wave at Shin Shinmei before entering the classroom. Shin Shinmei murmured, "You haven't taken your money yet," but her voice was too soft, and Chen Nua had already entered class 4. The little kitten clutched the 600 yuan bills in one hand while holding the breakfast in the other. She placed the money back in her bag and walked into class 5, carrying the breakfast. Inside the classroom, everyone was engrossed in their books, ignoring her presence. Shin Shinmei lowered her head and quietly took a seat at the back of the classroom. Suddenly, Lin Chengqing approached her, looking coldly at her. "Ijimei, I thought you were too afraid to come." Shin Shinmei, head bowed, dared not speak. Upon seeing the breakfast on the desk, Lin Chengqing reached out to grab it. "Perfect. I overslept today and didn't have time to buy breakfast." But two delicate, fair hands swiftly wrapped around the plastic bag containing the breakfast, protecting it like a little cat guarding its food. Lin Chengqing was taken aback and immediately furious, tugging at the bag held tightly by Shin Shinmei. "Give it to me." Shin Shinmei, shrinking back and keeping her head down, clung tightly to the bag containing the breakfast, making it impossible for Lin Chengqing to pull it away. "Damn, she's surprisingly strong." Lin Chengqing raised her hand as if to strike her, just as the teacher entered the classroom. Instantly, Lin Chengqing transformed back into the model student. Returning to her seat, Shin Shinmei breathed a sigh of relief, releasing her grip and cautiously placing her breakfast into her desk. A hint of timid, gentle laughter graced her face, reminiscent of a kitten being fed for the first time. After lunch, Chen Nua called upon Zhang Yuan and hurriedly exited the school, purchasing a bag of fruit and 2 packs of cigarettes before boarding the 206 bus, which took them through 10 stops to the industrial park. This industrial zone had only recently been constructed, leaving vast stretches of desolation with the boiler factory standing solitary amid the emptiness. "Chen Nua, what are we doing in this godforsaken place?" Zhang Yuan inquired, glancing around before suddenly adopting a mysterious demeanor. "Is there, perhaps, a wayward young woman here?" Chen Nua shot him a glance. "Didn't we tell Wang Jian and his wife yesterday to set up a stall at the boiler factory? We need to scout the location first." Zhang Yuan's face fell in disappointment, begrudgingly trailing behind Chen Nua. The bus stop was approximately 500 meters from the boiler factory, and as Chen Nua walked, he observed the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. In this area, one couldn't even buy a bottle of water within a 5-kilometer radius. They soon arrived at the factory entrance, where many workers were emerging during lunchtime, most heading out to catch buses home for their meals before returning to work. This was an unavoidable situation, as the factory lacked a cafeteria. Squatting at the entrance, Chen Nua indeed overheard numerous complaints about the factory management, who seemed solely focused on efficiency while neglecting the workers' dining needs. After a brief observation, he noted a flat patch of land to the left of the entrance, suitable for setting up 2 or 3 stalls. Having secured a location, Chen Nua led Zhang Yuan into the boiler factory. Hey, who are you looking for? Two security guards in blue uniforms emerged from the guardhouse, blocking their way. Chen Nua stepped forward with a smile. Excuse me, my father works inside. A burly security guard sized him up. Who is your father? My father's name is Chun Guodong, from the General Affairs Department, Chen Nua replied. Upon hearing the name, the guards exchanged glances, displaying a hint of disdain before waving him through. Yet, Chen Nua remained still, prompting puzzled looks from the guards. Aren't you looking for your dad? Chen Nua lifted the 2 packs of cigarettes and the bag of fruit he carried. Actually, my father asked me to bring you something. The guards paused in surprise. Your father sent you to bring us something? Chen Nua smiled. Yes, he mentioned that you all have been very supportive of his work and wanted to express his gratitude. It's inconvenient to buy things nearby, so he asked me to get these for you. Seeing the cigarettes in his hands, the guards' eyes lit up, their faces breaking into smiles. Ha ha ha, young Chen, you are too considerate. Come on in and sit for a while. 2 security guards led Chen Nua and Zhang Yuan into the security room, where several individuals donned in security uniforms were already seated. Chen Nua reiterated his purpose, placing 2 packs of cigarettes and a bag of fruit on the table, addressing them as brother and uncle, which quickly endeared him to the guards. Ah, Xiao Chen, your father is the same. There's no need for such formality. Just say what you need, remarked Li Hao, the head of the security team. He was the cousin of the deputy factory director's sister-in-law, having navigated life's complexities at a young age, thus reaching a pinnacle of success, his demeanor radiating vitality. Chen Nua offered him a cigarette, saying, Li Gu, my father is concerned about gossip, hence he couldn't come personally. Just let me know when you finish smoking. Li Hao chuckled heartily. Well, I feel rather embarrassed. Please extend my gratitude to Section Chief Chen. The security room was filled with laughter and camaraderie. Casually, Chen Nua inquired. Li Gu, I noticed there isn't a single place to eat nearby. How do you all manage at noon? The guards shared their frustrations. We have no choice but to eat instant noodles. I've been subsisting on them for a week. Chen Nua turned to Li Hao. Li Gu, don't you think if there were a small food stall at our factory gate, it would resolve everyone's dining dilemma? Someone chimed in. But you can't set up a stall at the factory entrance. Chen Nua countered. What if this stall offered free meals to you brothers every noon? Li Hao looked at him, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes, before bursting into laughter. Is there a regulation against setting up a stall at the factory gate? The others paused, then responded, it seems there isn't such a rule after all. Understanding dawned upon them. Chen Nua rose, addressing Li Hao. Li Gu, I shall return the day after tomorrow. Let us endure one more day, and thereafter, we can enjoy good meals every noon. Haha, we shall look forward to that. Li Hao escorted him and Zhang Yuan to the entrance, expressing admiration. Xiao Chun, with your cleverness, it would be a pity to continue studying. Perhaps consider joining me in security work. Chapter 13. Whose favor have we curried? At the boiler factory. Chun Guodong was unaware that his son had nearly circumvented 2 decades of hardship. He sat at his computer, diligently working on spreadsheets. A distinguished graduate from Jiangda University with a degree in thermal engineering, Chun Guodong's discipline was highly sought after in the boiler factory during his era. Had he possessed a knack for social dynamics, his academic credentials would have likely secured him a position as a deputy factory director. Unfortunately, Chun Guodong was a steadfast technician, wholly absorbed in his craft, lacking the art of flattery. After 2 decades, while his peers who entered the factory alongside him had ascended to positions of vice department heads, he had transformed from a key technical figure into a marginal member of the comprehensive department. Now, his role consisted mainly of creating spreadsheets, scheduling shifts for the guards, and occasionally seeking assistance from the security room to move items. In a more flattering light, one might describe him as the chief of security management. However, in less charitable terms, he is merely a jack of all trades. This afternoon, upon his arrival at work, Minister Zhou Xianxing tasked him with creating a report, insisting it must be submitted to the leadership by 3 o'clock. Although such inventory statistics were not within Chun Guodong's purview, he exhibited no signs of discontent and promptly completed the report. After printing it, he approached the minister's office and entered without knocking. Zhou Xianxing, engaged in a phone call, immediately hung up upon Chen's abrupt entry, his expression revealing displeasure. Unperturbed, Chun considered their decades-long neighborly rapport sufficient justification for his informality. He placed the printed report on the desk and addressed Zhou. Old Zhou, here is the inventory report you requested. Zhou glanced at the document, nodded, and said, You may leave now. However, Chen lingered, prompting Zhou to look up and inquire, is there something else? Chen replied, Old Zhou, regarding the matter you called about yesterday. I spoke with Chen Nuo, and he assured me he neither confessed to Xiaoling nor bullied her. Perhaps you could ask Xiaoling for clarification? Zhou's brow furrowed. Are you implying that my daughter is lying? Chen hastily clarified, that's not my intention. I believe there may be a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Zhou echoed, his frown deepening. So you're suggesting my daughter is being overly sentimental? Chen countered, that may not be entirely accurate. It's simply a matter of clearing up any confusion. Wouldn't you agree? Zhou sneered. Well, your family is quite something. Oblivious to the sarcasm in Zhou's tone, Chen continued, Old Zhou, there's another issue. Li Hao and his team refused to heed my instructions, and they are reluctant to work. Could you have a word with them? Zhou chuckled, Old Chen, you manage security. What business do I have addressing them? However, he added, by the way, the labor protection supplies have arrived at the warehouse. Please send a few security personnel to retrieve them and distribute them among the staff. But Old Zhou, distributing labor protection supplies is not my responsibility. Besides, those security guards won't listen to me. Chen protested. To whom much is given, much is expected. From now on, you will handle the distribution of these supplies, Zhou concluded. Disregarding Chen's objections, Zhou dismissed him from the office, his demeanor darkening. Your son has pursued Xiaoling since childhood. And now it seems my daughter is the one being overly sentimental? Very well, Chen Guodong. I look forward to seeing how you manage to transport all those labor protection supplies from the warehouse. The boiler factory, being an aging state-owned enterprise, upheld the tradition of distributing labor protection supplies to its employees. The items were modest, consisting mainly of gloves, masks, soap, and other essentials. One of the responsibilities of the comprehensive department was to oversee the management and distribution of these supplies. With over 1,000 employees, the quantity of labor protection items accumulated was significant, necessitating the assistance of the security office during monthly distributions. Previously, Sister Zhang, the wife of the financial director, commanded a certain respect due to her position. However, she retired last month, and Zhou Xiansheng had initially intended to delegate this task to another relative of nobility. Yet, he recently altered his decision. After all, Chen Guodong's indulgence of his son in bullying my daughter cannot go unchallenged. I shall ensure he experiences some hardship. Zhou Xiansheng has already devised a plan. Once Chen Guodong encounters difficulties with the security personnel and makes a fool of himself, he will step in to resolve the matter, making it clear that though we hail from the same old neighborhood, we no longer occupy the same social stratum. It would be prudent for your son to possess some self-awareness and refrain from harassing my daughter. Otherwise, I shall continue to make things difficult for you. Unbeknownst to Chen Guodong, Zhou Xiansheng harbored such intentions. At that moment, he stood before the security office, feeling somewhat apprehensive. These security guards are seasoned veterans who would hardly heed his words, and with such a multitude of labor protection items, how could he manage alone? He had no choice but to seek their assistance and speak kindly. Feeling a bit constrained, Chen Guodong hesitated for some time before finally pushing the door open. Inside, he found Li Hao and several security guards present. He cleared his throat and, with a stiff demeanor, said, Captain Li, the factory is distributing labor protection supplies. I kindly ask for your assistance. Of course. Gentlemen, we have orders from Section Chief Chen. Let us get to work. Li Hao promptly extinguished his cigarette, waved his hand, and the security guards rose, appearing ready to follow Chen Guodong's lead. Chen Guodong had previously sought Li Hao's help for minor matters, only to be met with veiled refusals. So he had braced himself for yet another setback. To his surprise, before he could finish his sentence, Li Hao had already rallied the guards to prepare for work. The shift in attitude was so dramatic that Chen Guodong found himself momentarily bewildered. Section Chief Chen, let us go? Yes. Chen Guodong led the guards to the storeroom, where they collected the labor protection supplies for all factory employees, distributing them to the production workshop and office. Throughout the process, Chen Guodong did not lift a finger. It was Li Hao and the security guards who handled everything, swiftly completing the distribution. Chen Guodong remained perplexed, unsure of what had transpired. In the end, Li Hao even handed him a cigarette, cheerfully stating, Section Chief Chen, just give me a call next time you need something. There's no need for you to come in person. In the comprehensive department, Zhou Xiansheng had just returned from a meeting and found Chen Guodong's seat empty, which elicited a chuckle from him. Surely, Chen Guodong wasn't he actually moving labor protection supplies alone in the storeroom? The The folly of pride leading to self-inflicted suffering. They had been neighbors for many years. A lesson was sufficient without being overly harsh. Zhou Xianxing turned to a young woman, also a relative of a leader, and said, "Xiao Lu, come with me to the security office." "Sure, Minister Zhou, but what are we going to do there?" A lively girl inquired curiously as she stood up. Zhou Xianxing glanced at the others in the office and smiled, saying, "I asked Chen Guodong to distribute the labor protection supplies, and he has been gone for quite a while. I fear he may have had another argument with Li Hao, so I need to check in." Xiao Lu blinked and pointed to a bag on his desk. "Minister Zhou, the labor protection supplies have already been distributed." It was only then that Zhou Xianxing noticed that each desk bore a bag containing the distributed labor protection items. He found it hard to believe. "Who issued these?" Xiao Lu, with utmost honesty, replied, "It was directed by Teacher Chun through the security." Zhou Xianxing stood dumbfounded. Xiao Lu then inquired, "Minister Zhou, should we still visit the security room?" "No, there's no need." Zhou Xianxing regained his composure and walked into the minister's office, his face filled with confusion. Li Hao was a relative of the deputy factory director. Previously, he had ignored Chen Guodong, even when merely moving a couple of boxes. How could he possibly assist this time? What was truly happening? Had Chen Guodong secretly allied with some celestial being? Chapter 14, Golden Connections. Chun Nua, you are incredible. Those security guards nearly called you brother when we were leaving. Chen Nua and Zhang Yuan returned to school, with Zhang Yuan marveling all the way at Chun Nua's brotherly rapport with the boiler factory security. For a high school student, Chen Nua exhibited an impressiveness and maturity that was truly extraordinary. Observing Zhang Yuan's adoring expression, Chen Nua quickly waved his hand dismissively. "Stop it. I don't want to be your father." Zhang Yuan, taken aback, asked, "How did you know I was going to say you resemble my dad?" Chen Nua ignored him and suddenly inquired, "What date is it today?" "It's April 3rd, why?" Chen Nua fell silent, recalling a significant event that occurred in the year of the college entrance examination in Jiang County. On the night of April 3rd, around 9 o'clock, a robbery and murder took place on Tongxing Street, not far from the suburban villa area. The victim was a woman in her 30s. This case garnered immense attention. The robber, a pig butcher in debt due to gambling, hadn't intended to kill. However, the woman, fiery in spirit, attempted to subdue him, resulting in a struggle that caused her to fall and impale herself on the blade. Following the revelation of the case details, many sympathized with the woman. But upon learning her identity, the public was even more disheartened. The deceased was the dean of Jiangxing Normal University, set to transition to Rongqing University as president in just a few months. Such a young president of a key university was exceedingly rare, and it was a pity that her life was tragically cut short. This case had once caused a stir in Jiang County. Thus Chen Nua remembered it vividly. At this moment, his mind was solely occupied with two words: connections. In youth, one might believe that the methods of making money are inscribed within the criminal law. Yet, with experience, one comes to understand that the most expedient and effortless way to wealth is through connections. Once one possesses connections, many endeavors yield results far beyond expectations, and paths that seemed non-existent can be forged. The woman, who was destined to perish tonight, represented a golden connection. If he could timely intervene and save her, not only could he avert a tragedy, but also seize this invaluable opportunity. "Chen Nua, what are you thinking?" Zhang Yuan inquired from the side. To which Chen Nua shook his head. "Class is about to begin. We should hurry." The two entered the classroom and passed by the door, where they noticed the class monitor, Li Hong, placing a chocolate on Zhou Linger's desk. Zhou Linger, who was about to express her distaste for chocolate, quickly changed her tune upon seeing Chen Nua enter. She accepted Li Hong's chocolate and smiled sweetly at him. "Thank you, class monitor." Li Hong was immediately enamored, repeatedly saying, "If you like it, I'll bring more tomorrow." However, Zhou Linger paid him no mind, her gaze following Chen Nua, who walked past without acknowledging the gift she had just received. "I must tell you, Linger, this chocolate was brought back by my father from Malaysia. It's far superior to those in our country." Li Hong continued to babble. Suddenly, Zhou Linger returned the chocolate to him, disinterested, and said, "I don't like chocolate." With that, she rested her head on her desk, lapsing into silence. At that moment, old Li entered, prompting Li Hong to return to his seat, his expression one of confusion. What just happened? Everything was fine a moment ago. Old Li entered with a stern face, beginning to announce the results of the last exam. He directly posted the rankings for the entire grade on the blackboard, stating it was to motivate everyone to practice more. The classroom erupted into chatter, and Zhang Yuan excitedly nudged Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo, look, I'm first in our class again. Chen Nuo nodded. Congratulations, maintaining your position at the bottom of the rankings. Truly impressive. He glanced at his own rank, 25th in the class and 108th in the grade. Well, a stable third tier, isn't it? Don't underestimate it. This was from his previous Life S exam. If he were to take it again, they would surely snatch Zhang Yuan's first place. Damn it. He desperately needed to find a tutor. Chen Nuo instinctively looked at the student ranked 50th. His spirits lifted. Shen Xinmei. This individual was remarkably consistent, always landing precisely in the 50th position. Could it be that she not only controlled her scores, but also calculated the scores of those around her? What an extraordinary scholar. If only he could enlist her help, the admission letter from Rongqing University would be within reach. If he could save the female principal about to assume her position at Rongqing University tonight, he would gain a significant network there. Moreover, he had also been admitted to Rongqing University after repeating a year in his past life, making him quite familiar with its landscape. Leveraging this principal's connections would facilitate his grand plans for wealth. Thus, considering all factors, Rongqing University seemed the most suitable choice. Yet, given his current standing, he was still far from the level of Zhang Yuan. No, he needed to discuss matters further with Shen Xinmei. Resolute, Chen Nuo decided that after school in the afternoon, he would tell Zhang Yuan he had something to attend to and hurriedly left the classroom with his backpack in tow. Chen Nuo wait. As she stepped outside, she was unexpectedly halted by someone. Zhou Ling'er stood before him, her charming face adorned with irritation. What do you mean by this? Is it amusing to toy with someone's feelings? Chen Nuo glanced behind her and noticed the students from Class 5 emerging from the classroom. Shen Xinmei, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, kept her head down as she blended into the crowd while descending the stairs. Chen Nuo felt a surge of urgency and pushed Zhou Ling'er aside, dashing after Shen Xinmei. Zhou Ling'er stumbled from the force of his push, nearly losing her balance. Her face etched with astonishment. Did he just push me? She recalled how he had always spoken to her softly before. What had changed? A sense of grievance welled within her. Had there not been so many onlookers, tears would have surely fallen. Chen Nuo, you will never have another chance to pursue me. Upon exiting the school, Chen Nuo scanned his surroundings and finally spotted a tall yet timid figure, who kept glancing back at him while walking away. So you're indeed avoiding me. Chen Nuo thought, exasperated, and hastened towards her. Shen Xinmei was startled, resembling a frightened kitten, her hair almost standing on end as she hunched over, attempting to disappear into the crowd to evade Chen Nuo's gaze. They crossed the road, entering a narrow alley as the number of classmates dwindled. Hey, little kitten. If you don't stop, I will really bring you breakfast tomorrow. The tall figure ahead froze, finally halting her steps. Chen Nuo caught up to her, only to see her clutching her head, seemingly wishing to bury herself in the ground. Shun, I'm here to return your money. The little kitten, mid-crouch, paused in confusion and looked up, where 300 yuan bills appeared before her. A gentle voice echoed, that cake of mine was only 150, you overpaid. Shen Xinmei did not take the money, weakly responding, and there's breakfast. Chen Nuo retorted, does a bun and a cup of soy milk really cost 300? How wealthy is your family? Shen Xinmei's expression suddenly darkened, and Chen Nuo was taken aback. Could it be that her parents had left her a substantial inheritance? Observing her demeanor, he refrained from mentioning the matter of the tutor, pressing the money into her hands. Hurry home, and don't worry. I want tea bring you breakfast tomorrow. With that, he turned and exited the alley. Shen Xinmei remained rooted in place for a long while, staring at his retreating figure. Finally, she rose from the ground and silently traversed the alley to the market, purchasing various ingredients. After waiting at a bus stop for a while, she boarded a 303 bus and disembarked at the suburban terminus after several stops. Entering a villa district, she ultimately arrived at a row house. The house was empty, and Shen Xinmei stepped into the kitchen, deftly preparing the ingredients until a sumptuous feast was laid out on the dining table. Sitting there, she gazed longingly towards the front door. This villa had once been shared with her aunt, but with her aunt working in Jiangxing, she seldom returned home. Now, she was all alone. This morning, my aunt sent a message stating she would return to Jiang County tonight. Shen Xinmei was elated and hurriedly prepared a sumptuous feast in anticipation of her arrival. As her phone rang, it was her aunt calling. Xinmei, I will take another hour to reach home. You may start your meal without me. Shen Xinmei shook her head, replying, Aunt, I shall wait for you. Laughter resonated from the other end of the line. Good, my dear Shinmei, is the most obedient. I have splendid news. I am about to become the principal of Rongqing University. Alas, our Shinmei is set on attending Peking University. Had you chosen Rongda, I could see you every day. The call ended abruptly as her aunt hurriedly hung up. Shinmei felt a rare smile grace her face, delighted for her aunt's success. Moments later, she rose and entered her bedroom, retrieving a diary from her drawer. She began to write. Today, I encountered classmate Chen Nuo again. He even brought me breakfast. It reminded me of my childhood when my father would buy me breakfast each day. Mom and Dad, fret not. I shall fulfill your wishes and gain admission to Peking University, after which I will come to find you. Chapter 15. A Sudden Appearance. Mother, I have returned. Chen Nuo exclaimed as he entered his home, just as Li Qinghe emerged from the kitchen with a plate of braised pork. Upon seeing Chen Nuo, she replied, somewhat irked. Have you ever seen a queen serving others all day? Go wash your hands. At your command. Chen Nuo cheerfully responded, quickly washing his hands before joining his parents at the table. As he sat down, he noticed several pieces of fragrant braised pork in his bowl, a smile spreading across his face. Thank you, mother. Li Qinghe shot him a glance, then served some meat to Chen Guodong, only to find him lost in thought, frowning. What's the matter? Did you put too much salt again? Huh, no. Chen Guodong snapped back to reality, hastily explaining, I encountered a peculiar situation today. Li Qinghe, intrigued, asked, what sort of peculiar situation? Chen Guodong replied, the head of security at our factory, the relative of the deputy director, suddenly treated me very well today. He didn't make me lift a finger during the labor protection distribution. That Li Hao? Did you not say he never acknowledged you? Li Qinghe inquired, puzzled. Indeed. I too am at a loss. Chen Nuo, having finished his meal in a few swift motions, stood to leave. Mom and Dad, I have arranged to study with classmates. With whom? Li Qinghe called after him, but Chen Nuo was already out the door. It was still not yet 7 o'clock. With over 2 hours remaining until tonight's tragic incident, Tongxing Street was extensive, and Chen Nuo was unaware of the precise location where the crime would occur. He needed to investigate early. In the details released by the media in his previous life, it was only mentioned to have transpired in a narrow alley. However, with so many alleys on Tongxing Street, how could he discern which one? If he mistakenly ventured to the wrong place, it would spell trouble. 9 o'clock in the evening. Tongxing Street. In close proximity to the suburbs, a lengthy alleyway leads to a villa district nestled in the outskirts. The tranquil alley resonates with the elegant sound of high heels clicking against the pavement. A woman of refined beauty and ample figure, clad in a tailored suit, carries a handbag and 2 shopping bags as she strides towards the villa enclave. Her name is Meng Xiaoran, the dean of Jiangxing Normal University. In 3 months, she will be appointed as the president of Rongqing University, a prestigious institution, thus becoming the youngest female president in its history. The allure of a beautiful and capable woman, particularly one like Meng Xiaoran, who has experienced divorce, invites a multitude of rumors. Speculations abound regarding her marital dissolution. Some suggest it was a quest for advancement through inappropriate relations with superiors, while others imply entanglements with male colleagues that her husband could no longer endure. However, Meng Xiaoran has never offered an explanation. For revealing the truth may clarify her reputation, but would ultimately hurt the one person she cherishes most, her niece. Meng Xiaoran's sister and brother-in-law tragically passed away years ago, leaving behind a daughter in middle school. The girl, possessing striking beauty and commendable academic prowess, underwent a profound transformation following the tragedy, retreating into a shell of isolation. Compassionate and nurturing, Meng Xiaoran took her niece into her home, providing meticulous care and support. Yet, as time passed, her husband grew dissatisfied, leading to numerous arguments. Eventually, when he became entangled with a female colleague, Meng Xiaoran decisively opted for divorce, choosing to live with her niece. What she did not anticipate was that her divorce would subject her niece to unkind labels at school, branding her as a harbinger of misfortune, believed to have caused her parents' demise and her aunt's marital breakdown. This stigma deepened the girl's insecurities. Upon entering high school, she became fearful of drawing attention to herself, deliberately obscuring her beauty to avoid scrutiny. As Meng Xiaoran was appointed dean at Jiangxing Normal University, she worried that her niece's continual changes in environment might further affect her fragile disposition, prompting her to allow the girl to remain enrolled at Jiangxian No. 2 Middle School. Fortunately, the girl proved to be remarkably responsible, managing to buy groceries, prepare meals, and maintain the household after school, all while keeping up with her studies. Her late parents had left her a substantial inheritance, and Meng Xiaoran also provided her niece with a monthly allowance of 2,000 yuan, which the girl scrupulously saved, intending to use it should her aunt ever require assistance. As the girl approached her senior year, her genuine academic potential promised her admission to Peking University without a doubt. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaoran was on the brink of promotion to president at Rongqing University. At last, it seemed the pair would emerge from their struggles. Filled with joy, Meng Xiaoran had returned from Jiangqing to share her elation with her beloved niece. However, before departing in the afternoon, a meeting at the school delayed her return until nearly 8 o'clock. Arriving at Tongxing Street, I deliberately purchased almond crisps, my niece's favorite treat, before heading home. Tongxing Street is not far from the villa district where I reside, and Meng Xiaoran strolled through the alley, carrying a bundle of goods. She hummed a tune, wandering through the narrow lane. Suddenly, her steps faltered, and her melody ceased. Who is it? A hunched figure emerged ahead, slowly approaching her, with disheveled hair and a trembling hand grasping a butcher's knife. His voice quivered. Robbery. Hand over your money. Startled, Meng Xiaoran stepped back, observing the man's disheveled appearance, resembling a frail matchstick. Regaining her composure, she smiled and said, "What you're doing is illegal. Calm down, let me pass, and I will pretend nothing has happened." "Why are you smiling? This is a robbery. Be serious." The man, taken aback by her laughter, felt his dignity as a robber was challenged, becoming increasingly agitated, the knife shaking dangerously in his grasp. Though her face turned pale, Meng Xiaoran maintained her calm demeanor, gently coaxing, "If you're facing difficulties, you can tell me. I will find a way to help you. Now, please lower the knife." "You can help me?" The man widened his eyes. "I owe 150,000. Can you help me pay it back?" Meng Xiaoran nodded. "Sure, but first, put down the knife." Hesitating for a moment, the man finally relinquished the butcher's knife. Meng Xiaoran pulled out an object from her bag and waved it. "Inside here is a bank card for you." "Really? How much is on it?" The man, elated, approached her, but Meng Xiaoran smirked. "Not a penny." She raised her canister of pepper spray and sprayed it at him. The man screamed and shielded his eyes as she kicked him squarely in the shin, seizing the opportunity to grab him. "Why resort to robbery when you have hands and feet? Come, let's go to the police station." "Ah, no, don't arrest me." The man struggled, but Meng Xiaoran held tightly onto him, repeatedly kicking his shins, eliciting cries of despair from him. Why do you all force me into this? I will fight back." In his panic, the man snatched up the butcher's knife from the ground, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Police, what are you doing?" A sharp voice rang out, and the man's grip on the knife faltered, causing it to clatter to the ground. In a state of panic, he pushed Meng Xiaoran aside and fled the alley. "Stop! Ouch!" Meng Xiaoran fell to the ground, and as she attempted to rise and give chase, a searing pain shot through her left ankle, forcing a cry from her lips. Turning to the approaching figure, she shouted, "Officer, please pursue him." However, the officer halted before her, and Meng Xiaoran was taken aback, realizing that this police officer had a youthful, handsome face, adorned with a hint of naivety. "I am not a police officer. I merely intended to frighten that scoundrel away," Chen Nuo exclaimed breathlessly to Meng Xiaoran. He had arrived at Tongxing Street an hour prior, meandering through several narrow alleys, striving to make a timely appearance without sacrificing speed. At last, he encountered Meng Xiaoran and the robber at the mouth of a lane, just as the news reports from his previous life had described. This headstrong principal displayed remarkable courage, even contemplating a counterattack against the armed assailant. In that moment, Chen Nuo spotted the robber picking up a butcher's knife. Acting swiftly, he shouted, "I am the police," which ultimately succeeded in scaring the miscreant away. Chen Nuo, panting heavily, rushed to Meng Xiaoran, his heart racing. "Damn! That flash appearance almost led to a collision with a wall. Fortunately, I made it in time." He looked at the mature and beautiful face before him and smiled. "Sister, are you all right?" To his surprise, this principal appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly just in her 30s, and quite lovely, making it inappropriate to refer to her as auntie. Meng Xiaoran, still shaken, expressed her gratitude with a pale face. "Thank you, young man. Had it not been for you, I might have." In truth, she had also witnessed the robber brandishing the butcher's knife, intending to stab her, and she had been terrified, fearing that today might be her last. Thankfully, this clever and brave young man had arrived just in time. Her life was indeed saved by him. As Meng Xiaoran attempted to rise, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, and she felt slightly dizzy. Instinctively, she touched the back of her head and was immediately disoriented. Her hand was sticky and covered in blood. Chen Nuo noticed this and quickly cautioned, "Sister, please don't move. You've lost a considerable amount of blood from the back of your head." Meng Xiaoran, in a daze, felt her mind becoming increasingly foggy as she hazily saw the clever and handsome young man retrieving his phone. "Hello, is this 120? Time passed. And when Meng Xiaoran opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was a white ceiling, accompanied by the strong scent of disinfectant. She realized she was lying in a hospital bed, her head wrapped in bandages, and a 4-needle inserted into her hand, connected to a drip. The handsome youth was seated beside her, and upon noticing her awakening, he broke into a radiant smile. "Sister, you're awake. The doctor said you have a mild concussion and need to stay in the hospital for observation for a day." Meng Xiaoran attempted to sit up, but Chen Nuo urged, "Sister, please don't move." He bent down to adjust the bed's incline, making her more comfortable. "Grateful," Meng Xiaoran said. "Thank you so much, young man." At that moment, a nurse entered with a smile, stating, "Simply saying thank you is not enough. The ambulance couldn't reach the alley where you were injured, so Xiao Chun carried you a considerable distance to the hospital. He single-handedly managed all the paperwork and payment for you. I initially thought he was your brother, only to discover that you two are complete strangers. Truly, you encountered a good person." Upon hearing the nurse's words, Meng Xiaoran felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. If it weren't for her sprained ankle, she would have risen to bow to Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo, scratching his head innocently, replied, "Sister, it's quite all right. This is what I ought to do." With sincerity, Meng Xiaoran inquired, "Young man, you are still a student, aren't you? What is your name?" Chen Nuo responded, "I am Chen Nuo, currently in my senior year of high school." "Ah, you are about to take the college entrance examination," Meng Xiaoran exclaimed apologetically. "Has this not disrupted your revision? I truly feel sorry, little Chun." Being in the field of education, she understood the significance of the months leading up to the examination for a student. After a moment's thought, she rose to fetch her bag. Chen Nuo, understanding her intention, retrieved it from the drawer of the bedside table and handed it to her. Meng Xiaoran then extracted a business card from her bag and presented it to Chen Nuo. "Little Chun, this is my business card. If you are admitted to Rongqing University, you must come and find me." As Chen Nuo glanced at the card, his smile broadened even further. "Sure, Sister Meng. I feel a connection with you. Would it be all right if I call you sister?" "Of course, I wouldn't mind at all. In fact, I feel quite a bond with you as well." "Wonderful. From this day forth, we shall be siblings of different fathers and mothers." "Indeed, brother." The hospital room was filled with the warmth of their affectionate banter. The nurse entered to change Meng Xiaoran's for, casting a glance at Chen Nuo before stepping outside. Chen Nuo turned to Meng Xiaoran and said, "Sister, you should rest for a while. I will step out briefly." "All right." Meng Xiaoran's head still felt slightly dizzy. Just as she was about to lie down, her phone suddenly rang, causing her to slap her thigh in realization. "Oh no, Xin Mei is still waiting for me at home." She quickly answered the call. "Xin Mei, I apologize. Something came up, and I am at the hospital." As Chen Nuo exited the ward, he cheerfully addressed the nurse. "Thank you, nurse." The nurse glanced at him and replied, "You are quite the clever child. I trust you are not worried about the medical expenses now?" The nurse's earlier remarks had been prompted by Chen Nuo's request for her assistance. Indeed, the nurse's words held truth. Chen Nuo had carried Meng Xiaoran for quite a distance and had been bustling about to complete the necessary paperwork at the hospital. However, seeking recognition for his efforts often led to others underestimating him. Thus, he preferred to have the nurse voice his contributions, making it appear more natural and, in turn, eliciting greater appreciation from Meng Xiaoran. Unbeknownst to the nurse, Chen Nuo's intentions were different. He would have been happier had Meng Xiaoran not covered his medical expenses, as it signified greater potential benefits in the future. Chen Nuo ventured outside the hospital to purchase water and some snacks. Upon returning to the ward, he found Meng Xiaoran feeling hungry. Her appreciation for her newfound brother deepened as she recognized his thoughtful gestures. The siblings shared a light meal together, and soon, Meng Xiaoran, still slightly dizzy, drifted back to sleep. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the ward. Chen Nuo turned to see a tall, graceful figure racing into the room. She possessed a delicate, heart-shaped face, adorned with eyebrows like ink, eyes resembling blooming peach blossoms, a proud nose, and cherry-red lips. Had she existed in ancient times, she would undoubtedly have been a beauty capable of captivating emperors and lords alike. Yet, her expression bore a charming innocence. complemented by her breathtaking allure, resembling a pure and naive enchantress. In 10 years, a phrase would aptly encapsulate her ethereal beauty. However, what astonished Chen Nua was not the girl's striking appearance. A little kitten. Chapter 17. You wouldn't want the entire school to know how beautiful you are, would you? Shen Xinmei was in high spirits today, for her aunt was returning. After school, she hurried home to prepare a feast. Yet, from 7 until 9. As the dishes were reheated multiple times, her aunt still had not arrived. Aware of her aunt's busy schedule, Shen Xinmei refrained from calling, fearing she might intrude, and patiently waited at home. In between, she tidied up her aunt's place and even took a bath. By 10 o'clock, her worry grew, prompting her to finally call her aunt. To her shock, she learned that her aunt had sustained an injury and was at the hospital. Terrified, she hastily left without even applying her makeup or donning her glasses to conceal her appearance. Breathless, she rushed into the hospital room, only to find Chen Nua seated beside her aunt's bed. Shen Xinmei froze, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief, her charming lips parted in astonishment. How could he be here? Oh no, my face. Hastily, she raised her hand to cover her visage and dashed away. In the ward, Chen Nua was equally taken aback and called out, "Hey, why are you running?" Suddenly, a thought struck him as he glanced at the sleeping Meng Xiaoran. With her heart-shaped face, long eyelashes, and cherry lips, she exuded a similar blend of innocence and allure, albeit with a more mature essence. It hadn't registered earlier. But Chen Nua now realized that Meng's appearance bore a striking resemblance to the little kitten. Just then, he noticed a small head timidly peeking around the door, hesitantly observing him. The face, exquisite and filled with grievance, prompted Chen Nua to wave dismissively. "Do you wish to come in?" The little head nodded a few times, looking even more pitiful, as if it were Chen Nua who was denying her entry. Chen Nua felt exasperated. With such a beguiling appearance, how could she still possess such a timid demeanor? He approached the door, startling the little head, which promptly retreated. Chen Nua quickened his pace and called out to the shrinking figure hiding in the corner, "You stop right there?" The little kitten stiffened, turning back with a pitiful expression. What do you want?" The corridor was bustling with people, and upon seeing Shen Xinmei's extraordinary beauty, they all wore expressions of astonishment. However, upon noticing that this stunning young lady was being summoned by Chen Nua, their gazes turned to him with indignation. Chen Nua, uninterested in the shallow reactions of the onlookers, strode directly to Shen Xinmei and inquired, "Who is Sister Meng to you?" Feeling the intensity of countless fiery stares around her, Shen Xinmei instinctively crouched down, clutching her head. But Chen Nua's voice pierced through her thoughts. "Why are you crouching? Stand up straight." Shen Xinmei trembled, abandoning her crouch, and bowed her head, nervously twisting the hem of her clothing like a submissive young bride. Chen Nua repeated his question, "Who is Sister Meng to you?" In a soft voice, Shen Xinmei replied, "She is my aunt." Indeed, Chen Nua couldn't help but chuckle. What a fortunate coincidence. Having rescued his niece yesterday, and now his aunt today. Then, looking at Shen Xinmei's face, which was so captivating that several passing doctors and patients nearly collided with a pillar, he grinned and said, "Shen, it turns out you are so beautiful." Shen Xinmei's face flushed as she buried it further into her ample bosom, too shy to respond. Chen Nua asked, "So, does that mean you still don't want to tutor me?" Shen Xinmei weakly shook her head. Aside from her aunt, she was too timid to converse with strangers, let alone spend time alone with a boy. "What if I were to let everyone know you are such a great beauty?" Shen Xinmei froze, gazing up at Chen Nua in bewilderment, who was now grinning mischievously, his chin resting on his hand, resembling a cunning villain. "Shen, I presume you wouldn't want the entire school to know about your stunning looks, would you?" "Please, no." Shen Xinmei panicked, hastily retrieving a wad of cash from her bag, which she estimated to be several thousand yuan, likely the medical expenses she had prepared for Meng Xiaoran. I'll give you money. Please don't make me tutor you." Chen Nua was taken aback. He wondered, where did you learn this habit of offering money so readily? A charming yet naive little heiress, perhaps? Do you believe I might be tempted to devour you whole, saving you from 2 decades of hardship? Seeing Chen Nua's teeth clenched, Shen Xinmei assumed he was angry and reached into her bag again for more money. Chen Nua quickly stopped her, adopting a fierce expression. "Of course, you must pay, as I will accompany you in your studies, providing you with some amusement. You should compensate me for my company." "Accompany me in studying?" Shen Xinmei blinked her large, shimmering eyes, utterly confused. Chen Nua explained matter-of-factly, "Exactly. Studying alone can be quite lonely. I'll keep you company. And in return, you can help me with my studies. I might even reduce my fee a little. See how generous I am." Chen Xinmei remained bewildered, unable to follow Chen Nua's line of thought. Chen Nua laughed heartily. "Since you have no objections, it's settled. Let us go see my sister Meng, your aunt." Chen Xinmei followed him, still in a daze, and only at the door of the hospital room did she finally react. "Why is my aunt your sister?" Chen Nua chuckled lightly. "You may not be aware, but I have just formed a bond akin to brotherhood with your aunt. From now on, you shall address me as your little uncle." Chen Xinmei, utterly bewildered, found herself lost in the swirling chaos reflected in her enchanting peach blossom eyes. Dazed, she followed Chen Nua into the hospital room, where Meng Xiaoran had just awakened. Chen Nua promptly approached her with warmth, exclaiming, "Sister, your niece has come to visit you." Upon seeing Chen Xinmei, Meng Xiaoran's face brightened with a delighted smile. "Xinmei, you have arrived. Come closer." Chen Xinmei hurried to the bedside, her heart aching at the sight of Meng Xiaoran, whose head was bandaged and complexion pale. Tears welled in her eyes. Meng Xiaoran grasped Chen Xinmei's hand, her gaze filled with affection. "Xinmei, do not cry. Your aunt is fine. Today, I nearly apprehended a robber, haha." Chen Xinmei bit her lip gently, a wave of fear washing over her. Having lost her parents, the thought of losing her aunt was unbearable. She would be left utterly alone. "Niece, have an apple," she heard Meng Xiaoran say, as a perfectly sliced apple appeared before her. "No, I don't want it," Chen Xinmei replied in astonishment, turning to Chen Nua, who looked at her with keen intensity, his lips moving, seemingly about to utter, "You wouldn't want the entire school to know what you look like, would you?" "I'll eat it," Chen Xinmei acquiesced, reluctantly taking the apple and nibbling at it with a sense of grievance. Meng Xiaoran watched this exchange in surprise. She understood Chen Xinmei's character well. Aside from their usual conversations, it was nearly impossible for her to engage with others. Yet here she was, accepting an apple from little Chen. There was something intriguing afoot. Chapter 18. The time machine is not Doraemon, but Doraemon. Meng Xiaoran was quite curious about the relationship between her niece and little Chen, but her mind began to swirl, and she soon drifted back to sleep. With Chen Xinmei keeping vigil that night, Chen Nua felt it inappropriate to remain in the hospital. "I shall take my leave now. Call me if you need anything." "Okay," Chen Xinmei replied. As Chen Nua reached the doorway, he suddenly halted, turned, and gazed intently at Chen Xinmei. What are you planning to do?" Chen Xinmei gasped, instinctively recoiling, her head bumping against the wall, yet she refrained from voicing her discomfort, pouting weakly. Chen Nua replied, "You haven't given me your number. How will you reach me if something arises?" Chen Xinmei's mouth fell open in surprise as she hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry." Taking out his phone, Chen Nua inquired, "What is your number?" Chen Xinmei bit her lip, reluctant to share, but ultimately relented and revealed her mobile number. Chen Nua dialed it, ensuring she saved his contact, then added, "Now that we've exchanged numbers, let us add each other on WeChat as well." Chen Xinmei felt she could not refuse. They quickly added each other on WeChat, and upon seeing her profile picture, Chen Nua couldn't help but chuckle. It was indeed a picture of a little kitten. Her WeChat name was equally amusing, Ding Dang Cat. "What is your name?" Chen Nua inquired with curiosity. Chen Xinmei was momentarily taken aback, a misty glimmer clouding her beautiful eyes, and her previously bright voice turned somber. "Because Doraemon has a time machine." Chen Nua paused for a moment before realization dawned upon her. Chen Xinmei must be yearning to return to the past to save her parents, right? Observing the slight redness around Chen Xinmei's eyes, Chen Nua suddenly burst into laughter. "Haven't you ever watched anime?" "Huh," Chen Xinmei replied, perplexed. Chen Nua stared at her, saying, "It's not Doraemon that has a time machine. It's Nobita. How foolish." Chen Xinmei was left in astonishment. Chen Nua reached out and gently patted her head. "I'm leaving now. Remember to call the nurse when your aunt finishes her four. If you need anything, give me a call." With that, she exited the hospital room. Chen Xinmei sat dazedly on the edge of the bed when suddenly her phone emitted a sound. She picked it up to see a message. "I just want to make money. Little kitten, once your aunt is discharged, I will start studying with you. No more refusals." A hammer to the head. Holding her phone, Chen Xinmei suddenly realized something. In the past, whenever she thought of her parents, sadness would wash over her. However, it was the first time she mentioned anything related to her parents without shedding tears. Yet, she still felt hesitant about having Chen Nua accompany her in studying. She had never spent more than 2 minutes alone with a boy, but studying with Chen Nua would require at least an hour or two. Can I really do this? As Shun Xinmei pondered, her aunt's voice suddenly echoed in her ear. Xinmei, what are you laughing at? Shun Xinmei quickly put down her phone. Aunt, you're awake. I wasn't laughing. Meng Xiaoran scrutinized her. I clearly saw you smiling. What were you looking at? Nothing at all. Aunt, let me peel an apple for you. By the time Chen Nua returned home, it was nearly 11 o'clock. He quietly opened the door, noting the darkness in the living room. His mother and Grandpa Chun were likely already asleep. Chen Nua let out a sigh of relief and was about to head to his room when a sudden plucking sound resonated from the balcony. Chen Nua froze. Turning to look towards the balcony, where, illuminated by moonlight, a poised woman sat on a chair, cradling a pipa. Mother, no? Chen Nua exclaimed in alarm, rushing over to prevent Li Qinghe from continuing to play. In the Chen family, it was customary that whenever the matriarch began to play her beloved pipa, it heralded trouble. It could either mean winning 500,000, or Chun Guodong receiving a promotion, or that Chun Guodong had angered Li Qinghe, or that Chen Nua had gotten into some trouble. Given the current situation, it was evident that it was the latter. Li Qinghe smiled benignly at the terrified Chen Nua. My son has grown up. He comes home after 10 without even informing me. The mother. How wonderful. You used to wet the bed often, crying for me to accompany you. Now, you've grown up and no longer need your mother. As the conversation unfolded, Li Qinghe's voice began to tremble. A skill honed from her long immersion in melodramatic television, tears flowing as easily as they came. Chen Nua, feeling helpless, replied, Mom, I was studying with Zhang Yuan. We were so engrossed that we lost track of time. My son, she lamented, when you were young, you promised to obey me for life, never to deceive your mother. Yet now, at merely 18, you have already begun to mislead me. Oh, how cruel fate is. Li Qinghe started to dab her eyes, and Chen Nua skillfully offered her a box of tissues, which she adeptly used to wipe away her tears. Mom, I truly went to study with Zhang Yuan. We enlisted a classmate for tutoring. Chen Nua felt compelled to soothe his mother further. You found a classmate to tutor you? Li Qinghe had paused her tears, suddenly tense. Zhou Lingu? Chen Nua chuckled. Her grades aren't significantly better than mine. Why would she tutor me? Li Qinghe sighed in relief and inquired. Then who is it? With a mysterious smile, Chen Nua replied, It's a highly accomplished scholar. You will know soon enough. Now, I must return to my studies. Li Qinghe remained skeptical. Chen Nua hastily retrieved the pipa from her embrace and carefully hung it back on the wall, offering a brief farewell as he headed to his room. Xiao Nua. Li Qinghe called after him. Chen Nua turned back, and she continued, You seem to have changed a great deal these past few days. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, Is that for better or worse? As she approached, she playfully tapped his head. What nonsense. Whether for better or worse, you are still my son. Besides, how could my son possibly change for the worse? Mom, Chen Nua said, touched, what if we invest in stocks? Trust me, I can definitely make us money. Oh, I was wrong. In the stillness of the night at the hospital, Shun Xinmei leaned over the bedside, observing Meng Xiaoran asleep. She rummaged through her bag and pulled out a diary. Approaching the window, she wrote by the moonlight, burying her head in the pages. Today, my aunt was injured. I met classmate Chen Nua at the hospital. He asked me to add him on WeChat, and his username is quite peculiar. He also mentioned wanting to study with me. But he seems rather fierce. Shun Xinmei tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, gently biting her lip as she continued. This is the first time, apart from my aunt, that someone is willing to keep me company. Although classmate Chen Nua seems intimidating, he truly is a good person. If he really accompanies me to study every day, how much should I pay him? Oh, and he patted my head again. His hand felt so comforting. Chapter 19. Now, this is what we call professionalism. The following morning, Chen Nua rose early, reciting English vocabulary on the balcony. Li Qinghe, beaming with delight, prepared an extra egg for his breakfast. Other subjects could be tackled with the help of tutors, and once the foundational knowledge was solidified, he could swiftly regain mastery. However, vocabulary in English would ultimately rely on his own efforts. During breakfast, Chun Guodong was in high spirits, humming a little tune as he ate. Curiously, Chen Nua inquired, Dad, did you win the lottery? What nonsense. Chun Guodong shot him a glare. Children simply do not understand. In truth, Chun Guodong's elation stemmed from his ability to win the admiration of Li Hao and the security guards through his charismatic integrity. Indeed, after contemplating throughout the night, he concluded that it was likely Li Hao and his associates respected his unwavering principles, which is why they treated him so courteously. Chen Nuo, remember, as long as you uphold your principles, no one will dare to look down on you. Chen Guodong earnestly advised his son. Got it, Chen Nuo replied with equal seriousness. While he may not fully endorse his father's perspective, he could not deny that his father was an upright man, a fact that filled him with pride. After finishing breakfast, Chen Nuo left for school. As he approached, he spotted a tall, timid figure in the distance, wearing those unsightly black-rimmed glasses, with her eyebrows drawn in a straight line. Chen Nuo quickened his pace and waved. Little kitty, aren't you at the hospital taking care of my sister? Upon seeing Chen Nuo, Shin Xinmei was startled and immediately dashed through the school gates. Chen Nuo found himself speechless, wondering if he was truly that frightening. Shaking his head, he entered the school. Not far behind him, Zhou Linger and Zhang Rongrong witnessed the scene. Zhang Rongrong excitedly exclaimed to Zhou Linger, "Did you see that? Chen Nuo seems interested in that girl from class 5 with the straight eyebrows. He must have realized he couldn't catch up with you and decided to switch targets. But that girl is so unattractive. Chen Nuo's standards have really dropped. Or does he prefer pursuing an ugly girl rather than continuing after you?" Zhou Linger's expression darkened slightly as she huffed. "Who he chases is of no concern to me. I'm solely focused on preparing for the college entrance examination." With that, she walked into the school with her head held high, glancing at Chen Nuo's tall figure while biting her lip. "Chen Nuo, continue your little game of emotional manipulation. I shall not indulge you any longer." At noon, Chen Nuo hurriedly left school without even eating. After securing a location the day before, he had informed Wang Jian and his wife. Today was their first day setting up a stall at the boiler factory. And Chen Nuo, concerned about potential mishaps, planned to oversee the operation. Zhang Yuan, upon hearing that he would get to see the beautiful young woman again, insisted on accompanying him. The two took a bus to the industrial park, walking several hundred meters until they finally arrived at the boiler factory. From a distance, they could see a large crowd gathered in the open space to the left of the factory entrance. Zhang Yuan exclaimed, "Could it be that something has happened?" Chen Nuo's heart skipped a beat, and he quickened his pace, fearing that something had indeed gone awry. While he anticipated good business for Wang Jian's lunch stall over time, he knew the first day would likely not be overwhelmingly successful. The sight of so many people gathered could mean trouble. However, as he drew closer, it became evident that there was indeed no calamity. The crowd was simply in line. "My goodness, what an abundance of dishes!" Zhang Yuan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Chen Nuo also found himself astonished. The lunch stall set up by Wang Jian and Suru was not merely two small tables displaying a few cold dishes and a couple of hot ones, as he had imagined. Instead, it featured 3 or 4 large tables adorned with 8 sizable bowls, each containing a different dish. Chen Nuo counted them, 5 meat dishes and 3 vegetarian ones, alongside a large iron bucket filled with mushroom soup. A sign stood at the stall, 12 yuan for a choice of 4 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, with complimentary rice and soup. The lunch subsidy for employees at the boiler factory was 12 yuan per day. With no canteen available, many workers either brought their own meals from afar, indulged in instant noodles, or ventured out to eat together. Relying on instant noodles was not a sustainable solution. Dining out, coupled with transportation costs, would set each person back at least 20 to 30 yuan, limiting their choices to just 2 or 3 dishes. Now, right at the factory gate, one could enjoy 4 meat and 2 vegetable dishes for merely 12 yuan, with options to choose from. Rice and soup were complimentary. Even the old factory canteen had never offered such a delightful experience. The security guards at the entrance were the first to sample the fare. Following Chen Nuo's advice, Wang Jian and his wife refrained from charging the guards. As soon as they finished their meal, the guards began to spread the word. And soon the news rippled through the entire boiler factory. In no time, hundreds of eager patrons surged out. Wang Jian and Su Ru were soon overwhelmed, struggling to keep up with the influx of customers. Chen Nuo and Zhang Yuan watched in astonishment, with Zhang Yuan licking his lips. "Chen Nuo, these dishes look incredibly appetizing." "I am famished," Chen Nuo murmured. "They are so far ahead, so very far ahead. In 10 years, such affordable eateries or stalls will be ubiquitous. With such a lavish array of dishes at such a low price, one might assume the owner would be at a loss. However, with enough customers, the costs would diminish, and profits would flourish." What appeared to be a strategy of low margins for high volume could transform into exorbitant profits through sheer sales. Yet, such a business philosophy would only emerge a decade later. Chen Nua was surprised to discover that Wang Jian and his wife had already conceived such an advanced business strategy in 2014. Nonetheless, they had somewhat miscalculated. They had not anticipated such a bustling first day, and with hundreds of people emerging from the factory, the food was only sufficient for about 100 patrons. A sizable crowd remained, casting forlorn glances at the couple. Suru hurriedly apologized to those who had missed out, assuring them that they would prepare more food the following day. With her gentle and soothing words, the disgruntled employees quickly dissipated, each departing amicably. Chen Nua then stepped forward. Beaming, "Brother Wang, sister-in-law, may your business flourish." The couple, upon seeing him, expressed their gratitude. Wang Jin remarked, "Brother, we owe you our thanks. Without your suggestion, we would never have thought to set up here." Suru glanced towards the nearby security room and added, "Thank you, Chen Xiaozhong. These guards have also been a tremendous help." She possesses a deeper understanding of the intricacies of human relationships than her husband, recognizing that without Chen Nua, these security guards would likely neither offer assistance nor permit them to set up their stall here. "Sister-in-law, you are too kind," Chen Nua remarked curiously. "How did you come up with the idea of offering a 12 yuan meal with 5 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes?" Wang Jian smiled with sincerity. "I once worked in a canteen alongside my master, where employees frequently voiced their desire for a greater variety of dishes, preferably with complimentary soup. I thought our setup is quite similar to a canteen, so I decided to adopt that model." Chen Nua gave a thumbs up to Zhang Yuan, declaring, "Now, that is what I call professionalism." Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind, "Chen Nua?" Turning around, Chen Nua cheerfully waved, "Dad, have you eaten yet?" Chapter 20. The chick transforms into a great eagle. Chen Nua, what brings you here? Have you caused trouble at school? Chen Guodong, who enjoyed the lovingly prepared bento from his wife daily and didn't need to dine out, had just been given a job assignment by Zhou Xianxing and headed to the security room to find Li Hao. Unexpectedly, he spotted Chen Nua at the factory entrance. His first instinct was that his son had gotten into trouble and was seeking him out. Chen Nua greeted Wang Jian and his wife, who were busy tidying up, before approaching Chen Guodong with a cheerful demeanor. "Dad, I just missed you and came to see you." Chen Guodong's expression changed, and he pulled out his phone to call Li Qinghe. This was bad. He was sure his son had landed himself in serious trouble. "You're not in trouble with Xiaoling, are you? I must tell your mother first, otherwise she will kill me." Chen Nua was taken aback and replied earnestly, "Dad, I'm not here to find you for that. I'm here to do business." "Business?" Chen Guodong looked utterly bewildered. Chen Nua gestured towards Wang Jian and Su Ru behind him. "I've started a catering company, and today marks our first day at the boiler factory for an inspection." Chen Guodong, accustomed to his son's outlandish claims, suddenly recalled that Chen Nua had asked him 2 days prior if he wanted to switch to the catering industry. He found it hard to believe. "This lunch stall is yours?" "Indeed," Chen Nua replied calmly, nodding in response to his father's astonished gaze. Chen Guodong was immediately irritated. "Child, your priority right now is to focus on your studies and prepare for the college entrance examination. You don't need to be concerned about making money," he added. "Moreover, setting up stalls at the factory entrance is prohibited. The security will drive you out tomorrow." "Ah, Xiaochen has arrived. Come in and sit." As soon as Chen Guodong finished speaking, Li Hao happened to walk by, and upon seeing Chen Nua, he warmly ushered him into the security room. Chen Guodong stood there, bewildered, and had no choice but to follow. Inside, he observed his son fraternizing with the group of security guards, making him feel like an outsider. While it was Chen Nua who appeared to be in charge, he then noticed Chen Nua skillfully placing several packs of cigarettes on the table, which instantly lightened the atmosphere in the security room. Chen Guodong felt as if he were caught in a dream. Once Chen Nua finished conversing with the security personnel, he approached them to mention that he would assist in moving some items to the materials room that afternoon. Li Hao, who usually hesitated, readily agreed, and the group of security officers assured Director Chen with cheerful smiles. As the father and son walked side by side out of the security office, Chen Guodong could no longer contain himself and said to Chen Nua, "My son, have I benefited from your influence?" This morning, he believed he had charmed the security personnel with his charisma, but now he realized that it was indeed his son who had facilitated his rapport with Li Hao and the others. This revelation felt peculiar, akin to a cherished chick suddenly transforming into an eagle, shielding the peace dove that he perceived himself to be. There was a sense of comfort, yet also a tinge of embarrassment. Chen Nua patted Chen Guodong on the shoulder. "Old Chen, you're quite perceptive, grasping it so swiftly. Get lost." Chun Guodong retorted, then pondered for a moment before whispering, "Son, please don't mention this to your mother." After all, he had just claimed in front of his wife that he had won over the factory's security, only to return home that afternoon to confess that it was his son who had smoothed things over. That would be exceedingly awkward. Chen Nua chuckled, "Dad, then I want to tell Mom about my venture into the catering business." "Deal, deal." The two shared a knowing glance and burst into laughter. "By the way, Dad, is Director Chen in?" Chen Nua inquired. "Director is absent today. What do you need him for?" Chun Guodong asked, puzzled, realizing he was increasingly unable to read his son. Chen Nua continued, "What about tomorrow?" The lunch stall run by Wang Jian and his wife had commenced successfully, yet Chen Nua's ambitions reached far beyond a mere stall. The factory canteen was his true target. However, for that, he needed to consult Chen Weiman. Noticing Chen Nua's lack of response, Chun Guodong reflected and decided not to press further, knowing Director Chun would be at the factory the next day. "Father, I wish to speak with Director Chen tomorrow at noon," Chen Nua stated. Chun Guodong regarded his son, silence enveloping them momentarily before he finally said, "Very well. I will accompany you to see him, but you must promise me that regardless of your plans, your studies for the college entrance examination must remain your top priority." "No problem." Chen Nua waved goodbye to his father and headed back to the security office to greet Li Hao and the others before exiting the factory gates. He collaborated with Zhang Yuan to help Wang Jian and his wife tidy up their belongings, and soon they made their way off. As Chun Guodong watched his son's retreating figure, he sighed deeply. "I am growing old." "Old Chun, isn't that Chen Nua? He has come to see you," came the voice of Zhou Xianxing from behind. Chun Guodong turned around with a smile. "Indeed, that lad seems to be out of pocket money." The honest and simple-minded Chun Guodong chose not to divulge the full truth this time. Zhou Xianxing laughed heartily. "It's been so long since I last saw Chen Nua. He has grown quite tall. This boy only knows how to grow taller, but remains oblivious to other matters. Ha ha." Chun Guodong chuckled heartily, while Zhou Xianxing, slightly puzzled, did not inquire further as he had a meeting to attend and walked away directly. After taking a few steps, Zhou Xianxing paused momentarily. "Chen Nua would not have come to find me to speak well of himself merely to pursue Shaoling, would he?" Zhou Xianxing increasingly felt this was likely. After all, Chen Nua had been following his daughter since childhood, and his affections were plainly evident on his face. It was improbable that he would simply sever ties so easily. Perhaps he had been rejected by Shaoling, and now, in a fit of frustration, regretted his actions and sought my assistance in winning her back. Huh. Does Chen Nua truly believe this will be effective? My daughter would never choose someone like him. Zhou Xianxing shook his head and entered the conference room. In the afternoon, as the final class concluded, Chen Nua informed Zhang Yuan that he would be leaving early and hurriedly exited the classroom. Upon peering into Class 5 next door, he discovered that Shen Xinmei was no longer there. "This fellow is quite swift." Chen Nua chuckled and quickly descended the stairs. "Linger, could it be that Chen Nua is genuinely pursuing Yijimei?" Outside Class 4, Zhou Lingter stood transfixed, watching Chen Nua exit the teaching building below. Moments ago, she had seen him leave the classroom immediately after the bell rang and peer into Class 5. Recalling the sight of Chen Nua speaking with Shen Xinmei that morning, an uncomfortable feeling welled up within her. Beside her, Zhang Rongrong continued to chatter. "Seriously, what taste does Chen Nua have? He no longer pursues you and instead chases after someone like Yijimei? Linger, let's disregard him. I think the class monitor has a good impression of you. Why not consider him?" Chen Nua was entirely unfamiliar with Shen Xinmei. His encounter that morning must have been coincidental. Zhou Linger suddenly interjected, and after speaking, was momentarily taken aback before proudly lifting her chin. "What does it matter to me whom he pursues? I am going home." Chapter 21. The ultimate dream of a man at the hospital, Shen Xinmei kept her head down, hunching her shoulders as she briskly entered her aunt's hospital room. The long corridor was bustling with people, and she dared not raise her gaze. Upon entering the room, Meng Xiaoran was already dressed and seated by the bedside, waiting for her. Upon seeing her, she smiled warmly. "Xinmei, you're here." Then, glancing behind Shen Xinmei, she inquired, "Where is Chen Nua?" Shen Xinmei looked up in surprise, puzzled as to why her aunt would ask about Chen Nua. Meng Xiaoran, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "Chen Nua just called me. He is coming to pick me up for my discharge." Shen Xinmei felt a rush of anxiety, coupled with a flutter of anticipation, not fear, but rather a sense of longing. It was akin to a little kitten, accustomed to being fed in the wild, returning to a familiar spot. awaiting the arrival of its stern benefactor. She could not comprehend the source of this strange emotion when her aunt asked, "Shinmei, why is your face so flushed?" Shinmei gasped and quickly replied, "No, it's nothing." She then silently bowed her head to tidy up, moving with great efficiency as she swiftly packed Meng Xiaoran's belongings into a bag. Meng Xiaoran, observing her busy, slender figure from the bed, contemplated thoughtfully. "Sister, I have arrived." A vibrant voice resonated, and Chun Nua peeked his face through the door, cheerfully exclaiming. Meng Xiaoran's face blossomed into a smile as she beckoned, "Brother, we've been waiting for you, come in." With a beaming grin, Chun Nua entered the hospital room, carrying 2 plastic bags, one filled with apples and the other with supplements. Meng Xiaoran furrowed her brows slightly. "Brother, what are you doing?" Chun Nua replied with a smile, "I picked these up on my way. The doctor mentioned your foot isn't fully healed yet. The apples will provide vitamins, and the supplements will aid in your recovery." Meng Xiaoran beamed with joy. "I did not choose you in vain. You truly care." She was not one to feign politeness, and she would remember the kindness Chun Nua showed her, finding ways to reciprocate in the future. As they chatted animatedly, calling each other sister and brother, a timid voice suddenly broke in. "Annie, I've packed everything." Chun Nua turned, grinning. "Niece, you are truly capable." Meng Xiaoran gently nudged him, playfully scolding, "Stop being silly. Shinmei is the same age as you." Chun Nua laughed, "I know, sister. Classmate Shun and I attend the same school. She's in class 5, and I'm in class 4, right next door." Meng Xiaoran looked surprised. "Really? Shinmei, why didn't you tell me?" Chun Nua was equally astonished. "Classmate Shin, I thought you had informed Meng Jia." Meng Xiaoran appeared puzzled. "Inform me of what?" Feeling the gaze of her aunt and Chun Nua upon her, Shinmei buried her head, too frightened to speak. Chun Nua explained, "Sister, here's the thing. I wish to apply to Rongqing University, but my grades are slightly lacking. I was hoping classmate Shin might help me with some tutoring. I thought she had mentioned it to you." Meng Xiaoran's eyes brightened. "You want to apply to Rong University? That is wonderful." She had been pondering how to repay Chun Nua's life-saving kindness, and if he indeed got accepted into Rongqing University, she would naturally have ample opportunities to express her gratitude. Meng Xiaoran felt a kindred spirit with Chun Nua, akin to a friendship that transcended age. Allowing her niece to tutor her surrogate younger brother seemed quite fitting. However, Chun Nua glanced at Shinmei. A hint of grievance etched on his face. "Classmate Shun is unwilling. I've asked her several times, but she refused." Shinmei stared blankly at Chun Nua, unable to reconcile the fierce demeanor she was accustomed to with the boy before her, now looking so dejected. Understanding dawned on Meng Xiaoran as she shot Chun Nua a knowing look. This rascal wanted her to persuade Shinmei. She glanced at her niece, who was timidly averting her gaze, and sighed inwardly. Her niece had been quite cheerful in her youth, but ever since the unfortunate incident involving her sister and brother-in-law, her personality had shifted drastically. Meng Xiaoran had always harbored concerns, even consulting a psychologist. The doctor warned that Shinmei's condition was indeed precarious. If she remained trapped in her despair, there would come a day when her heart would utterly shatter. Living in Jiangxing, Meng Xiaoran found it challenging to care for Shinmei from such a distance, especially as she struggled to find suitable support for her niece. Chun Nua possessed a cheerful yet composed demeanor, and it occurred to Meng Xiaoran that perhaps spending more time with him could help Mei emerge from her shadow. With this thought in mind, Meng Xiaoran resolved to act. The trio exited the hospital and made their way to the villa area where Meng Xiaoran resided. Along the journey, Chun Nua assisted by carrying items and supporting the still recovering Meng Xiaoran, interspersing the effort with jokes that elicited hearty laughter from her, while Mei trailed behind, feeling somewhat like an outsider. Upon arriving at their home, Chun Nua prepared to take his leave, but Meng Xiaoran urged him to stay. "Brother, why not join us for dinner tonight?" Startled, Mei lowered her head, clutching her bags as she entered. Chun Nua replied, "Is that really appropriate?" Meng Xiaoran countered, "You will be visiting often anyway. Consider this an opportunity to familiarize yourself with the place." Chun Nua blinked. "Sister, are you suggesting?" Meng Xiaoran interjected, "Isn't Mei going to tutor you? Starting tomorrow, you will come to my house for your studies." With a sudden clatter, the plastic bags in Mei's hands fell to the ground, sending apples scattering everywhere. She quickly knelt to gather them. In a flash, a long, strong hand appeared before her, swiftly helping her collect the fallen fruit. Then a gentle smile graced his face, a warm visage that spoke softly yet playfully. "Little kitten, you are quite clumsy." His voice was barely above a whisper, audible only to the two of them. Xin Mei, feeling bashful, murmured, "I'm sorry." Chen Nua chuckled. "This is your home. You need not apologize to me." Embarrassed, Xin Mei blushed deeply and hurried off with her plastic bag, while Meng Xiaoran, leaning on her cane, called after her, "Xin Mei, that's the bathroom." Only then did Xin Mei realize her misstep, her cheeks aflame as she hurried toward the kitchen, inadvertently bumping her head against the doorframe with a soft yelp, covering her head as she rushed inside. Chen Nua shook his head in bemusement, wondering if he truly was that intimidating. He assisted Meng Xiaoran to the sofa, surveying their surroundings. Meng Xiaoran's home was a connected villa, not as spacious as a standalone house. Yet such accommodations were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Is the principal's salary really that high? Chen Nua mused. "This is not my house. It belongs to Xin Mei," Meng Xiaoran suddenly remarked, catching Chen Nua off guard. He turned to observe Xin Mei bustling about in the kitchen, astonished at the thought that such a young person had her name inscribed on the title of a villa. In the kitchen, Xin Mei moved with practiced ease, her actions fluid and graceful, defying the notion that she was merely an 18-year-old high school student. Thus, she was not only the school beauty and an academic achiever, but also a little affluent and remarkably capable. How extraordinary. This was the ultimate dream for countless men. Chapter 22. The right choice of code master soon enough. Xin Mei emerged from the kitchen with a table laden with a feast, her cheeks flushed from the warmth of the cooking. Timidly standing beside the dining table, she softly invited, Chen Nua, please enjoy the meal." It seemed as though this place belonged to Chen Nua, who merely played the role of a caretaker. With a hint of reluctance, Chen Nua remarked, "Student Shun, you are the host. Please, do take your seat first." Shin Shinmei, startled, quickly sat down, her head bowed, too timid to move. With the host lost in thought, Chen Nua felt it inappropriate to pick up her chopsticks and instead turned her gaze towards Meng Xiaoran. "Huh." Meng Xiaoran chuckled, picking up her chopsticks. "I command you, let us feast." "Of course." Chen Nua promptly took her chopsticks, serving a piece of stir-fried pork to Meng Xiaoran. "Sister, do indulge." Meng Xiaoran beamed, returning the gesture by placing a piece of braised pork onto Chen Nua's plate. "Brother, you must eat as well." The two siblings exchanged smiles, while Shin Shinmei, her head bowed, silently picked up her chopsticks and noticed her bowl being filled with 2 pieces of meat. Upon looking up, she was met with the warm smile of her aunt and the stern expression of Chen Nua. "Thank you, aunt, and thank you, classmate Chen Nua," she murmured. Meng Xiaoran replied with a smile, "Today is a celebration, eat heartily." With that, she dove into her meal with fervor, displaying none of the demeanor one would expect from a woman aspiring to be a principal. Chen Nua found herself somewhat understanding her. A divorced woman, raising her deceased sister's child, had managed to carve out a successful career. One could only imagine the strength and resilience she exhibited in the outside world. It was only within the confines of this home that she could truly be herself. Both aunt and niece had their struggles. With a silent sigh, Chen Nua masked her feelings, continuing to share light-hearted banter with Meng Xiaoran, as laughter echoed through the spacious villa. Meanwhile, the timid little cat remained fearful, keeping its head down throughout the meal, not daring to utter a word. The dinner was enjoyable for both hosts and guests, though Meng Xiaoran's enthusiasm led to an overabundance of braised pork on Chen Nua's plate, to the point of discomfort. It was not that Shin Shinmei's culinary skills were lacking. On the contrary, the dish was rich and delectable, perfectly balanced. However, Chen Nua had a long-standing aversion to fatty meat, and no matter how well prepared, it made her feel queasy. Reluctantly, she swallowed the food served by her sister and forced a smile of appreciation. Finally, after enduring until the end of the meal, Shin Shinmei quietly gathered the dishes to wash them in the kitchen. Chen Nua hurried to the restroom, taking a moment to compose herself before re-emerging. By then, Shin Shinmei had finished the dishes and retreated to her study, her expression resembling that of one facing a formidable challenge. Curiously, Chen Nua looked at Meng Xiaoran and inquired, "Sister, what's wrong with student Shun?" Seated on the sofa, Meng Xiaoran, whose leg was inconveniently positioned, beckoned Chen Nua over with a smile. "I've managed to persuade Shinmei for you. Hurry and go in." Chen Nua's eyes brightened, giving Meng Xiaoran a thumbs up. "Sister Meng, if I succeed in getting into Rome University, you will deserve a significant share of the credit." "Enough of the banter, go now." Meng Xiaoran playfully nudged him, her urgency akin to that of a matchmaker urging a newlywed into the bridal chamber. With a playful smile, Chen Nua entered the study, his backpack in hand. Sitting at the desk, Shinmei trembled slightly, her delicate figure instinctively preparing to crouch down and hide. Little kitten, this is your home. Where could you possibly conceal yourself? Shinmei froze, her body suspended in midair, turning her head to reveal her large, doe-like eyes behind black-rimmed glasses, exuding an aura of helplessness. Nua casually approached, pulling a chair beside her. Teacher Shun, it's time for class. Oh, Shinmei replied weakly, obediently sitting up straight and nervously tugging at her clothing. Nua chuckled, hey, you're a teacher now. Can you please sit up straight? Yes, I'm sorry, Shinmei timidly apologized, resembling a student caught in a mistake. Nua, feeling exasperated, refrained from further discussion and directly retrieved his mathematics book, pointing to the first concept marked with a code. Explain this to me. Startled by the sudden appearance of the textbook before her, Shinmei felt intimidated by the fierce boy but forced herself to suppress her fear of being so close to someone else, focusing intently on the book. This tactic proved effective. Immersed in the sea of knowledge, she quickly relaxed, exclaiming, this is quite simple. You really don't understand? Noticing Nua's displeased expression, she quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Just explain it properly. Being a teacher comes with responsibilities, Nua said impatiently. Shinmei pouted in distress but began her explanation. Initially stammering and facing Nua's stern demeanor, she soon adapted, becoming more at ease as she explained the problem without excessive tension. Is it really that simple? Upon finishing her explanation, Nua instantly grasped the concept. The code finally lifted, and the thought process became clear. No wonder you're such a genius. The code remover is indeed fortunate. And what about this question? Huh? What's with the hesitation? Get on with it. Oh, in the study, this peculiar teacher-student duo gradually found their rhythm, and the atmosphere grew increasingly conducive to learning. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaoran sat on the living room sofa, observing the scene in the study with a smile, murmuring, sister, perhaps this boy can truly help Shinmei come out of her shell. As the clock approached 9 in the evening, Nua finally resurfaced from the depths of knowledge, realizing that if he lingered any longer, he would have to endure his mother's incessant playing of the pipa. Sister, I'm leaving. Rest well. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. All right, brother, take care on your way home, and message Shinmei when you arrive. Will do. Why do you need to message me? Nua stepped outside, waving goodbye to the smiling Meng Xiaoran and the bewildered Shinmei, before quickly leaving the villa area. On the bus ride home, Nua couldn't resist reviewing the content from tonight's tutoring session, feeling a sense of clarity that could be summed up in 4 words: comprehensive understanding. Shinmei's problem-solving approach was impressive, and her logical explanations were remarkably clear. Nua even felt that her teaching was superior to that of the school teachers. Is this what it means to be a super scholar? Upon arriving home, Li Qinghe was seated on the sofa, weeping while watching television, and Chen Guodong, as usual, stood by with a box of tissues. Upon seeing Nua return, Li Qinghe cried out, son, you're back, and continued watching TV. Chen Guodong silently handed her a tissue. Dad, Mom, I'm going to study, Nua declared, choosing not to disturb the couple's intimate world, and went straight to his room. He took out his phone, opened WeChat, and found the contact named Ding Dang Cat. I'm home. He then set the phone aside and began working on his exercises. Moments later, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he was taken aback. Ding Dang Cat. Transferred 200 yuan. Ding Dang Cat. This is the companionship fee. Chapter 23. Is this being extraordinarily wealthy or exceptionally foolish? Nua stared blankly at the 200 yuan transferred by the little cat. What on earth is a companionship fee? Ding Dang Cat. You said you would study with me, and there's a charge for that. Nua recalled that night at the hospital when he had pressured Shinmei to tutor him, jokingly claiming that he was accompanying her in her studies and she needed to pay. He had said it in jest, never anticipating that she would take him seriously. Are you foolish? On the other end, it seemed she was taken aback, as there was no response for a while. Nua returned to his studies. A few minutes later, his phone buzzed again. Ding Dang Cat. Transferred 300? I just want to make money. Is this enough now? Ding Dang Cat. Transferred 400. Stop. That's enough. Nua was genuinely beginning to fear this girl. If Meng Jie found out he had so easily duped her niece, she would surely break his legs. I'll tell you what, I'll keep this money for now, consider it a loan for investment, and when I earn profits later, I'll share them with you. Ding Dang Cat. What does investment mean? I just want to make money. To be frank, my investment is in buying lottery tickets for the World Cup. Do you know about it? Spending money to buy match outcomes. I plan to turn 20,000 into 5 million. Isn't that impressive? Ding dang cat. Oh, I just want to make money. Although I don't have that much money right now, I should have enough in a few months. Ding dang cat. Transferred 20,000. I just want to make money. I'm giving you an investment of 20,000. Can you stop coming to study with me? Shin Nua stared blankly at his phone screen, feeling somewhat numb. So, while he was racking his brain to earn a mere 20,000 yuan in capital, this little rich girl had effortlessly tossed it to him. Was this extraordinary wealth or sheer folly? For a fleeting moment, Shin Nua considered agreeing to the little cat's request. However, upon reflection, the two paramount objectives upon his rebirth were to amass wealth and to excel in the college entrance examination. While he could devise ways to acquire money, the latter necessitated the tutoring of Shin Shinmei. Otherwise, he feared that he might not even secure a place in a third-tier university, leading his family's trajectory to mirror that of his previous life. Gazing at the glaring notification of a transfer amounting to 20,000, Shin Nua's left hand firmly grasped his right. Left hand, remain composed. Under no circumstances should you accept this, or the hard-won opportunity to learn from the master will vanish. Right hand, do not hinder me. I desire the money. After a fierce struggle, the left hand ultimately subdued the right and tapped the phone screen, accepting the little cat's transfer of 20,000. Right hand, left hand. Alas, I could not resist. The temptation was too great. Shin Nua was rendered speechless, hastily returning the 20,000 to Shin Shinmei. I only wish to accumulate wealth. Within 3 seconds, you must accept this, or I shall reveal to the entire school that you are the true Belle. Ding dong cat. Transfer of 20,000 accepted. I only wish to accumulate wealth. Very well. I shall now focus on my studies. Do not entertain any frivolous thoughts. Until tomorrow. Ding dong cat. Understood. Shin Nua could almost perceive the little cat's aggrieved expression through the phone screen, prompting a smile. In truth, he understood why Meng Xiaoran had consented to allow Shin Shinmei to tutor him. Apart from repaying a life-saving grace, she also wished for him to help Shin Shinmei become more cheerful. However, Shin Nua was only aware of Shin Shinmei's past tribulations through hearsay. If he were to inquire directly with Meng Xiaoran or with Shin Shinmei herself, he wondered if it would reopen old wounds. Never mind, let it be for now. My foremost tasks are to accumulate wealth and prepare for the college entrance examination. Other matters can wait for later. Moreover, he needed to alter Zhang Yuan's destiny. In his previous life, Zhang Yuan failed to gain admission to university and ended up taking over his father's small workshop, which, within 2 years, ceased to exist. Ultimately, he was compelled to seek work in Rueli, only to be deceived and taken to northern Myanmar, never to return. It seemed Zhang Yuan's fate was also inextricably linked to the college entrance examination. If he could assist this individual in securing a university place, even if it were just a third-tier institution, it could transform his life. Perhaps he could invite Zhang Yuan to join him at the little cat's home for tutoring? However, this matter would require the opinions of Meng Jie and Shin Shinmei herself. He would seek an opportunity to inquire tomorrow. The next day, at noon, Shin Nua once again accompanied Zhang Yuan to the boiler factory. They arrived around 12:30, and today, the lunch stall run by Wang Jian and his spouse was surrounded by an even larger crowd. Li Hao and several security personnel had evidently already enjoyed their complimentary meal and were now maintaining order, ensuring that the workers formed a proper queue. From a distance, it truly resembled a cafeteria. Suru spotted Shin Nua and Zhang Yuan, seizing a moment to rush over, presenting them with 2 plastic bags. Chin Xiao brother, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I've prepared something for you. Apologies, but it's too crowded now, and there's no place to sit. Su Ru's forehead glistened with perspiration, her eyes shimmering with delight. Thank you, sister, she said. Zhang Yuan gazed in astonishment. Shin Nua smiled as he accepted the small bag. Sister, you're too kind. By the way, did you bring what I asked for? I did, Su Ru replied, retrieving a small pouch from her bosom containing several little notebooks. Shin Nua took them from her. You should get back to your work. Su Ru returned to her stall, resuming her tasks, while Shin Nua led Zhang Yuan into the boiler factory. Li Hao greeted them with a cheerful smile. Ah, Xiao Chen has arrived. There's no room outside. Why don't you both have a seat in the security room? Sure thing, Li Go. Shin Nua entered the security room, familiar with the surroundings, and sat down, eagerly devouring the lunchbox prepared by Su Ru. Zhang Yuan felt a bit anxious, constantly aware that they were on unfamiliar territory. Fearful that someone might ask them to leave, Chen Nuo quickly finished his meal, instructing Zhang Yuan to wait there while he stepped out of the security room towards the nearby office building. Upon reaching the comprehensive department, he found Chen Guodong bent over his desk, indulging in the heartfelt lunchbox prepared by Li Qinghe. Chen Nuo approached and playfully tapped him, startling Chen Guodong, who turned around and exclaimed, "You little rascal, can't you walk quietly?" Chen Nuo glanced around, noticing the office was empty during lunch, and whispered, "Is factory director Chen in?" "He is. I'll take you to him." Chen Guodong reluctantly set aside his beloved lunch, grumbling, "You always have so many errands." Chen Nuo chuckled, and the father and son ascended to the third floor, where the director's office was located. Upon reaching the door marked director's office, Chen Guodong turned back to remind him, "Don't speak carelessly." Chen Nuo patted his chest in assurance, "Dad, you can rest easy. I never speak out of turn." Chen Guodong took a deep breath, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Despite having worked at the boiler factory for over 20 years, he had always been diligent and modest, attributing any achievements to his superiors while accepting any shortcomings himself. He had very rarely met the director alone, and approaching such a high-ranking official as a mere employee felt rather inappropriate. Chen Guodong hesitated, raising his hand for what felt like an eternity, before finally knocking on the heavy mahogany door. In the office, a tall man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, named Chen Weiman, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window. He was the 11th and youngest director in the history of the boiler factory, not yet 40 despite his premature balding. However, the ambitious director Chen was currently troubled. The significant task of relocating the boiler factory had been accomplished through numerous trips to the municipal and provincial committees. The rapid pace of progress left him worried. Remaining in the old factory district would inevitably lead to obsolescence. The factory employs over 900 workers, which translates to 900 families. The potential closure of the boiler factory would yield dire consequences. He bears the responsibility for such a multitude of employees. After enduring 2.5 years, the factory has finally succeeded in relocating, yet this has ushered in a cascade of challenges. The new equipment requires a period of adjustment. The market becomes increasingly competitive, profits continue to dwindle, and the recent complaints from employees have grown louder. A significant portion of this discontent stems from the absence of a cafeteria in the new facility. This oversight is a miscalculation on Chen Weiman's part. His primary focus had been on boosting profits and achieving a turnaround for the new factory, while delegating the intricate details of the relocation to the two deputy directors. It was only after the move that he realized there was no cafeteria in the new establishment. It is indeed absurd that a venerable boiler factory, after relocating to a splendid new facility, lacks a place for its employees to dine. Chen Weiman has expressed his frustration multiple times, yet the deputy directors find themselves powerless. The relocation has already consumed a vast sum of money, leaving no funds to address the cafeteria issue. Thus, they can only prolong the situation. Chen Weiman has also heard the grievances of the workers, who claim that the leadership is solely concerned with profits, indifferent to the welfare of the staff. This realization has left him seething, yet he finds himself unable to retort. In recent nights, Chen Weiman has struggled to sleep, developing several sores on his lips. After attending a meeting in the province yesterday, he returned to the factory today and sought out the two deputy directors to discuss the cafeteria situation. It was then he learned that a lunch stall had appeared at the factory entrance yesterday, surprisingly sizable, with a variety of dishes comparable to those offered in the old cafeteria. Chen Weiman's immediate concern was the hygiene standards. The two deputy directors informed him that they had sampled the food yesterday, praising its delectable taste and reporting no adverse effects. However, the workers emerged from their meals with even louder complaints about the leadership. As Chen Weiman stood by the window, he had a direct view of the lunch stall at the factory entrance. It was nearly 1 o'clock, and a considerable number of employees were still queued. Furrowing his brow, he noted that the scale of the stall was still insufficient. The workers had no time for a proper lunch break. If only this stall could be relocated inside the factory, hiring additional staff to establish it as a proper cafeteria, the dining dilemma for the employees would be resolved. Suddenly, Chen Weiman shook his head, deeming his thoughts too whimsical. It was merely a small stall. How could it possibly accommodate a full cafeteria? Moreover, did they possess the necessary health and food safety certifications? Just then, a crisp knock echoed from outside, prompting Chen Weiman to frown slightly as he returned to his chair behind the desk and called out, "Come in." Outside, Chun Guozhong glared at Chen Nuo, questioning. What are you doing? Who told you to knock first? He was not yet prepared to face the highest authority alone. The voice from within commanded, come in. With no other option, Chun Guozhong reluctantly guided Chen Nuo through the door. The atmosphere inside seemed to thicken, causing Chun Guozhong to instinctively hunch slightly. Chen Nuo, following behind, reflected on how his father had endured over 20 years of humility in a state-owned enterprise. Some habits had become ingrained in his very being. Upon encountering the leadership, one hardly dares to breathe. However, Chen Nuo stands apart. He is acutely aware that in 3 years, the boiler factory is destined for closure. This is an inevitability of the times, an outcome that no one can avert. Presently, the factory director occupies a position of elevated authority, yet in 3 years, should one chance upon him in the street, he may be ignored entirely. Director, my apologies for the intrusion, Chun Guodong murmured, inclining slightly toward Chen Weiman, who was seated behind his desk. Chen Weiman appeared somewhat astonished. Old Chen, he inquired. Chun Guodong was indeed familiar with the situation. Being from the older generation of talented individuals, Chen Weiman had contemplated the possibility of promoting him and had consulted his superior, Zhou Xianxing. However, Zhou Xianxing expressed reservations, stating that Chen Guodong was overly rigid and lacked social acumen, failing even to manage a few security personnel effectively. Consequently, Chen Weiman dismissed the idea and sought to recruit several technical talents from elsewhere. In casual encounters in the corridor, Chen Guodong always appeared tense and clearly lacked social grace. Chen Weiman was taken aback that Chen Guodong had chosen to visit him, particularly with an unfamiliar young man accompanying him. Chen Guodong, feeling somewhat anxious, forced a smile. Director, this is my son. He has a matter he wishes to discuss with you. Chen Weiman was momentarily taken aback. Your son? Chen Nuo smiled warmly. Hello, Uncle Chen. I am Chen Nuo. I often hear my father speak of you, referring to you as a leader who treats the factory like family and is wholly devoted to the welfare of the employees. His voice resonated with clarity and conviction, compelling one to believe in the sincerity of his words. Although Chen Weiman recognized this as flattery, a trace of displeasure in his heart dissipated significantly, and he replied with a smile. Ah, so you are old Chen's son. Quite the impressive young man. Are you looking for a job? Many of the factory's veteran employees aspired for their children to join the boiler factory, and this was not the first time Chen Weiman had encountered such a scenario. He smiled and said, Please, have a seat. Ah, yes, yes. Chen Guodong quickly sat down, appearing quite fidgety. In contrast, Chen Nuo exhibited much more poise, smiling as he took a seat and addressed Chen Weiman. Uncle Chen, I'm not here to seek employment. I've heard that recently. The factory employees have had some difficulty with lunchtime arrangements, and I came to offer my assistance. Assistance? Chen Weiman asked, taken aback. Chen Nuo continued with a smile. Uncle Chen, you must have noticed the small cafeteria selling lunch at the factory entrance. That is my establishment. He intentionally referred to his stall as a cafeteria, striking a chord with Chen Weiman. Is it yours? Chen Weiman's eyes widened in surprise as thoughts that had previously seemed unrealistic began to swirl in his mind once more. Yet, he maintained a serious demeanor, turning to Chen Guodong. Old Chen, your son is quite capable, having brought a business into the factory. Do you have the necessary permits? Is the sanitation up to standard? Chen Guodong, drenched in sweat, began to regret bringing his son to meet the director. Chen Nuo, with a cheerful demeanor, produced a small bag that Suru had just given him, retrieving several documents. Uncle Chen, here are our credentials, including the chef's certification, sanitation permit, and business license. Chen Nuo spoke as he rose to the side table to fetch a water bottle, replenishing the hot water in Chen Guodong's cup, and smiled. Uncle Chen, why not try the flavors at our little canteen tomorrow? Chapter 25. Without my consent, you cannot pursue me. Director, we shall take our leave now. We apologize for the intrusion. Uncle Chen, I will bring you some tea leaves next time, he added. A few minutes later, Chen Guodong and Chen Nuo exited the director's office. Chen Guodong wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired, Son, what exactly are you up to? Earlier, Chen Guodong had been quite anxious, watching his son engage in light-hearted banter with the director. Had he not intervened, Chen Nuo might have even offered the director a cigarette. Despite the factory's strict prohibition against smoking in the office areas, such an act would surely have led to their expulsion by the director. Even without the cigarettes, Chen Guodong sensed that the director's expression was not particularly favorable. He couldn't believe he had agreed to such reckless antics. If his wife were to find out, he would certainly face a lengthy reprimand. Chen Nuo chuckled, Dad, don't let Mom prepare a loving bento for you tomorrow. Chen Guodong, puzzled, asked why not. You must accompany the director to our canteen for a meal. Surely, the leadership shouldn't have to pay for their own meals. You must cover the costs for the director. Chen Guodong was momentarily dazed, but then grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that Director Chen will come to your lunch stall to sample the food tomorrow? But he didn't agree just now. Chen Nuo smiled. Father, I possess the gift of foresight. I have foreseen that the director will undoubtedly visit. Before Chen Guodong could inquire further, Chen Nuo had dashed away, needing to assist at Wang Jian's stall, where a long queue was still forming. As he descended the stairs, he encountered Zhou Xianxing ascending. Chen Nuo waved, "Hello, Uncle Zhou." Zhou Xianxing paused, recognizing Chen Nuo, and was about to exchange pleasantries when Chen Nuo had already sprinted out of sight. What was happening? Zhou Xianxing felt a bit bewildered, yet a sense of caution lingered in his mind. This young man had been visiting the factory quite frequently of late. Was he intentionally parading before me, seeking an opportunity to request that I speak favorably of Shaoling? Does he think such roundabout tactics would work on me? Zhou Xianxing, dream on. Ascending the stairs, Zhou Xianxing spotted Chen Guodong standing at the stairway, calling out, Chen Nuo, slow down. Once you finish, return early for class. Zhou Xianxing chuckled. Oh, Lao Chun, has Chen Nuo come looking for you again today? Chen Guodong's expression stiffened slightly before he replied with a smile. Indeed. Just a matter or two. Noticing Chen Guodong's unusual demeanor, Zhou Xianxing refrained from probing further, and the two old neighbors walked back to the office side by side. Upon entering, they heard Xiao Lu chattering animatedly. For the past few days, I've been eating at the factory entrance at noon. Wow, the flavors are absolutely fantastic. Even better than what the hotel chefs prepare. Upon seeing Chen Guodong enter, Xiao Lu grinned and exclaimed, Brother Chen, your son is truly remarkable. He has already started his own business at such a young age. Chen Guodong was taken aback, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. During a family outing, they had encountered Xiao Lu, who recognized Chen Nuo. Yesterday, when Chen Nuo came over to lend a hand at the stall, Xiao Lu recognized her during dinner and they engaged in conversation. Chen Guodong had forgotten to instruct Xiao Lu to keep it confidential, and unexpectedly, he divulged the information in front of Zhou Xianxing. It was not that Chen Guodong intended to conceal it from Zhou Xianxing. Rather, he sensed something peculiar about him lately. Since Chen Nuo and Zhou Linger were in the same class, he subconsciously believed it was best not to inform Zhou Xianxing. However, the truth could no longer be hidden. Zhou Xianxing looked at Chen Guodong in astonishment. The lunch stall at the entrance is run by Chen Nuo? Chen Guodong chuckled lightly. The child is just goofing around. Haha. After a brief moment of silence, Zhou Xianxing laughed as well. Old Chen Nuo hasn't given up on the college entrance exam, has she? Chen Guodong quickly replied. Of course not. Chen Nuo has been studying diligently lately. Besides, earning money doesn't conflict with preparing for the exam, right? Although he felt humble at the factory, he still wished to uphold his son's reputation. Zhou Xianxing chuckled. By the way, they recently tested Linger, and she ranked 18th in her grade. What about Chen Nuo? Everyone around turned to listen, aware of the relationship between Minister Zhou and Chen Guodong's families. Clearing his throat, Chen Guodong reluctantly admitted. Chen Nuo ranked 108th. Zhou Xianxing patted Chen Guodong on the shoulder. Balancing studies with a small business, achieving this result is already quite commendable. She should comfortably secure a place in a third-tier university. With that, he walked into his ministerial office, beaming with satisfaction. The other colleagues exchanged glances, sensing something peculiar in Minister Zhou's words, and wisely chose to remain silent. Chen Guodong sat down, a myriad of emotions swirling within him, and he sighed softly. When had their family and the Zhou family, longtime neighbors for over 20 years, suddenly become so distant? At Jiang County No. 2 Middle School, the final bell rang. As the last class concluded, Old Li reluctantly announced the end of the lesson, and Chen Nuo dashed out of the classroom. Chen Nuo, wait. It seemed someone called out from behind, but Chen Nuo paid no heed. He needed to catch up with that girl for extra tutoring at Xiao Naimiao's house tonight, lest she slip away again. Exiting the classroom and heading to Class 5 next door, he indeed spotted Shen Xinmei, who had her head down as she walked out. When she saw Chen Nuo, Shen Xinmei was startled, glancing back at the classmates trailing behind her, then looked at Chen Nuo with a pleading expression. Understanding her silent plea, Chen Nuo remained quiet and followed the crowd downstairs, walking in tandem with Shen Xinmei. In Class 4, Zhou Linger called out, Chen Nuo, wait. I have something to say to you. This was what Zhou Linger had shouted earlier, but Chen Nua completely ignored her and bolted out of the classroom. Zhou Linger was left sitting in her seat, her pretty face flushed with anger. Chen Nua had been persistently aloof towards her these past few days. Do not mention breakfast. I haven't exchanged a single word with her. In the past, Chen Nua would always find various excuses to accompany her home after school, returning to Old Factory Street on his own. Now, it has been a full 5 days since Chen Nua has escorted her home. Today, Zhou Linger felt rather dispirited during class. After contemplating for an entire day, she finally resolved to speak with Chen Nua. Although I do not intend to pursue a romantic relationship at present, as I wish to see if there are more admirable young men once I enter university. Chen Nua is, after all, my childhood companion, and his appearance is quite pleasing. Being pursued by such a boy certainly brings a sense of pride. Zhou Linger neither desires Chen Nua to excessively intrude upon her life nor wishes to lose a commendable suitor. Thus, she planned to inform Chen Nua today that she had graciously forgiven him and that they could return to their previous rapport. However, to her dismay, Chen Nua seemed to disregard her words and hurried away. Many in the class had heard her call for Chen Nua, and Zhou Linger felt quite embarrassed. Sulking in her seat, Chen Nua, how dare you cease pursuing me without my consent? At that moment, Zhang Rongrong rushed back in, exclaiming, I just saw Chen Nua walking with Shin Xinmei again. Chapter 26. Thank you. Chen Nua trailed behind Shin Xinmei as they exited the teaching building amidst the throng of departing students. Once the acquaintances of Shin Xinmei had walked far away, he approached her and gently tapped her shoulder, saying, Little kitten, it's safe now. Moments ago, Shin Xinmei had appeared quite distressed at the entrance of Class 5. Chen Nua understood her insecurities and social anxieties. If anyone were to see her leaving school with a boy, she would undoubtedly struggle with it. Therefore, he waited until they were well outside the school gates before greeting her. Shin Xinmei stiffened, turning around with a meek expression, responding with a soft, oh. Chen Nua chuckled. Hey, what kind of expression is that? One might think I was bullying you. Yes, I'm sorry, little kitten quickly apologized, but as she bent over, her backpack toppled onto her head, causing her to utter a small yelp. Yet, with Chen Nua watching, she refrained from expressing her discomfort. Instead, patting the back of her head in a somewhat embarrassed manner, her cheeks flushed. Chen Nua stepped forward to check, asking, Are you all right? Shin Xinmei hurriedly retreated. No, I'm fine. Let us go. Accepting her fate, she called out to Chen Nua to accompany her home. The two arrived at a nearby bus stop, and Shin Xinmei whispered, Let us first go buy some groceries. Chen Nua nodded in agreement. Sounds good. Having already witnessed Shin Xinmei's culinary skills yesterday, he honestly found them not inferior to those of Wang Jian, a professional chef. Thus, it was no surprise when she suggested they go grocery shopping. As they waited for the bus, an irate voice suddenly rang out behind them. Chen Nua. He turned to see Zhou Linger and Zhang Rongrong approaching, and he waved, Hello. Zhou classmate, Zhang classmate. Zhou Linger glared at him with palpable anger, then disdainfully shifted her gaze to Shin Xinmei. Chen Nua, what do you mean by this? Just moments ago, Zhou Linger and Zhang Rongrong had followed Chen Nua closely, witnessing him walk out of the school and soon after, join up with that girl. Yi Mei. See, I told you so. Chen Nua is really involved with Yi Mei. TSK, has his taste in aesthetics fallen so drastically? Zhang Rongrong reveled in her discovery of this sensational gossip. The class idol, Chen Nua, had failed in his pursuit of the school belle, Zhou Linger, and instead sought solace in the company of an unattractive girl, Yi Mei. How amusing. However, Zhou Linger's expression darkened. Though she regarded Chen Nua merely as a backup option, the essence of a backup lies in its persistent availability, regardless of whether one chooses to utilize it. Yet now, after years of stability, her backup had been abruptly taken away. To make matters worse, the new companion was inferior in looks, grades, and family background. This reality was intolerable for Zhou Linger. As she observed Chen Nua and Yi Mei reaching the bus stop and waiting for a bus together, her patience finally wore thin. She marched up to confront Chen Nua with fury. Shin Xinmei, startled by her approach, instinctively hid behind Chen Nua, akin to a frightened kitten caught off guard. Chen Nua frowned slightly. Zhou Linger, what are you talking about? Seeing Yi Mei cowering behind him only fueled Zhou Linger's rage. She pointed an accusing finger at Chen Nua and declared, You know exactly what I mean. I already told you that we would discuss our situation after the college entrance examination. Is it necessary for you to be so petty? Must you resort to seeking comfort in someone like her just to provoke me? Can't you be a bit more mature? With that, She cast a disdainful glance at Shin Shinmei, her expression dripping with contempt. In her view, Chen Nuo was deliberately choosing someone so far beneath him to irritate her. Yet, despite her disdain, she found herself genuinely upset. I clearly do not like Chen Nuo, so why am I feeling this way? Shin Shinmei, under Zhou Linger's piercing gaze, felt a surge of insecurity. She shrank back, hiding behind Chen Nuo's broad back. She had heard of the connection between Chen Nuo and Zhou Linger. Chen Nuo was undeniably handsome and had a charismatic personality. Zhou Linger was the undisputed school beauty of Jiangxia No. 2 High School. The disparity between them was stark, and Zhou Linger rarely acknowledged her presence. Now, confronted with Zhou Linger's furious glare, Shin Shinmei was more anxious than when Lin Chengsheng and her friends had bullied her. A sense of guilt washed over her. She felt undeserving of being alongside Chen Nuo. No wonder Zhou Linger was angry. With her head bowed, the deep-seated feelings of inferiority surged within her. Stealing a glance at Chen Nuo's strong back, her eyes unexpectedly brimmed with tears. I'm sorry, I shouldn't. Zhou Linger, please apologize to Shin Shinmei. Chen Nuo suddenly spoke, leaving Shin Shinmei in a state of shock, while Zhou Linger was equally taken aback. Zhou Linger gazed at Chen Nuo in disbelief, exclaiming, You want me to apologize to her? On what grounds? Chen Nuo replied, Whom I associate with is none of your concern, and you certainly lack the authority to judge others. Furthermore, classmate Shun is remarkably talented, far exceeding your assumptions. It is still not too late for you to apologize. Zhou Linger widened her eyes, her lips trembling with anger. Chen Nuo, are you scolding me for a girl like her? Chen Nuo frowned. Zhou Linger, I previously thought you were merely superficial, but it seems I was mistaken. You are not only superficial but also devoid of basic respect. Chen Nuo. Zhou Linger's once melodious voice turned hoarse as her eyes reddened, tears finally cascading down her cheeks. Very well. Don't say I didn't warn you. Zhou Linger glared fiercely at Chen Nuo, tears streaming down her face as she turned and fled. Linger, Zhang Rongrong called out, then turned to Chen Nuo, saying, Chen Nuo, you've taken this mind game too far. She hurried after Zhou Linger. Chen Nuo turned back to Shin Shinmei. I apologize. Just consider them both a bit unhinged and disregard them. Okay, little kitten? Shin Shinmei stared at him blankly, showing no reaction. Chen Nuo waved his hand in front of her. Huh. Little kitten finally snapped back to reality, exclaiming and jumping up, turning her back to him. And no, it's fine. Chen Nuo inquired with confusion. Are you upset? No, not at all. Shin Shinmei buried her head in her chest again, her ears flushed with crimson. Chen Nuo was bewildered by her demeanor. Just then, the bus arrived, and the two boarded. It was rush hour, and the bus was crowded. Upon entering, Chen Nuo spotted an empty seat and quickly claimed it, waving to Shin Shinmei, little kitten, come over. Shin Shinmei struggled to make her way to him, and Chen Nuo pulled her down into the seat. Sit down. Shin Shinmei weakly protested, You can sit, it's all right. Before she could finish her sentence, a heavy backpack was thrust into her hands. Chen Nuo flashed her a cheeky smile. You have a seat, so hold on to my backpack for me. Shin Shinmei let out an "oh," tightly embracing Chen Nuo's backpack. As the bus started moving, the crowd swayed with the vehicle, and Shin Shinmei sat comfortably, looking up at Chen Nuo, who grasped the handrails in front of him, shielding her from the throng. Shin Shinmei gazed at him, her lips slightly parted, whispering words only she could hear. Thank you, Chen Nuo. Chapter 27. Why is it all lean meat today? The bus reached the market stop, and Chen Nuo and Shin Shinmei alighted. Shin Shinmei appeared quite familiar with the area, confidently leading the way as Chen Nuo followed, observing her adeptly selecting various ingredients. Chen Nuo had never excelled at cooking in his past life, and it seemed that this time was no different. He could only watch from the sidelines. However, he soon noticed something peculiar about Shin Shinmei's grocery shopping. Boss, could you trim this meat a bit leaner? Auntie, this piece has too much fat. Could you slice it down, please? Shin Shinmei was particularly selective when purchasing meat, insisting that the butcher remove even the scant fat, and she was even willing to pay extra for it. Chen Nuo, perplexed, inquired, Little kitten, didn't you have a lot of fatty meat at your place yesterday? Why are you purchasing only lean meat today? No, not at all, Shin Shinmei stammered, seemingly startled, offering a hasty reply before hastily exiting with her bag of vegetables. Hey, little kitten, slow down. After procuring their groceries, the two took a bus to the suburban villa area. Upon returning to Shin Shinmei's home, Meng Xiaoran sat on the sofa, her head bandaged, engaged in a serious phone conversation. Noticing their entrance, she smiled at Chen Nuo, gesturing for him to make himself at home, and continued her call. During dinner the previous night, Meng Xiaoran had mentioned taking a few extra days off due to her injury. However, as the principal of Jiangqing Normal University, she would soon be reassigned to Rome University, and even at home, she had much work to attend to. Chen Nuo refrained from interrupting her, assisting Xin Xinmei in carrying the groceries into the kitchen. Xin Xinmei tied on an apron, turning to Chen Nuo, saying, "Chen Nuo, the meal will be ready shortly." Nodding, Chen Nuo replied, "I'll tackle a set of problems first. Could you review my work after dinner?" "Sure," Xin Xinmei acknowledged. As Chen Nuo took a few steps away, he suddenly turned back, asking, "Wait, why has your face been so flushed since earlier? Are you catching a cold?" Xin Xinmei, caught off guard by his gaze, hastily averted her eyes, stammering, No, I'm fine. You should go and work on your problems." Chen Nuo, focused on his studies, did not press further. He greeted Meng Xiaoran before retreating to the study to work on his exercises. Xin Xinmei was remarkably swift in her cooking. Just as Chen Nuo had completed a portion of his problems, a timid voice called from outside, "Chen Nuo, it's time for dinner." "Coming." Chen Nuo responded cheerfully. Stepping out of the study, he was met with the sight of two women, one large and one small, waiting at the table for him. And he couldn't help but chuckle at the familial resemblance of the scene. Who is the child? Who are the parents? He mused. Ah, the little kitten is the child, while Meng Jie and I are the concerned parents. But when do children cook for their parents? Shaking his head with a smile, he found himself amused. Meng Xiaoran inquired, "Brother, what are you laughing about?" Chen Nuo replied, "I remembered something joyful." Meng Xiaoran, puzzled, asked, "What is this joyful thing?" Chen Nuo chuckled, "I am elated that I can have dinner with my sister again today. With that mouth of yours, how many young girls do you plan to deceive in the future?" Meng Xiaoran teased. Chen Nuo, with utmost seriousness, declared, "Sister, I only wish to focus on my studies. I will not squander my time on frivolous matters like romance." Meng Xiaoran appeared to be touched by his earnestness, her expression dimming slightly as she mused. "You are right. Such matters are the most trivial." Chen Nuo picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork, presenting it before Meng Xiaoran, exclaiming, Let us celebrate the third day of my acquaintance with my sister. Let's indulge in this dish." Meng Xiaoran was amused by his antics and playfully clinked a piece of twice-cooked pork against Chen Nuo's meat. Chen Nuo then raised the morsel before Xin Xinmei, exclaiming, "Classmate Shun, let us celebrate our collective learning with a toast." Xin Xinmei seemed momentarily lost in thought upon hearing Chen Nuo's words. She hurriedly picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork and clinked it against Chen Nuo's. The three of them savored the meat they had lifted with their chopsticks. And Meng Xiaoran burst into laughter, declaring, "It has been ages since this home felt so lively." Chen Nuo joined in her laughter. "I too have not enjoyed a meal this joyfully in quite some time." Meng Xiaoran shot him a warning glance. "Don't let your parents hear you say that." With a sheepish grin, Chen Nuo scratched his head, and the half-siblings laughed together again. Xin Xinmei sat quietly to the side, observing the two with a slight smile curving her lips. "Xinmei, why is it all lean meat today?" Midway through the meal, Meng Xiaoran suddenly noticed that both the twice-cooked pork and the meatball soup were devoid of any fatty pieces. Typically, she relished a balance of fat and lean. But today she found herself missing the richness of fatty morsels, which felt rather unusual. "Didn't he, your niece, usually prepare a more varied dish?" Xin Xinmei froze for a moment, instinctively glancing at Chen Nuo before lowering her head. Today, the market only had lean meat. Chen Nuo, puzzled, replied, "Classmate Shen, have you forgotten? You specifically chose the lean cuts, requesting the vendor to remove any fatty bits." Suddenly, he froze, staring incredulously at Xin Xinmei. Yesterday, the dishes had contained ample fatty meat, which had unsettled Chen Nuo's stomach, nearly leading him to vomit. Could it be that the little kitten had discerned his aversion to fatty meat, prompting her to procure only the leanest cuts today? At that moment, Xin Xinmei seemed to shrink into her bowl, abruptly standing up and exclaiming, I'm full." She dashed into the kitchen, not daring to emerge again. Meng Xiaoran, bewildered, wondered aloud, what has gotten into her? After finishing their meal, Chen Nuo intended to wash the dishes but was halted by Meng Xiaoran, leaving him no choice but to retreat to the study to continue his exercises. Xin Xinmei eventually finished washing the dishes and sauntered in at a leisurely pace. Chen Nuo turned to urge her, "Little kitten, hurry up. I've completed my exercises and am waiting for you to explain the problems." Xin Xinmei responded with a quick acknowledgement, promptly sitting beside Chen Nuo to meticulously elucidate the questions. The tutoring session proved fruitful, as many knowledge gaps were effectively bridged with Shun Xinmei's explanations. By around 9 in the evening, Chen Nuo prepared to head home. After organizing his backpack, he suddenly turned back to Shun Xinmei and said, "Classmate Shun, thank you." Huh? Shun Xinmei looked bewildered. Chen Nuo smiled and added, "The all-lean twice-cooked pork and meatball soup were delicious. I appreciate it." Shun Xinmei stiffened, resembling a little kitten caught revealing a secret, and after a moment, she meekly replied, "No, it's nothing. Oh, by the way, I have a friend from class 4. May I bring him along to study tomorrow? I'll ensure he arrives after dinner." Shun Xinmei was taken aback, biting her lip, seemingly in a state of distress. Chen Nuo reassured her, saying, "There's no need to be nervous. This fellow is rather introverted. Just treat him as if he were invisible." After a prolonged silence, Shun Xinmei suddenly turned and retrieved a wallet from the drawer, extracting 500 yuan and handing it to Chen Nuo. "The more company I have while studying, the more companionship fee I owe you." Chapter 28. The gap between Chen Nuo and me will only widen Zhou's family. Zhou Xianxing entered the house, where his wife, Guiyan, had already prepared the meal. He peered inside and cheerfully inquired, "Where's Linger? Hasn't Tishi returned yet?" Guiyan replied, "I just received a call. She went out to buy stationery with her classmates and will be back soon." Zhou Xianxing responded with an "oh," changed his shoes, and stepped inside. Guiyan emerged from the kitchen with a dish, noticing Zhou Xianxing still smiling, and curiously asked, "What are you so happy about?" Zhou Xianxing recounted the incident of Chen Nuo setting up a stall at the boiler factory entrance, chuckling, "I told you. Chen Guodong's son may be clever in small matters, but he lacks perspective on significant issues. With the college entrance examination approaching, he is still outside running a stall. How much can he possibly earn?" I saw Chen Guodong looking so proud, as if he thought his son was capable. Contrary to him, Guiyan held a different opinion. "Young Chun is bold enough to run a business right at your boiler factory's doorstep. I think he is quite mature for his age. He may very well achieve great success in the future." What great success could he possibly have? Zhou Xianxing dismissed her view. "He ranks over 100 in his examinations, while our daughter is 18th. In the future, when Xiao Linger attends a prestigious university, he will only be able to go to a third-tier one. They are simply not from the same world. I maintain that he is unworthy of my daughter." At that moment, the front door opened, and Zhou Linger walked in. Zhou Xianxing greeted her with a smile. "You're back, daughter? Perfect timing for dinner." "I'm not hungry. You two go ahead," Zhou Linger retorted, sulking as she marched straight to her room, slamming the door behind her. Zhou Xianxing was taken aback and remarked to Guiyan, "Did you see that? Our daughter's eyes are red. Has someone bullied her?" Guiyan waved him off and approached Zhou Linger's door, attempting to coax her for a while. Eventually, Zhou Linger opened the door, though her eyes were still slightly red, clearly having cried. Zhou Xianxing, unable to bear seeing his daughter distressed, immediately asked, "Linger, who has bullied you? Tell your father. I will stand up for you." Wiping her eyes, Zhou Linger spoke with a choked voice. "Who else could it be?" Zhou Xianxing and Guiyan exchanged glances, and Guiyan quietly suggested, "Chen Nuo?" At the mention of Chen Nuo's name, Zhou Linger became even more agitated, tears streaming down her face as she recounted the events of the day, deliberately omitting her own harsh words towards Shun Xinmei. She only stated that Chen Nuo had unjustly scolded her. "That brat dares to bully you like this. What does the Chun family mean by this?" Zhou Xianxing was incensed and picked up his phone, ready to call Chen Guodong. Guiyan quickly intervened. "What are you calling for now? To start a quarrel? Let us address this tomorrow at work." Guiyan understood her daughter well, knowing that there must be something else amiss. Otherwise, Chen Nuo would not have made such remarks without reason. For the sake of her daughter's dignity, Guiyan refrained from questioning her in front of Zhou Xianxing. Zhou Linger cried more sorrowfully, pleading, "Dad, please don't call Uncle Chun anymore. Chen Nuo is doing this on purpose. If he knows how upset I am, he would surely take delight in it, and I refuse to let him." All right, I won't call." Zhou Xianxing quickly set down his phone and gently reassured her, "Linger, your academic performance is outstanding. You will surely attend a prestigious university. Chen Nuo will likely only make it to a second-tier school, and you may not even cross paths in the future. It's not worth getting upset over him." Zhou Linger bit her lip and replied, "Yes. We will no longer inhabit the same world. I refuse to waste my emotions on him. Indeed, Chen Nuo will only be able to find someone like Yi Mei, while I will seek a more exceptional partner. Our differences will only grow wider. Why should I feel anger?" With this thought, She felt considerably better and ultimately sat down at the dining table, where the three of them shared a warm dinner. Zhou Xianxing continually served her dishes, smiling broadly. Yet his heart remained unsettled. Despite being neighbors for over 20 years, the relationship between the Zhou and Chun families had lessened since Zhou Xianxing became a minister. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for the Chun family and felt the same towards Chen Nua. Nevertheless, out of respect for the childhood bond between Zhou Linger and Chen Nua, he had kept his opinions to himself. However, now that the scoundrel dared to bully his daughter repeatedly, he could no longer tolerate it. Suddenly, Zhou Xianxing recalled the lunch stall Chen Nua had set up at the boiler factory's entrance. Since you dare to bully my daughter, do not blame me for what is to come. Guo Yin glanced at her husband, then at her daughter, and sighed silently. In truth, when they lived on Old Factory Street, she had a good relationship with Li Qinghe, who had helped her on numerous occasions. Guo Yin also held a fondness for Chun Nua and harbored a silent hope that he might one day become her son-in-law. Yet, as their daughter matured, her feelings towards Chen Nua had become increasingly ambiguous. Each time her husband mentioned Chen Guodong, it was often with mockery and disdain. When did the relationship between our families deteriorate to this state? In the villa area, Shen Xinmei emerged from the bathroom, her slightly damp hair cascading gracefully over her alabaster shoulders. Having washed away her straight brows and removed her glasses, the girl revealed a stunningly delicate visage. Meng Xiaoran chuckled as she gazed at her. Wow, my Xinmei is even more beautiful than a fairy. I wonder which scoundrel will get to benefit from this. Shen Xinmei covered her face, her earlobes tinged with a rosy hue. Auntie, Meng Xiaoran pulled her to sit beside her, saying, Xinmei, how about we try this, tomorrow? Don't draw your eyebrows, or wear glasses, just go to school like this. Shen Xinmei shuddered, her face paling. Meng Xiaoran quickly reassured her, I was just joking. You can go out however you wish. She had noticed that over the past few days, after Chen Nua visited their home, her niece seemed to have become somewhat more cheerful. Thus, she endeavored to unravel the knots in her heart. The first step, naturally, was for Shen Xinmei to willingly reveal her true self. However, observing her current demeanor, it was evident that she had yet to emerge from her struggles. Meng Xiaoran hesitated to press her further and thoughtfully suggested, Xinmei, your aunt will be returning to Jiangcheng in a couple of days. I will have Chen Nua come over each evening to study with you. How does that sound? Shen Xinmei pursed her lips and nodded gently. Meng Xiaoran smiled and added, by the way, Chen Nua will be bringing a classmate along tomorrow. I'll take a look, and if everything seems fine with his friend, they can study together with you after I leave, all right? I will listen to my aunt, Shen Xinmei replied softly. Xinmei, Meng Xiaoran paused and casually remarked, if only Chen Nua could attend the same university as you. I see that you two get along quite well. Aunt, I'm going to bed. Shen Xinmei suddenly stood up and hurriedly ascended the stairs, retreating into her room. Meng Xiaoran gazed at the closed bedroom door, a faint smile gracing her lips. In her room, Shen Xinmei retrieved a notebook from her drawer and began to write. Mom and Dad, today was the first time, besides my aunt, that someone was willing to speak up for me. He even made those who scolded me apologize and saved me a seat on the bus. He doesn't tea like fatty meat, but my aunt enjoys pork belly. Thankfully, she will be leaving soon, and I can buy lean meat every day. Also, he is bringing a classmate to study with me. Do you think an additional 500 yuan for companionship is sufficient? Chapter 29, Minister Zhou, are you here for a meal too? The next day, Chen Nua arrived at school early, memorizing vocabulary in the classroom. Over the past few days, Shen Xinmei's tutoring had proven remarkably effective, gradually eliminating the confusion surrounding many knowledge points. Chen Nua was beginning to regain the feeling he had during his senior year. He was now brimming with motivation, determined to secure admission to Rongqing University. I have even come to regard the future president of Rongqing University as my elder sister. It would be a grave error not to attend Rongda. As he continued to memorize, he felt his memory improving significantly. Soon, classmates trickled into the classroom. Zhang Yuan was astonished to see Chen Nua and approached him, saying, Chen Nua, why are you here so early? He glanced back at Zhou Linger, who had just entered, and whispered, you're not waiting to apologize to Zhou Linger, are you? Chen Nua was immersed in the sea of knowledge, completely ignoring him. Zhang Yuan persisted. I heard from Zhang Rongrong that you went on a date with Yi Zhimei yesterday, which made Zhou Linger cry. Chen Nua, you can't be serious, right? Yi Zhimei seems quite nice, but using someone else to provoke Zhou Linger is rather unfair. At that moment, Zhou Linger was also looking at Chen Nua, but upon seeing him engrossed in his vocabulary, she huffed in annoyance. pretending to study seriously, yet you're still over 100 places behind. In the future, I will focus on my studies, while you can only aspire to a second-tier university. You'll have no opportunity to apologize. Zhou Linger resolved to ignore Chen Nuo for the entire day. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan continued to chatter incessantly, prompting Chen Nuo to set his book aside and glare at him. I'm studying here. Could you please refrain from making noise? Zhang Yuan looked at him incredulously. Chen Nuo, are you serious? Abandoning Zhou Linger to focus on your studies? Chen Nuo retorted, with just 3 months left until the college entrance examination, what else should I be doing if not studying? Zhang Yuan, you should put in some effort too. Hasn't your father always lamented that no one in your family has attended university? Is my effort even worthwhile? Zhang Yuan scoffed, believing that no amount of hard work could change his grades at this point. Chen Nuo whispered, I've recently found a very capable tutor. Would you like to join me for some extra lessons? Zhang Yuan, taken aback, waved his hand dismissively. No thanks, I'm not interested. Chen Nuo, with an air of mystery, added, the tutor's home has a stunning young woman. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened instantly. Really? Chen Nuo nodded, of course it's true. So, are you coming or not? Yes. Yes. Zhang Yuan exclaimed. By the way, I need to visit the boiler factory at noon. Are you coming with me? Chen Nuo inquired. It was likely that Chen Weimin would be there for a tasting session, and since his father was not adept at hosting leaders, he felt it necessary to be present. Of course I'll go. I promised to help my sister-in-law. Zhang Yuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. This guy seemed to spring to life at the mention of a young woman. Chen Nuo shook his head. Let us leave once class is over. Sounds good. At noon. At the boiler factory, Zhou Xianxing emerged from the minister's office and, noticing Chen Guodong was absent, asked Xiao Lu, where is Chen Guodong? Xiao Lu was engrossed in a television drama, and just as a woman on screen turned, revealing a bloodied face, Zhou Xianxing tapped her shoulder, causing her to scream and leap up, knocking her chair over and onto Zhou Xianxing's foot. Minister Zhou, I'm so sorry. Are you all right? I'm fine, really, Zhou Xianxing replied, his face flushed as he suppressed the intense pain in his toe, unwilling to speak harshly. It was lunchtime, after all, and watching a show was not against the rules, especially since Xiao Lu was the niece of the deputy factory director. He could only accept his misfortune and forced a smile. Xiao Lu, where's Chen Guodong? Xiao Lu replied, Teacher Chen left after lunch. I heard him mention he was going to check out the lunch stall at the entrance. Zhou Xianxing smirked inwardly, realizing that this stall was indeed set up by Chen Nuo. He turned and walked outside the office, inadvertently kicking a chair and aggravating his already painful toe. Minister Zhou, how is your foot? I'm fine, really. With a grim expression, Zhou Xianxing exited the office building and noticed a long line forming at the lunch stall. He snorted disdainfully and limped toward the security room. However, Li Hao and the others were savoring their meals with great delight. Due to the overwhelming number of people in line, they had to wait until the very end to finally eat, so Su Ru kindly prepared boxed lunches for them. The meal consisted of 5 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes, accompanied by soup. Now, Li Hao and his companions could comfortably enjoy their lunch in the security room, discussing how Xiao Chen's employees were efficient and how this stall would undoubtedly flourish. Upon seeing Director Zhou Xianxing enter, Li Hao promptly stood to greet him. Director Zhou, is there something you need from us? Zhou Xianxing smiled and replied, the factory director just called me, stating that we cannot set up stalls at the factory entrance and instructed me to have them removed. The factory director? Surely not. This stall has been here for several days. Why only now do we hear about it? Zhou Xianxing maintained his smile. The director just returned from the province a few days ago and has been occupied with other matters. Today, he happened to notice this stall and specifically asked me to address it. He subtly emphasized the title of factory director, causing Li Hao to fall silent. While the other security personnel exchanged glances, Li Hao hesitated. Director Zhou, did the factory director truly say that? Zhou Xianxing smiled. Captain Li, do you think I would deceive you? Li Hao glanced at his colleagues, who wore troubled expressions. They had been enjoying delicious free lunches these past few days, and Chen Nuo's 2 cigarettes remained untouched. It felt rather ungracious to chase people away after receiving such generosity. Zhou Xianxing cleared his throat. Captain Li, you wouldn't disregard the factory director's words, would you? With the conversation reaching this critical point, Li Hao felt compelled to act, addressing his fellow security personnel. Boys, let us follow Director Zhou and get to work. The security staff felt a bit disheartened but had no choice but to accompany Zhou Xianxing and Li Hao out of the security room. At that moment, a long line still formed at the factory entrance, and Zhou Xianxing began waving his hands to disperse the crowd. What are you all doing blocking the factory entrance? Move along. The employees recognized Zhou Xianxing, and one curiously asked, Director Zhou, are you here for lunch as well? Zhou Xianxing shot him a glare. What lunch? The factory director has stated that stalls are not allowed at the entrance. It's not a good influence. Whose stall is this? It needs to be removed. Uncle Zhou? Zhou Xianxing turned to see Chen Nuo waving at him. What brings you here? Zhou Xianxing approached, his face showing regret. I'm sorry, Xiao Chun. I know this stall is yours, but the factory has rules that I cannot defy. Please refrain from setting up this stall in the future. Director Zhou, you're here for lunch too? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed, causing Zhou Xianxing to pause. He then noticed the factory director, Chen Weiman, seated at a table behind the lunch stall, holding chopsticks with 5 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and a bowl of soup in front of him, while a piece of fish fillet rested in his mouth, smiling at Zhou Xianxing. Factory director. Zhou Xianxing's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the scene before him. Is the factory director actually dining here? How can that be? Chen Nuo chuckled and said, Uncle Zhou, Uncle Chun arrived quite early. Otherwise, you would have found yourself in a long queue. You've come rather late. Why not stand in line first? Zhou Xianxing glanced at Chen Weiman, who wore a broad smile, and added, Indeed, Minister Zhou, you have arrived late. Hurry along and queue up. The dishes are delightful today. Zhou Xianxing paused for a moment before joining in the laughter. Haha, the factory director is right. I worked a bit late this noon, and I must admit I arrived late. I shall go queue now. With that, he hurriedly dashed to the back of the line. As he passed by Li Hao and the others, a security guard could not resist asking, Minister Zhou, are you still chasing people away? Chasing whom? Zhou Xianxing replied, bewildered. The guard, equally puzzled, responded, Didn't you just say the director instructed us to prevent vendors from setting up at the factory entrance, and to have them removed? Haha. I was merely joking, Zhou Xianxing replied sheepishly, glancing back only to see Chen Weiman smiling at him. He quickly added, You all carry on with your tasks. I shall go queue now. Li Hao chuckled. All right then, Minister Zhou, you go ahead. Watching Zhou Xianxing obediently line up at the back, Li Hao turned to Chen Nuo and winked. Chen Nuo discreetly gave him a thumbs up, and Li Hao, grinning, began to maintain order with the security personnel. One guard leaned in and whispered to Li Hao, Captain Li, what is going on today? The factory director is here, and Minister Zhou still dares to chase people away? Li Hao chuckled softly and replied, From now on, lunch will cost money every day, understand? Why is that? The other guards asked in confusion. Li Hao shot them a look. Are you fools? Look at the relationship between Xiao Chun and the factory director. Who knows? We might end up following them in the future. The group of guards exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Captain Li sees things clearly. Uncle Chun, what do you think of our little canteen? At that moment, Chen Nuo, seated opposite Chen Weiman, asked with a smile. Beside him, Chen Guodong appeared quite anxious. Chen Weiman had arrived at the factory gate by 11:30, before Chen Nuo had arrived, but fortunately, Chen Guodong had heeded Chen Nuo's advice and came out early to wait. Wang Jian and Su Ru also learned that he was indeed the factory director, who had come specifically for a tasting. The couple warmly welcomed him, serving an array of 5 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and a soup. Had it not been for Su Ru's intervention, Wang Jian might have nearly offered a bottle of Luzhou Laojiao. Chen Guodong accompanied the factory director for the tasting, feeling quite on edge, unable to savor the flavors. Luckily, with the arrival of Chen Nuo and Zhang Yuan, who went to assist, Chen Nuo sat in front of Chen Weiman, smiling as he introduced the situation of Wang Jian and his wife. Chen Weiman listened while eating, his expression growing increasingly satisfied. His primary concerns revolved around 2 aspects, hygiene and cost-effectiveness. He was most pleased with the first point. The couple demonstrated remarkable attention to detail. Although the stall was set up outdoors, each dish was covered with a layer of food film. The rice and vegetable soup were served in specially designated food containers. The tables and benches, polished to a brilliant shine, were even cleaner than the desk in the factory director's office. As for the value for money, it exceeded Chen Weiman's expectations. He initially thought it was merely an outdoor stall where the workers could find enough to eat. But after tasting the first bite of the fish fillet, he found himself unable to stop. Had it not been for Chen Nuo and Chen Guodong standing nearby, he would have eagerly devoured all 5 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes. However, upon inquiring about the price, he was taken aback. For 12 yuan, one could choose 4 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, with rice and soup provided free of charge. This price was precisely the same as the lunch subsidy given to the workers, but truth be told, one could hardly order a meat dish at any restaurant for the same amount. Finally, Chen Weimin understood why so many workers queued up daily. He wished he could dine here every day. Hearing Chen Nua's words, Chen Weimin reluctantly set down his chopsticks and earnestly remarked, "Xiao Chen, thank you for resolving the lunch issue for so many workers at the factory. On behalf of the employees of the boiler factory, I express my gratitude." Chen Nua smiled and replied, "Uncle Chen, you are too kind. My father has worked at the boiler factory for over 20 years. It is my home." Chen Guodong chimed in, "Director, I am truly delighted to contribute to the factory." Chen Weimin observed the father-son duo, one anxious yet sincere, the other serious with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. He couldn't help but chuckle, finding this pair quite amusing. Chen Nua inquired, "Uncle Chen, what do you think about the proposal I mentioned yesterday? Moving this lunch stall into the boiler factory, transforming the small cafeteria into a larger one." This was Chen Nua's plan to take his first step towards earning his initial profits. Chen Weimin pondered for a moment and replied, "Xiao Chen, this is no small matter. I will discuss it with the leadership team upon my return." Chen Nua smiled and asked, "All right, Uncle Chen, would you like some more soup?" Given Chen Weimin's pragmatic nature, his response indicated that he was genuinely contemplating the idea of relocating the stall into the factory cafeteria. Chen Weimin chuckled and pointed at him, "Good lad. If it weren't for your suggestion, I wouldn't even be able to ask for another bowl of soup. Would I?" "Haha, Uncle Chen, you jest," Chen Nua replied. Nearby, Wang Jian and Su Ru, busy with their tasks, glanced over to see Chen Nua and the director sharing laughter. Exchanging glances, Wang Jian remarked, "So the director of the boiler factory is indeed Xiao Chen's uncle." Su Ru smiled and said, "Whether true or not, dear, let us follow Xiao Chen's lead and work diligently. My wife is right." As Chen Nua and Chen Weimin engaged in lively conversation, Zhou Xianxing finally reached the front of the line, bustling over with his meal. "Director, I'm here too." Chen Weimin rose. "Perfect timing. I've finished eating. I'll give you my seat." Zhou Xianxing's expression shifted. "This how could I accept? Does the director know about my false proclamation? Is he subtly pointing this out?" Chen Weimin chuckled and said, "What is there to feel embarrassed about? Do you expect to eat without paying? How could that be?" "Haha, director, you truly possess a delightful sense of humor." Zhou Xianxing promptly responded with a smile. "Xiao Chen, Lao Chen, I must take my leave. I have a meeting shortly." As Chen Weimin took a few steps away, he turned back to Chen Nua and said, "Xiao Chen, let us exchange numbers." "Certainly." Chen Nua and Chen Weimin saved each other's contact information, and as Chen Weimin patted his shoulder, he suddenly turned to Zhou Xianxing and remarked, "Minister Zhou, the regulations in our factory are all for the benefit of the employees. They aim to resolve practical issues for them. Wouldn't you agree?" Zhou Xianxing was momentarily taken aback and nodded repeatedly. "The director is absolutely right. Next time, please come earlier to queue." Chen Weimin maintained his smile. "Yes, yes." Zhou Xianxing was drenched in sweat. As Chen Weimin walked away, Zhou Xianxing's tense demeanor eased slightly, and Chen Guodong felt less apprehensive. Looking at Zhou Xianxing, he suddenly recalled, "Old Zhou, didn't you just finish your meal in the office?" Zhou Xianxing, with his fingers gripping the chopsticks, had veins protruding from the back of his hands. He gazed up at Chen Guodong's earnest expression and Chen Nua's half-smiling demeanor, gritting his teeth as he replied, "I didn't eat enough. I'm still hungry. Is that a problem?" Chapter 31. Do not assume that wealth grants you license to act as you wish. Once Chen Weimin departed, Zhou Xianxing found the enticing dishes before him utterly unappetizing, hastily consuming a few bites before leaving. After completing the midday business, Su Ru pulled Chen Nua aside, presenting him with a notebook. "Xiao Chen, here are the profits from the past few days. Take a look." Chen Nua lowered his head and exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, you can manage finances too?" The notebook meticulously recorded daily expenditures on ingredients, utensils, transportation, labor, as well as the daily turnover, followed by the profit. Each day was detailed thoroughly. "I am no expert in finance. I merely assisted Wang Jian with the bookkeeping when he sold cold dishes. Please check if there are any discrepancies." Su Ru's hair was somewhat disheveled, and her beautiful face shone with grease, indicative of the restaurant business, where one cannot always maintain a pristine appearance. Chen Nua observed her and smiled, saying, "No need for that, sister-in-law. I trust you." While he could certainly scrutinize the daily financial reports, the foundation of his partnership with Wang Jian and his wife was rooted not in profit, but in mutual support during difficult times, and the goodwill shown in celebrating Wang Yuanyuan's birthday. At least that was how Wang Jian and Su Ru perceived it. Should he now meticulously examine the accounts, it would alter the very basis of their collaboration. Perhaps such scrutiny would be warranted among equal partners, but Chen Nuo understood that this was not the case with Wang Jian and Su Ru. As the saying goes, what one acquires through their own efforts is far more valuable than what is given willingly. Thus, he refrained from thoroughly examining the accounts. Upon hearing his words, Su Ru was indeed touched. "Xiao Chun, thank you for placing such trust in us. Rest assured, we shall work diligently and adhere to the terms outlined in the contract." The contract signed by Chen Nuo and Wang Jian stipulates that he holds a 30% stake, with profits settled at the end of each month. Chen Nuo smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, I am certainly at ease with you both. I must return to school now. Farewell. Wang Jian, come here," he called. As Wang Jian approached and handed Chen Nuo a small bag, upon inspection, it was filled with fruit. With a hearty grin, Wang Jian expressed, "I've been working with such vigor these days, feeling optimistic about life. I am unsure how to thank you. Please don't take offense." Chen Nuo chuckled, graciously accepting the fruit while waving his hand in appreciation. "Thank you, brother, and thank you, sister-in-law. We shall take our leave now." Zhang Yuan waved goodbye to Su Ru with a lingering reluctance. Chen Nuo turned to him and asked, "Do you truly favor women older than yourself? Is that unacceptable?" Zhang Yuan remained entranced by his sister-in-law's gentle smile. Once aboard the bus, after a considerable time, Zhang Yuan finally snapped back to reality and curiously inquired, "Was that Minister Zhou earlier Zhou Linger's father?" Chen Nuo nodded. Zhang Yuan exclaimed, "No wonder he came to support you. Do you believe he came to support us?" Chen Nuo questioned. "Of course. What other reason could there be?" Zhang Yuan replied matter-of-factly. Chen Nuo regarded him for a long moment before suddenly stating, "Little chubby, I am certain you will pass the university entrance exam." "Why is that?" Zhang Yuan asked, puzzled. Chen Nuo responded knowingly, "Only university students possess such clear yet naive eyes as yours." Upon their return to school, in the afternoon, Old Li announced the results of the mock exam from 2 days prior. Zhou Linger ranked 20th in her grade, a slight drop of 2 places, but of no significant consequence. Chen Nuo, however, experienced a drastic decline, plummeting from 108th to over 300, now only 100 places ahead of Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan expressed his excitement, warmly welcoming Chen Nuo to share in his fortunes. Zhou Linger occasionally shot disdainful glances at Chen Nuo, clearly retaliating for his outburst at her the previous day, embodying the sentiment of an ex-lover thriving on another's misfortune. Yet, Chen Nuo remained unperturbed. During the exam 2 days prior, he had not yet found his footing, relying solely on his memories of high school knowledge from his previous life. Achieving a rank around 300 indicates that his foundation remains quite solid. With diligent study, he is confident that within 3 months, he will excel and gain admission to Rome University. With a clear direction in mind, Chen Nuo approached his studies with renewed vigor, and the afternoon classes passed in the blink of an eye. As school let out, Zhang Yuan eagerly approached, grinning widely. "Chen Nuo, to celebrate your successful integration into my circle, let us go to the Internet CAF for a dual Q." Chen Nuo chuckled, "Have you forgotten? You are to accompany me for supplementary lessons tonight." Zhang Yuan's face fell momentarily, but Chen Nuo added, "And there will be attractive young women." "All right then. I shall return home for dinner and will call you afterward," Zhang Yuan exclaimed, bolting from the classroom with newfound enthusiasm. Chen Nuo advised him to return home for dinner before heading to his tutor's residence. How was it that I had never realized this fellow had such a penchant for mature women? Chen Nuo shook his head as he exited classroom 4, just in time to spot someone stealthily slipping out of classroom 5. Upon seeing Chen Nuo, she lowered her head even further and silently joined the throng of students moving forward. Chen Nuo trailed behind her, just as he had the previous day, both of them exiting the school in a procession. However, unlike the day before, the little kitten did not continue her forward march but paused after the crowd thinned. Glancing back, Chen Nuo swiftly concealed himself behind the entrance of a small shop. Shin Xinmei, failing to catch sight of Chen Nuo, appeared puzzled. After waiting for a while without seeing that familiar figure, she hesitated, took out her phone, and, keeping her head down, messaged him. "Chen Nuo, where are you?" Just then, a pair of large feet clad in sneakers appeared before her. She quickly looked up to find Chen Nuo's smiling face. "Looking for me?" Shin Xinmei's eyes widened in surprise as she fumbled with her phone. Chen Nuo pulled out his own device to see. "Ding Dong Cat has retracted a message." Chen Nua chuckled. What did you send me? Shin Shinmei's face flushed as she lowered her head, saying, let us go buy groceries first. After speaking, she hurriedly moved ahead. Chen Nua caught up with her, teasing, little kitten, if you don't tell me, I'll charge you for my company. Shin Shinmei promptly retrieved 500 yuan bills from her backpack, offering them to him. Chen Nua stared at her, exclaiming, don't think you can do as you please just because you have money. Shin Shinmei looked at him with a hint of grievance and reached for her money again. But he quickly stopped her. All right. If money can indeed buy freedom, I forgive you. Let us go. He genuinely feared that he might lose control and embark on the path of dependency. The two made their way toward the bus stop when a disdainful cold snort suddenly echoed from behind. Chen Nua turned to glance back. He saw Zhou Linger striding past them, her gaze unwavering, seemingly oblivious to Chen Nua and Shin Shinmei. Upon sighting Zhou Linger, Shin Shinmei appeared to recall the events of the previous day, growing anxious as she instinctively hid behind Chen Nua. Yet, she felt it inappropriate to stand so close to him, finding herself in a dilemma, resembling a lost kitten. Chen Nua suddenly addressed Zhou Linger ahead. Zhou, why are you following us? Zhou Linger turned around, her expression frosty. Who is following you? Don't flatter yourself. I'm simply heading home. Chen Nua helplessly pointed behind her. Zhou, your home is in that direction. Zhou Linger paused, her face shifting from red to pale, stamping her foot. I just wanted to take a detour home. Is that any of your business? With that, she stomped away. Children truly lack maturity. Chen Nua shook his head, saying to Shin Shinmei, let us go. Oh. She obediently followed behind him. Upon reaching the bus, she suddenly remarked, Chen Nua, I'm sorry. Chen Nua was perplexed. Why are you apologizing? Shin Shinmei skillfully bent down to express her contrition, nearly striking her head with her backpack. I made you accompany me while studying, which upset classmate Zhou. I'm sorry. Chapter 32. The foolish genius. Chen Nua observed Shin Shinmei for a long moment, then suddenly chuckled. If I didn't know your foolishness, I might have thought you were a green tea. Green tea? Shin Shinmei looked utterly confused. At that moment, the bus arrived, and Chen Nua said, let us go. Get on the bus. The topic was thus concluded as they boarded the vehicle, swiftly reaching the market. Today, they appeared increasingly adept. Shin Shinmei led the way in selecting and purchasing vegetables, while Chen Nua followed, tasked with carrying the bags. When purchasing meat, Shin Shinmei divided it into two portions. First, she bought the half-fat, half-lean that Meng Xiaoran relished, and then she procured the pure lean meat favored by Chen Nua. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Chen Nua asked, little kitten, my sister prefers pork belly. I favor pure lean. What do you like? Shin Shinmei replied, as long as you both like it, that's enough. Observing Chen Nua's astonished expression, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly added, I like everything. Chen Nua laughed. Aren't those two statements contradictory? Shin Shinmei opened her cherry-like lips, at a loss for words, and could only gaze at Chen Nua with a hint of grievance. All right, let's head home. Chen Nua decided not to tease her further and walked towards the market exit. Shin Shinmei caught up, taking the plastic bag filled with vegetables from his hands. Turning back, Chen Nua heard her softly say, it's heavy. Presumably intending to stock up on ingredients, Shin Shinmei had purchased considerably, with 3 large bags weighing her down, making it somewhat arduous for Chen Nua to carry. He promptly reached for the bag in her grasp. You know it's heavy yet insist on carrying it alone? Split it with me. It's not heavy. Shin Shinmei evaded, continuing forward alone, resolutely refusing to let Chen Nua assist. Chen Nua, both amused and exasperated, remarked, one moment it's heavy, the next it's not. What exactly are you saying? As they walked from the market to the bus station, Shin Shinmei steadfastly clutched the burdensome groceries, unwilling to share even a single bag with Chen Nua. The bus arrived, and they boarded. This time, there were 2 seats available, though they were positioned one in front of the other. Chen Nua allowed Shin Shinmei to sit in the front while he took the rear. After 2 stops, however, Shin Shinmei stood beside his seat. Chen Nua inquired curiously, why aren't you sitting? In a hushed tone, Shin Shinmei replied, there was an old lady, so I let her have my seat. Chen Nua turned to look ahead and saw a rosy-cheeked elderly woman seated in Shin Shinmei's place, animatedly conversing with her companion. Gesticulating exuberantly, a lively presence on the bus. Noting the 3 heavy plastic bags in Shin Shinmei's hands, Chen Nua rose and said, you should sit down. Shin Shinmei shook her head. You let me sit yesterday. Chen Nua glared at her. If you don't sit, I'll take your glasses. With no choice, Shin Shinmei reluctantly settled into the seat. She carried a backpack, her legs burdened by 3 large bags, nearly engulfing her entire being. Shin Shinmei looked up at Chen Nuo and said, "Could you lend me your backpack?" Chen Nuo chuckled. "Are you trying to crush yourself?" Shin Shinmei opened her mouth to respond, but was silenced by a disapproving glare from him, making her refrain from speaking further. As the bus reached its final stop in the suburbs, the two disembarked. Chen Nuo remarked to Shin Shinmei, "In the future, when you encounter those robust elderly individuals radiating vitality, don't offer your seat. They're sprightlier than you." A sheen of sweat glistened on Shin Shinmei's forehead. "It's fine. I'm not tired," she replied. Suddenly, Chen Nuo reached over and snatched 2 heavy plastic bags from her grip. Shin Shinmei gasped and instinctively attempted to reclaim them. But a stern look from Chen Nuo made her relent. "So, you choose to disobey?" he chided. Shin Shinmei dared not resist any longer and obediently followed him. "Hey, little kitten, how is it that your cooking is so delectable?" After a moment of silent walking, Chen Nuo asked unexpectedly. Shin Shinmei paused, biting her lip. And after a considerable silence, she replied, "I often spent time alone at home when I was little, so I learned to cook by myself." Chen Nuo glanced back at Shin Shinmei, who was focused on the ground, and refrained from inquiring further about her solitary childhood, as it might lead to painful memories of her deceased parents. "Then how did you become so academically adept?" he pressed on. Shin Shinmei looked up in confusion. "I'm not sure. I just picked it up as I went." Chen Nuo nearly choked in disbelief. Such an unassuming genius was truly exasperating. She always regarded her accomplishments as commonplace, oblivious to the fact that what she deemed ordinary was, in reality, an unattainable pinnacle for most. With a furrowed brow, Chen Nuo glared at her. "Fortunately, while heaven granted you 2 windows of opportunity, it didn't forget to close a door." The little kitten had a talent for cooking, high intelligence, and excelled in her studies, yet was blissfully ignorant in other aspects. Such is the nature of humanity. No one is perfect. Oh, but wait. She was endowed with an extraordinarily beautiful face. Moreover, she possessed a villa. Remarkable, was it 4 or 5 windows open for every door closed. Once she entered university, the other girls there would be at a loss. Suddenly, Chen Nuo recalled something. According to his memories from a past life, Shin Shinmei was accepted into Peking University. Yet she chose not to continue her studies. Instead, she returned to her hometown and soon after took her own life. Shin Shinmei, lost in thought, inadvertently bumped into Chen Nuo's back, exclaiming in surprise as she looked up, puzzled as to why he had halted. "Shin Shinmei." Chen Nuo turned to her and said earnestly, "After the college entrance examination, I have 3 requests for you." "Huh?" Shin Shinmei stared blankly at him, instinctively beginning to say, "But I." She had already made up her mind. Once she was accepted into Peking University, fulfilling her parents' wishes, she would return home alone and end her life at their graves. In this way, she could remain with her parents forever. However, if she agreed to Chen Nuo's request, her own plans would be postponed. If she refused, "I would announce to the entire school tomorrow that you are a stunning beauty, and everyone would come to see you." "No," Shin Shinmei quickly replied. I agree." Chen Nuo chuckled and gently ruffled her hair, saying, "Now that's more like it. Let us go." Shin Shinmei stood there in a daze, her eyes filled with confusion. Chen Nuo turned back, urging, "Come on." "Oh, right." Upon arriving home, Meng Xiaoran was already able to move about. She ushered the two into the study, declaring, "Today, I will cook. You two focus on your studies." "Auntie, that meat," Shin Shinmei began. But Meng Xiaoran glanced at Chen Nuo and interjected, "I know, my brother does not eat fatty meat, so you specifically bought him lean cuts." Shin Shinmei nervously clutched the hem of her clothing, her ears turning crimson. Meng Xiaoran laughed heartily. "Our Shinmei has grown up. The things I overlooked have all been noticed by you, brother." Meng Xiaoran winked at Chen Nuo, adding, "You are indeed fortunate." Chapter 33, Shin Classmate. It is time to showcase your true skills. Chen Nuo, puzzled, asked what fortune. Shin Shinmei also wore a blank expression. Meng Xiaoran looked at them, chuckled softly, and said, "All right, you two hurry and study." With that, she turned and entered the kitchen. Shin Shinmei fiddled with her clothing, glanced at Chen Nuo, and, lowering her head, walked into the study. Chen Nuo followed her inside and suddenly spoke. "I understand what my sister meant just now." Shin Shinmei adjusted her large glasses, inquiring, "What do you mean?" Chen Nuo replied, "I will be tutoring at your house for another 3 months, and your cooking is so delicious. I will be able to enjoy your meals for an additional 3 months. Of course, that is fortunate." "Oh." Shin Shinmei pondered for a moment, finding it quite reasonable. "Oh, what?" Let us start the lesson, Teacher Shun. Yes. In the study, the teacher began the lesson with trepidation, occasionally facing an impatient student. As time gradually passed, Chen Nuo felt the jumbled knowledge in his mind beginning to coalesce. The concepts from high school became increasingly clear. Half an hour later, Meng Xiaoran's voice called from outside. Time for dinner. Chen Nuo stood up and went out, exclaiming, "Wow, sis, your dishes smell amazing." Meng Xiaoran rolled her eyes, replying, "Stop buttering me up. My dishes can't compare to Xinmei's." Chen Nuo grinned. "It's different. Classmate Shun's dishes are a harmonious blend of flavor, aroma, and presentation, while my sister's have a refined elegance." Meng Xiaoran burst into laughter. "Your flattery." She placed a piece of tender twice-cooked pork into his bowl, saying, "All right. Hurry and eat." Today, Meng Xiaoran also prepared twice-cooked pork, intentionally making two versions, one with more fat and another entirely lean. Chen Nuo expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sis. I really appreciate it." Meng Xiaoran gestured toward Xinmei, saying, "If you wish to thank someone, thank Xinmei. I didn't even notice you don't eat fatty meat." She was the one who pointed it out. Chen Nuo delicately picked up a piece of pork belly and placed it into Xinmei's bowl, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, classmate Shun." He then selected another piece and offered it to Meng Xiaoran, saying, "Thanks, sis." The latter chuckled heartily, while Xinmei, her gaze lowered, silently savored the morsel Chen Nuo had placed before her, chewing thoughtfully. Gradually, a faint smile graced her lips. After the meal, Chen Nuo eagerly volunteered to wash the dishes, feeling it inappropriate to merely partake in meals while contributing nothing during his daily tutoring sessions at their home. Unable to contest his decision, Meng Xiaoran retreated to slice fruits for both him and Xinmei. As Chen Nuo busied himself with the dishes, his phone, resting in the living room, began to ring. Xinmei, seated in the living room, timidly called out to the kitchen, "Chen Nuo, your phone is ringing. Could you bring it to me?" Came Chen Nuo's voice from the kitchen, but Xinmei hesitated to reach for it. The phone continued to ring insistently, prompting Chen Nuo to urge, "Hurry up." Reluctantly, Xinmei picked up his phone and dashed into the kitchen, handing it to him. Chen Nuo glanced at his soapy hands and instructed, "Please hold it near my ear." "What?" Xinmei's eyes widened, her face flushing. She hurriedly complied, realizing it was likely Zhang Yuan calling, who was unfamiliar with the route. Chen Nuo shot her a glance, and Xinmei, feeling a bit wronged, connected the call and raised the phone. Standing at a height of 183 centimeters, Chen Nuo found that Xinmei, at 170 centimeters, was just the right height. With a slight lift of her hand, she positioned the phone perfectly by his ear. "Hello," he spoke, continuing to wash the dishes. "Walk straight ahead after you get off the car. About 500 meters ahead is a villa area." "Why are you yelling? You startled me." "Wait for me at the entrance, and I will come to get you." As the call ended, Xinmei still held the phone carefully to his ear. After half a minute, unable to contain her curiosity, she whispered, "Are you done?" Chen Nuo shot her a bemused glance, chuckling, "I finished ages ago. Why are you still so close?" Startled, Xinmei jumped back half a meter, burying her head as she fled the kitchen, seemingly colliding with something along the way and exclaiming, "Ouch." Outside, Meng Xiaoran's voice rang out, "Xinmei, why are you running so fast? Be careful." Xinmei retreated into the study, fearing to emerge, while Chen Nuo finished washing the dishes and informed Meng Xiaoran before heading out to meet Zhang Yuan. Upon arriving at the entrance of the villa area, he spotted a figure peering cautiously inside, with two security guards watching him closely, ready to pounce at any sign of trouble. Chen Nuo promptly approached the guards, saying, "I apologize, he is my classmate." Having seen Chen Nuo frequently in recent days, the guards recognized him and opened the electric gate for Zhang Yuan to enter. Excitedly, Zhang Yuan rushed in, exclaiming, "Chen Nuo, you are actually tutoring in a villa area? What kind of teacher did you find?" Chen Nuo replied irritably, "It's not your villa, so why are you so agitated?" "How can I not be excited? This is my first time in a villa." Zhang Yuan asked numerous questions along the way, brimming with curiosity about the enigmatic tutor. Upon arriving at Xinmei's doorstep, Meng Xiaoran, aware that Chen Nuo had brought a classmate, was already waiting. "Hello, I am Chen Nuo's sister." "Welcome." Zhang Yuan stared dumbfounded at Meng Xiaoran, his eyes nearly popping out. "Why you hello?" Meng Xiaoran smiled at him, offering a pair of men's slippers. Still in a daze, Zhang Yuan mistakenly wore them on the wrong feet. Meng Xiaoran chuckled softly and whispered to Chen Nuo, It's evident that your classmate's academic performance is quite poor. Chen Nua was at a loss for words and dragged the embarrassing fellow towards the study. You both go ahead with your tutoring. I have work to do, Meng Xiaoran said before heading upstairs, as she had a considerable amount of work to catch up on after resting at home for so long. Zhang Yuan gawked at her graceful figure as she ascended, excitedly tugging at Chen Na, stammering, "Wow, a mature woman." It was the first time Zhang Yuan had encountered such a beautiful and sophisticated woman, leaving him nearly fainting from excitement. "All right, let's hurry to the tutoring." Chen Nua pulled this guy into the study, and a stunned Zhang Yuan suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, Shin Xinmei?" Shin Xinmei stood by the desk, looking flustered as she gazed at Chen Nua. She was aware that Chen Nua's friends would be coming today, yet she still felt nervous. Chen Nua smiled at her, signaling her to relax, then turned to Zhang Yuan. "From today onwards, Shen will tutor us every evening." Zhang Yuan was taken aback. "Can she really tutor us? Although she performs decently, she is only ranked 50 in the grade. Surely her level can't be higher than that of a teacher, right? Is it reliable to ask her for tutoring?" Chen Nua produced a copy of 10 years of exam questions for college entrance, placing it before Shin Xinmei. "Shun, it's time to showcase your true skills." Chapter 34. Mastery. "What are you doing, Chen Nua? 10 years of exam questions are too difficult. I can't understand them." Zhang Yuan felt a headache coming on as soon as he saw the book in Chen Nua's hands. Old Li had forced them to buy numerous practice materials, and among them, this book was the most challenging. Zhang Yuan could comprehend at most 2 out of the 10 questions. "Hurry up, time is limited." Chen Nua ignored him, flipping to a page and placing it in front of Shin Xinmei. Shin Xinmei responded with an "oh" and obediently began working on the problems. For her, focusing on the questions was far more comfortable than facing the unfamiliar Zhang Yuan. The page Chen Nua chose was filled with high-difficulty problems. Zhang Yuan pulled Chen Nua aside, whispering, "Chen Nua, stop messing around and let the teacher come down." He mistakenly believed that Meng Xiaoran was the tutor Chen Nua had found, thinking Shin Xinmei was merely accompanying them for the tutoring session. "I'm done." The voice of Shin Xinmei resonated, prompting Zhang Yuan to turn around and behold her delicately presenting the 10 years' worth of past examination papers to Chen Nua. Zhang Yuan felt a twinge of confusion. Had she truly finished so quickly? Surely, she hadn't just scribbled random answers? Chen Nua flipped over the subsequent answers for comparison, revealing them to be flawless. Zhang Yuan's bewilderment deepened as he questioned Shin Xinmei. "You didn't secretly copy the answers, did you?" Chen Nua urged him to take a seat, addressing Shin Xinmei. "Teacher Shun, why don't you elucidate these problems for us?" "Oh," Shin Xinmei replied softly, taking a seat beside Chen Nua. She opened her mouth but hesitated to speak. After a couple of days of growing accustomed to studying with Chen Nua, the sudden addition of another person left her feeling quite out of sorts. "It's all right. Just consider Zhang Yuan as heir," Chen Nua reassured her. Shin Xinmei blinked in surprise. "Is that really permissible?" To which Chen Nua replied, "Of course. Just look at him. What difference does it make?" Shin Xinmei glanced at Zhang Yuan and nodded earnestly. "You're right." "Hey, what do you mean by that?" Zhang Yuan retorted, feeling exasperated. Chen Nua discreetly stepped on his foot beneath the table, prompting Zhang Yuan to grimace but ultimately remained silent. Taking a deep breath, Shin Xinmei's large eyes, hidden behind her black-framed glasses, turned toward Chen Nua, and she began her explanation. Surprisingly, once she treated Zhang Yuan as mere heir, her nerves seemed to dissipate. With her focus solely on Chen Nua and the examination paper, her words soon flowed with increasing fluency. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan, still regarded as heir, grew more astonished with each passing moment. Is it truly possible to solve this problem in such a manner? The approach is even more remarkable than the standard answer. How is it that I comprehend this intricate process so easily when I couldn't grasp it during Old Li's class? As she finished explaining the first page, Zhang Yuan's regard for Shin Xinmei had transformed entirely. Chen Nua then presented the previous mathematics examination paper, and Shin Xinmei maintained her singular focus on him, continuing her exposition. Zhang Yuan, now completely resigned to the role of heir, listened with increasing fascination, his mouth agape in awe. This particular examination had been discussed by the math teacher during class, and while Zhang Yuan had managed to catch some of it, he had found many questions perplexing. Yet, under Shin Xinmei's guidance, his muddled thoughts began to clarify, and she elucidated concepts that had eluded even their teacher. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Yuan whispered to Chen Nua, "I had no idea Shun was this remarkable." Chen Nua chuckled lightly. "It's nothing extraordinary. Perhaps fate has merely opened a few more windows for her. Upon concluding the mathematics paper, Shin Xinmei, at Chen Nua's behest, proceeded to explain a set of language arts papers. Zhang Yuan, thoroughly captivated, sat attentively by, absorbing every word. As the clock struck 9, signaling the end of their tutoring session, Shin Xinmei announced, "Little kitty, I'm leaving now. Teacher Shin, I'm off." "Thank you." Chen Nua and Zhang Yuan exited Shin Xinmei's residence. Chen Nua nonchalantly waved goodbye to her, while Zhang Yuan displayed an expression of utmost respect. In the past 2 hours, Zhang Yuan had witnessed the true essence of an academic prodigy. No matter how difficult the problems were, even those beyond the syllabus, they were effortlessly solved in Shin Xinmei's hands. A master. No, a master of masters. As the two left the villa area, Zhang Yuan remained in a state of astonishment. His steps unsteady. Chen Nua earnestly advised him, "Zhang Yuan, remember, do not disclose Shin Xinmei's status as a top student to anyone. She fears drawing attention." "No problem." Zhang Yuan gestured affirmatively, then lamented, "She excels in her studies and resides in a grand villa. Yet, alas, her appearance is rather unremarkable." Chen Nua remained silent. But Zhang Yuan suddenly pulled him aside, whispering with intrigue, "And that mature lady? Who is she?" "She is Shin Xinmei's aunt, a professor at Rongqing University." Chen Nua pondered before responding. "A professor at Rongqing University?" Zhang Yuan's voice trembled slightly. Chen Nua understood his excitement. A beautiful, mature university instructor was indeed a compelling allure for a spirited high school senior. He refrained from revealing that Meng Xiaoran would be the future president of Rongqing University. Firstly, since Meng Xiaoran had yet to receive the official notification, it would be inappropriate to speak of it without her consent. Secondly, for Zhang Yuan, a beautiful and mature university teacher could ignite his passion for learning, but the idea of a university president felt too lofty and might lead to disillusionment. As expected, Zhang Yuan clenched his fists and declared, "Chen Nua, I am determined to study hard. I want to attend Rongqing University." "Indeed, no one knows a child better than a father." Chen Nua chuckled and replied, "Excellent. Let us strive together. From today onwards, we shall study late into the night until dawn." Zhang Yuan's enthusiasm for learning surged to unprecedented heights. Chen Nua reminded him, "There is also Rongqing Electronic Vocational College nearby, with much lower admission requirements. If necessary, you could consider that option." "No, for the sake of the mature teacher. To live up to my parents' and teachers' expectations. I shall aim for Rongqing University." In Jiang County's new urban area, within a high-end community named Lijing Garden, the Zhou family resided. Zhou Xianxing sat on the sofa, incessantly pressing the remote control, flipping through channels from local to satellite stations, his expression somewhat dazed. Guoyan, folding clothes beside him, glanced at her husband and suddenly inquired, "Old Zhou, did you happen to visit Chen Guodong today?" Yesterday, Guoyan had sensed Zhou Xianxing's anger over their daughter being bullied by Chen Nua, and she worried that he might confront Chen Guodong at work today. After all, the two families had been neighbors for over 20 years, and Guoyan feared creating an awkward situation. Upon returning home today, Zhou Xianxing had been unusually quiet, and Zhou Linger was also rather taciturn, casting a peculiar atmosphere over the household. Guoyan had just exited Zhou Linger's room after comforting her daughter when she noticed her husband's gloomy demeanor and could no longer contain her curiosity. Guoyan had already devised a plan. Should her husband's actions prove excessive, she would discreetly approach Li Qinghe to express her apologies, hoping to prevent any deterioration in their family's relationship. Zhou Xianxing remained silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. "Not at all. I get along quite well with old Chen. We even dined together today." "You had a meal together?" Guoyan inquired, puzzled. "You and old Chen both brought your lunches from home, so why go out to eat? Furthermore, where is there to dine outside the factory?" Mid-sentence, Guoyan abruptly realized the implication and scrutinized Zhou Xianxing. "You and old Chen didn't go to Chen Nua's stall for a meal, did you?" Zhou Xianxing opened his mouth, intending to admit that he had initially sought out Chen Nua to vent his frustrations on behalf of their daughter. However, upon encountering the factory director, he felt embarrassed when the latter subtly criticized him. Ultimately, he could only mutter, "Chen Guodong treated me to a meal," claiming that this matter was Chen Nua's fault. Guoyan halted her folding of clothes, visibly astonished. Could it be that Chen Nua truly bullied Xiao Linge? That seems implausible. After years of neighborly familiarity, Guoyan knew all too well that Chen Guodong, much like her husband, cherished his child above all else. Even if Chen Nua had indeed erred, Given Chun Guodong's character, he would merely offer some fruit or a meal, never admitting his child was at fault. Moreover, based on her understanding of Chun Nuo, it was far more likely that her daughter had bullied him rather than the other way around. Something about her husband's demeanor upon returning home today seemed off. Clearing his throat, Zhou Xianxing quickly added, "Of course, old Chen wouldn't admit any wrongdoing. But when he and his son invited me to dinner, that was the implication, wasn't it? Oh, that's a relief. You needn't be so narrow-minded," Guo Yin remarked, beginning to believe him as she resumed folding clothes. Zhou Xianxing grunted in acknowledgement. Yet his mind incessantly replayed the scene from earlier that day when Director Chun had subtly pointed out his shortcomings, alongside the familiar interaction between Chen Nuo and the director, all of which stung him deeply as he fidgeted with the remote control. "Which channel are you even watching?" Guo Yin snatched the remote from his hands. Turning off the television, she said earnestly, "I just asked Xiao Linger. Their exam results are out, and she's dropped 2 places to 20th in her grade." Only then did Zhou Xianxing snap back to reality, frowning. How could she drop? It can't be because of that Chen Nuo, right? Guo Yin replied. It seems Chen Nuo has fallen even further, dropping to over 300. I was thinking we should invite Chun Guodong and his family out for a meal sometime soon, to discuss the importance of the upcoming college entrance examination for the 2 children. As she spoke, she noticed her husband suddenly break into laughter, prompting her to ask curiously, "What is so funny?" Zhou Xianxing chuckled. "I told you, running a business has to impact one's studies, doesn't it? How much can one earn from setting up a stall? Now that everything is settled, academic performance has declined significantly. Chen Nuo indeed possesses only a modicum of cleverness and is unlikely to achieve great success." Guo Yin expressed her dissatisfaction. "Why are you reveling in his misfortune?" At that moment, Zhou Linger emerged from her bedroom, and Zhou Xianxing called her over. "Linger, you performed well this time. I will reward you with 500 yuan. Zhou Linger instantly brightened. "Really? Thank you, Dad." Guo Yin playfully nudged Zhou Xianxing. "But you do realize that she has dropped 2 places since last time. Why are you still rewarding her?" Zhou Linger pouted. "Mom, I only dropped 2 spots, while Chen Nuo fell over 200. Zhou Xianxing chuckled heartily. "Indeed. I believe my daughter will rank within the top 15 in the next mock exam, and I shall reward you again then." "Great. Thank you, Dad." Zhou Linger beamed with joy. Zhou Xianxing continued with a grin. "Linger, remember, your excellence means the gap between you and Chen Nuo will only widen. Do not associate too closely with him. It may hinder your studies." "What are you talking about, old Zhou? The 2 children should assist each other and progress together." Guo Yin quickly advised Zhou Linger. "Little Linger, do not heed your father's words. You and Chen Nuo have grown up together. He is struggling academically now. Lend him a hand." Zhou Linger huffed. "He ignores me. Why should I help him? My dad is right. I am far superior. In next month's mock exam, I will surely rank in the top 15 and leave him far behind." With that, she joyfully retreated to her room. Her excellence continued to rise while Chen Nuo's performance dwindled. Even if he disregarded her, she felt no sorrow. Zhou Xianxing's mood lifted as well, and he stood to say, "I am going to take a shower." Watching her husband and daughter depart, Guo Yin couldn't help but sigh. "Ding Dong Cat, are you home? I just want to make money. Heading upstairs now." Ding Dong Cat. Transferred 800. Ding Dong Cat. This is the companionship fee for 2. I just want to make money. Wait, little kitten. Do you really have so much money that you have nowhere to spend it? Chen Nuo arrived at Old Factory Street via bus and, upon reaching his apartment building, received another companionship fee from Shin Xinmei. He regretted having so easily deceived the little kitten earlier. Now, not only was she tutoring him and Zhang Yuan, but he was also collecting money from her. Even if Chen Nuo's primary aim was to earn money, this was not the proper method. Earning should be lawful and ethical. One should never profit at the expense of one's conscience. Given how naive the little kitten was, he should never deceive her out of her money. Suddenly, Chen Nuo paused, contemplating a possibility. In his previous life, after the college entrance examination, Shin Xinmei returned to her hometown and soon took her own life. For someone who had long harbored thoughts of death, money held no significance whatsoever. This could explain why Shin Xinmei so casually offered him money, even tossing 2,000 yuan at him without a second thought upon hearing he intended to bet on the lottery. She had indeed inherited a considerable sum from her parents before their passing. Yet, the more significant reason likely stemmed from her belief that her life was drawing to a close, rendering her indifferent to financial matters. Ding Dong Cat, it's fine. I give you the money without concern. At that moment, Shun Shimei sent another WeChat message. Chen Nuo glanced at it and thought, indeed. The sentiment expressed here resonates with the notion of a dying person who is indifferent to material possessions. Money, it seems, matters little to whom it is given. Standing at the quiet stairway, the censer light above extinguished, enveloped by darkness, Chen Nuo pondered that perhaps for Shin Shinmei, her surroundings mirrored this very darkness, void of light, devoid of hope. Slowly, Chen Nuo settled on the steps. I have returned to this life, altering the fate of the Wang family. And I am on the verge of changing Zhang Yuan's destiny, as well as that of my own parents. So why should I not be able to change Shin Shinmei's fate? Suddenly, Chen Nuo sprang to his feet, intent on his phone. I only wish to make money. Little kitten, after the college entrance examination, you promised to assist me with 3 matters, remember? Ding dang cat. I remember. I only wish to make money. The conditions have changed. You must now help me with 5 tasks. Ding dang cat. But I want to return to my hometown after the exams. I only wish to make money. You are not permitted to return home. Ding dang cat. Why not? I only wish to make money. Regardless, you are not going back. Otherwise, I shall inform everyone tomorrow that you are exceptionally beautiful. Ding dang cat. When can I return home then? I only wish to make money. You may return only after you have completed my tasks. No. Only when I grant my permission. I only wish to make money. No refusals, no negotiations. That is final. I am going home to sleep now. Good night. Ding dang cat. But I only wish to make money. If you say but again, I shall become angry. Ding dang cat. Oh, good night. Chapter 36. Little kitten, good night. Classmate Chen Nuo. Good night. If you say but again, I shall become angry. Yes, your majesty. Chen family. Chen Nuo stood obediently with his hands clasped behind him, facing the sofa where Li Qinghe sat, while Chun Guodong crouched beside her with a sheepish grin. Thus, it is said that every creature has its match. While Chen Nuo had a firm grasp on the little kitten, returning home, he found himself easily subdued by the formidable presence of his mother. The reason was simple. He had performed dismally in the mock examination. His ranking plummeted from 108th to 308th, a decline of precisely 200 places. This cannot entirely be blamed on Chen Nuo, as this was his first examination since his rebirth. Relying solely on the scant memories from a decade after leaving school, merely managing to surpass over 100 classmates was already quite commendable. However, Old Li was particularly harsh this time, directly contacting Ms. Li Qinghe to inform her of Chen Nuo's significant decline in performance. Ms. Li Qinghe, being a rather understanding parent, did not summon Chen Nuo home immediately. Instead, she waited until he returned from tutoring to unleash her wrath. After such a prolonged build-up, the force of her reprimand was indeed formidable. Chen Nuo was able to remain standing only thanks to the fervent intercession of Chun Guodong beside him, which spared him from severe punishment. Yet, while he escaped the death penalty, he was not spared from lesser penalties. Li Qinghe issued an ultimatum to Chen Nuo. In the upcoming mock examination next month, he must rank within the top 200, no, the top 150. The second middle school of Jiang County is hardly a provincial key school. Those ranked beyond 200 face considerable difficulty in gaining university admission. However, those within the top 150 still harbor hopes of securing a place in a third-tier institution or striving for a second-tier one. This remains the utmost aspiration that Li Qinghe holds for Chen Nuo at present, given her own child's academic performance. She cannot reasonably expect him to excel to the same extent as Zhou Linger, who consistently ranks within the top 20. The thought of this fills Li Qinghe with a sense of discomfort. In the afternoon, when Chen Nuo's homeroom teacher called Li Qinghe, he made a point to mention Zhou Linger's impressive achievements. He remarked that since Chen Nuo and Zhou Linger had grown up together, he ought to learn from her merits. This reflects Mr. Li's responsibility towards his students, leaving Li Qinghe with little room to retort. Despite her internal displeasure, she refrained from pressuring Chen Nuo to surpass Zhou Linger. Adolescents are particularly sensitive. Uttering anything that might bruise their self-esteem is unequivocally inadvisable. Li Qinghe believed she was being quite rational and objective. To her surprise, upon hearing the goals she proposed, Chen Nuo immediately interjected, "But, there is no but," Li Qinghe retorted, slamming her hand on the table. "Chen Nuo, are you thinking this through?" Nearby, Chun Guodong gestured to Chen Nuo, urging him to withdraw and avoid further inciting his mother's ire. Yet, Chen Nuo persisted, "Mom, I mean your target is set too low." "What?" Li Qinghe was on the verge of anger when she abruptly paused, turning to look at Chun Guodong. He wore a similarly bewildered expression as they both turned to Chen Nua. What do you mean? Chen Nua chuckled. For my second mock exam. My aim is to place within the top 100. For the third, I aspire to enter the top 50, and for the fourth, the top 20. This is the only way to secure a place at Rome University and embark on my entrepreneurial journey. With the assistance of the extraordinary coder, Little Milk Cat, Chen Nua felt confident in this ambition. Achieving a rank within the top 100 in the second mock exam was merely the beginning. The top 100? Li Qinghe chuckled derisively. Very well. You said it yourself. If you fail to achieve that, your little lunch stall can forget about continuing. Chen Nua replied with a grin. Mom, I'm merely a silent partner in that stall. I'm not the one in charge, so whether it operates or not is beyond my control. Chen Guodong chimed in. Indeed, dear, the stall's owners are a couple. It's not something our son can unilaterally decide. Oh, so you're extending your rebellious phase. Are you? Li Qinghe rose abruptly, retrieved a feather duster from the balcony, and Chen Guodong quickly interjected. Dear, remain calm. The child is already grown. We cannot resort to violence. Oh, in the astonished gaze of Chen Guodong, Li Qinghe smirked. Who said I was going to strike Chen Nua? If anyone deserves a reprimand, it's you, the father. When the foundation is flawed, the structure crumbles. Oh, this has nothing to do with me. Chen Nua quickly urged. Mom, please calm down. As Chen Guodong's desperate pleas echoed, Chen Nua walked calmly back to his room, closed the door, and locked it. Phew, safety at last. Father, rest assured. The people shall not forget you. Chen Nua sat before his desk, extracting a copy of the 5-3 mathematics workbook. After completing 2 pages, he realized that many previously vague concepts had crystallized into clarity. Problems that once seemed incomprehensible could now be solved with ease. All thanks to the little kitten. Chen Nua picked up his phone, scrolling to the adorable avatar of Ding Dang Cat, gazing at the last message. Good night. A smile graced his lips. Good night, little kitten. In a villa district, within a bedroom on the 2nd floor of a townhouse, a girl had just finished bathing. Her heart-shaped face was tender and flushed, with eyebrows like crescent moons and eyes resembling blooming peach blossoms. Her gently pursed lips resembled petals, vivid and alluring. Such striking features were infused with a pure clarity, creating a paradox of innocence and temptation. Dressed in a pure white nightgown, her alabaster arms and long, graceful legs were revealed, while her flowing hair cascaded like a waterfall to her waist, accentuating her delicate curves. This perfect amalgamation of purity and desire was utterly captivating, yet regrettably, such a breathtaking view was only unveiled in the stillness of the night, evoking a sense of wistfulness. Before her lay a diary, upon which she had just penned a few lines. Today, Chen Nua brought another student to study with me. He instructed me to treat the other student as heir. And indeed, I felt less anxious. Later, when I offered Chen Nua a token of appreciation for his companionship, he became upset and scolded me. However, I felt joyful because I knew he meant well. Despite his stern demeanor, he is a good person. Yet, I noticed that Chen Nua isn't particularly bright. Those problems were undeniably simple, yet he struggled with them. Perhaps this is beneficial, as it allows him to continue accompanying me in my studies. Today, Chen Nu once again ruffled my hair. His hand was as warm as ever. Each time he does so, I feel incredibly comforted, and my fears dissipate. He is the first person, aside from my aunt, who has treated me with such kindness. By the way, Chen Nua mentioned he would need my help with 5 tasks after the college entrance examination, and he forbade me from returning to my hometown, which means I want to be able to accompany my parents. What should I do? Oh, and I discovered that Chen Nua enjoys fish balls. I plan to buy more tomorrow. Well, that is all for today. Good night, dear parents. Good night, Chen Nua. Chapter 37. Why don't you fight back? The following day, Chen Nua ventured out of his home early once more. Recently, he had discovered an excellent method for vocabulary memorization, listening while walking with earbuds. This approach not only saved time, but also allowed him to memorize words on his way to school. Reflecting on his previous life before the college entrance examination, he realized that he had never studied so diligently while pursuing Zhou Linger. To speak candidly, it may appear rather arduous. However, when compared to the grind of being a corporate drone after graduating from university, it feels significantly more manageable. As Chen Nua ambled along, absorbed in his own world, he was immersed in listening and reciting. At that moment, Zhou Linger approached from the opposite direction. Spotting Chen Nua from a distance, she quickened her pace, feigning a casual encounter, and smiled. Chen Nua, you're here quite early. By the way, how did you fare in the mock exam? Zhou Linger was well aware that Chen Nua's performance had plummeted dramatically, falling from 108th to 308th in the entire grade. Yet, she pretended to be oblivious and asked deliberately. Chen Nua glanced at her, but lowered his head in silence. Did you not perform well? I happened to see Teacher Li calling your mother yesterday. Zhou Linger chuckled and continued. Chen Nua, I realize that my rejection must have impacted you greatly. And though you seem to be deliberately provoking me, I truly wish for you to focus on your studies. Otherwise, the gap between us will only widen. We've known each other for so many years, and I have your best interests at heart. It's time to abandon those trivial pursuits. Chen Nua remained silent with his head down, prompting Zhou Linger to beam even more brightly. It seemed she had indeed hit the mark. Chen Nua had been intentionally irking her these past few days, yet it was he who was truly suffering the consequences. Otherwise, his grades would not have suffered so drastically. Chen Nua, your little tricks will ultimately lead to your own downfall. Zhou Linger suddenly felt a sense of ennui. Chen Nua was indeed the same as ever, doing everything merely to draw her attention. How childish. As classmate Zhou said, Chen Nua, considering the vast difference in our standings, you ought not to shamelessly cling to others all day. Instead, reflect on how you might break into the top 300. Class monitor Li Hong caught up from behind and joined Zhou Linger in admonishing Chen Nua. Li Hong had secured the 22nd rank in the mock exam, quite comparable to Zhou Linger. Hearing Zhou Linger's words to Chen Nua had been quite gratifying, and seeing Chen Nua continue to keep his head down only fueled Li Hong's pride. He added, Chen Nua, with a bit of effort, you might still have a chance to get into a third-tier university. Of course, Zhou Linger and I will undoubtedly be admitted to a prestigious university. We shall no longer inhabit the same realm. Recognizing the disparity was, in fact, a positive development for you. Zhou Linger observed Chen Nua's bowed demeanor and felt a twinge of sympathy. However, recalling how Chen Nua had vexed her these past few days, she scoffed. Chen Nua, if you can gain admission to the same university as I might reconsider the matter. Moreover, you must apologize to me now, or I shall no longer acknowledge your existence. Chen Nua continued to walk with his head down, prompting Zhou Linger to tug at him insistently. Chen Nua, is it just because you were rejected once that you intend to evade this forever? Chen Nua halted, removed his headphones, and turned back with a puzzled expression. What do you want? Zhou Linger was taken aback, and Li Hong's eyes widened as he pointed at Chen Nua. What are you pretending for? Did you not hear what we just said? Chen Nua raised the headphones in his hand. Are you talking to me? I was busy memorizing vocabulary and didn't hear you. My apologies. Chen Nua, stop pretending. How childish can you be? Zhou Linger, visibly upset, snatched the headphones from Chen Nua's hands and plugged them into her own ears. As the familiar listening exercises filled her ears, Zhou Linger stared blankly at Chen Nua. Are you really studying vocabulary? Chen Nua looked perplexed. Why would I lie to you? By the way, what were you just saying? Zhou Linger's fair and beautiful face flushed with anger. You are so annoying, Chen Nua. She stomped her foot and ran away. Li Hong pointed at Chen Nua. You are going too far, Chen Nua. After saying this, he hurried after Zhou Linger. Chen Nua was left bewildered. What on earth is wrong with those two this early in the morning? Zhou Linger, wait for me. Li Hong caught up with Zhou Ling, pulling out a beautifully wrapped envelope from his backpack and handing it to her. Still fuming at Chen Nua, Zhou Linger glared at Li Hong. What do you want? Li Hong, somewhat anxious, took a deep breath and said earnestly, Zhou Linger, this is a letter I wrote for you. Please make sure to accept it. He then shoved the envelope into her hand and dashed away. Zhou Linger recognized it was undoubtedly a love letter and intended to return it to Li Hong, but he had already run far off. Just as she was about to discard the letter, she glanced back at Chen Nua, who was still immersed in his vocabulary, bit her lip, and decided to place the letter into her backpack instead. Linger, what are you doing? Why aren't you heading into school yet? At that moment, Zhang Rongrong rushed over, affectionately linking arms with her. Zhou Linger withdrew her gaze from Chen Nua and smiled at Zhang Rongrong. It's nothing, let's go. As Chen Nua continued listening to English, he suddenly halted, taking 2 steps back to glance into an alley beside the school gate. Shen Xinmei, I let it slide last time, but this time you placed ahead of me in the mock exam again. Are you deliberately trying to annoy me? In the alley, Lin Chengsheng and 2 girls from class 5 had Shen Xinmei cornered against the wall. This time, Shen Xinmei ranked 50 in the entire grade, while Lin Chengsheng had strained herself and landed just behind at 51, missing out on a 1,000 yuan prize once more. To her, Shen Xinmei was doing it on purpose. Early that morning, she had brought the two girls to school to confront Shin Shinmei. At that moment, Shin Shinmei had reverted to her timid self, bowing her head and hunching her shoulders, too scared to look up at the three girls before her. Shin Shinmei, I'm talking to you. Why are you acting mute? Lin Chengcheng recalled her parents' words from the previous night, lamenting her inability to break into the top 50, and with each thought, her anger grew. She raised her hand, ready to slap Shin Shinmei. Good morning, Teacher Zhang. A male voice suddenly interrupted. Teacher Zhang, Lin Chengcheng, and the two girls' expressions changed. They knew that bullying a fellow student in front of a teacher was utterly unacceptable. Moreover, the homeroom teacher of Class 5 in the third year is surnamed Zhang. Could it be their own instructor? Teacher Zhang, it seems those over there are students from Class 5? The male voice resounded once more. Run. In a sudden panic, Lin Chengcheng and the others hurriedly fled from the narrow alley. The three girls hurried away, their footsteps echoing, while Shin Shinmei kept her head down, too afraid to look up. At that moment, a pair of familiar male sneakers appeared before her, accompanied by a well-known voice. Little kitten, why don't you fight back when others bully you? Chapter 38. A single blow to avert 100. Shin Shinmei raised her head to meet Chen Nua's gaze. The terror on her face gradually dissipating, yet she remained mute. Chen Nua frowned. Do Lin Chengcheng and her friends often bully you? Why haven't you informed the teacher? Why don't you retaliate? Shin Shinmei timidly regarded Chen Nua, and after a while, finally whispered, Please don't be angry. Chen Nua nearly chuckled in disbelief. No, the issue at hand is not my anger. The crux is that you must not allow others to bully you at will. Shin Shinmei kept her head down, murmuring, They didn't bully me. Surely, you cannot be serious. That hardly qualifies as not being bullied. Chen Nua's voice faltered as he suddenly realized that perhaps Shin Shinmei had encountered more severe situations during her middle school years. Thus, in the face of Lin Chengcheng and her companion's behavior, she considered it not bullying at all. As for her earlier fright, it seemed not to stem from being bullied, but rather from her own insecurities and social anxiety. The more strangers she faced, the more her fear intensified. Consequently, she adorned herself in an unflattering manner and refrained from excelling in exams, seeking to avoid drawing attention at school. To his dismay, it appeared that even this effort did not shield her from being bullied. Chen Nua sighed, instinctively reaching out to pat the little kitten's head. You must learn to safeguard yourself. When others bully you, you should fight back. A single blow will instill fear in them, preventing 100 blows from coming your way. Do you understand? What class are you in? Why aren't you heading into the school yet? At that moment, a familiar voice called from outside the alley. Chen Nua quickly turned, grinning broadly. Old Li. I'm memorizing vocabulary. He stepped out of the alley, positioning Shin Shinmei behind him. Chen Nua? Old Li furrowed his brow at Chen Nua, puzzled as to why he was in the alley so early, studying vocabulary. He stood on tiptoes, attempting to peer past Chen Nua to see the girl behind him. Chen Nua moved closer, wrapping an arm around Old Li's shoulder and grinning. Old Chen, I've recently discovered a hidden fishing spot with plenty of fish. Let us go together sometime. Old Li was taken aback. How did you know I enjoy fishing? Chen Nua burst into laughter. We've known each other for 2 lifetimes. Of course I know. By the way, Old Chen, make sure not to go fishing in the wild on your 50th birthday, or you might fall into the river. What are you talking about? I'm not that old yet. Hey, why are you pulling me? The school is that way. As Chen Nua spoke, he dragged Old Li in another direction, while signaling urgently to Shin Shinmei behind him. Shin Shinmei hurriedly dashed out of the alley and into the school. That girl isn't from our class, is she? Hey, Chen Nua, why are you holding on to me? Lao Li attempted to break free to ascertain the identity of the girl from earlier, but was firmly embraced by Chen Nua, rendering escape impossible. Upon noticing Shin Shinmei entering the school, Chen Nua finally released Lao Li, exclaiming, Lao Li, I just missed you so much. Lao Li adjusted his attire and his receding hairline, glaring at Chen Nua. You need to be serious. You're always fooling around. Do you realize your grades are in jeopardy? Chen Nua promptly retorted, Lao Li, that's not fair. Are you really reporting me to my mother? Lao Li's eyes widened. What do you mean by reporting? You are becoming increasingly unkempt. Your mother instructed me to enforce strict discipline. Yes, I'm at fault. Teacher Li, I promise to study diligently. Chen Nua was not being insincere. He genuinely wished to improve his studies. Lao Li epitomized the archetypal traditional teacher, with rigid thoughts and perhaps overly strict teaching methods, yet his intentions were wholly for the benefit of his students. In his previous life, After graduating from university, Chen Nua learned that Lao Li had celebrated his 50th birthday by fishing, only to fall into the river. Although he was rescued, it left him with lingering ailments. Within 2 years, his health deteriorated, forcing an early retirement. Chen Nua held a deep respect for Lao Li. His previous remarks were mere jest, and he bore no resentment towards Lao Li for informing his mother of his mock exam results. In student life, those who genuinely wish you well, aside from your parents, are your teachers. Observing Chen Nua's sincere expression, Lao Li finally nodded. All right, since you wish to study earnestly, I have some news that should please you. What news? Chen Nua inquired. I have decided to establish a study group where high-achieving students will assist those whose grades have significantly declined in the mock exams. You should seize this opportunity to elevate your performance. Upon hearing this, Chen Nua quickly replied, Lao Li, I've already found a tutor. Lao Li chuckled. I spoke with your mother yesterday. She mentioned that no tutor has been hired for you. Chen Nua was left speechless. My mom knows I've been receiving outside tutoring. Lao Li glared at him. Whether you like it or not, this matter is settled. I will announce it in class shortly. Now hurry, or you will be late. Reluctantly, Chen Nua followed Lao Li into the school. As they entered the classroom, Zhou Ling huffed heavily at Chen Nua, but he was preoccupied with Lao Li's earlier words and failed to notice. Zhou Ling glared at his retreating figure, thinking, oh, Chen Nua, keep pretending. I'm curious how long you can maintain this facade. Lao Li soon entered the classroom, and an immediate silence enveloped the room. With a serious demeanor, he addressed the students and loudly announced the formation of the study group. This group would consist of pairs, one student with good grades and another whose mock exam results had significantly declined. Lao Li believed there was still hope for these students. As long as someone could lend a hand, they could swiftly regain their footing. Those who excel academically can also reinforce their own foundations by tutoring their peers, achieving a dual benefit. Subsequently, Mr. Li announced the pairs for the study group. Li Hong with Zhang Rongrong, Guai Jia with Fan Min, and Zhou Linger with Chen Nua. Upon hearing his name paired with Zhou Linger, Chen Nua instinctively raised his hand, exclaiming, Teacher, I have an objection. Jokingly, he certainly did not wish to be grouped with Zhou Ling. Mr. Li shot him a glare, retorting, Feel free to voice your objections, but rest assured, I shall not acquiesce. Laughter erupted in the classroom. With some whispering, Chen Nua must be overjoyed, putting on an act. Indeed, the school flower's sidekick finally had the chance to be with the school flower. Alas, I envy Chen Nua. Zhou Linger is so beautiful and academically proficient. Who wouldn't he be fond of her? Upon hearing these remarks, Zhou Linger maintained her composure, yet felt a surge of pride as she cast a sidelong glance at Chen Nua, haughtily turning her head away. Since the teacher assigned me to tutor him, I shall reluctantly oblige. This will allow Chen Nua to truly comprehend the vast disparity between us. Zhang Rongrong, sitting behind her, patted her shoulder and whispered, This is perfect. You can inquire why Chen Nua has been ignoring you lately. Zhou Linger scoffed. Why should I ask him? He should be the one seeking me out. Chapter 39. A jolt from the top student. Chen Nua, focus. I am your teacher now, and if you disregard my instructions, I will inform Mr. Li. At noon, the students of the study group gathered together. The high achievers began tutoring those with poorer grades. Chen Nua had intended to assist Wang Jian and his wife at the boiler factory during lunch, but Mr. Li intercepted him and personally placed him next to Zhou Linger. Zhou Linger's desk mate temporarily swapped seats with Chen Nua. To maximize their time, the tutoring sessions were scheduled for lunchtime. Mr. Li firmly seated Chen Nua and advised Zhou Linger that if he misbehaved, she should come to him. Zhou Linger felt a sense of triumph. She was now, in a sense, half a teacher to Chen Nua. Observing Chen Nua's flustered demeanor brought her a sense of satisfaction. Zhou Linger, I understand everything you say. Let us not waste each other's time. Chen Nua was truly reluctant to face Zhou Linger's visage, as it would inevitably evoke painful memories from his past life. It felt akin to confronting something that had caused him harm, easily stirring unwelcome emotions. He dreaded the possibility of losing control and striking Zhou Linger. Upon hearing Chen Nua's words, Zhou Linger widened her eyes in disbelief, as if she had just heard the most absurd joke. Chen Nua, can you stop pretending? If you truly understood what I was saying, you wouldn't be ranked over 300 in the entire grade. At this rate, you won't even pass into a junior college. Her voice rang loudly, capturing the attention of the entire classroom, as fellow students turned to watch the unfolding scene. Zhou Linger observed that Chen Nua had fallen silent, mistakenly believing that he had yielded. Consequently, Her voice softened slightly. I did not intend to announce your grades in front of the entire class, but Chen Nua, your current situation is quite perilous. Consider Uncle Chun and Aunt Li. Your family circumstances are already challenging. They toil tirelessly to support your education. If, due to my rejection, you choose to abandon all hope, how can you justify that to them? Initially, Zhou Linger's words seemed reasonable, but as she continued, her logic became increasingly absurd. Chen Nua, feeling exasperated, interjected, "Classmate Zhou Linger, my reluctance to attend tutoring stems from the fact that we both understand the material. You cannot teach me anything new. Our sitting here is merely a waste of time." Irritated, Zhou Linger retorted, "Chen Nua, this attitude is quite disappointing." After a moment's contemplation, Chen Nua suggested, "How about this? You select a few challenging problems, and we will tackle them together to see who fares better." Zhou Linger, caught between amusement and frustration, replied, "Chen Nua, you were never this childish before." Noticing her skepticism, he continued, "Just think of it as an assessment of my foundational knowledge." Glaring at him, Zhou Linger replied, "Fine, I will see just how much you truly comprehend." With that, she retrieved a copy of 10 years of exam questions from her backpack and flipped to the most difficult page. She had studied the problems on this page just the night before, and though she was uncertain about 3 out of 5, they were still far superior to Chen Nua's understanding, as he would likely struggle to even comprehend the questions. "This is the page we will work on," she declared, her expression resolute. "If you cannot solve a single problem, you must humbly admit that I surpass you and listen attentively to my teaching." For some reason, Zhou Linger was particularly fixated on comparing herself to Chen Nua. Upon seeing the page Zhou Linger had chosen, Chen Nua's expression shifted slightly, and he kindly remarked, "Are you sure you want to pick this page?" The night prior, Shen Ximei had showcased her prowess to Zhang Yuan by solving these very problems, subsequently explaining the solution strategies to both Chen Nua and Zhang Yuan. Just a day later, Chen Nua recalled the details vividly. Compared to Zhou Linger, this page indeed seemed somewhat unfair. There's really no need for this, he thought. Zhou Linger interpreted Chen Nua's hesitation as a sign of fear. "Are you now aware of the gap between us? Then be sure to listen closely to my instruction." Chen Nua, feeling resigned, acquiesced. "All right then, if you insist, let us proceed with this page. Shall we begin now?" Zhou Linger glared at him. "Fine, let us start." Disappointment in Chen Nua grew. This boy truly lacked maturity. Resolving to impart a small shock of motivation to him, Zhou Linger refrained from further commentary, placing the 10 years of exam questions between their desks as they both dove into the problems. Having just reviewed these 5 questions the previous night, she worked swiftly, confident in her reasoning. In fact, she believed her approaches to 2 of the problems were even superior to those provided in the standard answers. In less than 20 minutes, she had only 1 question remaining. Finished. At that moment, the voice of Chen Nua resonated beside her, causing Zhou Linger to pause, a flicker of annoyance crossing her features. "Chen Nua, could you please take this seriously?" Zhou Linger instinctively believed that Chen Nua was incapable of solving even a single problem, and thus, she decided to abandon all restraint and began to act foolishly. "When will you ever mature?" Before she could finish her sentence, she caught sight of the exercise book that Chen Nua handed over, and her voice abruptly trailed off. On Chen Nua's notebook, the intricate solution processes and answers to the 5 challenging problems were meticulously inscribed. Zhou Linger had scrutinized these problems the night prior, and thus, she recognized at a glance that the answers were indeed correct. As she examined the solution methodologies, her eyes widened in astonishment. "This problem can be solved in such a manner? The reasoning is far superior to mine. How is it that I cannot comprehend this solution?" Zhou Linger felt somewhat bewildered and was about to raise her head to inquire of Chen Nua. "Is everything all right? I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." Yet, she observed Chen Nua already rising and hastily exiting the classroom. "Chen Nua, wait," Zhou Linger called out. But it seemed Chen Nua had already left, as if her words had not reached him. Zhou Linger stared blankly at the classroom door when Zhang Rongrong approached her. "Linger, why did Chen Nua leave in such a hurry? This Chen Nua is truly hopeless. You dedicate your own leisure time to tutor him, and he shows no gratitude. Linger, why are you crying?" At the doorway of Class 5, Chen Nua peered inside. A girl seated there caught sight of him and giggled. "The most handsome Chen Nua. Are you here to find Shen Ximei again?" The last time Chen Nua had sought Shen Ximei, the girl had remarked that he was merely the most attractive follower of the school belle, to which Chen Nua had retorted that he was indeed the most handsome. but not merely a follower. The girl remembered this vividly, and upon seeing Chen Nua again, she cheerfully inquired. Chen Nua scanned the room, but found no sign of Shen Xinmei, nor Lin Chengcheng and her two minions. A sense of disappointment washing over him as he addressed the girl. Do you know where Shen Xinmei has gone? The girl pondered for a moment. Just a while ago. Lin Chengcheng called her out. I believe they went to the playground. Thank you, gatekeeper. Chen Nua turned and ran off, leaving the girl momentarily stunned as she called after him. Hey, I'm not the gatekeeper. My name is Chu Yushuan. Chu Yushuan craned her neck to look out, only to suddenly see a graceful figure dart past her. Startled, she exclaimed, Zhou. What is the situation with Chen Nua searching for Shen Xinmei while the school bell is chasing after him? Chapter 40. If you are not here, I will wait for you. Chen Nua stop. As Chen Nua descended the stairs, Zhou Linger's voice echoed from behind. It was the lunch break, and out of consideration for the other classes, Chen Nua had no choice but to halt, turning to face Zhou Linger, whose face was flushed and eyes slightly reddened. Zhou, I already have a tutor. There is truly no need for you to trouble yourself. Zhou Linger rushed before Chen Nua, her cheeks not only flushed, but her eyes glistening with emotion. Chen Nua, what do you mean by this? How long do you intend to sulk? Chen Nua felt a sense of bewilderment. Zhou Linger, I have matters to attend to and no time for your idle chatter. Idle chatter? Zhou Linger's eyes grew increasingly red as she glared at Chen Nua. Who was it that used to cling to me, professing to like me the most? Chen Nua corrected her. You must be mistaken. I have never declared any affection for you. Indeed, he had treated Zhou Linger with kindness and sought opportunities to be close to her, yet he had never truly confessed his feelings. His prompt rectification of her words was marked by a meticulous and objective demeanor. However, Zhou Linger was even more incensed. She pulled an envelope from her pocket. Chen Nua, continue your little game of emotional manipulation, if you must. I have plenty of admirers. This is a love letter from the class monitor. Chen Nua was entirely uninterested. Zhou Linger, seemingly entranced, forcibly thrust the letter into his hands, adopting a stance that implied he could not leave without reading it. Wishing to avoid further entanglement, Chen Nua swiftly opened the envelope and glanced at the love letter penned by Li Hong. It lacked substance, reading like a piece of adolescent angst literature, and the closing signature was utterly absurd. Always silently watching you, Hong Hong. Chen Nua felt an awkwardness that could almost bore a hole through the ground. Just as he was about to return the letter to Zhou Linger, she exclaimed, Chen Nua, have you seen clearly now? If you continue this childish behavior, do not regret it later. After saying this, she ran off, wiping her eyes as she went, making it seem as though Chen Nua had rejected her confession. What a lunatic! Chen Nua shook his head in disbelief. He suddenly recalled that the little kitten had been taken to the playground by Lin Chengcheng and her friends. It surely would lead to trouble, and he needed to hurry and check on it. In the small grove beside the playground, Lin Chengcheng and two other girls cornered Shen Xinmei. Lin Chengcheng sneered. Now that no one is here to interrupt us, Yijimei, we can take our time. Shen Xinmei lowered her head, bent over, and dared not look at the three of them. After lunch, she had been reading in the classroom when Lin Chengcheng approached her, threatening to throw her backpack off the third floor if she did not comply with their demands. Furthermore, they vowed to confront her outside the school every day after classes. Shen Xinmei had endured similar situations during her middle school years, shortly after her parents had passed away and her aunt had divorced her uncle. It was rumored that she was a harbinger of misfortune, believed to have caused her parents' deaths and her aunt's divorce. Those who befriended her were said to bring calamity upon themselves. Her hometown, not a large city, still held on to many superstitions, leading her classmates to distance themselves from her. Some even took it upon themselves to bully her openly under the guise of ridding themselves of a disaster star. A particularly vicious rumor later emerged, further complicating Shen Xinmei's plight. Thus, the actions of Lin Chengcheng and her companions were not unfamiliar to her. She had faced similar trials before. If she had managed to endure then, now that she had made the acquaintance of Chen Nua, she felt emboldened and unafraid. At this moment, Shen Xinmei found herself cornered by three girls in a small grove, yet her thoughts wandered to the memory of Chen Nua gently patting her head, sheltering her on the bus, and even scolding her. Unable to suppress a smile, she was met with an incredulous reaction. How dare you laugh? Lin Chengqing fumed. You deliberately perform better than me on every test, don't you? You're doing this on purpose. She commanded the other two girls, seize her, and I shall remove her glasses. Understood. The two girls moved in without hesitation. Shen Xinmei panicked. Lowering her head further, and shielding her glasses with her hands. Now you're afraid? Lin Chengqing gloated, directing the other girls to restrain Shen Xinmei's hands while she attempted to grasp her hair to lift her head. Just as her hand approached, a male voice suddenly echoed from behind. Excuse me, are you Lin Chengqing? Lin Chengqing turned around, scrutinizing the boy before pointing at him. You're the follower of the school bell, aren't you? I'm from Class 4, and our class leader asked me to deliver a letter to you. Class 4's leader? Lin Chengqing paused, and Chen Nuo reminded her, Li Hong. I know Li Hong, he wrote me a letter? As classes 4 and 5 were neighboring, Lin Chengqing was certainly familiar with Li Hong. Taking the envelope from Chen Nuo, she opened it, and was instantly taken aback. A love letter. The two girls leaned in, gasping in astonishment. Lin Chengqing's cheeks flushed. Although she knew who Li Hong was, they had never interacted much, and she never imagined he would write her a love letter. Moreover, the content was exceedingly sentimental, and the closing line read, Your devoted admirer, Hong Hong. Hong Hong. How slightly nauseating. Lin Chengqing's feelings were a complex blend. She couldn't quite place them as shyness or delight. Merely a sensation akin to being struck on the head by a pancake while walking down the street. The pancake appeared appetizing, yet its origin remained a mystery. Eating it could be regrettable, but not indulging seemed a waste. Why didn't he write my name? Lin Chengqing noticed a small section at the top of the letter had been torn off, and her name was absent throughout. Chen Nuo explained. The class leader was a bit shy. He wrote your name at the top, but found it too sentimental, so he tore it off. The letter originally began with Dear Linger, which naturally could not be revealed to Lin Chengqing, hence Chen Nuo's action. His explanation seemed quite reasonable, causing Lin Chengqing's cheeks to redden. This person is peculiar. With Chen Nuo present, she lost interest in further tormenting Shen Xinmei and hurriedly departed with the other girls. Meanwhile, Shen Xinmei remained with her arms wrapped around her head, yet beneath her arms, her restless eyes furtively darted towards Chen Nuo. As he approached, she was so frightened that she quickly covered her face with her hands. Little kitten, put your hands down, Chen Nuo said, exasperated. Shen Xinmei obediently lowered her hands. Lift your head. She timidly complied, raising her gaze. Observing her pitiable demeanor, Chen Nuo felt a surge of frustration and gently tousled her hair. Did I not tell you? Strike first to avoid being struck multiple times. The more vulnerable you appear, the more emboldened others become. Today I may assist you. But what if I am absent tomorrow or the day after? Will you simply allow them to bully you? No, I won tea, Shen Xinmei weakly replied, gazing up at Chen Nuo, her disheveled hair framing a face reminiscent of a peach blossom. If you are not around, I will wait for you. Chapter 41. Should a good person be held at gunpoint? What did you say? Chen Nuo was taken aback, scrutinizing Shen Xinmei from head to toe. What on earth did she mean? Shen Xinmei, feeling the weight of his gaze, buried her face deeper into her chest. I mean that when you are not here, I won't be bullied by them. Chen Nuo chuckled. So you intend to wait for me to be present before they bully you again? Have you mistaken me for your savior? No. Shen Xinmei shook her head vigorously, her cheeks aflame, at a loss for how to articulate herself. Ultimately, she could only cast a pitiful glance at Chen Nuo. He could not bear to see her in such a state, and waved his hand dismissively. I was merely jesting. Come, I shall teach you how to defend yourself. Being a male, he could not resort to physical confrontation with a female, but Shen Xinmei, as a girl, could retaliate. Instead of always coming to her aid, it was better to equip her with the means to protect herself. Shen Xinmei's eyes sparkled with innocence. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Come here. Chen Nuo beckoned her toward a sandbox. Shen Xinmei, momentarily stunned, hurriedly followed. Upon reaching the sandbox, he instructed her, I will teach you a technique. If someone reaches for you, grab their hand and hook their ankle with your foot. This will send them tumbling down. Most girls will only cry when thrown like that. This move will suffice against Lin Chengqing. Chen Nuo had learned this maneuver from watching television. Once, in middle school, he had used it to take down a local troublemaker who was harassing Zhou Linger. Seeing Shen Xinmei still gazing at him in a daze, he stepped into the sandbox and called her over. What are you waiting for? Come on. Shen Xinmei responded with an "oh" and stepped into the sandbox. Chen Nuo reiterated the simple wrestling move, then said, Now let's practice. I will act as your aggressor, and you will throw me. Shen Xinmei repeatedly shook her head. I can't. You are a good person. I cannot throw you. Chen Nuo laughed. With your current demeanor, do you truly believe you can throw me? Hurry. Let us practice a few times. As he extended his hand and simulated an attack, Shen Xinmei seized his arm, and in a whirlwind, He found himself flipped over and landing in the sand with a thud. Ouch! Shen Xinmei was startled and quickly squatted beside Chen Nuo, anxiously inquiring, "Are you all right?" Chen Nuo? Chen Nuo's eyes widened, sprawled awkwardly on the ground. After a prolonged silence, a puff of sand was expelled from his mouth as he pointed incredulously at Shen Xinmei. "You can fight?" What he had taught her was merely a simple foot sweep. Yet she had effortlessly executed a sophisticated shoulder throw to bring him down. The maneuver was executed with such precision and finesse that it was evident only years of rigorous training could yield such skill. Chen Nuo found it hard to fathom that the seemingly delicate little kitten could possess such prowess. "I learned it when I was young," Shen Xinmei murmured softly. Chen Nuo, rising from the sandy ground, expressed his frustration. "If you can fight, why let others bully you?" Shen Xinmei squatted in front of him, gently patting the sand off his trousers with her small hands, and timidly looked up at him. I'm too afraid." Chen Nuo, exasperated, replied. "If you're afraid to fight others, why would you dare to fight me?" Shen Xinmei bit her lip, declaring, "You are a good person." "Not at all." Chen Nuo retorted, speechless. Should a good person be held at gunpoint? Still squatting, Shen Xinmei looked up at him with the vulnerability of a kitten caught in mischief. You could throw me too?" Chen Nuo rolled his eyes. "Why on earth would I throw you?" "Listen carefully, Shen Xinmei. If anyone bullies you again, you must fight back." She hugged her knees and buried her head, whispering, I can't." Chen Nuo began to comprehend that her struggles were not physical, but psychological. Though she had learned self-defense, she still succumbed to bullying from Lin Chengcheng, not due to a lack of skill, but rather a lack of courage. It was akin to her contemplating a tragic fate after her college entrance examinations. These issues were rooted in her psyche, and without resolution, her destiny would remain unchanged. Emotional wounds require emotional healing. "Little kitten, stand up and look at me." Chen Nuo's voice was firm, causing Shen Xinmei to tremble slightly as she complied, lifting her gaze to meet his. "Next time someone bullies you, you must retaliate. Otherwise, you wouldn't want the entire school to know what you look like, would you?" "Please no." Shen Xinmei's face paled with fear, and she hastily replied, I promise." Chen Nuo chuckled, recognizing that although his methods were somewhat antiquated, they were effective. He instinctively raised his hand to pat the little kitten's head, but then remembered his hands were covered in sand and abruptly halted. "Let us go back to the classroom." "Okay," Shen Xinmei responded, her eyes opening wide, a hint of inexplicable disappointment flickering across her face as she hurried to follow Chen Nuo toward the classroom. Nearby, Zhou Linger watched their retreating figures with a displeased expression. Was Chen Nuo's urgent matter truly about that plain girl? How could he overlook her for someone so unremarkable? Zhou Xianxing went to the lunch stall at the factory entrance to help maintain order. Once the meals were sold out, he returned to his office. Upon entering, he discovered Zhou Xianxing waiting at his desk. Chen Guodong approached and inquired, "Old Zhou, did you need me?" Zhou Xianxing replied in a flat tone, "Chen Guodong, where is the office supplies procurement form I asked you to submit this morning?" Chen Guodong was taken aback and instinctively altered his address. "Director Zhou, I have already made the necessary changes. It is currently lunchtime, and I was just about to prepare it for you this afternoon." Zhou Xianxing frowned. "Did I interrupt your lunch break?" "Yet, you are not even resting in your office during this time." The others in the office fell silent. The lunch break at the boiler factory was from noon to 2 in the afternoon. It was barely past 1, so it was indeed lunchtime. Chen Guodong's words held no fault. However, as the supervisor, Zhou Xianxing could assign work during lunch, leaving Chen Guodong with little recourse. Furthermore, it was evident that Director Zhou was intentionally making things difficult for Chen Guodong. In such a situation, anyone who spoke would appear foolish. "I didn't mean it that way. Director Zhou, I will get it to you right away." Chen Guodong refrained from further comments, printed the revised form from before noon, and handed it to Zhou Xianxing. Zhou Xianxing took it and, not knowing whom to address, loudly declared, "Everyone take note. During working hours, focus on your tasks. Do not assume that just because a leader dined with you once, they will remember you. They may have already forgotten you by today." The atmosphere in the office became somewhat tense, as everyone understood who Zhou Xianxing was alluding to. At that moment, the factory director's assistant entered the comprehensive department office and called out to Chen Guodong, "Teacher Chen, the director is looking for you." The office fell even quieter. Even the most talkative Xiao Lu chose silence, covering her mouth and daring not to look at Zhou Xianxing. She feared that the sight of the director's expression would provoke laughter, as it was undeniably peculiar. 3 parts astonishment, 3 parts awkwardness, 3 parts frustration, and 1 part anger. Resembling a palette of a domineering CEO from a novel, it was utterly amusing. Xiao Lu leaned on her desk, her stomach convulsing with suppressed laughter. The assistant, aware that she was the niece of the deputy director, entered with a smile and asked, "Xiao Lu, what has you so delighted?" Xiao Lu glanced at Zhou Xianxing's increasingly colorful visage, covering her mouth and shaking her head repeatedly. The expressions of the others were equally suppressed, with some of them twitching at the corners of their mouths. The assistant chuckled and addressed Chun Guodong. "Teacher Chun, the director has a meeting this afternoon. Let us hasten." All right. Chun Guodong promptly followed the assistant out. As Chun Guodong departed, the atmosphere in the office remained somewhat stagnant. Zhou Xianxing did not speak further and walked directly into the minister's office, slamming the door behind him. Uffed. Xiao Lu could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Goodness, I was about to burst. Others joined in laughter, but after a couple of chuckles, they ceased out of apprehension. One person curiously remarked, "Isn't Minister Zhou an old neighbor of Old Qin? I heard that their children were childhood sweethearts. Why does it seem like there is some discord between them?" The rest were puzzled expressions until Xiao Lu suddenly exclaimed, "I understand." Everyone turned to her, and with a hint of mystery, she revealed, "Yesterday, Minister Zhou dined at the lunch stall run by Teacher Chen's son, and Teacher Chen accepted his payment, which must have displeased Minister Zhou." Chun Guodong followed the assistant to the factory manager's office. Upon reaching the door, he instinctively tidied his hair and clothing. The assistant knocked lightly before pushing the door open. Chun Guodong peered inside, and manager Chen Weiman waved him in, saying, "Old Chun, come in, take a seat. Xiao, pour a cup of tea." "It's all right, no need." Chun Guodong stood up again before he could even sit down. He dared not let the assistant serve him tea. "Teacher Chen, please have a seat." The assistant adeptly poured a cup of tea, which Chun Guodong quickly accepted, finally daring to sit down. His fingers intertwined nervously, palms sweating. This was his first encounter alone with the highest authority at the boiler factory. Manager Chun Weiman smiled and began, "Old Chun, regarding your son's little cafeteria, we've discussed it. And considering the number of people at the factory, 8 dishes will surely be inadequate. It would be best to have a greater variety. Also, with so many people queuing daily, many employees can only eat after 1 o'clock. The efficiency is too low. I suggest adding a few more staff members. However, since it's the factory's cafeteria, we cannot hire outside help. Fortunately, we have a few idle individuals from the factory office. Old Chun, please discuss this with Xiao Chun. If feasible, we could move in and commence trial operations in a couple of days. By the way, the cafeteria space and facilities are available, but they haven't been arranged yet. Next time Xiao Chun visits, please bring along a layout plan." Chun Guodong felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After hearing so much from the manager, he finally understood, exclaiming in astonishment, "Manager, are you suggesting that Chun Nua and his stall move into the factory and operate as the cafeteria?" Chun Weiman was equally taken aback. "Of course. Wasn't that the implication when you came to see me the other day?" Chun Guodong was momentarily speechless. During that visit, he accompanied Chun Nua to meet the manager. But it had been solely a conversation between Chun Nua and Chun Weiman, with him merely eavesdropping. Yet, he distinctly remembered that Chun Nua never mentioned wanting to relocate the stall into the factory. The manager had also never broached the subject of the cafeteria. Had he missed something? Seeing Chun Guodong's astonished expression, Chun Weiman couldn't help but chuckle. "Old Chun, just relay my message. Xiao Chun has my number." "All right, manager. I shall take my leave now," Chun Guodong replied hastily, preparing to exit. "By the way," Chun Weiman called out to him, "Lao Chun, I have heard that you graduated with a degree in boiler engineering?" Chun Guodong nodded, finally feeling a surge of confidence. "Director, I majored in thermal engineering at Jiangda." Chun Weiman chuckled. "That aligns perfectly with our boiler factory. After all these years, you haven't forgotten what you learned, have you?" Speaking of his major, Chun Guodong's voice grew slightly louder. "Of course not. I often sketch blueprints at home." Chun Weiman nodded. "All right, that's all for now." Chun Guodong uttered a soft "oh," feeling somewhat puzzled, and hurried out of the office. Chun Weiman took a sip of tea, shaking his head in amusement. Old Chun is so honest, yet he has such a crafty son. Descending the stairs, Chun Guodong pondered for a moment and took out his phone to call Chun Nua. It was lunchtime, and with no classes at school, it rang for a while before connecting. "Little kitty, go back. I need to take a call." His son's voice came through, and Chun Guodong curiously asked, Chen Nuo, does your school have cats? Chen Nuo replied, no, I was just talking to my classmates. Chen Guodong thought little of it and relayed what Director Chen had just said, ensuring that he did not misinterpret a single word. Suddenly, Chen Nuo burst into laughter. He wants to achieve 3 goals in 1 move. No wonder he can be the director. 3 goals in 1 move. Chen Guodong was perplexed. Chen Nuo explained, we solved the issue of employees' meals. Help the factory reallocate idle labor, and I will assist him in designing the cafeteria's interior. What else could it be but 3 goals in 1? Chen Guodong replied, then you might as well profit from the factory's cafeteria. Chen Nuo laughed. Dad, you truly love the factory like family, huh? All right, I'll call Director Chen tonight with a response. Chen Guodong quickly said, but the director will be off work by then. It would be inappropriate to disturb him. Chen Nuo chuckled. Dad, do you believe that if I don't reply to your director, he won't be able to sleep tonight? What nonsense. Chen Guodong retorted. Yet he began to feel that perhaps his son was not entirely joking, leaving him with a rather complex mood. By the way, Chen Guodong inquired, when did you and the director discuss moving the cafeteria into the factory? I didn't hear anything about it. We never mentioned it, Chen Nuo answered. Then why did the director bring it up today? Chen Guodong was puzzled. That's why he is the director, Chen Nuo chuckled. What are you talking about, you little rascal? Chen Guodong was even more confused. Dad, did the director suddenly ask you about your technical expertise? Chen Nuo asked. Yes, Chen Guodong nodded. Congratulations, Dad, your spring is coming. Chen Nuo suddenly smiled. What do you mean? Chen Guodong was bewildered, and just then, Chen Nuo had to attend class, so he hung up the phone. Returning to the office of the comprehensive department, Chen Guodong felt a sudden restlessness in his heart for reasons unknown and began to look at the various boiler design blueprints he had kept saved on his computer. At that moment, a young man entered and inquired, I am from the technical department. May I ask if Chen Guodong is here? Chen Guodong stood up. A young technician from the technical department approached him, handing over a blueprint. Teacher Chen, this is something our minister asked me to deliver to you. It is the design for the ultra-high pressure gas furnace ordered by Factory 1, but the client has been consistently dissatisfied with the design. Chen Guodong expressed his surprise. Isn't this a matter for your technical department? The technician shrugged. I have no idea, but the leadership instructed me to pass it to you, requesting your assistance in making revisions. Chapter 43. Why is there such a vast difference between people? Jiang County No. 2 Middle School. As the final bell of the afternoon rang, Chen Nuo immediately sprang to his feet and dashed out of the classroom. From a distance, he spotted Xin Xinmei also exiting. Upon seeing him, the little kitten swiftly turned and walked ahead. Chen Nuo chuckled. Today, the little kitten was quite quick, just like him. Being the first to leave the class, the two had developed a tacit understanding. They would never walk together within the school, only meeting once they had exited the gates. Chen Nuo intended to blend into the crowd, trailing behind Xin Xinmei as he had done a few days prior. Chen Nuo, where are you going? Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Old Li. Chen Nuo turned around. Old Li, I'm going home now. Going home. Old Li exclaimed, approaching with a frown, his balding head shining under the light. Did I not mention that the study group meets for an hour every noon and after school? Chen Nuo widened his eyes in disbelief. You said that? Old Li glared at him, did I not? Zhou Linger peeked out from behind Old Li. Her voice bright and clear. Teacher Li mentioned it this morning. The study group is to utilize the time during lunch and after school, where the stronger students help those who struggle. Chen Nuo, you weren't paying attention in class. With a witness to back him up, Old Li's authority grew stronger. He pointed at Chen Nuo. Look, even Zhou Linger heard it. Chen Nuo, can you not be so oblivious? Hurry back. With that, he tugged Chen Nuo back towards the classroom. Hey, Old Li, I have something to do, really. Chen Nuo glanced back, only to see Xin Xinmei being swept away by the crowd down the stairs, completely oblivious to his situation. What could be more important than the college entrance examination? How many times must I reiterate that the college entrance examination is your only fair opportunity to change your fate in life? Chen Nuo added helplessly. Knowing this, why do you still fail to cherish the opportunity for progress? Old Li pulled Chen Nuo back into the classroom, firmly seating him next to Zhou Linger. He then moved a chair to the classroom door, crossing his arms, adopting a posture that conveyed no one would leave until they studied properly. Chen Nuo felt somewhat resigned. He could disregard Old Li and force his way out of the classroom. Yet, he understood that Old Li's actions stemmed from genuine concern for him. Old Li's daughter was facing the high school entrance examination this year, yet he prioritized his students' learning. often leaving his wife to care for their child at home. Old Lee dedicated himself to his students, sacrificing time he could spend guiding his own daughter. In 10 years, it would be increasingly difficult to find such a responsible and devoted teacher. Thus, Old Lee's face must be preserved by Chen Nua. Seeing Chen Nua obediently take a seat, Zhou Linger smiled triumphantly. Chen Nua, I am now your teacher, and you must heed my words. In truth, Zhou Linger was not so eager to assist Chen Nua in improving her grades. Rather, she relished the feeling of being obeyed by Chen Nua. In the past, Chen Nua had always been this way. Whatever she said was law. If she became angry, Chen Nua would flounder about like an ant on a hot pan, eager to pluck the stars from the sky to appease her. Yet, at some point, Chen Nua inexplicably changed. She ceased to heed Zhou Linger's words and even ignored her altogether. Zhou Linger could not tolerate this disparity. Now, witnessing Chen Nua sitting obediently beside her, that familiar sensation seemed to return. Chen Nua, however, was oblivious to her thoughts and helplessly remarked, Zhou Linger, I thought I made it clear at noon that your level does not qualify you to be my teacher. Zhou Linger's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Nua, do not presume that merely solving a few problems makes you impressive. I rank 20th in our grade while you are over 300. How can I not be qualified to teach you? Chen Nua yearned to retort that she had the future citywide top scorer as her teacher, and Zhou Linger was insignificant in comparison. Yet, she refrained from speaking, as the timid little kitten could not allow her status as a scholar to be known. Amused, Chen Nua replied, perhaps you should etch I am ranked 20th upon your forehead? Chen Nua, you. Zhou Linger pointed at her, her cheeks flushed with indignation. What is going on between you two? Old Lee at the door interjected, casting a stern glance at Chen Nua. Chen Nua, your ability to solve challenging problems from the past decade indicates you are not lacking in intellect. However, exams test foundational knowledge. Your declining grades stem from a shaky foundation. To excel, one must not only tackle difficult problems, but also master the basics. After speaking, Old Lee instructed Zhou Linger to retrieve a book and turn to a specific page, presenting it to Chen Nua. If you can solve all 10 problems on this page correctly, you need not attend remedial classes. Chen Nua cast a sideways glance at Zhou Linger. It was evident she had reported to Old Lee, which explained why he was waiting for her at the door after school. Zhou Linger huffed, clearly pleased. Chen Nua, resigned, began to work on the problems. Ultimately, she could only answer 6 correctly. Old Lee's assessment proved accurate. Chen Nua's foundational knowledge was indeed lacking. The problems, while of moderate difficulty, encompassed a multitude of concepts, many of which Shin Shinmei had yet to assist her in mastering. With so many errors, it was absurd that someone would claim they need not attend remedial classes. Zhou Linger watched with delight, but Chen Nua, uninterested in her glee, turned to Old Lee and said, Old Lee, I have already engaged a tutor. Please allow me to leave. Old Lee, however, was unconvinced. Unless you place within the top 100 in the second mock exam, you will remain here every afternoon after school to study. With that, he returned to his post at the classroom door to continue his supervision. Chen Nua, did you hear what the teacher said? Zhou Linger raised her chin, adopting a serious demeanor. You still live in the old house. Uncle Chun and Aunt Lee work so hard for you. You're not a child anymore. Strive for improvement. And don't let them worry about you all day long. This statement struck a chord with Chen Nua, nearly causing him to falter. Reluctantly, he replied, Classmate Zhou, let us get started. Seeing Chen Nua relent, Zhou Linger felt a surge of pride as she took out her textbooks and exercises, earnestly explaining the material. Occasionally, she would lecture Chen Nua like a teacher. Out of respect for her earnestness, Chen Nua attempted to listen for a while, only to discover that many concepts were becoming increasingly convoluted. Shocked, he thought, goodness, this ISNT supplementary tutoring. It's an avalanche of information. Feigning attentiveness, Chen Nua discreetly took out his phone and sent a message to Shin Shinmei. Little kitten, I've been left behind for extra lessons. You can head home first. Given the current situation, it seemed they would be at it for at least another 30 to 40 minutes, and it was unreasonable to keep Shin Shinmei waiting alone outside. Shin Shinmei replied instantly, Ding dong cat. Okay. With that reassurance, Chen Nua focused intently on Zhou Linger's lecture, while mentally filtering out the information she presented. While Shin Shinmei could succinctly assist him in understanding, Zhou Linger's explanations only served to complicate his thoughts. Why was there such a vast disparity between people? Chapter 44. I want to wait for you an hour later. The torturous supplementary class finally concluded. Chen Nuo managed to shake off the mental pollution that had plagued him for an entire hour, leaping up and rushing out of the classroom. With the end of the lesson, Old Li had also left, and there was nothing obstructing the doorway. Chen Nuo. Zhou Linger chased after him. Chen Nuo turned back helplessly. What now? Zhou Linger caught up, glanced around, and said, I plan to apply to Rongqing University. If you can also gain admission, I might consider you. But please, don't throw yourself into despair and seek someone like Shen Xinmei to irritate me. It's too childish, and I dislike that. Chen Nuo widened his eyes, chuckling softly. Shen Xinmei is far superior to you, okay? He couldn't be bothered to say more and turned to leave. Chen Nuo. Zhou Linger called out from behind. But he had already dashed down the stairs. Frustrated, she stomped her foot. Shen Xinmei is better than me? When will you grow up, Chen Nuo? Upon exiting the school, Chen Nuo messaged Shen Xinmei. I just left school. You and Sister Ming can eat first. Don't wait for me. Setting his phone down, Chen Nuo suddenly felt a peculiar sensation. Why did it feel like a husband messaging his wife waiting at home? But wait, there was also Sister Ming involved. Well, that made it different. Amused by his own thoughts, Chen Nuo exited the school gate, turned right, traversing half a street, and passed by the familiar small shop. After taking a couple of steps, Chen Nuo suddenly halted and turned back abruptly. A small kitten, Shen Xinmei, was crouched beside the convenience store, hiding behind a tree, revealing only half of her body, much like a forsaken kitten. Did I not instruct you to return home first? Chen Nuo approached her, gazing down. Shen Xinmei peered up at him with a pitiful expression from behind the tree, apologizing. I'm sorry, I wanted to wait for you. Chen Nuo was momentarily taken aback, feeling a surge of frustration that dissipated as he gently ruffled her hair. You should stand up now, my legs have gone numb. Shen Xinmei replied weakly. Observing her timid demeanor, Chen Nuo understood instantly. The convenience store was their designated meeting spot after school, and Shen Xinmei wished to await his arrival. However, standing alone in such a conspicuous manner made her vulnerable to the scrutiny of passers-by. Being so socially anxious and self-conscious, she had taken refuge behind the large tree. After squatting there for over an hour, it was no wonder her legs were stiff. Chen Nuo extended his hand toward her. Shen Xinmei flinched. No, it's all right. I can get up by myself. She clutched the tree bark, struggling to rise, but after squatting for so long, she found herself unable to move halfway up. At that moment, her hands supported her against the tree, her upper body forming a right angle with it, while her long legs, straight as the trunk, accentuated the exaggerated curves concealed beneath her oversized uniform. Chen Nuo was momentarily entranced. Unaware of how alluring her current pose appeared, Shen Xinmei, trying to adjust to the discomfort in her legs, mumbled, I'm sorry, I'll be fine soon. Just then, two men at the convenience store glanced over in their direction. Chen Nuo promptly stepped in front of Shen Xinmei, shielding her from their gaze, and then took hold of her arm, assisting her to her feet. Shen Xinmei exclaimed softly, reminiscent of a delicate kitten. Chen Nuo glared at her. What was that sound? If you keep making noise, my legs will go numb too. Yes. I'm sorry. The little kitten apologized weakly, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue that spread to her alabaster neck and nestled within the collar of her uniform. Chen Nuo turned his head away, guiding her forward a few steps, inquiring, Are your legs still numb? Shen Xinmei stared at him, shaking her head. Chen Nuo immediately released her. Let us go. Oh, Shen Xinmei replied quietly, lowering her head as she followed behind him. Chen Nuo glanced back at her, uncertain of what to say, and they continued walking in silence, one ahead of the other. As they neared the bus stop, Chen Nuo suddenly halted, pulling Shen Xinmei behind a signboard. Puzzled, Shen Xinmei looked at him as he pointed ahead. There, she saw Li Hong being confronted by Lin Chengcheng, who raised an envelope and said to Li Hong, Sorry, you're not my type. Please don't write me any more love letters. Li Hong, bewildered, responded, Who are you? When have I ever written you a love letter? Lin Chengcheng scoffed. So you claim the letter isn't yours just because you've been rejected? Truly, boys are all the same, cowardly. Li Hong retorted angrily. Clarify your words. Who exactly is cowardly? Lin Chengcheng disdainfully replied, with your timid demeanor. Do you really think you can pursue a girl? You're even worse than the one who delivered your love letter. Don't bother me again. With that, she turned and walked away. Li Hong wore a gloomy expression, muttering to himself, Is she out of her mind? Yet, a look of confusion crossed his face as he thought, That envelope she held looks rather familiar. Watching from behind the bus stop, Shen Xinmei was equally perplexed. Classmate Chen Nuo, that letter. I distinctly saw you deliver it to Lin Chengcheng on behalf of our class monitor at noon. Why is this monitor suddenly denying it? Chen Nua whispered in her ear. That love letter was written by Li Hong to Zhou Ling. I just tore off Zhou Linger's name. Shen Xinmei's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth agape. Chen Nua regarded her curiously. Why is your face turning red again? It's surprising to learn that letter was meant for Zhou Linger, but there's no need to blush, is there? Shen Xinmei buried her face in her chest, stammering. And no, it's nothing. As Li Hong departed, Chen Nua and Shen Xinmei finally emerged and arrived at the bus station. They were slightly late, and the place was bustling with commuters at peak hours. Shen Xinmei felt a bit anxious and shrank behind Chen Nua. An idea suddenly flickered through Chen Nua's mind. To alter Shen Xinmei's fate post-college entrance examination, where she had once contemplated suicide, he needed to first transform her character. Those who often struggle with despair tend to be excessively introverted, even self-deprecating and withdrawn. Their most common trait is a fear of interpersonal interaction. Shen Xinmei exemplified this. To change her character, he needed to encourage her to engage more with others. At that moment, the bus arrived, and Chen Nua led Shen Xinmei aboard. The bus was crowded, and they squeezed toward the middle. Shen Xinmei was tense, her head down, too shy to lift it. Chen Nua suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Little kitten, how about a game?" Shen Xinmei's delicate earlobes instantly flushed a rosy hue. Before she could respond, Chen Nua continued, "If you take off your glasses, stand tall, and hold your head high for 10 seconds, I will grant you one wish." Chapter 45, Chen Nua, do you like Xinmei? Shen Xinmei froze, looking up at Chen Nua, only to realize how close they were. Her lips nearly brushed against his cheek. She quickly lowered her head again. Chen Nua chuckled, resembling a grandmother tempting a child with sweets. "Little kitten, if you succeed, you can ask for anything." However, Shen Xinmei remained unfazed, shaking her head while keeping her gaze down. Chen Nua pressed on. "Just give it a try. You only need to hold on for 10 seconds. You won't regret it." Yet, Shen Xinmei continued to shake her head. Chen Nua felt a sense of helplessness. One cannot simply snatch her glasses away, can they? Half an hour later, the bus arrived at its destination. The two disembarked, traversing through Tongxing Street, and ahead lay the Villa District. Shen Xinmei kept her head down, trailing behind Chen Nua, who chuckled and remarked, "Hey, we're heading to your home. Why am I following you?" Shen Xinmei responded with a soft, "Oh, I'm sorry," and then hastened her steps, her long legs gracefully bounding ahead of Chen Nua. She turned back to him, her expression asking, "Is this acceptable?" It appeared rather amusing. Chen Nua sighed in resignation and nodded, "Let us go." They switched their positions as they walked, but Shen Xinmei still kept her head lowered, stepping silently. Chen Nua, observing her slender legs and delicate waist, couldn't help but sigh. Before her parents' unfortunate incident, she must have been a bright, cheerful girl full of laughter. "Little kitten, may I ask you something?" Chen Nua suddenly spoke. Shen Xinmei halted immediately, turning to look at him, obediently awaiting his inquiry. "I notice you seem quite anxious at school and on the bus, yet you appear at ease when you visit the market. Why is that?" Shen Xinmei paused, lowering her head slightly, and replied softly, "I often stay home alone. If I don't go buy groceries, I can't eat." "Then why don't you dine at a restaurant?" As soon as Chen Nua posed the question, he felt rather foolish, given her personality. How could she ever venture out to eat alone? He shook his head, realizing he had been too hasty. Shen Xinmei had been grappling with social anxiety for 3 years, merely to avoid attention at school. It was indeed sudden of him to ask her to remove her glasses in front of so many people. It seemed a gradual approach was necessary. "Chen Nua, are you upset?" Shen Xinmei cautiously gazed at him and timidly offered, "Today, I'll give you extra companionship fees." Chen Nua was speechless. "Are you really trying to bribe me?" Shen Xinmei quickly replied, I'm sorry. You do like money, don't you?" Chen Nua glared at her, prompting Shen Xinmei to promptly silence herself, afraid to speak further. They continued walking and soon arrived at the villa area, entering through the community gate. Upon reaching Shen Xinmei's doorstep, Chen Nua suddenly halted, and she followed suit, staring at him in confusion. "Little kitten, you don't look good in glasses. How about this? When you're at home, just take them off." Shen Xinmei was reluctant to remove her glasses in public, so he aimed to encourage her to do so when alone at home, allowing her to gradually acclimate. Then, he could guide her in removing her eyebrow pencil. Once she became comfortable revealing her true self before him, he could eventually lead her to face a wider audience. Even scoundrels who deceive innocent girls often bring small gifts. With a girl like Shin who struggles with psychological barriers, one must proceed with utmost care. But I am merely performing a charitable act. Furthermore, at this moment, my sole ambition is to amass wealth. Matters of romance will only impede my financial pursuits. Chen Nua's expression fluctuated, and Shin, mistaking his demeanor for anger, bit her lip and, after a brief moment, finally nodded. Have you agreed? Chen Nua's face broke into a smile. Good. Then upon our return home, you shall remove your glasses. Oh, Shun Shinmei replied softly, retrieving her keys to unlock the door. Once inside, Chen Nua shut the door behind them. His gaze fervently fixed upon Shinmei. The little kitten fidgeted with her clothing, gradually lifting her hand, and, turning her back to Chen Nua, removed her glasses. Shinmei, brother, are you back? Huh. Meng Xiaoran descended the stairs and gasped softly. Shinmei, you aren't wearing your glasses? It was no wonder Meng Xiaoran was taken aback. Since high school, Shinmei had always donned her glasses in the presence of others. The fact that she had removed them in front of Chen Nua surprised Meng Xiaoran pleasantly. Yet, Shinmei was startled, exclaiming, "Oh," in a flurry as she rushed into the kitchen. "Shinmei, you haven't changed your shoes," Meng Xiaoran called after her. And Shinmei hurriedly emerged, avoiding Chen Nua's gaze, clumsily changing into slippers before darting back into the kitchen. Meng Xiaoran opened her mouth, smiling helplessly at Chen Nua. "Let me find you a pair of shoes." Earlier, in her haste, Shinmei had slipped into Chen Nua's men's slippers. Now resting at his feet were Shinmei's women's slippers. Meng Xiaoran rummaged through the shoe cabinet and found a pair of slippers for Chen Nua, glancing towards the kitchen as she whispered, "Just now, that was Shinmei's first time removing her glasses in front of anyone. And it was you, brother." Meng Xiaoran seemed quite pleased, with a hint of flirtation in her tone. "Sister, I simply think Shin is quite attractive without her glasses." Upon noticing Meng Xiaoran's amused gaze, he hastily waved his hands. "Sister, I didn't mean it that way." Meng Xiaoran's smile grew more suggestive. "Then what do you mean?" "I certainly did not mean that," Chen Nua asserted firmly. Meng Xiaoran burst into laughter. "All right, you should get back to your studies." Chen Nua promptly retreated to the study, flustered as he settled down, pulling out books and exam papers, and began writing. After scribbling just 2 characters, he suddenly looked up. "Wait, what am I feeling guilty about?" Shinmei soon finished preparing the meal, and the 3 of them gathered around the table to dine. The dishes remained divided into 2 identical portions, one consisting of the fatty cuts that Meng Xiaoran favored, and the other of the lean meat that Chen Nua preferred. While Chen Nua and Meng Xiaoran bantered animatedly, Shinmei silently focused on her food. After the meal, Shinmei went to wash the dishes. Once she entered the kitchen, Meng Xiaoran turned to Chen Nua. "Brother, I have something to discuss with you." She led him upstairs into a bedroom. Upon entering, Chen Nua noticed an artistic photograph hanging on the wall. Meng Xiaoran was clad in a wedding gown, her delicate shoulders exposed, accentuating a lovely curve. It is evident that the physical appearance and stature of Shinmei's family are hereditary. Chen Nua averted his gaze, thinking that this photograph must not fall into Zhang Yuan's hands, or else he would be rendered useless. The bedroom was elegantly furnished, with an array of books adorning the table beside a large wardrobe. Clearly, the occupant of this space was the archetype of an intellectual beauty. Chen Nua then noticed a suitcase nearby. He was taken aback as he looked at Meng Xiaoran, a woman draped in a loose, flowing home dress. Sitting with a poised posture, her long legs gracefully crossed. Her expression suddenly turned stern, resembling a headmistress scrutinizing her students. "Chen Nua, do you have feelings for Shinmei?" Startled, Chen Nua quickly replied, "Sister, please don't misunderstand. I have no such intentions towards Shun." Meng Xiaoran, arms crossed and one leg propped up, embodied the authoritative figure of a headmistress interrogating a naughty student. "Chen Nua, I have encountered numerous students. You cannot deceive me." "No," Chen Nua replied, half amused. "Sister, right now, all I want is to focus on the college entrance examination and making money. I have no interest in anything else, truly." Meng Xiaoran regarded him with a cold stare, her expression growing increasingly serious. Chen Nua met her gaze, unperturbed. Hadn't he suffered enough at the hands of women in his past life to even consider romance after being reborn? He was not that foolish. Suddenly, Meng Xiaoran burst into laughter, her demeanor transforming like a blossoming begonia, her upright figure lazily leaning against the edge of the bed. Chen Nua felt a bit dazed, then chuckled as well. "Sister, Are you testing me? After a prolonged moment of laughter, Meng Xiaoran straightened up and earnestly addressed Chen Nua. Brother, there is something I would like to ask of you. Speak, sister. I will do my utmost within my capabilities, Chen Nua replied, sitting up straight, knowing that Meng Xiaoran was about to discuss something of importance. Meng Xiaoran paused for a moment, her bright and mature eyes deeply locking onto Chen Nua's, articulating each word. I would like to ask for your assistance with Xinmei. Help her? Help with what? Chen Nua queried, perplexed. Meng Xiaoran sighed. You must have noticed that Xinmei's personality is different from that of ordinary girls. Chen Nua understood, whispering. I have heard about Shen's family circumstances. Meng Xiaoran looked at him with increasing appreciation. So you do care about Xinmei and have inquired about her situation. That reassures me even more. But sister, what exactly do you wish to convey? Chen Nua pressed, growing more confused. Meng Xiaoran continued. Actually, Xinmei was not always like this. She used to smile a lot and loved to dress beautifully. Everyone around her said she would surely grow into a stunning beauty. Of course, my sister is so beautiful. And my brother-in-law is also quite distinguished. It's a pity, Meng Xiaoran sighed softly. When the incident occurred, Xinmei had just entered junior high. Far too young to bear such a blow. Subsequently, various events unfolded, and many at their school began to label her as a harbinger of misfortune. Some even spread malicious rumors about her. Meng Xiaoran paused, her voice slightly choked, as she steadied her emotions before continuing. Gradually, no one wished to befriend her, nor did anyone care to speak with her. Thus, I transferred schools with Xinmei, yet her demeanor had transformed. She felt compelled to adorn herself in such a manner, and I pondered if it was my fault for not taking her away from our hometown sooner. Chen Nua fell silent, realizing that the other events Meng Xiaoran alluded to were her conflicts with her husband stemming from caring for Xinmei, which ultimately led to her divorce. As for the rumors, Chen Nua had never heard of them in his previous life. Observing Meng Xiaoran's expression, it was evident that she did not wish to elaborate, and he refrained from pressing her further. Meng Xiaoran lifted her gaze, her eyes ablaze, addressing Chen Nua. However, throughout this time, you are the first outsider Xinmei has been willing to approach. She is even prepared to remove her glasses in your presence. With a surge of emotion, she implored, Brother, as your sister, may I request one favor? Please help Xinmei step outside, to hold her head high, speak loudly, and laugh heartily. Chen Nua was taken aback. Brother? Meng Xiaoran, who aspired to be a strong female figure, felt a pang of nervousness. Suddenly, Chen Nua slapped his thigh, exclaiming, I knew we were like siblings from different parents. It seems we are on the same wavelength. In the end, this heartfelt conversation commenced with Chen Nua's exclamation and concluded with Meng Xiaoran's own. As the two walked side by side out of the bedroom and descended the staircase, their camaraderie was so palpable one might have thought they were preparing to kneel together in unison, invoking the wish to depart this life on the same day, month, and year. Xinmei, having just finished washing the dishes, emerged from the kitchen to find the sibling duo descending from the second floor, their arms draped over each other's shoulders, leaving her momentarily speechless. No, Chen Nua exclaimed immediately. Xinmei maintained her astonished expression, the sound she meant to utter ultimately escaping her lips. Meng Xiaoran bore no grudge against Chen Nua for reprimanding Xinmei, as she understood that Chen Nua, like herself, wished for Xinmei to transform her character. His deliberate approach towards Xinmei was evidently part of a broader plan. Previously, Meng Xiaoran had experimented with various methods and even sought counsel from a psychologist who suggested a form of exposure therapy. However, she had hesitated to proceed, fearing that excessive stimulation might cause Xinmei to retreat further into herself. Now, the level of provocation Chen Nua employed appeared to be just right. Meng Xiaoran smiled and said, Xinmei, I will be returning to Jiangxing tomorrow. Brother, you and your classmates should continue to come over to study daily. Consider it as helping me look after Xinmei. A look of reluctance crossed Xinmei's face, but she quickly lowered her head, understanding that her aunt had responsibilities and did not wish to be a burden. After all, her presence had already disrupted her aunt's life. Chen Nua smiled reassuringly, Sister. Rest assured, give me 3 months, and I shall return you a plump and rosy niece. Meng Xiaoran playfully swatted at him. You and your fanciful talk. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Chen Nua remarked, Zhang Yuan has arrived. I shall go and open the door. Xinmei hastily retreated to the study, donning her spectacles. Chen Nua hurried to the door, where the chubby boy stood, holding a large bag of fruit and peering inquisitively inside. Zhang Yuan, What are you up to? Chen Nua offered him a pair of slippers, gesturing towards the fruit in his hands. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly and inquired, "Where's that teacher? Look at your lack of ambition." Chen Nua led Zhang Yuan into the living room. At that moment, Meng Xiaoran had already returned to her bedroom to continue packing her belongings. Zhang Yuan surveyed the surroundings, and Chen Nua informed him, "My sister is upstairs." Disappointment flickered across Zhang Yuan's face as he glanced down at the hefty bag of fruit, expressing, "Chen Nua, could you please take this to the teacher?" Placing a hand on Zhang Yuan's shoulder, Chen Nua solemnly advised, "Listen, my friend, remember that when you encounter a girl you like, you must never resort to buying gifts." Confused, Zhang Yuan asked, "Why not?" Chen Nua chuckled, "Because a girl who is fond of you will tell you that spending money on gifts is wasteful, while a girl who does not care for you will only accept your gifts." Zhang Yuan pondered this for a moment before shaking his head resolutely. "Chen Nua, you are mistaken. If you do not present gifts, how can you demonstrate your sincerity? To love a girl is to give her your all." Chen Nua regarded him thoughtfully and said, "Zhang Yuan, I have heard that the national server version is about to be updated. You should stop being a boiling sheep and practice your heroes instead." "Is the national server updating again? But there is no hero named Boiling Sheep." Chapter 47. The Mature Teacher. Full health and magic ultimately, Chen Nua took the bag of fruit into the kitchen before leading Zhang Yuan into the study. At this point, Shen Xinmei had readjusted her glasses and, adhering to Chen Nua's advice from the previous day, continued to treat Zhang Yuan as if he were invisible, speaking of the subject with increasing fluency. Chen Nua's learning experience also improved markedly, as he listened to the little kitten explain the problems. The confusion in his mind began to unravel. This sensation was more gratifying than unboxing packages after the Double 11 shopping festival. However, that evening, Zhang Yuan appeared somewhat distracted, making 5 or 6 trips to the restroom in less than an hour. During one of his excursions, Shen Xinmei could not refrain from whispering to Chen Nua, "Is our classmate feeling unwell?" Chen Nua chuckled. "He is not physically unwell. Rather, it is his heart that is troubled." Shen Xinmei blinked in confusion, and Chen Nua rose, stating, "Please wait a moment. I shall go and remedy this fellow's ailment." Watching Chen Nua exit the study, Shen Xinmei was left in a state of bewilderment. Could Chen Nua actually cure ailments? As Chen Nua made his way to the living room, he chanced upon Zhang Yuan emerging from the restroom, peering curiously upstairs. "What are you looking at, chubby boy?" Chen Nua laughed, startling Zhang Yuan, whose face flushed crimson. "And nothing," he stammered. Chen Nua instructed, "You stay here." Zhang Yuan, perplexed, could only watch as Chen Nua ascended to the second floor. Chen Nua approached the door of Meng Xiaoran's bedroom and gently knocked. "Sister, it's me." The door opened swiftly, revealing Meng Xiaoran in a loose, comfortable long dress, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. "I'm packing my luggage." "What is it?" Chen Nua glanced downstairs and whispered, "Sister, could you do me a favor?" Zhang Yuan stood in the living room, momentarily taken aback as he watched Chen Nua ascend the staircase, unsure whether to sit or stand. Just as he was at a loss, the sound of footsteps echoed from the second floor, and he looked up, instantly captivated. The strikingly mature and alluring teacher was gracefully descending the stairs. Zhang Yuan was rendered speechless as Meng Xiaoran approached him with a smile. "You must be Zhang Yuan, right?" "Hello, I am a teacher from Rongqing University. Keep it up, I'll be waiting for you at Rongda." After saying this, she went to the kitchen to fetch a glass of water and ascended the stairs again. Once inside her bedroom, she playfully scolded Chen Nua, "I did as you instructed." Chen Nua repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sister. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda." Zhang Yuan, who initially lacked motivation for his studies and failed to gain admission to university, later went to northern Myanmar, where he faced dire consequences. If Meng Xiaoran could inspire Zhang Yuan to study and gain university admission, it would be akin to rescuing him from despair. Meng Xiaoran shot him a glare. "Stop being so flippant. I need to finish packing. Hurry down and study." "All right, thank you, sister. I'll come to see you off tomorrow," Chen Nua replied. "My bus is at 10 in the morning. Are you skipping class to come?" Then I shall wish you well in spirit," he retorted, with a cheerful demeanor. Chen Nua descended the stairs, where Zhang Yuan eagerly approached him, pulling him towards the study. "What are you doing, you little chubby?" Chen Nua exclaimed in surprise as Zhang Yuan dragged him into the study, bowing respectfully to Shen Xinmei. "Teacher Shen, I will study diligently. Please help me gain admission to Rongda. I beg of you." Shen Xinmei did not even glance at him, but rather turned her attention to Chen Nua. Although Chun Nua had asked her to treat this student as if he were invisible, now that he was bowing, what was she to do? Chun Nua was astonished, thinking to himself how Meng Xiaoran's words had revitalized Zhang Yuan entirely. Truly, the allure of a mature teacher was formidable. He waved his hand dismissively. Less chatter, more studying. Oh, right. Zhang Yuan responded eagerly. At 9 o'clock that evening, the tutoring session concluded. Zhang Yuan reluctantly rose, feeling a sense of attachment towards his studies for the first time in his life. He stepped out of the living room, glancing at the second floor, his face brimming with enthusiasm. Teacher Meng, I will definitely gain admission to Rongda. Little kitten, I warn you, no more mentions of companionship fees today. Chen Nuo remarked to Xin Ximei in the study. But you said there would be a companionship fee, she replied, already producing 800 yuan notes to hand to Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo stared at her. From today onwards, we shall cancel the companionship fee, understood? Xin Ximei meekly responded with a soft, oh, and timidly asked, then, will you still come tomorrow? Chen Nuo chuckled, of course I will come. Who wouldn't want free tutoring? It would be foolish not to. Xin Xian suddenly brightened and nodded vigorously. Great. Chen Nuo felt somewhat speechless. It was the first time he had seen someone so elated at being offered free help. Upon exiting the living room, he called out upstairs, Sister, I'm leaving. Wishing you a smooth journey tomorrow. Okay, came Meng Xiaoran's response from upstairs, indicating that she was still busy packing her bags. As Chun Nuo and Zhang Yuan left the villa area, Zhang Yuan was still clutching his English book, memorizing vocabulary. Chen Nuo took out his phone and dialed Chen Weiman's number. He had deliberately refrained from responding to Chen Weiman during the day and chose to reach out now. Negotiating with the boiler factory's canteen was no trivial matter. As the factory director, Chen Weiman naturally had to consider the interests of the boiler factory. If an agreement were to be reached, it was likely that several rounds of back and forth would be necessary. However, the negotiation process had actually begun earlier that afternoon when Chen Weiman spoke to Chen Guodong. Why did Chen Weiman add Chen Nuo's number instead of contacting him directly? Because Chen Guodong was an employee of the boiler factory and a straightforward person, many matters could be communicated through him, which would subtly apply pressure on Chen Nuo. In fact, Chen Guodong might even advocate for the boiler factory, and under the weight of his father's authority, Chen Nuo would find it easier to agree to certain conditions. Thus, it was understandable why Chen Weiman would make those multifaceted remarks that afternoon. The most troublesome of those conditions was the second one, arranging personnel from the boiler factory in the canteen. These individuals were currently idle, and the boiler factory had neither the positions nor the funds to accommodate them. If they could be placed in the canteen, it would not only resolve the employment issue, but also ensure that the canteen had its own people, making it easier to manage any situations that arose. Although Chen Weiman was a principal director who genuinely cared for the welfare of the people, he was far from naive. His cunning surpassed that of many unscrupulous merchants. To him, Chen Nuo likely represented a sort of crafty businessman. Well then, this would be my first negotiation on the entrepreneurial path, akin to a rookie encountering a diamond in their first match. Chen Nuo took a deep breath, waited a moment, and then picked up as the call connected. Hello, whom am I speaking with? Chen Weiman's voice was calm, yet tinged with a hint of impatience, as if he were being harassed by an unsolicited call. Chen Nuo smiled. It was clear that he had added me on his own accord that day, and he had even saved my name in his phone. Now he pretended not to know me, starting the call with negotiation pressure, were we? May I speak with Director Liu of the Inxiao Welding Rod Factory? This is Xiao Chun. I have given some thought to what you mentioned regarding the canteen yesterday. Oh? I'm terribly sorry. I must have dialed the wrong number. Chen Nuo feigned embarrassment as he abruptly hung up. 10 seconds later, Chen Weiman called back. Chen Nuo waited a moment before answering, and the warm voice of Chen Weiman came through. Xiao Chun. Haha, it's your Uncle Chun. Has your father spoken to you about the canteen matter? Chapter 48. My uncle, the factory director, the Inbridge Welding Rod Factory, and the Boiler Factory are the only two major establishments in Jiang County. Chen Nuo's mother, Li Qinghe, is employed at the Welding Rod Factory. Chen Nuo is quite familiar with both factories, which is why he casually mentioned that the director of the Welding Rod Factory is surnamed Liu. Although the businesses of the Boiler Factory and the Welding Rod Factory do not intersect, they are both located in the same county, and naturally, Chen Weiman is acquainted with Director Liu. Thus, upon hearing Chen Nuo's earlier remark, he felt a sense of urgency and promptly made a phone call. Hello, Uncle Chun. I just heard from my dad about the cafeteria situation. I apologize. I was about to call you, Chen Nuo began, seamlessly placing the responsibility on old Chen's shoulders. It's all right. I had just remembered and thought to ask you, Chun Weiman replied, maintaining his composure despite losing the first round of their verbal exchange. Uncle Chun, my dad mentioned that you feel our small cafeteria is understaffed, am I correct? Chen Nua inquired. Indeed. We have a few individuals from our collective who could come over to assist, and in doing so, they would essentially be working for you. Chen Weiman chuckled. The underlying implication being that Chen Nua would need to compensate these individuals. Feigning ignorance, Chen Nua exclaimed, that sounds splendid. I was just worried about where to find more help. You truly are thoughtful, Uncle Chun. However, since they are coming to assist, we should show our appreciation. How about we cover their lunches each day? After a moment of silence, Chen Weiman smiled gently. Xiao Chun. What I meant was to have them sign a work contract with you, and you would need to pay them. Chen Nua was taken aback. Oh, I see. But Uncle Chun, do they possess chef certifications? Do they have health permits? They won't even be cooking. They will only be helping with serving meals during lunch. Chen Weiman felt a slight headache forming. Are you really this stubborn? Oh, Uncle Chun, here is my thought. Once we move into the factory cafeteria, we should maintain the current self-service format, allowing employees to choose their dishes and serve themselves without needing assistance. At most, we can prepare several large containers of each dish to prevent long queues, ensuring that employees can finish their meals quickly without wasting their break time. Consequently, we would only need to arrange a few large tables for the dishes in the cafeteria, along with chairs for the employees. Furthermore, we could install several large ceiling fans. And ideally, air conditioning, and that would complete everything. You asked about the cafeteria's setup, didn't you? Just follow what I suggested, and voila, multiple issues resolved. Goodness. Chen Weiman nearly erupted in frustration. I merely sought to accommodate a few individuals from the collective, and you, on the other hand, seem intent on exploiting the factory's labor force for free, while trying to persuade me to furnish your cafeteria with tables and chairs, and even air conditioning? Should I also install some projection screens for you to watch movies while you dine? Chen Weiman took a deep breath. As the factory director and an elder, he felt it inappropriate to quibble with a child. He smiled and replied, Little Chun, you wish to move into the cafeteria while expecting the factory to resolve all your issues. This poses quite a challenge for Uncle Chun. Chen Nua maintained his smile, suggesting, how about this, Uncle Chun? The large collectives receive their basic salaries from the factory each month, don't they? If they assist in the cafeteria, we can ensure they receive bonuses. As for the air conditioning, I am primarily concerned about the welfare of the factory employees. If that is unfeasible, large ceiling fans would suffice. Chen Weiman nearly laughed in exasperation. Good heavens, I send people to assist you, and you expect me to cover half their wages? Chen Nua spoke again, his tone exceedingly sincere. Uncle Chun, my father has always held you in high regard, saying you are a dedicated director who genuinely cares for the factory and its workers. I didn't believe it until I met you, and now I wholeheartedly agree. While other directors are preoccupied with profits and achievements, you are troubled over the employees' meal issues, losing sleep over it. I am truly moved. To be frank, my essay topic for the Chinese exam yesterday was my uncle the director. I included your accomplishments in my essay, wishing to share with more people that our Jiang County Boiler Factory has a compassionate director who cares for the populace. By the end of his heartfelt declaration, Chen Nua's voice trembled with emotion. Chen Weiman recognized that the young man was flattering him, yet he couldn't help but feel touched. Chen Nua's words resonated deeply with him, especially considering his recent sleepless nights over the employees' dining concerns. Has this kid installed surveillance in my home? Following this earnest confession, the uncle and nephew quickly reached a consensus. The large collective would send 5 individuals to assist, not in the kitchen but with miscellaneous tasks. The factory would cover their basic wages, while Chen Nua would manage their bonuses. The factory would also fund the purchase of tables and chairs for the cafeteria. But these would be considered factory assets, meaning that Chen Nua could not take them with him if he were to leave. And any damage incurred during use would require compensation. Little Chun, come by tomorrow at noon to sign the contract. Let's expedite the setup of the factory cafeteria, Chen Weiman, feeling somewhat exhausted, instructed Chen Nua. Certainly, Uncle Chun, for the sake of the employees to enjoy warm, delicious lunches soon and to relieve you of your worries. We will certainly do our best. Chen Nua made another heartfelt promise before ending the call. Ugh, how nauseating. I nearly made myself sick with that display. He reflected on how, in his past life, he had often played the role of the sycophant, delivering countless emotional declarations, having hardened his resolve to a thickness surpassing that of a city wall. Otherwise, he would have found it difficult to articulate such sentiments just now. Beside him, Zhang Yuan, having forgotten his vocabulary, stared at Chen Nua in shock. Chen Nua, may I see the essay you wrote? What essay? My uncle the director. I was truly moved by what I just heard. Chen Nua placed a call to Wang Jian, informing him that he had successfully negotiated with the boiler factory. He instructed Wang to bring all necessary documents to sign the agreement the following day. Wang Jian was overwhelmed with excitement, and Su Ru shared in the joy, repeatedly expressing her gratitude towards Chen Nua. Even Wang Yuan, who was busy with her homework, approached them, sweetly addressing Chen Nua, brother. Ah, little Yuan, have you missed me? Chen Nua responded with delight, charmed by the adorable and obedient girl. Is Brother Fatty there? She inquired in her innocent voice. Taken aback, Chen Nua tossed the phone to Zhang Yuan, exclaiming, Little Yuan is looking for you. Me? Zhang Yuan beamed, eagerly seizing the phone to chat with Wang Yuan. Surprisingly, the two hit it off quite well, engrossed in their conversation. It wasn't until Chen Nua and Zhang Yuan boarded the bus and traveled several stops that Wang Yuan reluctantly bid farewell to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, feeling quite pleased with himself, remarked, Chen Nua, see, I am indeed more charming. Even the young girls prefer me. Chen Nua, maintaining a stoic expression, pointed outside. It seems you've missed your stop. Why didn't you remind me? Zhang Yuan exclaimed. I couldn't bear to interrupt your delightful conversation, Chen Nua replied. Chapter 49. Old Chen's youthful outburst. Dad, I'm back. Chen Nua entered the house, exuberantly calling for Chen Guodong. Li Qinghe emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of sliced fruit, glaring at Chen Nua. What are you shouting for? Don't disturb your father. Chen Nua, taken aback, asked, What's wrong with Dad? Typically, at this hour, Chen Guodong would be seated on the sofa, tending to the queen while watching melodramatic television. Today, however, something was amiss. The queen had abandoned her show and was personally slicing fruit, clearly preparing to serve Chen Guodong. Chen Nua glanced towards the closed door of his parents' bedroom, realizing that Chen Guodong was indeed inside. He anxiously looked at Li Qinghe. Mom, did my father's old flame come looking for you, and he caught her? You must be itching for trouble, aren't you? Your father is my first love. Li Qinghe shot him a glare, whispering, Today, the factory asked your father to work on a boiler design. He hasn't eaten since he got back. He's been engrossed in his research. As she spoke, a hint of joy graced her features. She understood her husband's aspirations well. A top student from Jiangda University in thermal engineering, Chen Guodong held the highest academic credentials at the boiler factory, with commendable expertise. However, due to his introverted nature and lack of social finesse, he missed many opportunities. Now, in his 40s, his peers had ascended to vice ministerial positions, while he remained an ordinary employee, even unable to stay in the technical department, relegated to directing security. Chen Guodong seldom mentioned his disappointments, yet every time they returned to Li Qinghe's family for the new year, her relatives would inadvertently discuss their successful careers, leaving him feeling like the underachiever despite his superior education. Thus, upon returning to Li Qinghe's home, Chen Guodong would often find solace in alcohol. Li Qinghe was acutely aware of the discontent simmering within her husband, yet at this stage of life, what could be done? One must simply embrace the joy of living. However, when an opportunity arose that allowed him to showcase his expertise, it was akin to someone who had long been confined in a dark room suddenly glimpsing a glimmer of light. He was determined to seize it with all his might. Upon returning home today, the middle-aged Chen, brimming with youthful exuberance, plunged into the bedroom, engrossed in his blueprints, neglecting even dinner. Li Qinghe said little, opting to dine alone and wash the dishes, not even turning on the television. As the clock approached 9, her concern for her husband grew. Fearing he might neglect his health by not eating at all, she decided to prepare a plate of fruit to bring to him. Hearing Li Qinghe's intention, Chen Nua quickly understood. After pondering for a moment, he said, Mom, let me take it to Dad. Li Qinghe nodded in agreement, acknowledging his involvement in this matter. She recalled her husband mentioning that without Chen Nua's initiative in the lunch stall, Chen Guodong might not have had the opportunity to converse with the factory director, who likely would not have remembered him, a once prominent scholar now faded from memory. As Chen Nua carried the plate to his parents' bedroom, he couldn't help but smile upon peering down at it. His mother had arranged the fruit so artistically that it surpassed even the display in the fruit bowl. Knocking lightly on the door, he entered with the lovingly prepared plate, only to find Chen Guodong hunched over the table, deeply engrossed in his work. It seemed he was sketching on a blueprint, surrounded by professional tomes on thermal engineering and ultra-high-pressure boilers. Books Chen Nua had not seen his father touch for many years. Setting the fruit aside, Chen Nua suddenly heard his father exclaim, "It's done." Chen Guodong stood up, stretching widely, his face radiating satisfaction and joy. Chen Nua marveled at the singular focus of a technical mind. "Dad, I've brought you a fruit platter. Enjoy it while it's fresh," he declared cheerfully. Turning to glance at the plate, Chen Guodong responded, somewhat incredulously, "Where did you acquire such knife skills?" Chen Nua chuckled, "Of course, it's from you, Dad." It was prepared by none other than the Empress herself. With a gleeful smile, Chen Guodong took a piece and tasted it, exclaiming, "Deliciously sweet." As Chen Nua reached for a piece, his father swiftly blocked him, stating, "This was cut by your mother." In mock disbelief, Chen Nua retorted, "Dad, I am your beloved son. Step aside." Chen Guodong protectively shielded the exquisite fruit platter, even snapping a photo with his phone, brimming with pride. "I'll show this to old Zhang tomorrow. It will drive them mad with envy." Chen Nua could only sigh in exasperation. He found such overt displays of affection rather irksome, yet with a favor to ask of his father, he played along. "Indeed, in this household, Dad, you are the unwavering anchor. Both Mom and I look to you for guidance." With a modest nod, Chen Guodong acknowledged the compliment, promptly taking another piece of fruit to savor. Chen Nua glanced around and approached quietly, murmuring, "By the way, Dad, there's something I need to discuss. You mustn't have any of this fruit." Chen Guodong grew wary. Chen Nua rolled his eyes and checked the bedroom door before whispering, "Could you please make a call to my homeroom teacher? I need to take leave tomorrow afternoon." "Taking leave at noon?" Chen Guodong questioned, perplexed. "Don't you have a lunch break?" Chen Nua then explained the study group situation to him. "Dad, I need to go to your factory tomorrow to sign a contract. I'm afraid Lao Li won't let me leave. Just make a call and say we have something at home." Chen Guodong immediately shook his head. "No way. Let your mother call the teacher." Given Chen Nua's significant drop in his mock exam scores, Li Qinghe was now highly attentive to Chen Nua's studies. If he dared to help Chen Nua take leave, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. "Dad, if I can't go tomorrow, the contract won't be signed. If the contract isn't signed, the cafeteria won't be established. If the cafeteria doesn't materialize, the factory manager will surely be in a foul mood. And he might not entrust this matter to you." Chen Nua pointed at the boiler blueprint on the table. Chen Guodong, incensed, exclaimed, "Are you threatening me?" Chen Nua waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. I'm leaving. Come back here." Chen Guodong's expression turned serious as he picked up his phone. "Cover for me." Chen Nua understood and dashed to the bedroom door, pressing his ear against it for a moment before signaling Chen Guodong with a gesture. Chen Guodong nodded and quickly called Lao Li, explaining that there was a family matter tomorrow afternoon and requesting a leave of absence for Chen Nua. Lao Li was somewhat reluctant, but with a parent's call, he had no choice but to agree. After hanging up, Chen Guodong sighed in relief. Chen Nua laughed heartily and patted his shoulder. "Comrade Chen Guodong, congratulations. You have once again completed the organization's task. The people will not forget your contributions. Get lost." Chen Nua chuckled as he exited the bedroom, informing Li Qinghe that her husband was still working on research before retreating to his own room. While his father was busy designing the boiler blueprint, he too had his own designs to contemplate. How to save the little kitten step by step. Chapter 50. Transforming fireworks into sunshine for Chen Nua. The most pressing matter today was not the negotiations with Chen Weiman, but rather the conversation with Meng Xiaoran. When Meng Xiaoran recounted Shen Xinmei's experiences in middle school, her eyes betrayed an unmistakable pain, helplessness, and a hint of anger. One could only imagine the trials Shen Xinmei had endured, transforming a vibrant young girl into her present state. As Chen Nua listened to Meng Xiaoran's narrative, an indescribable feeling welled within him. It was a mixture of discomfort, regret, and a sense of relief. The discomfort stemmed from his own past experiences of familial upheaval, allowing him to empathize deeply. It is truly lamentable that Shen Xinmei, a girl who could epitomize perfection, chose to end her life in the prime of her youth. Yet, there exists a glimmer of hope, for I am a reborn soul, privy to the trajectory of the future. And I possess the opportunity to alter the tragic fate that awaits this young girl. However, the task at hand is no trivial endeavor. I, Chen Nua, perceive that transforming Shen Xinmei's destiny is far more challenging than reshaping the fates of Wang Jian's family, Zhang Yuan, and myself combined. This is largely due to the fact that they possess a motivation to strive for a better life, while Shinshime has, from the depths of her heart, relinquished her will to live. In her past life, she achieved the distinction of being the top scorer in the college entrance examination, presumably to fulfill the aspirations of her deceased parents. That accomplishment was to be the final act she would perform in this world. Once completed, she found no further impetus to continue her existence. This explains why, during the celebratory assembly following the examination, Shun Shinmei revealed her true self. Faced with imminent death, a person naturally becomes indifferent to everything around them. The breathtaking display she presented at that event was the last flicker of brilliance in her life, a dazzling yet fleeting firework. In this new life, however, I am determined to alter this narrative. My aspiration is to see Shun Shinmei step onto the stage at the upcoming celebration 3 months hence, brimming with hope and courage for the future. This time, she shall radiate her most resplendent light, and it shall not be ephemeral. My aim is to transform that fleeting firework into an everlasting sunbeam. To realize this ambition, I must proceed incrementally. Today, I have taken the initial step, encouraging Shun Shinmei to remove her glasses in front of others. The outcome was partially successful, while she hesitated to do so on the bus upon returning home. She did remove them before me, an outsider. This small act, akin to a kitten's tentative stride, represents a significant leap towards altering her fate, progressing gradually. The next step will involve her erasing her single-stroke eyebrows before me. Once she becomes accustomed to revealing her true self in my presence, I will then guide her to confront a wider audience. By the time of the celebration, she shall ascend the stage with the most radiant smile, captivating all in attendance. Perhaps by then, the trajectory of her fate will be irrevocably altered. The first step, having her remove her glasses before me, has been accomplished. The second step will be to unveil her true self before a greater audience. The third will involve her removing her glasses and erasing her eyebrows in my presence. The fourth step consists of her embracing her authentic appearance while taking the bus, visiting the market, and attending public places beyond school. The fifth step is to approach the celebratory assembly with the most beautiful visage and the most confident smile. As I gaze upon the goals I have inscribed in my notebook, a smile unfurls upon my face. Chinua, onward. Little kitten, onward. In the new district, at Legion Garden, the Zhou family resides. Zhou Xianxing sits upon the sofa, gripping the remote control, as the television screen flickers incessantly. After finishing her shower, Guo Yin emerged from the bathroom, saying, "Lao Zhou, it's your turn to wash up." Lao Zhou, seemingly in a foul mood, sighed heavily. Guo Yin approached him and took the remote control from his hands. "What has caused you to clash with the television these past few days?" she inquired. With a troubled expression, Zhou Xianxing recounted how today Chun Guodong had been summoned for a private discussion with the factory director, followed by the technical department delivering design plans to him. "Do you think Chun Guodong might have bribed the director?" Zhou Xianxing pondered aloud, growing increasingly perplexed until he arrived at that conclusion. Guo Yan, intrigued, responded, "Weren't you always praising Director Chen for his integrity and fairness, claiming he promotes meritocracy?" Zhou Xianxing paused, feeling disheartened. People can change. Perhaps Chun Guodong's gifts were substantial. Guo Yan shook her head in resignation. "Lao Zhou, do you honestly believe Chun Guodong is the type to bribe his superiors? If he were capable of such things, he wouldn't be in his current position." "Well, that's not necessarily true. Aside from his modest expertise, Chun Guodong lacks professional competence," Zhou Xianxing immediately retorted. Observing her husband's expression, Guo Yan sighed internally and redirected the conversation. "Did you know? Linger is tutoring Chen Nua." "What?" Zhou Xianxing's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way. Why should my daughter help that boy with his studies?" Guo Yan glanced at him. It was arranged by Teacher Li, students helping one another. However, it seems Chen Nua is rather reluctant. Is Chen Nua still being arrogant? Zhou Xianxing found it hard to believe. Linger mentioned that Chen Nua would rather seek assistance from a classmate who is both academically and aesthetically inferior to her than study with her. Did you not see? She barely touched her dinner this evening. Guo Yan's words ignited Zhou Xianxing's fury. That boy is utterly ungrateful. Humph, perhaps it is for the best. Birds of a feather flock together. Chen Nua is simply unworthy of my daughter. Keep your voice down. Guo Yan replied, exasperated. You shouldn't speak ill of others. Perhaps that girl is quite exceptional as well. Linger and Chen Nua have grown up together. There's no need for such animosity. After a moment of silence, Zhou Xianxing suddenly remarked, Dear, do you think Chen Nua is being deliberate, choosing a classmate who pales in comparison to Linger just to capture her attention? In the bedroom, Zhou Linger was sulking. She had intended to complete 2 sets of exercises today, but her mind was preoccupied with the image of Chen Nua together with Yi Jimai earlier that day. Their closeness was striking. Chen Nua had even allowed Yi Jimai to trip him in the sandpit. Such indulgence and affection. Never had Chen Nua treated her this way before. Linger felt a surge of defiance. What makes Yi Jimai better than me? Distracted, she picked up her phone and instinctively scrolled to Chen Nua's WeChat. The last message exchanged was from her birthday, where she had asked about her birthday cake. Yet, he had not replied. Scrolling up, she found the opposite. Nearly all the messages were from Chen Nua to her, while her responses were sparse. Good morning in the morning, good night in the evening. Every day, without fail. Yet now, Chen Nua has ceased to send her morning greetings and good night wishes. Zhou Linger bit her lip and tossed her phone aside. Who cares? In a villa district, within the confines of a bedroom, a young girl clad in a white nightgown sat at her desk, inscribing elegant characters in her diary. So much has transpired today. Classmate Chen Nua saved me once again. He suggested I should retaliate, but I only dared to push him. Not others. Classmate Chen Nua urged me to remove my glasses on the bus. I felt apprehensive, yet in his solitary company, my fears dissipated. My aunt is leaving tomorrow, and I shall be alone once more. Fortunately, classmate Chen Nua visits daily to study with me. Oh, today he patted my head again, once in the morning, once at noon on the playground, and once after school at the convenience store. It felt a bit ticklish, yet oddly comforting. By the way, I must wish him good night tonight. Shin Shinmei closed her notebook, climbed into bed, and pulled the covers over her head, retrieving her phone from beneath her pillow. She exhaled deeply, accessed WeChat, and quickly located Chen Nua. Entering the chat box, she typed a message, classmate Chen Nua, good night. However, she refrained from sending it. The girl cradled her phone against her chest and closed her eyes. This suffices, yes. Chapter 51. Never allow others to bully you casually again. The following day. Mom, I'm off. Dear, I'm leaving. Chen Nua and his father, Chen Guodong, energetically stepped out the door, while Li Qinghe called after them. You both haven't eaten your boiled eggs yet. Chen Guodong hurried back to grab the eggs, but Chen Nua dashed away. Mom, let Dad have them. He needs the nourishment. Li Qinghe and Chen Guodong exchanged glances at the 2 eggs, with Chen Guodong hastily asserting, Dear, I don't require such replenishment, do I? Ha! How shameless. As before, Chen Nua walked while reciting vocabulary through his earphones. On the way, he encountered Zhang Yuan, who, from a distance, also had earphones in. Chen Nua chuckled and approached to pat his shoulder. Zhang Yuan jumped in surprise, exclaiming in a mix of languages, Oh my goodness! You scared me. Chen Nua laughed. Studying vocabulary? Zhang Yuan nodded enthusiastically. Teacher Ming is waiting for me at Rongda. I must get accepted. Chen Nua praised him. Nice. This time it's not just a fleeting enthusiasm. Of course, that's our agreement. The 2 continued their walk and vocabulary practice, encountering several classmates along the way, their diligence eliciting astonished expressions. Soon, they arrived at the school gate. Chen Nua paused momentarily, allowing Zhang Yuan to enter first, then made his way to the narrow alley on the left side of the entrance. Shin Shinmei passed through this alley every day on her way to school. It was here, just yesterday morning, that she had been bullied by Lin Chengqing. Chen Nua, what are you doing here? Chen Nua stood for a while. When several classmates from class 4 approached him, curious about his presence. Nothing much, just admiring the scenery, Chen Nua replied. His classmates exchanged puzzled glances, but did not inquire further as they headed towards the school gate. Chen Nua, with his hands in his pockets, shook his head. The little kitten has probably already entered the school. Why am I fretting here? Just as he was about to turn away, a tall and timid figure appeared in the distance. She walked slowly, her head bowed, making her way into the alley. Upon reaching Chen Nua, she caught sight of his shoes and suddenly looked up, her face lighting up with surprise. Chen, is that you? Chen Nua, somewhat displeased, remarked, Why are you so late? I'm sorry, Shin Shimei quickly responded. Chen Nua retorted, What are you apologizing for? He glanced behind Shin Shinmei and asked, Did Lin Chengqing and the others bother you today? Shin Shinmei shook her head, then realized something, her eyes shimmering behind her glasses. Were you waiting for me here? Chen Nua? Chen Nua nodded. I was worried that Lin Chengqing and her friends would trouble you again. Why are you smiling? Shin Shinmei promptly replied, I'm sorry. Stop apologizing all the time. Let me tell you, I can't be by your side all the time. If Lin Chengqing bullies you again, You should push her down like you did to me yesterday. Do you understand? Shen Shimei pondered seriously for a moment and timidly said, I don't dare. Chen Nuo glared at her. Little kitten, if you let others bully you again, I won't study with you anymore. Shen Shimei shivered, fell silent for a moment, and finally nodded. That's more like it, Chen Nuo said with satisfaction, habitually ruffling the little kitten's hair. All right, you should go in first. He understood that Shen Shimei was too timid to walk with him inside the school. Oh, she replied, shouldering her backpack and dashing into the school. She instinctively touched her head where Chen Nuo had just ruffled her hair, her lips curling into an involuntary smile. After Shen Shimei had entered for a while, Chen Nuo finally made his way through the school gate. Hey, why is Chen Nuo from class 4 so familiar with Ijimai? Shortly after Chen Nuo left, 3 heads popped out from the other side of the alley, belonging to Lin Chengqing and her 2 sidekicks. Lin Chengqing snorted. I told you that love letter seemed a bit strange. Turns out Chen Nuo was helping Ijimai. But wasn't Chen Nuo supposed to be a lackey for the school beauty? How did he end up with Ijimai? Unable to indulge in a grand feast. She thought she would settle for some pickled vegetables instead. I don't believe Chen Nuo can stick with Ijimai forever. Lin Chengqing's expression darkened. Just yesterday, her parents had scolded her for not making it into the top 50 in her grade, which embarrassed them in front of their friends. Lin Chengqing barely slept that night. Her heart filled with resentment. It's all Ijimai's fault. If she hadn't always pushed me down, I would have been in the top 50 long ago. Lin Chengqing resolved to find a time when Chen Nuo was absent and teach Shen Shimei a good lesson. Chen Nuo entered the classroom, only to discover that many eyes were fixated upon him and Zhang Yuan, with some engaging in hushed whispers. Unperturbed, Chen Nuo proceeded to his seat and resumed his reading. Nevertheless, the murmurs around him infiltrated his ears, and he soon grasped the essence of their gossip. Zhang Yuan was actually applying himself to his studies? Was it true that Chen Nuo had ceased his pursuit of Zhou Ling'u? Disinterested in the trivialities of his peers, Chen Nuo buried himself in his exercises. Is it true? Chen Nuo is no longer pursuing you? Zhang Rongrong inquired softly of Zhou Ling'er. Holding her book, Zhou Ling'er replied, I am solely focused on my studies. I have no time for such frivolities. Zhang Rongrong then pointed out, Ling'er, your book is upside down. Zhou Ling'er's face flushed crimson, but fortunately, the Chinese teacher entered at that moment, sparing her from further questioning. She glanced over at Chen Nuo, who sat upright and appeared sincerely engaged with the teacher at the podium. Zhou Ling'er smirked inwardly, thinking, now you pretend to be diligent in your studies? Very well. I shall teach you a lesson during lunch. The previous night, Zhou Ling'er had deliberately selected several challenging exam papers, intending for Chen Nuo to struggle with them. Relishing the sight of him flustered and unable to solve even a single problem, thereby revealing his true capabilities. As she envisioned Chen Nuo's embarrassed expression, Zhou Ling'er felt her own frustrations dissipate. At long last, lunchtime arrived, and she retrieved the prepared papers, only to see Chen Nuo walking out of the classroom. Chen Nuo, it is time for your supplementary lesson, she called out, but he had already dashed away. Zhou Ling'er stood in shock, while Zhang Rongrong, puzzled, remarked, Ling, weren't you supposed to tutor Chen Nuo? Why did he leave? In a sudden burst of determination, Zhou Ling'er leapt to her feet and hurried to old Li's office. Inside, several teachers were present, and upon seeing Zhou Ling'er, they greeted her with warm smiles. Her excellent grades and striking appearance endeared her to the faculty. With her head held high, she entered the office and proclaimed to old Li, Teacher Li, Chen Nuo has skipped class again. You must discipline him this time, and ideally, inform his parents. The midday study group had been organized by old Li, and as Zhou Ling'er was Chen Nuo's tutor, his absence amounted to truancy. Old Li glanced at his colleagues, and then back at the earnest Zhou Ling'er, feeling somewhat awkward. He smiled gently. Zhou Ling'er, Chen Nuo had matters at home. His father already excused him yesterday. Chapter 52. From now on, he shall be addressed as Chairman Chen. Zhou Ling'er could scarcely recall how she exited the teacher's office. She felt her cheeks burning, and her mind was consumed with the peculiar gazes the teachers had directed at her. The embarrassment of her failed attempt to report Chen Nuo weighed heavily upon her. However, how could Uncle Chen have assisted Chen Nuo in obtaining an excuse? She had not heard of any pressing matters in his family. Even if there were, could it possibly outweigh the importance of her personally tutoring Chen Nuo? Zhou Ling'er returned to the classroom in a somewhat dazed state. As soon as she sat down, Zhang Rongrong leaned over and asked, Ling, is Teacher Li going to give Chen Nuo a severe reprimand? Zhou Ling'er mumbled an indistinct response. At that moment, Zhang Yuan approached her and said, Zhou Ling, since Chen Nuo no longer wants you, why not assist me with some tutoring? Zhou Linger shot up and glared at Zhang Yuan, who said he doesn't want me. Speak clearly. Zhang Yuan, taken aback, hurriedly retreated, glancing back at Zhou Linger's furious expression and scratching his head, muttering, if you don't want to tutor, then don't. Why get so worked up? In the adjacent classroom, Class 5 of Senior Year 3, Shun Xinmei exited and walked towards the restroom with her head down. After a few steps, she instinctively glanced back at Class 4, ultimately unable to muster the courage to approach and hurried inside the restroom. Half a minute later, as Shun Xinmei pushed open the stall door to leave, 3 individuals unexpectedly entered. Lin Chengqing smirked one eyebrow. I'm eager to see who else will come to your aid in the ladies' room. At the boiler factory, when Chen Nuo arrived, a long queue still awaited at the stall outside. President Chun. Li Hao waved at him from a distance, addressing him as president instead of the familiar Xiao Chun. Chen Nuo chuckled and approached. Li Gu, thank you for your help. For the past few days, Li Hao had been assisting in maintaining order with the security personnel. Otherwise, the long wait would likely have led to friction among the workers. Li Hao laughed heartily. President Chen, you are too polite. We are all family. It is only natural. By the way, I heard our cafeteria is signing the contract today. Chen Nuo glanced at him, realizing the rumors were true. Li Hao was indeed related to a certain deputy factory manager, as evidenced by his well-informed nature. Chen Nuo felt grateful for Li Ji's assistance and naturally pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes to offer. President Chen, you are too kind. I cannot accept. Li Hao repeatedly declined. Eventually, Chen Nuo insisted on stuffing the cigarettes into Li Hao's pocket, concluding their little performance. Chen Nuo approached the stall, greeting Wang Jian and Su Ru. Brother Wang, sister-in-law, I'm here to help. Wang Jian, drenched in sweat, expressed his gratitude, while Su Ru immediately interjected, young brother Chun, you are the manager. How can I let you do the work? Please, sit down, and I'll serve you a bowl of soup. Despite Su Ru's insistence that Chen Nuo rest, he had to comply. Wang Jian, puzzled, whispered to Su Ru as she returned. Isn't it young brother Chun who has been helping us these past few days? Why is he not allowed to help today? Su Ru shot her husband an exasperated look. Have you ever seen a boss assisting employees? Boss and employee? Wang Jian was even more bewildered. Su Ru earnestly replied, darling, if we indeed sign the agreement with the boiler factory today, we must learn from Captain Li and refer to young brother Chun as President Chun. President? But young brother Chun is still a student. Is it appropriate to address him as such? Wang Jian inquired, perplexed. Su Ru glared at him. Just listen to me. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the dishes for the day were finally sold out. Chen Nuo asked Li how to keep an eye on the stall, and then led Wang Jian and Su Ru into the boiler factory. Although Wang Jian had been setting up his stall at the entrance of the factory for some time, it was his first time stepping inside. The grand ambience of the large factory engulfed him, causing a tinge of nervousness. Su Ru, however, remained remarkably composed, walking beside her husband without drawing attention or showing any signs of timidity. Chen Nuo guided the two to the second floor, where he entered the office of the comprehensive department, greeted his colleagues, and approached Chun Guodong, who was deep in thought. Old Chun, let us go. He had arranged to meet Chun Weiman at noon to sign a contract, and as Chun Guodong was the intermediary between the two, Chen Nuo felt it was essential for him to be present. Yet, at that moment, Chun Weiman appeared distracted, only responding to Chun Nuo's calls after several attempts. You're here? Let us go? Chun Guodong rose, and Chen Nuo leaned in to inquire softly, have the boiler blueprints been submitted? Chun Guodong replied, I handed them to the technical department first thing this morning. Why has it taken so long for them to be sent to the client? Chen Nuo thought to himself that indeed, old Chun had endured many years of frustration and was finally presented with an opportunity to showcase his expertise, which inevitably brought about a sense of anxiety. As the father and son exited the office, Xiao Lu excitedly remarked, Chen Laoshir's son is quite handsome. I didn't get a good look last time, but this time I finally saw him. I heard that the stall outside is about to move into the cafeteria. The owner of that stall is Chen Laoshir's son. What luck? Luck? It's called being capable. Old Chun has raised a fine son. A group of people in the office was engaged in discussion when Zhou Xianxing emerged from the minister's office. It's nap time. Why are you making so much noise? The chatter instantly ceased, and Zhou Xianxing returned to his office with a somewhat grim expression. Could it be that the factory director truly intended to move Chun Nuo's small stall into the cafeteria? On the third floor, outside the factory director's office, Chen Guodong said, Dad, Wang Gu, Why are you both trembling? Am I? No way. Honey, am I trembling? See, even my wife says I'm not. Chen Guodong and Wang Jian laughed heartily despite their shaking. Today marked the final negotiations, with all three factory directors present. Typically, Chen Guodong would consider it an achievement to converse with just one deputy director, but facing all three at once made him genuinely anxious. As for Wang Jian, he had never encountered such high-ranking officials in his life, and he trembled while speaking. Su Ru, while slightly nervous, maintained her composure. Chen Nua knocked on the door, and from within came Chen Weiman's voice. Come in. Chen Nua glanced back at Chen Guodong, who reluctantly steeled himself to push the door open and led the three into the factory director's office. Chen Weiman was seated on the sofa, accompanied by a man and a woman. Old Chen has arrived. Xiao Chen, please have a seat. Chen Weiman stood up, pointing to the man with a horse-like face on the left. This is Director Zhang. He then gestured to the right at a woman of mature elegance. This is Director Liu. These two individuals are the deputy directors. The man is named Zheng Wei, overseeing production and technology, while the woman, Lu Jia, manages administration and human resources. Although they held the title of deputy, Chen Weiman introduced them as directors, adhering to the unspoken rules of the officialdom, where no one would overtly emphasize the subordinate title in front of others. However, Chen Guodong had never held an official position. He respectfully addressed them. Deputy Director Zhang, Deputy Director Liu, greetings. Hello, Lao Chen. Both deputy directors responded with forced smiles. Suddenly, Chen Nua stepped forward. Uncle Zhang, Sister Liu. Greetings, I am Chen Nua. Upon hearing Chen Nua's address, both deputy directors were momentarily taken aback, particularly Lu Jia, who appeared to be in her 40s, dressed in a tailored skirt suit that exuded a lingering charm. When she heard Chen Nua call her sister, her meticulously drawn eyebrows instantly raised, and her smile became significantly warmer than when she interacted with Chen Guodong. Hello, Xiao Chen. Director Chen has mentioned you numerous times. Indeed, you are a remarkable talent. Zheng Wei, the deputy director, looked slightly older than Chen Weiman, and hearing Chen Nua refer to him as Uncle Zheng was far more gratifying than Chen Guodong's address. So, you are Xiao Chen, young and accomplished, young and accomplished. The two deputy directors showered Chen Nua with compliments, leaving Chen Guodong somewhat sidelined. Wang Jian, standing nearby, stared blankly, unsure of what to do until Su Ru discreetly nudged him. Wang Jian quickly stepped forward. Uncle Zheng, Sister Liu, greetings, I am Wang Jian. The office fell silent as Zheng Wei and Lu Jia regarded Wang Jian, who was clearly in his 30s, with puzzled expressions, particularly Zheng Wei, bewildered by the sudden emergence of a nephew of such age. Chen Nua laughed heartily. Uncle Zheng, Sister Liu, you are unaware that Wang Jian is my brother. We are of the same generation. Oh, I see. Ha ha ha. Indeed, a remarkable talent. A remarkable talent. Lu Jia smiled. Ha ha ha. Young and accomplished, young and accomplished. Zheng Wei's face also broke into a smile. Wang Jian felt somewhat dazed, unable to comprehend how he had become associated with the terms remarkable talent and young and accomplished. Fortunately, Chen Weiman intervened, inviting everyone to sit down and commence serious discussions. However, following the earlier awkward yet jovial exchange, the atmosphere in the director's office became considerably more amicable. Still, Chen Guodong felt preoccupied, sitting nearby like a mere backdrop, while Wang Jian remained slightly tense. In contrast, Su Ru was graceful and poised, skillfully interjecting at appropriate moments during Chen Nua's speech, ensuring that the negotiation did not devolve into a one-sided affair. After a while, Chen Nua's phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated, likely a message on WeChat. Chen Nua was engaged in a dispute with Chen Weiman regarding the calculation of bonuses for 5 employees of a large collective. Thus, he was oblivious to the unfolding situation. Uncle Chen, how about the factory takes responsibility for 3 bonuses while we manage 2? Young Chen, such a suggestion lacks fairness. The factory is already short on resources. Uncle Chen, let us consider raising the meal price to 15 yuan. At Jiang County No. 2 Middle School, in the girls' restroom, Lin Chengcheng, flanked by 2 accomplices, cornered Xin Xinmei with a triumphant grin. She had observed Chen Nua leaving during lunch break and, seizing the opportunity, followed Xin Xinmei into the restroom, where most students were napping in their classrooms, leaving it largely deserted. As a girl closed the restroom door, the trio trapped Xin Xinmei by the sink. Lin Chengcheng stepped onto the counter, scrutinizing Xin Xinmei. Your figure isn't bad, But is it merely your assets that attract the school flower's entourage? Shin Nua is not part of the entourage, Shin Shinmei quietly retorted, her head lowered. What did you say? Lin Chengcheng furrowed her brow. Shin Shinmei, still avoiding eye contact, raised her voice slightly. Shin Nua is not part of the entourage. Feigning surprise, Lin Chengcheng exclaimed. So you can speak. I thought you were mute. Why are you so agitated about Shin Nua? Should I strip you and take a photo to show him? Please, no, Shin Shinmei pleaded, hugging her knees and shaking her head. Lin Chengcheng laughed mockingly. You think saying no will suffice? You too, keep watch at the door. The two accomplices nodded in agreement. Lin Chengcheng seized Shin Shinmei's wrist, yanking her to her feet, and began to unbutton her shirt. With brows so unattractive, I wonder if you bear scars elsewhere. Show me. Please, no? I beg you. Shin Shinmei struggled, her voice weak, suddenly recalling Chen Ne's earlier words. Little kitten, if you let others bully you again, I won't study with you anymore. Shin Shinmei froze. If I am bullied again, Shin Nua will never come to study with me again? Let go. Lin Chengcheng, seeing Shin Shinmei continue to resist, lost her temper and raised her hand to slap her. In the next moment, she was taken aback. Shin Shinmei had caught her hand with precision, and suddenly, everything spun around her before she was thrown to the ground with a thud, stars dancing before her eyes. Moments later, Lin Chengcheng found herself sprawled on the floor, her pristine school uniform dampened by the water below, her body tingling with numbness. Did I just get thrown by Shin Shinmei? Lying on the ground, Lin Chengcheng was bewildered, while the faint echoes of Shin Shinmei's timid pleas continued to resonate. Please, no. Chengcheng. The two girls stationed at the door, witnessing Lin Chengcheng being taken down by Shin Shinmei's surprising maneuver, rushed over in astonishment. They wished to help Lin Chengcheng to her feet, yet upon noticing the stains of urine upon her school uniform, their hands froze in place. It was only then that Lin Chengcheng felt the sting of pain and the weight of humiliation. As she clambered to rise, tears streamed down her cheeks, and in disbelief, she pointed an accusatory finger at Shin Shinmei, exclaiming, You dared to throw me? Woe is me, why aren't you punishing her? After a moment of hesitation, one of the girls finally stepped forward. Shinmei, if you dare to retaliate, we can no longer be held responsible. Shin Shinmei, gripped by fear, shrank into the corner, pleading, Do not approach, do not come near. The girl lunged for her collar. At this point, pleading for mercy proved futile. Before the words had fully left her lips, there was a resounding thud. The girl tumbled to the ground in a manner akin to Lin Chengcheng, utterly bewildered. No. The instigator crouched to the side, her face a portrait of terror and innocence. The remaining girl glanced vacantly between Shin Shinmei and the prostrate Lin Chengcheng. I suddenly need to use the restroom. With that, she turned and dashed out of the girls' lavatory. The maneuver that had sent Lin Chengcheng sprawling could be deemed an accident, but the seamless takedown of the second girl could hardly be considered mere chance. What was particularly striking was how effortlessly she had dispatched both adversaries while still proclaiming her innocence, as if she were the victim. A thought flickered through her mind. Those who utter the most cowardly words often engage in the fiercest skirmishes. Lin Chengcheng and the other girl struggled to their feet, pointing at Shin Shinmei. Shinmei, how are you so formidable? Shin Shinmei, crouched on the ground, looked up with a pleading expression. Please, no. The two girls fell silent for a moment, then tearfully fled the restroom. The door to the girls' lavatory creaked and swung, emitting a plaintive sound. In the quiet afternoon, the tall and slender girl remained curled in the corner of the restroom, trembling. Slowly, she retrieved her phone from her pocket and sent a message to someone. Classmate Shin Nua, I am no longer being bullied. Chapter 54. How is it that everyone addresses him as brother? The sun in late March shone warmly, filtering through the partially opened window and casting its glow upon the girl. She clutched her phone tightly, gazing at the chat box on the screen. Classmate Shin Nua, I am no longer being bullied. This was a message she had sent 10 minutes prior. Regrettably, until now, there had been no reply. The girl buried her head, continuing to curl up in the corner of the girls' lavatory, awaiting in silence. At the boiler factory, Uncle Chun, Uncle Zheng, Sister Lu, a pleasant collaboration. Chen Nua and Chun Weiman signed the contract, then shook hands with Chun Weiman, Zheng Wei, and Lu Jia. A couple of days earlier, Chen Nua had taken the time to register a catering company. Having turned 18 last winter, he had just reached adulthood. Subsequently, he arranged for Wang Jian and Su Ru to sign an employment contract with him, thus incorporating them into his company. Thus, He is finally qualified to sign the cooperation contract with the boiler factory. Once the contract was duly signed by both parties, Chen Weimin, with a beaming smile, remarked, "Xiao Chen, we are now family." Chen Nuo grasped Chen Weimin's hand and replied, "Uncle Chen, were we not family before?" Chen Weimin chuckled at the jest. Su Ru, standing nearby, interjected, "General Chen, shall we take a look at the cafeteria? It would be prudent to arrange it early." Unintentionally, she altered her address towards Chen Nuo, prompting Chen Weimin to glance at Su Ru and nod with a chuckle. During the recent negotiations, not only did Chen Nuo exhibit his eloquence, but Su Ru also provided valuable assistance. Her remarks were always fitting, neither too humble nor too arrogant, concise yet to the point, leaving a profound impression on Chen Weimin and the others. At this moment, the deputy factory director in charge of administration, Lu Jia, offered, "Allow me to have someone escort you there." Upon finishing her statement, she produced her phone and made a call, subsequently telling Chen Nuo, "Xiao Chen, you should head to the comprehensive department. Xiao Lu will guide you." "All right, Uncle Chen, Uncle Zheng, Sister Lu, we shall take our leave now. Should any issues arise, please contact Sister Lu directly, and let us swiftly set the cafeteria in order." "Certainly." Chen Guodong, as if in a daze, suddenly realized and quickly added, "Director Lu." "Deputy Director Zheng, Deputy Director Lu, we are heading out now." Lu Jia could not help but cover her mouth in laughter. "Old Chen, you are indeed fortunate." Chen Guodong chuckled, somewhat puzzled, and promptly escorted Chen Nuo and the others out of the factory director's office. The three directors exchanged knowing smiles. And Zheng Wei remarked with amusement, "Brother Chen, is this Xiao Chen truly the son of Chen Guodong?" Lu Jia shared a similar expression of mirth, recalling that during the negotiations, they had scarcely mentioned Chen Nuo, the high school student. In contrast, Chen Guodong appeared rather naive and honest, having sat silently throughout the discussion. Chen Weimin smiled and said, "In business, one must be shrewd and articulate. In technology, one should be diligent and steadfast. I find this quite commendable. By the way, how is the situation with Factory 1? Factory 1 is a long-standing client of the boiler factory, recently acquiring a new batch of equipment that requires ultra-high-pressure gas furnaces. An old engineer from the technical department had just retired, and another had been poached, leaving only a group of inexperienced young individuals whose design drafts had consistently failed to meet expectations. Deputy Director Zheng Wei, responsible for technology, was exceedingly anxious about this matter. A few days prior, Chen Weimin had recommended Chen Guodong to him. Although Zheng Wei recognized Chen Guodong as a seasoned talent, he doubted his capability in this modern era. However, since the director had spoken, he decided to give it a try, sending the previously drafted blueprints to Chen Guodong for revision. To his surprise, Chen Guodong returned the improved designs early the next morning. Upon reviewing them, Zheng Wei found them quite satisfactory and promptly forwarded them to Factory 1. Yet, as the clock struck past 1, there had still been no response from the other party. Zheng Wei reported the situation to Chen Weimin, and just as he finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, his expression brightened as he exchanged a few words. "The factory director, upon receiving approval for our blueprints from the first machine factory, urged us to provide a quotation without delay." Chen Weimin was overjoyed, declaring, "Excellent. This is splendid news. The first machine factory is one of our long-standing clients. We cannot afford to lose them." Old Zheng chimed in with a grin, "You have done well this time, my friend." Zheng Wei added with a hint of jest, "Have you forgotten who designed the blueprints?" Chen Weimin paused, suddenly recalling, Chen Guodong. The prodigy indeed never loses his touch. Zheng Wei pondered for a moment and suggested, "Why not transfer Chen Guodong to the technical department? I am in need of personnel." Chen Weimin laughed and glanced at Lu Jia, stating, "Chen Guodong is under her purview. Why consult me?" Lu Jia merely smiled. "As long as it benefits the factory, I have no objections. Uncle Zheng, you may have whomever you desire." Zheng Wei chuckled, pointing at her. "Director Lu, are you calling me uncle to appear youthful? Young Master Chen?" Lu Jia pondered before shaking her head in amusement. "A high school senior who has taken charge of our cafeteria. What an amusing situation." Chen Weimin remarked, "Indeed, old Chen is fortunate to have such an admirable son." At that moment, Chen Guodong's son jovially patted his father's shoulder, exclaiming, "Father, work diligently. We shall take our leave." He then proceeded with Wang Jian and his wife, guided by Xiao Lu, towards the cafeteria. As they descended the stairs, Xiao Lu could not help but scrutinize Chen Nuo, curiously inquiring, "Young Chen, Are you truly only 18? Chen Nuo, noticing her inquisitiveness, grinned. Let me share a secret. We are actually the same age. Xiao Lu burst into laughter. Sister, I graduated from university a year ago. How can we be the same age? Chen Nuo looked astounded. Is that so? Sister, you appear to be at most 18. Giggling, Xiao Lu responded, you speak quite charmingly. Are you free this evening? I would like to treat you to dinner. Observing his son engaging in lively banter with his youthful female colleague as they descended, Chen Guodong felt a twinge of complexity. Why does this lad call everyone sister? Returning to his office, Chen Guodong recalled the blueprints he submitted to the technical department earlier that morning, which still had not received any feedback. A sense of unease washed over him. Am I truly aging, unable to keep up with the times? Just as he settled down, Zhou Xianxing approached him, stating, Old Chen, we need a few forms for this afternoon's meeting. Please work through lunch to complete them. Chen Guodong, perplexed, responded, Minister Zhou, these forms are not my responsibility, are they? Zhou Xianxing looked at him with a raised brow. Chen Guodong, have you become selective about your duties? Are you dismissive of anything that isn't a technical drawing? You are still part of the comprehensive department. At that moment, Zhou Xianxing's phone rang. It was Deputy Factory Director Lu Jia, overseeing his department. He quickly answered, Hello, leader. How may I assist you? Minister Zhou, please arrange for 2 individuals to help Chen Guodong move some things this afternoon. Came Lu Jia's gentle yet authoritative voice from the other end. Help Chen Guodong move his belongings? What is he moving? Zhou Xianxing wondered, bewildered. The factory has decided to transfer Chen Guodong to the technical department, as Director Zheng is eagerly awaiting personnel. He is to report there this afternoon. So please make the necessary arrangements. We shall also host a farewell party this evening. Chapter 55. Rewards for the evening, brother. May I treat you to dinner tonight? No. Thank you, Sister Lu. I have supplementary classes this evening. Next time, for sure. That is a promise. Chen Nuo and Wang Jian quickly finished inspecting the cafeteria. The arrangement was primarily the responsibility of Wang Jian and Su Ru, as they were the professionals in this regard. Chen Nuo was anxious to return to school, and Xiao Lu accompanied him to the entrance, reluctantly parting ways. In the security room, a guard remarked in surprise, Li, look. Director Lu's niece is quite affectionate with General Manager Chen. Li Hao, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, chuckled, I told you to treat General Manager Chen with respect. How about that? I have a good eye, don't I? Indeed, Li. Thank goodness we heeded your advice and did not offend the General Manager. The guards all nodded in agreement, giving Li Hao a thumbs up. As Chen Nuo got into the car, he suddenly recalled something and pulled out his phone. He noticed a WeChat message from Shun Xinmei. Chen Nuo, I am no longer being bullied. Perplexed, Chen Nuo quickly typed, Little kitten, what happened? After a moment of contemplation, he deleted that message and replaced it with another. Is that so? Then there's a reward for tonight. Little kitten would not lie. Since she claimed she was no longer bullied, there was no need to inquire further about the circumstances. All he needed to remember was the good and forget the bad. At Jiang County No. 2 Middle School, in the girls' restroom, Shun Xinmei squatted in a corner, tightly clutching her phone. Finally, it vibrated. She hastily picked it up. I only want to make money. Is that so? Then there's a reward for tonight. Shun Xinmei stood up, exclaiming softly as she supported herself against the wall. Once her legs felt less numb, she exited the restroom, her head bowed. She entered the classroom and sat at a solitary desk in the corner. She gazed down at her phone, reading Chen Nuo's message, her lips, as radiant as peach blossoms, slightly pursed. After school that afternoon, just as Chen Nuo was about to sneak out of the classroom, he was intercepted once more by Old Li. What's the matter? Another family issue? Old Li glared at him. No, not at all. I was just about to find Zhou for some tutoring, haha. Chen Nuo chuckled nervously and returned to sit beside Zhou Linger, quickly taking out his phone to send Shun Xinmei a message. Little kitten, I have to stay for extra classes. You may head back first. Chen Nuo, why are you so inattentive? Playing on your phone during tutoring? Zhou Linger's voice interrupted him. Chen Nuo set down his phone. Noticing Zhou Linger's smug expression as she pulled out a set of difficult problems she had prepared in advance. With an air of superiority, she declared, Chen Nuo, this set of questions is quite basic. You should be able to solve them, right? Chen Nuo glanced at the problems, realizing he could hardly solve most of them. He thought to himself that the difficulty level was at least above average. How could she dare to call them basic? Are you capable of tutoring or not? What are you staring at? Get to work. Zhou Linger crossed her arms and huffed, adopting the demeanor of a stern instructor. In truth, She had prepared this set of problems the previous night, and their difficulty was quite elevated. They were far from elementary. She merely wished to witness Chen Nua's embarrassment at his inability to solve them. After all, he had made her look foolish the day before. As expected, Chen Nua managed to answer only half of the questions correctly. Zhou Linger felt a swell of pride, her expression growing increasingly grave. Chen Nua, with such a weak foundation, how can you justify gallivanting around while neglecting your studies? Do you think you are honoring Uncle Chen and Aunt Li, who have worked tirelessly to support your education all these years? Chen Nua rolled his eyes. Zhou Ling, shall we just go over the problems? In their previous life, Zhou Linger often spoke in this condescending tone, pretending to be concerned for Chen Nua, delivering her lectures from a lofty perch. Chen Nua had grown weary of it. Were it not for old Li's sake, he would never have chosen to endure her incessant chatter. If we must, then focus. Zhou Linger huffed and began to explain the problems to Chen Nua. Yet, as before, the more she explained, the more bewildered he became. Some people simply lack the aptitude for teaching, yet they persistently enjoyed lecturing others, an ordeal for the listeners. Chen Nua suppressed his impatience and finally endured an hour of this. Just as he was about to rise, Zhou Linger interjected. Wait, here is a set of problems for you as homework. Chen Nua chuckled at her. Do you really think you're a teacher? Zhou Linger retorted. Didn't you say yesterday that I had no right to teach you? Then let us see how you fare with these questions. Chen Nua, uninterested in further discussion, accepted the set of problems, packed his bag, and swiftly exited the classroom. Watching him hurry away, Zhou Linger huffed. Is he upset now? What a petty person. Chen Nua had no intention of being annoyed with Zhou Linger. He hurried out of the school gates and made his way to the familiar convenience store, shaking his head in resignation. Behind a tree beside the store, a timid girl crouched, and upon seeing Chen Nua, her eyes brightened as she weakly raised her hand. Chen Nua approached, glaring at her. Didn't I tell you to go back first? Why are you disobeying me? Why yes, I'm sorry, Shen Xinmei stammered, producing a carton of yogurt. Here, don't be angry. Chen Nua accepted it. Did you buy this just for me? Shen Xinmei nodded, then hurriedly shook her head. All right, let us go. Chen Nua thought little of it, and the two headed toward the bus station. As he opened the yogurt and took a spoonful, he offered it to Shen Xinmei. Want some? Shen Xinmei froze, about to respond, but before she could, Chen Nua withdrew the spoon and placed it in his own mouth. Haha, just teasing you. Shen Xinmei stared at him, then suddenly spoke. A reward. Chen Nua was taken aback. What? Shen Xinmei pulled out her phone, pointing at a message he had sent during lunch. Upon seeing it, Chen Nua laughed. You're not a child. Do you really want a reward? Shen Xinmei remained silent, her gaze fixated on him, her lips slightly pursed, resembling a distressed little kitten. All right, what reward do you desire? Chen Nua, moved by her demeanor, quickly acquiesced. Shen Xinmei halted her steps, her eyes darting toward his palm. Chen Nua, perplexed, inquired, what is it that you truly want? Shen Xinmei opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking, burying her head and hastening forward. A little kitten? Chen Nua found her behavior somewhat baffling and hurried to catch up with her. Soon, they boarded a bus. Ching Cheng, perhaps we should let this go. Yi Mei is incredibly formidable. Lin Chengqing and two other girls peeked from behind a roadside tree, watching the bus depart. Lin Chengqing, her school uniform marred with dirt, gritted her teeth, exclaiming, in all my years, I have never felt such humiliation. Yi Mei, I will not let you off the hook. Yet, we cannot possibly overpower her. One of the girls beside her, also stained with dirt, replied, who says we must resort to violence? We can simply gossip in the group about how Chen Nua from class 4 cannot possibly win over the campus belle, and in a fit of rage, he sought out the least attractive girl in the entire school. Surely, many will come to witness just how unattractive Yi Mei truly is. I want to see if she dares to show her face at school again. Chapter 56. The reward I desire. Having purchased a plethora of groceries the day before, the two were spared the chore of shopping today and directly took a bus to Tongxing Street. A short walk would lead them to the villa district. Throughout the journey, Shen Xinmei kept her head down, hesitant to speak. As they neared the villa area, Chen Nua suddenly asked, Little kitten, would you like a double portion of your reward? A double reward? Shen Xinmei turned her head, instinctively glancing at his palm. Chen Nua continued, once you enter the community, if you remove your glasses, I will grant you a double reward. What do you say? The second step of the little kitten rescue plan. Remove your glasses in front of more people except me. Shen Xinmei instinctively wanted to shake her head, but Chen Nuo, with a fierce expression, remarked, "Did you not promise me yesterday? You need to gradually become accustomed to removing your glasses. Are you backing out now?" I'm not. Fine, there are hardly any people in your community, so no one will notice if you take off your glasses. Chen Nuo urged her forward, saying, "This is such a simple task. I believe you can certainly accomplish it. Just focus on what reward you wish for." Shen Xinmei, being pulled along, felt her face flush crimson. Chen Nuo turned back and asked, "What do you want as a reward?" Shen Xinmei looked down at his palm, opened her mouth, but still could not articulate her desire. Meow! A sound broke the silence, and both turned to see a small wild cat among the bushes by the roadside. Shen Xinmei's eyes lit up as she sprinted over, crouching down. She glanced back at Chen Nuo and slowly extended her hand, gently stroking the little wild cat's head a couple of times. Chen Nuo, failing to grasp the situation, approached and petted the cat as well. "So you adore cats? Zhang Yuan's mother cat is about to give birth. If you can remove your glasses in the community, I will have Zhang Yuan bring you 2 kittens as a reward. What do you think?" In Chen Nuo's eyes, it is quite natural for girls to adore cats. The allure of gifting her 2 adorable newborn kittens is indeed substantial. However, there was no expression of joy on Shen Xinmei's face. She merely gazed at Chen Nuo and then extended her hand to gently stroke the kitten, stating clearly, "It is a little kitten." Chen Nuo chuckled. "I know it is a newborn kitten. You wouldn't want to take it home, would you? Its mother might be nearby." Just as he finished speaking, a large calico cat sprang out from the bushes, watching them warily. "See, it has a mother. Let us go. Be careful of the mother cat." Chen Nuo urged Shen Xinmei to rise. "No worries. I promise to bring you 2 even cuter ones." With her head bowed, Shen Xinmei remained silent as they walked into the community. Chen Nuo paused and looked at her. Shen Xinmei stiffened, her voice tinged with vulnerability. "Chen Nuo, may I have the little kitten?" Suddenly, Chen Nuo's voice took on a magnetic quality, laced with a hint of temptation. "Don't be afraid. Look, there's no one around now. Just slowly take off your glasses. I'll be right beside you." Shen Xinmei stared at him, biting her lip, and eventually raised her hand, hesitating momentarily before slowly removing her glasses. She then buried her head deeper. A smile crept onto Chen Nuo's face as he took a step closer. He didn't pressure Shen Xinmei to lift her head or stand tall. After all, today's progress was already commendable. "That's right. Let us go." Chen Nuo's voice was gentle, reminiscent of a parent guiding a child on their first outing. Shen Xinmei hid behind him as they walked slowly forward. The 2 security guards at the entrance of the community exchanged glances. Was that the girl from Building 6? She is so beautiful without her glasses. Indeed, I noticed too. She is even more stunning than a movie star. Why hide such beauty? You wouldn't understand. It's a wealthy person's taste. Shen Xinmei's home was several hundred meters from the entrance, and along the way, they encountered only a handful of people. She remained tucked behind Chen Nuo, her head nearly pressed against his back, too timid to lift her gaze. Her small hands clutched tightly onto his arm, fearful that he might suddenly quicken his pace. Chen Nuo sighed. "So I'm your shield while you're the archer?" He could only proceed slowly, serving as her protection. The couple took nearly 10 minutes to traverse a few hundred meters. By the time they entered the house, Chen Nuo's legs felt fatigued. Once the door closed, Shen Xinmei visibly exhaled in relief, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. "Well done, Shen Xinmei. You've earned your reward," Chen Nuo said with a beaming smile. Shen Xinmei, too flustered to meet his gaze, hurriedly changed into her slippers. "I'll go prepare dinner," she said before swiftly making her way to the kitchen. Chen Nuo changed into his slippers and walked into the living room. Today, Meng Xiaoran had left, leaving only him and Shen Xinmei in the villa, which felt even more spacious. He glanced at Shen Xinmei, who was busy in the kitchen, and suddenly felt a sense of what it was like to live together as a couple. Chen Nuo shook his head, dismissing the absurd thought, and entered the kitchen. "Let me help you," he offered. Shen Xinmei quickly shook her head. "I'll be done shortly. You should go study." Chen Nuo, who was not particularly skilled at cooking, exited the kitchen and went to the study to study. Half an hour later, Shen Xinmei's voice rang out. "Chen Nuo, dinner is ready." "Coming," he replied as he rose and left the study. To his surprise, the dining table was already set with several dishes, and the bowls and chopsticks were arranged neatly. The previous feeling of being an old married couple returned. Chen Nuo slapped his cheeks, thinking, "What am I even imagining?" "Chen Nuo, what's wrong?" Shen Xinmei inquired. "Nothing." "Haha, let me see what delicious food you've prepared." He sat down and glanced at the dishes on the table. Fish balls, tender braised pork, stir-fried bamboo shoots with cured meat, shredded potatoes, and seaweed egg flour soup. Chen Nua exclaimed, "These are all my favorite dishes? Has the little kitten been paying attention to what I like to eat these past few days?" Shin Shinmei hurriedly replied, "I just made whatever." Chen Nua smiled, not pressing further, and picked up his chopsticks. Let the feast commence. After they finished their meal, Shin Shinmei began to clear the dishes, preparing to wash them. Chen Nua intervened. "You cooked. I'll do the dishes." "I'll handle it," Shin Shinmei insisted. Suddenly, Chen Nua raised his hand and ruffled her hair, saying, "All right. There's a set of problems on the table that Zhou Linger gave me. Take a look and explain them to me later." With that, he turned and entered the kitchen. Shin Shinmei stood there in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. She then murmured, "I still need one more reward." Abruptly, she walked into the kitchen. Chen Nua turned his head and playfully ruffled her hair again. "Didn't I tell you to go to the study? Why are you back?" Shin Shinmei squinted her eyes and slightly raised herself on her toes, and only when Chen Nua withdrew his hand did she shyly reply, I was just leaving." She then hurriedly dashed out, almost colliding with the kitchen door. Watching her stumble into the study, Chen Nua shook his head, wondering, what is going on? Chapter 57. Stop daydreaming and go take a shower. After Chen Nua finished washing the dishes and returned, he found Shin Shinmei sitting obediently in the study, having neatly arranged his books and papers on the table. Chen Nua smiled and sat down. "Teacher Shun, shall we begin?" She replied, as their tutoring session commenced. Chen Nua took out the set of problems Zhou Linger had given him. "These are quite challenging. Let us see how you manage with them." Shin Shinmei took the papers, studied them for a few minutes, and then exclaimed, "Oh, what does O mean?" Chen Nua asked, puzzled. "Indeed." Shin Shinmei glanced at him and softly remarked, "These problems are quite simple." Chen Nua, "You weren't so clever during your studies." Chen Nua was taken aback, speechless, and replied, "So you mean I'm rather dull, right?" Shin Shinmei had already buried her head in her chest, and, extending her small hand toward him, said, "I'm sorry. If you're angry, feel free to hit me." Chen Nua chuckled and gently patted her hand. "All right." Shin Shinmei looked up cautiously and asked, "Chen Nua, you're not angry anymore?" Chen Nua laughed, "Am I that petty? Hurry and explain the problems to me. I certainly don't want to be looked down upon by Zhou Linger." Shin Shinmei responded affirmatively and earnestly began to teach him. Indeed, the concepts involved in these problems quickly became clear in Chen Nua's mind, as if a remedy had been administered. Chen Nua also realized that Shin Shinmei's problem-solving approach was significantly more advanced than Zhou Linger's, akin to the difference between a university professor and a middle school student. Is this the prowess of a super scholar? Chen Nua was thrilled, listening intently and continuously asking questions wherever he didn't understand. Shin Shinmei often displayed surprise, probably thinking, "You can't solve such simple problems?" Then she would immediately apologize, fearing Chen Nua might be upset. Soon, it was 7 o'clock, and the doorbell rang. Chen Nua slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I completely forgot about Zhang Yuan." Just as he was about to rise and open the door, he noticed Shin Shinmei hurriedly putting on her glasses. Chen Nua stared at her. "Did we not agree that you wouldn't wear glasses at home?" The little kitty looked at him pitifully, pleading, "Our classmate is from school. I'm scared." Chen Nua understood. Having Shin Shinmei remove her glasses in the community was manageable because the people there were unfamiliar to her, reducing her psychological burden. However, removing them in front of classmates at school would surpass the current stage of her treatment. Chen Nua didn't insist further and chuckled, "By the way, I'll tell Zhang Yuan later to bring you 2 little kittens." He turned to head outside when suddenly, a small hand tugged at his sleeve. "Chen Nua, you've already given me a reward. Why haven't you come out yet? There are so many mosquitoes, they're going to eat me alive." Zhang Yuan stood at the villa's door, incessantly swatting at the mosquitoes buzzing around him. After a brief wait, the door finally opened, and Zhang Yuan entered. "Chen Nua, what are you doing? Why did it take so long?" Chen Nua skillfully handed him a pair of slippers, as if he were the host. Zhang Yuan followed him, and suddenly remarked, "Chen Nua, what's wrong with you?" Chen Nua turned back. "What do you mean?" Zhang Yuan waved his chubby little hand in front of him. "Look at you. Has your spirit been taken away? Has it?" Chen Nua blinked and quietly asked Zhang Yuan, "Little fatty, let me ask you something. If I promised someone a reward for accomplishing a task, and she succeeded, but you haven't given her anything yet, and she suddenly claims you've already rewarded her, what does that mean?" Zhang Yuan listened, his eyes swirling in confusion. "Chen Nua, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all." Forget it. I shouldn't have asked you. Chen Nua, speechless, led him into the study. Hello, Teacher Shin. I hope for your guidance today. The chubby boy sat down with vigor, quickly retrieving his books and urging Shin Shinmei to commence the lesson without delay. It seemed that the young teacher indeed had enduring patience. The trio began their studies. And before long, it was 9 o'clock. As Chen Nua and Zhang Yuan prepared to leave, Chen Nua suddenly turned around for a last glance. He saw Shin Shinmei standing alone in the spacious living room, the vast area echoing her solitude. For some reason, an unexpected wave of discomfort washed over him. Had she really spent every day alone in this empty home before we arrived for tutoring? Little kitten, we're leaving, Chen Nua waved to Shin Shinmei, who responded with a faint her slender figure appearing even more fragile under the light, which accentuated her loneliness. Chen Nua, let us go, Zhang Yuan urged from outside. Chen Nua replied affirmatively, casting one last look at Shin Shinmei, before finally stepping out and closing the door behind him. Once they departed, the spacious villa returned to silence. Shin Shinmei stood dazed in the center of the living room, glancing around, a sudden fear rising within her. Had she been like this before? Lingering in the house her parents left her mind blank and living in a daze? In such a large house, it felt like a colorless, monochrome void, merely accommodating her body before the college entrance examination. After the exam, she would leave this colorless space and return home to reunite with her parents. In the past, she had never felt lonely or desolate on her own. Perhaps she had long since grown numb to it. But now, an unfamiliar fear crept in. Chen Nua's presence had infused this monochrome space with vibrancy. After experiencing such vivid colors, she could no longer adapt to the current silence and starkness. Slowly, Shin Shinmei crouched down, wrapping her arms around her knees, burying her head against her chest, feeling utterly lost. The sound of a notification startled her awake. She lifted her head, suddenly standing up and hastening to the coffee table to retrieve her phone. I just want to make money. Little kitten, stop daydreaming. Hurry and take a shower. Go to bed early, and don't be late tomorrow. Shin Shinmei held her phone, the confusion on her face gradually dissipating. She walked into the bathroom, standing before the full-length mirror. Removing her glasses, she washed away her straight brows, revealing a pure, delicate visage. In the mirror, a beautiful young girl smiled back at her. Chen Nua, I'm going to take a shower now. Please be careful on your way. Chen Nua, why do I feel that Shin Shinmei seems quite happy today? Zhang Yuan suddenly took off his headphones on the bus ride home and asked Chen Nua. Really? Chen Nua replied. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment. Maybe I misread it. Chen Nua then inquired, by the way, isn't your cat about to give birth soon? She has already given birth, and there are 6 little ones. Can I have 2? Sure. No, on second thought, perhaps I shouldn't. Wait, do you really want them or not? Chen Nua rested her arm against the car window, her chin cradled in her palm. Wearing a bewildered expression, I really don't know. Chapter 58. My daughter is more exceptional than his son upon returning home. Chen Nua was immediately greeted by the scent of alcohol, followed by the boisterous voice of her father. The Kunping spreads its wings for 90,000 miles. Soaring through the boundless skies, Chen Nua was taken aback and hurried over, helping her mother, Li Qinghe, steady her father, who was standing on the coffee table and singing. Dad, brother has already been thoroughly criticized. Please let it go. Chen Nua exclaimed. What are you saying? Quickly help your father down. Li Qinghe said, drenched in sweat, indicating that she had been dealing with him for quite some time. Chen Nua asked, Mom, what has happened to Dad? Li Qinghe replied, Your father has been transferred to the technical department. Today, the comprehensive department held a farewell party for him, and the deputy factory director personally attended. Your father got a bit carried away and drank too much, and a young lady brought him back. Understanding the situation, Chen Nua chuckled. Well, he certainly has reason to celebrate. It was evident that his design proposal had been approved by the client, prompting Chun Weimin to transfer him to the technical department. Perhaps it was due to her own recent contract signing with the boiler factory that Lu Jia, the deputy factory director in charge of the comprehensive department, arranged a farewell party for him. Your father is no ordinary person. When he encounters a storm, he transforms into a dragon, Chen Guodong declared, waving his hand dramatically on the coffee table. Chen Nua gasped, Dad, you can't just say that casually. Chen Guodong burst into laughter and began dancing on the coffee table, prompting Chen Nua and Li Qinghe to quickly pull him down. Chen Guodong's tolerance for alcohol was rather poor, for bottles of beer would be enough to intoxicate him, and upon smelling him, Chen Nuo realized he had consumed strong liquor. It seemed her father was genuinely in high spirits today. After a while of raucous behavior, Chun Guodong soon fell asleep. And Chen Nuo and Li Qinghe managed to get him onto the bed. Chen Nuo, feeling quite exhausted, told Li Qinghe, "Mom, I'm going to take a shower." "Wait." Li Qinghe called out to him, her expression suddenly serious. "What is going on between you and Zhou Linger lately?" Chen Nuo, puzzled, replied, "Not much, really." Li Qinghe scrutinized him. "You used to come home every day talking about what you and Xiao Linger had done, but in recent days, you haven't mentioned her at all. Have you two had a fight?" Chen Nuo chuckled. "I've been busy studying. I hardly have time to argue with her." Li Qinghe took a step closer, her gaze piercing. "Have you been frequently going to your dad's factory these days?" Chen Nuo nodded. "We're planning to move the lunch stall into the boiler factory's cafeteria." "That is not what I meant." Li Qinghe interjected. "Is there something going on between you and that young Lu from your father's office?" "Who?" Chen Nuo was somewhat bewildered, and then recalled the recent graduate from her father's office. "Stop pretending." Li Qinghe solemnly addressed Chen Nuo, stating, "It was that young Lu who returned your father. He inquired about your whereabouts." "Chen Nuo, is it because of her that you have distanced yourself from Zhou Linger?" Chen Nuo was taken aback, exclaiming, "Mother, you ought to watch fewer dramas." Li Qinghe raised her hand and tapped his head gently, saying, "I am speaking seriously. Son, at your age, it is quite natural to be intrigued by more mature women, but the paramount focus now should be your studies. Do you understand? Remember, relationships with significant age differences seldom yield favorable outcomes." At the Zhou residence, Zhou Xiansheng was retching in the bathroom, while his wife, Guiyan, gently patted his back. "How could you drink so much?" After some time, Zhou Xiansheng felt a bit better and, with his wife's support, returned to the living room, chuckling. "Chun Guodong has been transferred to the technical department. We have been neighbors for years, so I felt compelled to indulge a bit." Guiyan, with a warm towel, wiped his face and, observing his countenance, sighed. "Old Zhou, you hardly look pleased." "Pleasant? Why should I be? Did you not see how Chun Guodong carried himself today? As if he were already a leader of the factory? And Director Lu, such a high-ranking official, what was he doing mingling with us, personally toasting Chun Guodong? Our department's people were all flattering him, completely forgetting about me, the head." Zhou Xiansheng scoffed. How typical of a petty man to revel in his newfound status. Guo Yin handed Zhou Xiansheng a cup of hot water, saying, "That sentiment is rather inappropriate, don't you think? We have shared a long-standing friendship with the Chen family. Chun is an outstanding individual and genuinely deserves a position in the technical department. You may regard him as an old friend, but do you know how he perceives things?" Zhou Xiansheng took a sip of water, grimacing. "Is this not too hot? Since we moved, our interactions have indeed dwindled. Perhaps we should invite the Chens over for dinner soon. Linger has been at odds with Chun Nuo lately. It would be beneficial for the two children to reconcile." Guiyan set down the cup. Zhou Xiansheng grunted. "That Chen Nuo is merely a clever boy. How dare he show attitude to my daughter? By the way, how has Linger been today?" Guiyan glanced toward her daughter's closed bedroom door and replied softly, "Linger seemed quite happy today." "Oh, what good fortune has she encountered?" Zhou Xiansheng, a devoted father, felt his discomfort dissipate upon hearing of his daughter's joy. Yet, Guiyan's expression was somewhat complex as she sighed softly. Linger mentioned that Chen Nuo was unable to solve the problem she presented. She found amusement in his embarrassment. How can two children who grew up together find themselves in such discord? Suddenly, Zhou Xiansheng burst into laughter. "Truly, my daughter is a reflection of me. Far superior to Chun Guodong's son." Guiyan could not muster a response, merely shaking her head. Zhou Xiansheng then declared, "Please inform Li Qinghe that once the second mock exam results are in, our families should gather for a reunion." Guiyan, puzzled, inquired, "Why wait until after the second mock exam?" Zhou Xiansheng chuckled lightly, remarking that Chun Guodong's son was perpetually idle, and it was inevitable that his second mock exam results would be dismal. He boasted that his daughter would undoubtedly rank within the top 20 of the entire grade, providing a perfect opportunity for their family to witness the disparity between Chun Nuo and his daughter. In the dead of night, Chun Nuo, freshly bathed, sat at his desk, using an erasable pen to jot down notes in a notebook titled The Kitten's Rescue Plan. The first step, having the kitten remove its glasses in his presence, was completed. The second step, doing so in front of a larger audience, was marked as achieved. He closed the notebook and turned to his bed, picking up his phone. After sending a message to Shen Xinmei, he received a simple reply, "Yes." A smile crept across his face as he imagined the slightly aggrieved expression she must have had while responding. In a villa neighborhood, on the second floor of a residence, a young girl donned in a white nightgown sat at her desk. Her silky hair cascaded like a waterfall, framing her exquisitely shaped collarbone and flowing over her graceful curves. Resting on either side of her slender waist, she inscribed delicate characters in her diary, contemplating how to convey to Chen Nua that the reward she desired was merely for him to pat her head. Chapter 59. Who Will Rescue Me? The following day, Chen Nua entered the classroom as usual, listening to English vocabulary. No sooner had he seated himself than Zhang Yuan approached and yanked off his headphones. Chen Nua, there has been an incident. Chen Nua, reluctantly pulled from the sea of knowledge, responded with slight annoyance. What is it? He quickly noticed that his classmates were quietly observing him, only to avert their gazes as soon as they were caught. Sensing something amiss, he leaned in as Zhang Yuan whispered, "You and Shen Xinmei have been secretly photographed, and rumors are swirling around you." Furrowing his brow, Chen Nua inquired, "What exactly is going on?" After a lengthy and animated explanation from Zhang Yuan, Chen Nua finally grasped the situation. An explosive rumor had emerged from the student group of Class 5, alleging that he had confessed his feelings to the school beauty, Zhou Linger, only to be rejected. In a fit of pique, he sought out the least attractive girl in the school, none other than Shen Xinmei from Class 5. A photograph circulated within the group, depicting Chen Nua and Shen Xinmei at a bus station, albeit taken from a distance. While Chen Nua was easily recognizable, Shen Xinmei's face was mostly obscured, revealing only half of it with her head lowered. Yet, her unflattering glasses and unkempt eyebrows remained visible. Zhou Linger had long been a prominent figure at Jiangxianno High School, universally acknowledged as the school beauty, and any news regarding her garnered considerable attention. Chen Nua himself was rather handsome, and as everyone knew he was the loyal companion of the school beauty, the two were already subjects of intrigue. Consequently, the rumor spread rapidly throughout the high school division, and the students in Class 4 were well aware of it, hence their peculiar glances directed at Chen Nua. No wonder Chen Nua has recently ceased pursuing Zhou Linger. It appears he has faced rejection. After an unsuccessful confession, he seems to have succumbed to despair, resorting to associating with an unattractive girl. What a dramatic turn of events. Is it that one with the singular eyebrow from Class 5? I hardly noticed. How unsightly could she possibly be? What a profound blow Chen Nua must have endured. How could he tolerate such a girl? Numerous classmates around them engaged in hushed conversations, casting increasingly peculiar glances toward Chen Nua. Linger, is this true? Zhang Rongrong inquired eagerly of Zhou Linger. The monotonous life of a senior in high school revolves solely around solving problems. It becomes unbearably tedious. Suddenly, such exhilarating news emerges, and it is simply too captivating. Zhang Rongrong's question piqued the curiosity of the classmates nearby, their gazes filled with envy and astonishment. Truly, she is the school belle, capable of enchanting the class heartthrob, Chen Nua, to such an extent. Feeling the weight of attention, Zhou Linger experienced a rush of satisfaction and smiled lightly. I'm not entirely sure. Didn't you see Chen Nua walking with Shin? I thought it was merely a coincidence, but goodness, I didn't realize it was genuine. Zhang Rongrong exclaimed in excitement. No wonder Chen Nua hasn't sought you out recently. It appears he has given up entirely. Linger, your charm is simply overwhelming, sending him into such despair. Rongrong, please refrain from such remarks. Zhou Linger adjusted her long hair, revealing a delicate collarbone beneath her school uniform, causing several boys nearby to swallow hard. Her smile became even more enchanting. I will try to console Chen Nua. For now, we must prioritize our studies. Linger, you are truly beautiful and kind-hearted. The school belle is so benevolent. You are indeed a fairy. Amidst a chorus of praise, Zhou Linger glanced back at Chen Nua, noticing his somewhat grim expression, and inwardly scoffed. I had warned you, Chen Nua, that playing such games of feigned indifference would backfire. Indeed, Chen Nua was not in the best of spirits, but it was not due to the slander he faced. Compared to a decade from now, when a mere online post could ruin one's reputation, today's gossip seemed trivial and juvenile to him. What truly troubled him was his concern for the little kitten. Her mental state had only just begun to improve. Would this incident cause her to retreat further into herself? Chen Nua, are you all right? Zhang Yuan noticed Chen Nua's silence and assumed he was feeling the weight of defeat. He whispered, are you really seeking extra lessons with Shen just to spite Zhou Ling? I think Shen is quite a decent person. This seems rather unfair. Chen Nuo shot him a glance. Do I seem that idle? Zhang Yuan reconsidered. Chen Nuo had been juggling both studies and business lately, leaving no time for such trifles. Chen Nuo then stood up, intending to check on Class 5, but at that moment, Old Li entered the room. Class had begun. Chen Nuo had no choice but to take his seat. Old Li approached the blackboard and wrote a large number, 88. With just 88 days remaining until the Gaokao, I implore my fellow students to seize every day, every hour, and every minute to engage in diligent study. This is a pivotal opportunity to alter one's fate. After a lengthy discourse, Mr. Li glanced at Chen Nuo and finally addressed the crux of the matter. Some students, who once had commendable grades, have plummeted over 200 places due to unnecessary distractions. Yet this particular student remains oblivious to the need for effort, continuing to cause disturbances. If this persists, even the teacher will be unable to assist. Upon hearing this, the entire class turned their gazes toward Chen Nuo, whispering amongst themselves, has Mr. Li caught wind of the incident involving Chen Nuo and the girl deemed unattractive? How could he not? The rumor has swept across the entire school. Chen Nuo has fallen to over 300 in the rankings. Indeed, not everyone can pursue the school beauty. Despite being the focus of the class's attention, Chen Nuo maintained composure. A soul nearly 30 years old is hardly fazed by the scrutiny of a group of youngsters. Yet, he felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Was the same drama unfolding in Class 5 next door? I am indifferent, but what of the timid little kitten? How will she cope? Mr. Li mentioned Chen Nuo briefly before moving on, proclaiming, in 20 days, the second mock exam will take place, which will significantly influence your Gaokao scores. I hope each student prepares earnestly. Now let us commence the lesson. 40 minutes later, the bell rang, and as Mr. Li departed, Chen Nuo immediately rose and exited the classroom. The classmates resumed their chatter. Was Chen Nuo too embarrassed to stay in the classroom? Understood, given how awkward it had become. I too would have felt ashamed. As Zhou Linger observed Chen Nuo rushing out with a pale expression, she felt a pang of sympathy. But upon reflection, considering how Chen Nuo had made her appear foolish in recent days, why should she feel pity? Perhaps it was time he learned a lesson. Class 5 of the third year. Not long after class ended, a crowd gathered outside the classroom, peering in with curiosity. Who is Xinmei? There she is. At the back. Let me see how unattractive she truly is. Those glasses look so out of style, just like in the photos. How did her eyebrows end up like that? Truly amusing. Step aside, I wish to take a look as well. Xinmei sat in the furthest corner of the classroom, burying her head, overwhelmed by the countless gazes directed at her and the incessant buzzing sounds. Please, do not look at me. I beg you. I am so frightened. Is there anyone who can save me? Chapter 60. Isn't it normal for a niece to tutor her uncle? Hey, these people are going too far. Although Xinmei may not be particularly striking, such humiliation is uncalled for. Chu Yuxuan, an ordinary girl from Class 5 of the third year, had intended to go out and enjoy herself after class, only to find the door blocked by a throng of students from other classes. These individuals, having heard the rumor about Chen Nuo, the lackey of the school beauty Zhou, confessing to the unattractive girl from Class 5 and being rejected, flocked to witness the appearance of what they deemed the ugliest girl in the school. Consequently, the classroom of Class 5 was besieged, leaving no room for escape. Chu Yuxuan felt a wave of frustration. She turned to glance at Xinmei, who sat in the far corner of the classroom. Her head bowed and her body trembling slightly. A sense of sympathy welled up within her. In truth, Chu Yuxuan had always believed that Xinmei possessed an admirable physique, long legs, a slender waist, and ample curves. However, Xin consistently hunched over, which distorted her figure. Coupled with her outdated oversized black-rimmed glasses and her coarse, straight eyebrows, these features marred her otherwise decent facial structure. For some inexplicable reason, Chu Yuxuan harbored a lingering suspicion that perhaps Xinmei was quite beautiful. She was well aware of the events from the previous evening. In Class 5, a group of students had gathered without any teachers present, and it was there that a girl had suddenly shared a photo of Chen Nuo with Xinmei. Everyone knew Chen Nuo was Zhou's devoted follower, thus their astonishment was palpable. The girl who had posted the picture claimed that Chen Nuo had been rejected by Zhou and, in a fit of pique, sought out Xinmei, the so-called ugly girl, in a bid to provoke Zhou. The label of the ugliest girl in the school had emerged from a jest made by a group of classmates. Unbeknownst to Xinmei, who was not part of the group chat, she had no opportunity to defend herself. Chu Yuxuan sensed that the situation was far from simple and felt considerable empathy for Xin. Yet, as an ordinary student, what could she possibly do? At that moment, a boy suddenly squeezed through the crowd, his head lowered and hands shielding his face. Upon closer inspection, Chu Yuxuan gasped in recognition. It was Chun Nua. He gestured for silence, and she quickly covered her mouth, realizing that the main character of the spectacle had arrived unnoticed by the onlookers. In a hushed tone, Chun Nua inquired, "Classmate, are you part of the group chat?" Chu Yuxuan blinked in surprise. "Are you referring to the group that shared the photo of you and Xin?" He nodded, asking, "Do you know who sent the photo?" After a moment's contemplation and one more glance at the trembling Xin, she pointed towards the girl sitting beside Lin Chengqing. "That's her." Chun Nua followed her gesture and nodded slightly, confirming that it was indeed the same girl who had been complicit in bullying Xin. Upon hearing the rumor, he had suspected as much. Now, he felt even more certain of the identity of the culprit. Chun Nua addressed Chu Yuxuan, saying, "Gatekeeper, could you kindly add me to your group? Is that appropriate? You belong to Class 4. Chu Yuxuan hesitated. Chun Nua continued, "However, this matter concerns me. The photographs and rumors originated from your Class 5's group. This group has now evolved into a source of gossip, transcending mere classmates." After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yuxuan finally nodded. "All right." The two swiftly exchanged WeChat contacts, and Chu Yuxuan added Chun Nua to the class group. "Thank you, Gatekeeper," Chun Nua expressed. "Hey, I am not called Gatekeeper. My name is Chu Yuxuan." Before Chu Yuxuan could finish her sentence, she gasped in surprise as Chun Nua suddenly straightened his posture and turned to face the crowd gathered outside Class 5, declaring loudly, "Hello everyone. I am Chun Nua from Class 4. Instantly, the throng of onlookers, who had come to gawk at the so-called unattractive girl, fell silent. Even the entire Class 5 was momentarily hushed. The instigator, Lin Chengqing, along with the two girls, looked at Chun Nua in astonishment. In a corner, Xin froze, slowly lifting her gaze to the tall figure standing at the classroom door. "Wow, it's really Chun Nua, the most dashing follower of the campus beauty. He is indeed handsome. What is he up to?" Soon, those gathered at the entrance of Class 5 erupted in exclamations, many girls displaying expressions of regret, seemingly pained by the thought of such a handsome boy being tarnished by the unattractive girl. Chun Nua smiled gently and stated, "This is a misunderstanding. Allow me to clarify. First, I have never confessed to Zhou Linger, so how could I be rejected? Second, Xin is my sister's niece, knowing my grades had declined. My sister asked her to tutor me. Isn't it quite normal for a niece to help her uncle with studies?" Following his remarks, silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone gaped, staring vacantly at the beaming Chun Nua. After a considerable pause, someone finally reacted. "A niece tutoring her uncle? That sounds rather normal, but upon further reflection, something seems amiss. Regardless of its normalcy, they are relatives. How could there be romantic involvement? Wait, have we been deceived?" An audacious girl questioned Chun Nua. "Aren't you pursuing the campus beauty? Zhou Linger, have you truly never confessed to her?" Chun Nua replied with a smile. "Zhou Linger and I were neighbors previously, so our relationship is amicable. But I assure you, I have never harbored any inappropriate thoughts towards her. You can ask my classmates if I have ever confessed." A wave of uncertainty swept through the crowd as they exchanged glances, struggling to discern the truth. At that moment, Zhang Yuan pushed through the throng, standing beside Chun Nua and declaring, "I can attest to this. Last month during Zhou Linger's birthday, we all thought Chun Nua was going to confess, but instead, he sang a song and left, without even buying her a birthday cake. That evening, classmate Zhou Linger missed out on her birthday cake and was nearly brought to tears. Chun Nua patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder and said, "I had to leave early that night due to some matters." Zhou Linger was not angry at all. "We are merely ordinary friends, after all." His demeanor was nonchalant, and coupled with Zhang Yuan's honest appearance, it was easy for their naive classmates to believe him. Goodness. So it was merely a rumor. Who on earth is so bored as to stir up such nonsense? What a waste of my excitement. How dull. Let us disperse. The onlookers quickly scattered, but Chun Nua did not leave. He walked straight into Class 5's classroom, under the astonished gazes of all present. He approached Lin Chengqing and smiled gently, saying, "Classmate Lin Chengqing, we have a large family. My little niece is our family's treasure, especially to my two cousins. One is a butcher and the other a shepherd. They lack education and resort to violence when angered." Chun Nua leaned closer, observing Lin Chengqing's pale complexion, his smile growing warmer. "So, Perhaps you should exercise a bit more caution? Chapter 61, Little Niece. Wait for me after school. Everyone in Class 5 turned their attention to Lin Chengqing. Some perceptive students seemed to grasp the underlying implications, their gazes toward her shifting to something peculiar. Lin Chengqing panicked and hastily exclaimed, "Chen Nuo, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Chen Nuo chuckled softly and whispered, audible only to him and Lin Chengqing, "Your failure to rank within the top 50 is not due to our little niece hindering you, but rather because you simply cannot make the cut." Lin Chengqing stiffened. Disbelief etched across her face as she stammered, "How do you know?" Chen Nuo continued in a low voice, "That night, the three of you were in the alley, and I recorded your encounter outside the school yesterday morning. Would you like me to hand it over to your homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang?" Lin Chengqing's face drained of color, her voice trembling. "No, please don't tell Mr. Zhang." If she could explain away the rumor from last night as mere teasing without malice, the revelation of her bullying Xin would shatter her image as a good student. How would her teachers, classmates, and parents perceive her then? The thought of such a terrifying scenario brought her to tears. "I beg you, I want to do it again." Chen Nuo glanced at the two girls sitting beside her, Lin Chengqing's accomplices. "What about you two?" "Not us. We didn't do anything." The two girls were equally pale and frightened. After all, they were merely 17 or 18 years old. The weight of such disgraceful conduct being exposed left them in disarray. Lin Chengqing, now convinced that Chen Nuo possessed incriminating evidence against them, quickly declared, "We three will no longer bother classmate Shun." "That is good to hear, Lin classmate. Best of luck. I hope you rank within the top 50 in your next exam." Chen Nuo smiled at the ashen-faced Lin Chengqing before walking over to Xin under the watchful eyes of the crowd. As Xin observed him striding towards her, a jolt of fear surged through her, prompting her to hastily lower her head. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat. Moments ago, she had been engulfed in trepidation, fervently wishing for someone to rescue her. Then, Chen Nuo arrived. Akin to a person on the brink of drowning being yanked from the water, she gasped for air, feeling not only gratitude towards the boy who had saved her, but also an inexplicable yearning for his continued presence. A desire for him to persist in his stern demeanor towards her. The thought of him possibly ignoring her after this incident filled her with dread. Now, however, this boy was approaching her in front of so many classmates, catching her completely off guard. She was unprepared for her peers to discover the nature of her relationship with Chen Nuo. But what exactly was her relationship with him? "Little niece, I'll be attending extra classes after school. Wait for me in the classroom so we can head home together." Chen Nuo's calm voice suddenly resonated in her ears, reminiscent of an uncle speaking to his niece. Xin lifted her gaze to meet Chen Nuo's gentle smile, nodding vacantly. "Oh, all right, focus on your studies." "I'm off," he said, waving at her as he strode out of Class 5, turning to call out to Chu Yushuan at the door. "Thanks, gatekeeper." Chu Yushuan shouted back at his retreating figure, "Hey, I'm not a gatekeeper. I'm Chu Yushuan." It was then that Class 5 students began to comprehend the situation, engaging in animated discussions, so they really are relatives. Otherwise, why would he publicly ask Shin to wait for him? Indeed, it seems he is unburdened by guilt. Hence his nonchalance. With the excitement dissipated, they reluctantly returned to their studies, a touch of disappointment lingering as such an intriguing rumor had swiftly been clarified. No one continued to dwell on the matter, and each student buried themselves in their books once more. Xin sat there, momentarily untouched by any further gazes, and felt her tension ease into relief. So, Chen Nuo's earlier words were deliberately crafted to divert attention from her? She gazed towards the classroom door, suddenly longing to see that tall, handsome figure reappear. Chen Nuo. The girl lowered her head, concealing her smile. In that instant, a colossal boulder named the past, which had long lodged in her chest, began to gradually loosen, while Xin found herself undisturbed for the time being. Chen Nuo was soon surrounded by onlookers. The news of his rumor clarification spread swiftly throughout the senior high department, and by the end of the third period, girls began to pass by Class 34 with feigned casualness, stealing glances at him. The bolder ones even ventured inside to add him on WeChat. "Chen Nuo, would you like to have lunch together? You were so impressive in Class 5 earlier." "Hello, senior." Chen Nuo wore a bewildered expression, pondering to himself that he had merely gone to Class 5 to clarify rumors about the little kitten. What was there to discuss in terms of looks? Zhang Yuan, filled with envy, exclaimed, "Damn, Chen Nuo. Had I known, I would have gone instead. After all, the matters concerning the three of you are quite clear. Chen Nua, perplexed, responded, "The three of us?" Zhang Yuan chuckled and pointed at Zhou Linger, who was engrossed in her book. "It's about you, the school bell, and Shun." Chen Nua, disinterested, resumed his reading, only to be approached by two sophomore girls seeking to add him on WeChat, which distracted him from his studies. "Hey, Linger, I heard that just now." Chen Nua publicly claimed he has never confessed to you. He said you are merely ordinary classmates. How outrageous. Zhang Rongrong exclaimed, leaning closer to Zhou Linger. "We all know Chen Nua has been pursuing you. Does not confessing mean he isn't pursuing you? Now it seems you've become the fool in this situation. How could he do this to you?" Zhou Linger maintained her focus on her book, her fair hands clenched into fists, veins visible on the back of her hands. Suddenly, she stood up, slamming her book onto the desk. "Annoying. Get out." At the doorway, a stunned voice responded, "Zhou Linger, what did you just say?" Zhou Linger looked up, momentarily stunned to find the math teacher standing at the entrance, just as the class bell rang. The classroom fell silent, all eyes turning to Zhou Linger. Did she really just tell the teacher to leave? How audacious. Could it be that Chen Nua, denying he pursued her, left her so flustered? To dare scold a teacher. How infuriated must she be? Zhou Linger's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly bowed in apology to the math teacher. "I'm sorry, Mr. Liu. I was just joking with Zhang Rongrong." Zhang Rongrong, wide-eyed in shock, exclaimed, "Linger, were you just yelling at me? We're good friends." Zhou Linger's fair face turned as red as a monkey's backside, wishing she could burrow into the ground. Fortunately, being a diligent student, she escaped further reprimand as the math teacher entered the classroom to begin the lesson. Gritting her teeth, Zhou Linger glanced back at Chen Nua, only to find him attentively listening, seemingly unaffected by the rumors swirling around. "So, in the end, I am the one being ridiculed? Chen Nua, you clearly have feelings for me. Why won't you admit it? Is it truly for that ugly girl's sake?" Chapter 62. The school bell gives you extra lessons, and you still fall asleep? Noon. After lunch, it was time for the study group once again. Chen Nua had taken leave yesterday, and today he could find no excuse, so he dutifully sat beside Zhou Linger. Classmates occasionally glanced over at them, whispering among themselves, clearly speculating about the nature of their relationship. "Chen Nua, what do you really mean?" Zhou Linger, with a cold expression, glared fiercely at him. "What?" Chen Nua replied, confused. "Chen Nua, can you cease your pretense?" For some inexplicable reason, witnessing Chen Nua's deliberately indifferent demeanor incensed Zhou Linger. "You declared before so many this morning that you have never confessed your feelings to me. What is your intention?" Chen Nua, taken aback, replied, "I spoke nothing but the truth. Is there an issue?" Zhou Linger was momentarily stunned, suddenly recalling that although Chen Nua had always treated her kindly since childhood, and it was evident to all that he harbored affection for her, he had never formally confessed his feelings. However, as Zhou Linger opened her mouth to assert, "But everyone knows you like me," the words remained unspoken. How could I be the one to broach such a subject? If I were to speak up, wouldn't it imply that I am pleading for Chen Nua to confess to me? Humph, Chen Nua, is that your true objective? Zhou Linger suddenly comprehended that all of Chen Nua's actions were merely a game of emotional manipulation. "Chen Nua, you remain so immature." Feeling as though she had completely unraveled Chen Nua's intentions, she regained her aloof and haughty demeanor as the campus bell. "I have never heard of you having a niece. Chen Nua, you truly are quite amusing. I do not appreciate a man who invests his thoughts in such trivial matters." Zhou Linger raised her chin, resuming her condescending lecturing. Chen Nua, uninterested in further discourse, replied, "Zhou, aren't you supposed to tutor me? Let us begin." Zhou Linger snorted, finding Chen Nua utterly immature. With a stoic expression, she retrieved the set of problems she had assigned to him the previous day, donning an air of authority. "Did you complete the homework I assigned yesterday?" Chen Nua nodded. "I did, and I have mastered these problems." "Mastered them? Very well, then let me see you solve them." Zhou Linger was incredulous. She had intentionally chosen challenging questions meant to embarrass Chen Nua. Even she would need considerable effort to solve them. Given Chen Nua's foundational knowledge, he could not possibly decipher them in a single night. With arms crossed, Zhou Linger awaited the sight of Chen Nua's flustered expression when he failed. To her surprise, without a moment's hesitation, Chen Nua picked up a pen and began to write. The previous evening, Shen Shimei had already explained these problems to him, and the concepts were now clear in his mind, allowing him to tackle the questions with ease. Before long, Chen Nua had completed all the problems. Zhou Linger grew increasingly astonished as she observed him. Not only did he solve the challenging questions, But his approach to problem-solving was refreshingly unique, an experience Zhou Linger had never encountered before. She found herself unable to comprehend the reasoning behind two of the solutions. Yet the answers were undeniably correct. Zhou Linger, if you struggle with understanding this problem, I can elucidate my thought process for you. Chen Nuo kindly offered upon noticing her bewildered expression. Who says I don't understand? Zhou Linger would never concede that she was inferior to Chen Nuo. She promptly presented another set of challenging problems. Can you solve these? Upon examining the questions, Chen Nuo noticed that many of the key concepts had been obscured. He took the paper and attempted to work through it, managing to answer only 2 out of 6 correctly. Zhou Linger scoffed. You can't even tackle such simple questions? Chen Nuo, puzzled, gazed at her. Zhou Linger, why do I feel that my mistakes seem to please you? Zhou Linger glared at him. This is what you get for your choices. With me, a top 20 student, tutoring you every day, you insist on seeking help from someone ranked 50. Look how confused you've become. Amused, Chen Nuo thought. Isn't it you who makes me more bewildered? Seeing Chen Nuo still laughing, Zhou Linger couldn't contain her irritation. Chen Nuo, in your stubbornness, you've gone to that one brow and ruined your grades. How can you face Uncle Chun and Aunt Li? Chen Nuo interjected. Her name is Shun Xinmei, and her academic performance is not inferior to yours. Zhou Linger frowned. What has happened to you, Chen Nuo? At that moment, Old Li came by to check on them, and Zhou Linger immediately changed her demeanor, earnestly explaining the problems to Chen Nuo. He listened attentively, and indeed, the obscured concepts began to clear in his mind. He found it somewhat ridiculous, filtering out the noise, treating Zhou Linger's explanations as a form of hypnosis. Sure enough, the effect was profound, and soon Chen Nuo drifted into a pleasant dream. Chen Nuo, Zhou Linger, noticing that he had fallen asleep, angrily nudged him awake. Do you have no ambition whatsoever? Her frustration was not solely for Chen Nuo's academic performance, but rather the fact that the school beauty Zhou Linger was personally tutoring him, and he had the audacity to doze off. Am I truly so lacking in charm? In the past, even a casual word from me would keep him elated for days. Now, despite my close proximity and my numerous attempts to engage him, he simply sleeps. Has Chen Nuo truly changed? Is it because of that unattractive girl? Could it be that Chen Nuo has developed genuine feelings for her? An unsettling sense of urgency washed over Zhou Linger. Her voice rose, startling her classmates, who turned to look at them. Zhou Linger quickly adopted a pained expression. Chen Nuo, please take this seriously. Even if not for yourself, at least think of your parents. If you continue to wallow in self-pity, no one can assist you. Her classmates, taken aback, began to whisper excitedly. Doesn't he even listen when the school beauty is tutoring him? If I were that close to the beauty, I'd be dazed too. Now we have another handsome underachiever in our midst. Chen Nuo noticed Zhou Linger's delicate face flush like a camellia, and an idea suddenly struck him. Zhou, do you believe I can place in the top 100 in the second mock exam? Zhou Linger thought Chen Nuo was merely trying to save face after earlier embarrassment, and she disapproved of such a prideful yet incapable boy, letting out a cold huff. If you manage to place in the top 100, I shall retract my previous statement. Chen Nuo smiled, proposing. How about we wager 1,000 yuan on whether I can secure a position in the top 100 in the second mock examination? Zhou Linger frowned. Chen Nuo, you truly are beyond redemption. In that case, I shall take it upon myself to educate you on behalf of your uncle and aunt. She resolved that once the second mock examination concluded, she would demand that Chen Nuo awkwardly gather 1,000 yuan for her, after which she would approach Chun Guodong and Li Qinghe, returning the money to them, and allowing them to witness the extent of Chen Nuo's current decline. Chen Nuo swiftly drafted a simple agreement, producing 2 copies, signing his name on one as Party A and requesting Zhou Linger to sign as Party B. This was a guaranteed profitable venture, thus necessitating signatures. Indeed, his sole intention was to profit, regardless of whether the counterpart was Zhou Linger or someone else. The exception being the little kitten, for she was too naive, and deceiving her would evoke a sense of guilt. Zhou Linger signed with a stern expression, accepting the copy handed to her by Chen Nuo, contemplating that this would serve as evidence for her to report to her uncle and aunt. Chapter 63. Zhou Ling. You deserve better after school in the afternoon. Old Li once again stood guard at the classroom door. Realizing he could not evade, Chen Nuo reluctantly took a seat beside Zhou Linger. Observing his unwilling demeanor only fueled Zhou Linger's irritation, prompting her to present him with another challenging problem set. Chen Nuo managed to solve only half, providing Zhou Linger the opportunity to deliver yet another condescending lecture, which left him drowsy. Upon the conclusion of the tutoring session, Chen Nuo immediately felt invigorated, darting out of the classroom. Arriving at class 5, he spotted a tall, graceful figure nestled in the corner, quiet and compliant. Little niece. Come on. He glanced back at the stream of classmates emerging from the classroom, quickly rephrasing his words. Upon seeing him, Shen Xinmei's face lit up with joy. She slung her backpack over her shoulder and, like a young deer, bounded toward him. However, as a group of students sauntered past the entrance of class 5, the little deer abruptly halted, lowering her head, reverting to her timid demeanor. Chen Nuo beckoned, "Little niece, hurry up." With many people around, Shen Xinmei, hesitant to speak, averted her gaze and slowly approached him. "Let us go," Chen Nuo said with a smile. Shen Xinmei nodded, obediently following behind him. Now she was Chen Nuo's niece, a relative, and walking together no longer evoked fear of judgment from others. As they descended the stairs, Chen Nuo inquired, "Did anything happen yesterday at noon while I was away?" The previous day, Shen Xinmei had sent him a peculiar WeChat message, claiming that she was no longer being bullied. Yet today, Lin Chengqing sought to trouble Shen Xinmei. Such timing seemed implausible. Chen Nuo hesitated to question her, fearing he might reopen old wounds. But he was also concerned that Lin Chengqing might find new ways to torment the little kitten. Upon hearing Chen Nuo's words, Shen Xinmei paused in her steps, glanced towards the direction of the girls' restroom, and whispered, "I threw them down." Chen Nuo was taken aback for a moment, then smiled with relief, saying, "That's more like it. With your fighting prowess, there's no reason for Lin Chengqing to bully you. Remember, if anyone dares to intimidate you again, just throw them." Shen Xinmei pondered seriously for a moment before suddenly asking, "Is there a reward for throwing them down?" Chen Nuo, momentarily speechless, replied, "Are you a child? Must everything come with a reward?" The two walked out of the high school building, chatting and laughing, as Zhou Linger stood at the railing of the 3rd floor. Gazing down at Chen Nuo and Shen Xinmei walking side by side towards the school gate, her lips pressed tightly together. Chen Nuo had truly lost his mind. In a fit of pique, he had actually sought out such a girl. Was there any point in this, given the vast difference between them? "Are we buying groceries today?" Chen Nuo asked as they exited the school. Shen Xinmei shook her head, "There's still some at home." "Then let's head straight back." Upon arriving at the bus stop, they soon boarded a bus, which was quite crowded due to the rush hour. Chen Nuo held on to Shen Xinmei as they squeezed onto the bus. There were no seats available, so they had to stand. As the bus set off, Chen Nuo glanced around and quietly said to Shen Xinmei, "Little kitten, if you want a reward, you should take off your glasses now and hold out for a minute, or at least 20 seconds. Concerned that the challenge might be too daunting for her, he reduced it to 20 seconds. Just as he was about to offer more encouragement, he noticed Shen Xinmei suddenly lift her hand and grasp the frames of her glasses. After a moment's hesitation, she finally removed them. Chen Nuo was taken aback. He had anticipated needing to bolster Shen Xinmei's confidence further, yet today the timid little kitten displayed such bravery. Could it be that being watched sparked her courage? At that moment, Chen Nuo heard a soft gasp beside him. Turning to look, he saw a young man, around 20 years old, who had just caught sight of Shen Xinmei's face after she removed her glasses, his eyes widening in surprise. Though her eyebrows had not yet been groomed, her beauty was already breathtaking. As someone gazed in her direction, Shen Xinmei instinctively lowered her head, but Chen Nuo interjected, "Looking down doesn't count." Stunned, she eventually lifted her small face, her charming yet innocent features flushed with a rosy hue, making her appear even more enchanting. Voices emerged from both sides, clearly captivated by Shen Xinmei's appearance. This was still with her unkempt eyebrows. Otherwise, everyone on the bus would surely have succumbed to her beauty, regardless of gender. Chen Nuo observed Shen Xinmei closely, concerned that she might experience an adverse reaction due to her overwhelming fear. Just then, he noticed that the male passengers around them were subtly inching closer to Shen Xinmei's position. Without hesitation, Chen Nuo turned, gently maneuvering Shen Xinmei against the wall of the bus, positioning himself protectively in front of her, hands placed on either side of her head. He kept all those intruders outside. However, the position he found himself in was rather awkward, as his lips were uncomfortably close to the cheek of the little kitten. Chen Nuo averted his gaze from that captivating, yet troublesome face, only to discover that he could not even see Shen Xinmei's shoes. Was it truly that exaggerated? Chen Nuo had no choice but to look away again, a strange emotion surging within him. They had never been this close at the little kitten's home, and now, as they observed each other so closely, he realized just how exquisite Shinshimei's features were. He could not gaze for too long. It would corrupt his resolve. At that moment, Shinshimei readjusted her glasses and tilted her rosy face upward, declaring, 1 minute, 3 rewards. Qinnua was taken aback. Indeed, it had been much more than 20 seconds. A full minute had passed. Wait, why was it called 3 rewards? He looked down at Shinshimei and asked, little kitten, what exactly do you desire as a reward? Zhou Linger unhappily stepped into her home, overhearing her mother, Guoyin, speaking on the phone. Yes, Qinghe. Ever since we moved from the old factory street, it has been quite a while since our families gathered. All right, let us plan for the weekend after your second mock exam. Guoyin hung up the phone, and Zhou Linger hurriedly approached her. Mom, were you talking to Aunt Li? Yes, we arranged to gather after your second mock exam, as a way to cheer you and Qinnua on for the college entrance examination. Guoyin smiled. Noticing Zhou Linger's silence, she inquired, what's wrong? Don't you want to go? Zhou Linger shook her head, a smile appearing on her face. No, Mom. Of course I want to go. The second mock exam was scheduled for Tuesday, and by the time of their gathering that weekend, the results would have already been released. At that point, it was likely that Qinnua would still be far from the top 2 to 300, perhaps even worse. She could then present the betting agreement she had with Qinnua to demonstrate to Aunt Li and Uncle Chun what Qinnua had accomplished. That's good. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon. All right. Zhou Linger entered the bathroom, gazing at the girl with bright eyes and a radiant smile in the mirror. She smiled softly, thinking to herself, Zhou Linger, you deserve better. Chapter 64. The Reward Desired by the Little Kitten. Zhou Xianxing soon returned home. The 3 of them sat together for dinner. Guoyin served dishes to both her daughter and husband before turning to Zhou Xianxing, saying, I just called He and arranged for our families to gather. Guoyin and Li Qinghe had been friends for decades, knowing each other longer than they had known their own husbands. He was Li Qinghe's nickname, and Guoyin often called her that. Zhou Xianxing nodded, and Guoyin glanced at him, continuing, shall we change the timing? Let us not wait until after the second mock exam. Let us do it this weekend instead? No. Zhou Xianxing and Zhou Linger spoke simultaneously. Guoyin looked at them in astonishment. Linger, why do you also want to wait until after the second mock exam? Zhou Xianxing scheduled the gathering of the 2 families after the second mock exam, intending to showcase Zhou Linger's achievements before Chen Guodong. Zhou Linger was certain to outperform Qinnua by a significant margin of 2 to 300 ranks, a disparity that was indeed substantial. Guoyin was aware of her husband's intentions, yet she had not anticipated that Zhou Linger also wished to set the date post-exam. Linger, do you have any plans this weekend? Zhou Linger nodded. I've arranged to study with Zhang Rongrong. Guoyin frowned. Isn't Saturday and Sunday feasible? Must you study with Zhang Rongrong both days? Zhou Linger promptly replied. Guoyin glanced at her daughter, shook her head, and sighed softly. Very well. The family of 3 continued their meal, and Zhou Xianxing inquired, Daughter, did you tutor Qinnua again today? Yes, Zhou Linger affirmed. Is Qinnua improving in his studies? Zhou Xianxing felt a twinge of anxiety. With his daughter's exceptional capabilities, if she were to assist Chen Guodong's son in raising his grades, it would be a considerable loss. Zhou Linger scoffed. What can he improve? He's like a clay figurine, impossible to mold. Linger. Guoyin shot a stern look at Zhou Linger. How can you speak like that? Zhou Linger retorted. Mother, you didn't see, Qinnua wouldn't even listen to my explanations. He actually fell asleep during lunch today? Guoyin was taken aback, while Zhou Xianxing chuckled. I've always said, Chen Guodong's son lacks promise. I doubt he can even maintain a rank within the top 400 in the second mock. Guoyin set down her bowl and asked Zhou Ling, what exactly is happening between you and Qinnua? Having watched the 2 children grow up together, she had internally accepted the prospect of Qinnua as her son-in-law. However, she had anticipated that their relationship would become somewhat peculiar after entering high school. Particularly recently, Zhou Linger expressed frustration whenever Qinnua was mentioned. As she sipped her soup, Zhou Linger remarked, Mother, I've noticed that Qinnua is becoming increasingly immature. I mentioned before that he is sulking and chose to associate with the ugliest girl in the grade. Today, he even claimed to be that girl's uncle. Zhou Xianxing laughed. What a ridiculous affair. How does Chen Guodong raise his son? Exactly. Zhou Linger agreed. That's why I don't want to deal with him anymore. Once I get accepted into Rongda, I intend to meet more exceptional people. Zhou Xianxing heartily laughed. Well said. That's my daughter. Guo Yin remained silent. While she should be pleased with her daughter's ambition, she pondered why Linger felt the need to belittle Chen Nua. The two children hadn't always been like this. Guo Yin sighed inwardly, hoping that the gathering after the second mock would not lead to any complications. In the villa community, Chen Nua emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes, placing them on the dining table. Shen Xinmei followed closely behind, setting down her own dish. Upon seeing the table, Chen Nua exclaimed. Today's offerings included chicken and mushroom soup, roasted goose, gobera, steamed beef, and cold mixed herb salad. There was not a single dish that resembled yesterday's, and the variety was remarkable: Northeastern cuisine, Cantonese dishes, and Sichuan fare. My goodness, flavors from all corners of the world. Chen Nua took a seat and served a bowl of chicken soup to Shen Xinmei. Little kitten, how do you know so many recipes? Shen Xinmei promptly accepted the bowl and returned the favor by serving Chen Nua a generous portion of dishes, then replied, I often spent time alone at home when I was young, so I learned to cook. Chen Nua recalled that Shen Xinmei had mentioned this before, and he was curious about what her parents did that allowed them to leave a child alone so frequently. However, he hesitated to voice this question, knowing it might cause her pain. Indeed, merely mentioning her childhood caused Shen Xinmei to lower her head, her expression dimming with melancholy. Suddenly, Chen Nua bent down, leaning closer to her, gazing intently at her face. See, Chen Nua, what are you doing? Shen Xinmei gasped, nearly toppling from her chair. Chen Nua's proximity reminded her of the time he had shielded her on the bus. I just wanted to get accustomed to this, he replied with a grin. Accustomed to what? Shen Xinmei asked, puzzled. Chen Nua waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, let us eat. Even without her glasses, she was strikingly beautiful. He imagined that once she removed her eyebrow makeup, her beauty would be overwhelming. Moreover, not only was she stunning, but she was also affluent and an adept cook, excelling at household chores. A beautiful and virtuous little heiress, she was utterly flawless. Thus, he felt the need to acclimatize himself to her radiant beauty, lest he be ensnared by her charm. After all, women could only hinder his financial pursuits. He resolved to focus on making money without distractions. After finishing their meal, Chen Nua cleared the dishes and headed to the kitchen, warning Shen Xinmei, who attempted to rush in to wash the dishes, stay outside, and do not come in. Shen Xinmei stood outside the kitchen, suddenly slapping her forehead, before darting into the kitchen. Chen Nua turned back, glaring at her. Didn't I tell you not to come in? Shen Xinmei, undeterred by his sternness, took a step closer, her large, watery eyes gazing up at him with anticipation. Chen Nua couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. You're quite bold today. I must teach you a lesson. He playfully ruffled her hair, turning her silky locks into a messy nest, then adopted a serious expression. Aren't you going out? Shen Xinmei, having slightly lifted her toes, quietly set them down. Blinking and blushing, seemingly lost in thought. Like a marionette, she eventually walked out. Chen Nua frowned, perplexed by her behavior. He began washing the dishes, and halfway through, Shen Xinmei rushed back into the kitchen. Hey, you really aren't afraid, are you? Chen Nua wiped his hands on a cloth and approached her, ruffling her hair once more until it resembled a bird's nest, before finally letting her be. Shen Xinmei's cheeks flushed, resembling someone who had indulged in spirits, as she swayed and exited the room. 10 minutes later, while Chen Nua was washing the dishes, Shen Xinmei rushed back in, standing before him with her large, innocent eyes, seemingly challenging him. Oh, my fiery temper! Chen Nua exclaimed, both hands ruffling her hair for a considerable time before pushing her away. Suddenly, she blurted out, 3 rewards, done. Chen Nua was taken aback. What are you talking about? Nothing, nothing, Shen Xinmei mumbled, burying her head and hurriedly retreating to the study. Chen Nua stood there in confusion for a moment before raising his hand to inspect his palm. Could it be that the reward she mentioned was merely the act of ruffling her hair? Chapter 65. So you really enjoy being petted? Chen Nua entered the study, his expression grave as he regarded Shen Xinmei. The little kitten was startled by his demeanor, timidly asking, Chen Nua, are you angry? Yes, I am quite angry, Chen Nua replied, stepping closer and raising his hand as if to stroke her head. Shen Xinmei instinctively squinted her eyes, her toes lifting slightly in anticipation. However, after a moment of waiting, the warmth she expected never arrived. Instead, she heard Chen Nua's voice. Well, look at you. You really do enjoy being petted. No wonder you're such a little kitten. Shen Xinmei opened her eyes in surprise, letting out a soft "oh" as she squatted down, hugging her head. Her heart raced. and the blush on her face quickly spread to her neck. Yes, I'm sorry I was wrong. Seeing her humble and timid demeanor, Shin Nua sighed and squatted down beside her, gently saying, I was just teasing you. Everyone has their quirks. For instance, I enjoy ruffling others' hair. And you happen to like having your head petted. Look, we make the perfect pair. I only like you to pet my head, Shun Shinmei weakly corrected him. Oh right. Then I only like to pet you, Shin Nua began, but paused as he noticed Shin Shinmei peeking at him through her fingers with her big eyes, feeling annoyed. You almost got me tangled up in your words. I'm sorry, Shin Shinmei replied, not quite understanding his irritation but adhering to her habitual apologies. Shin Nua said, Little kitten. You don't always need to apologize. You haven't done anything wrong. From now on, refrain from saying sorry so often. Shin Shinmei pondered for a moment and asked, Does that mean I can't say it to you? Of course not. I am your friend. Even if you were to err, I wouldn't hold it against you. So, you needn't say sorry to me, friend. Shin Shinmei gazed at Shin Nua in a daze. Certainly. Are we not friends now? Shin Nua inquired, slightly displeased. Yes. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing again? Shin Shinmei opened her mouth to apologize once more, but quickly covered it with her hand. Just then, the doorbell rang, startling Shin Shinmei as she swiftly put on her glasses. Shin Nua, aware that she was still hesitant to remove her glasses in front of her classmates, said nothing further and stepped out of the study to open the door. Ha, the future prodigy of Rongda has arrived. Zhang Yuan chuckled as he entered, glancing towards the second floor. Where's Teacher Meng? Shin Nua replied with irritation. Teacher Meng left the day before yesterday. You know that well enough. I thought perhaps Teacher Meng was concerned about my studies and came back to check on me. Zhang Yuan laughed mischievously, and Shin Nua encouraged him. Work hard. And if you get into Rongda, Teacher Meng will visit you every day. As if, that is a must. Zhang Yuan, brimming with motivation, walked into the study. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, Shin Nua, Shun, have you eaten? Shin Nua looked at Shin Shinmei and noticed her unease. She understood that Shin didn't want others to know she could cook, so she immediately said, We've eaten instant noodles. Zhang Yuan patted Shin Nua's shoulder sympathetically. I knew it. With Teacher Meng gone, you two wouldn't have anything to eat. I'll bring you some food tomorrow. Zhang Yuan assumed that Meng Xiaoran had cooked for them a few days ago, and he had already taken it for granted that Shin Shinmei couldn't cook. After all, how many 17 or 18-year-old high school students can cook? Shin Nua quickly replied, No need, we can manage ourselves. Zhang Yuan laughed heartily. I'm only bringing food for the sake of Teacher Meng. Do you really think it's for you? Shin Nua was speechless. Pushing him down into a chair. Enough talk, let us study. The three of them began their studies. And Shin Nua took out the problems that Zhou Ling had assigned him today. Zhang Yuan gasped upon seeing them. Such difficult questions? Zhou Ling is really tough. Shin Shinmei, puzzled, wanted to say these questions weren't that hard, but recalling how she had said something similar before and angered Shin Nua, she wisely chose to remain silent. All right, Teacher Shin, please start the class. Shin Nua smiled at Shin Shinmei. As they navigated the ocean of knowledge, time flew by. And before they knew it, it was already 9 o'clock. Thank you, Teacher Shin. Zhang Yuan expressed his gratitude to Shin Shinmei, genuinely feeling that her teaching had brought him one step closer to Rongda and to Teacher Meng. You're welcome. Shin Shinmei accompanied the two to the door, her mood beginning to dip again. After all, once Shin Nua left, she would be alone in this empty house again. We're leaving, goodbye. Shin Nua and Zhang Yuan stepped out, and as they neared the entrance of the community, Shin Nua suddenly said to Zhang Yuan, I forgot my things. Without waiting for Zhang Yuan to respond, he dashed back, ringing the doorbell at Shin Shinmei's home. Little kitten, it's me. Inside, footsteps hurriedly approached, and the door soon swung open, revealing a flushed face, as it seemed Shin Shinmei had rushed down from the second floor. Upon seeing Shin Nua, joy spread across her face. Shin Nua, how come you? Suddenly, Shin Nua raised his hand and gently ruffled her hair, saying, Take a bath early, rest well, and don't be late for school tomorrow. Shin Shinmei gazed at him in a daze, and after a moment, she nodded emphatically. Shin Nua smiled at her and reminded, Remember to lock the door from the inside. If anything happens, call me immediately. Once he had given his instructions, Shin Nua turned and departed. Shin Shinmei closed the door and locked it from the inside. After a moment's contemplation, she suddenly dashed through the living room, hurriedly ascended the stairs, and entered her bedroom, making her way to the balcony. Just in time, she spotted Shin Nua walking below. heading towards the entrance of the villa district. At that moment, Chen Nuo glanced back, prompting Shin Shinmei to quickly crouch down and hide beneath the balcony. After a brief interval, she cautiously peeked out, only to find that Chen Nuo had already moved on. Observing his slender yet upright figure, her eyes sparkled with focus until he disappeared from sight. Upon reaching the entrance of the villa district, Zhang Yuan complained, "Why did you take so long? What were you looking for?" Chen Nuo chuckled, "Just searching for something easily misplaced." Zhang Yuan regarded him curiously. "How odd. Let us go." 40 minutes later, Chen Nuo returned home. Li Qing has sat on the sofa, wiping away tears while watching television. Today, however, old Chen was not there to attend to her. The queen mother was holding the tissue box herself. Upon noticing that the door to his parents' bedroom was closed, Chen Nuo quietly inquired of Li Qinghe, "Is Dad working on blueprints again?" Li Qinghe nodded. The factory assigned him another task today. "Woe is me, that poor girl," she lamented, referring to a young girl on the television whose parents had met with an accident, leaving her alone at home. At that moment in the show, the girl ascended to the rooftop and leaped off. Smack! Chen Nuo switched off the television. Li Qinghe, infuriated, exclaimed, "You little brat, how dare you turn off my show?" Chen Nuo, shielding his head, scurried into his bedroom. "Mom, you should watch less of this melodrama. It's so unrealistic. Get out." Chen Nuo shut the door, and the image of the girl jumping off the building flashed in his mind. He picked up his phone and hastily typed, pressing send. "I only want to make money. Little kitten, I'm home. Are you asleep?" Chapter 66. Caught in the act of speaking ill behind someone's back. How embarrassing. Today, I am filled with joy. Chen Nuo protected me in front of many people. But why did he call me his niece? Today, he finally realized that my desired reward is a head pat. Chen Nuo said it's called rubbing. So I suppose I enjoy him rubbing my head. Tomorrow, I shall strive to ensure that Chen Nuo continues to rub my head. In the spacious, empty villa, the girl donned in a white nightgown. Her tiny toes peeking from her slippers, was bent over her desk diligently, writing her diary. A rare smile graced her sweet and delicate face. Just as she had noted in her diary, she was genuinely happy today. Joy enveloped her as she found herself alone at home for the first time, surprisingly devoid of fear or sorrow. She even momentarily forgot about the impending return to her hometown after the college entrance examination, where she had contemplated ending her life at her parents' graves. Just then, her phone, resting on the bed, chimed unexpectedly. Startled, Shin Shinmei hurriedly approached and picked it up, exclaiming softly in surprise. It was Chen Nuo. Why would he be calling her? A wave of anxiety washed over Shin Shinmei, and after taking a deep breath, she pressed the answer button. With trepidation, she brought the phone to her ear, only to be met with an irate voice on the other end. "Little kitten. What's going on? Why haven't you replied to my messages?" Taken aback by his aggressive tone, Shin Shinmei hesitated before weakly apologizing. "I'm sorry, I didn't hear it." She dared not reveal that she had been writing in her diary, a sanctuary for her most intimate thoughts, including her plans for suicide after the exams. Knowledge she must keep from Chen Nuo. "You must keep your phone by your side when you're home alone at night. Do you understand?" Chen Nuo continued sternly. "Yes," Shin Shinmei replied quietly. "And when you're by yourself, you need to message me about everything you do, so I can ensure your safety." After a brief pause, Chen Nuo added, "Your aunt has entrusted me with your care. I must take responsibility for you. Do you comprehend?" Although Shin Shinmei was puzzled by his insistence on explaining this last point, she obediently responded, "Understood. All right then, I'll hang up. Remember to message me anytime." Chen Nuo instructed before disconnecting the call. Sitting on the edge of her bed, Shin Shinmei stared blankly at her phone. Her cascading hair fell gracefully over her slender waist, while beneath her knee-length nightgown, her long legs were a vision of elegance. Her skin was as flawless and luminous as white jade, with delicate ankles, dainty feet, and charming toes. Every part of her, every inch of her skin, was a masterpiece crafted by the heavens. Moments later, the exquisite girl laid down on the bed, pulling a light summer blanket over herself, and sent a message to Chen Nuo. "Chen Nuo, I'm going to sleep." As Chen Nuo read her message, he smiled and quickly replied, "Good girl, good night." The reason he insisted that the little kitten message him about everything was to ascertain her safety while she was alone at home. He wanted to ensure she wouldn't suddenly feel despondent enough to harm herself. Although in her previous life, Shin Shimei had only sought to end her life after returning to her hometown post-exams, her rebirth had altered many circumstances. There was no guarantee that she wouldn't make a rash decision this time. After all, she had been the subject of rumors at school that day, surrounded by those who had called her ugly. Alone at home that night, it was entirely possible that despair might overwhelm her. In order to keep track of the little kitten's activities, it was essential for her to report every single action. Should anything seem amiss, immediate intervention would follow. Good night, Chen Nuo. Just as this thought crossed her mind, another message pinged in from the opposite side. Finally, Chen Nuo felt a sense of relief. Given the little kitten's character, the fact that she wished her good night indicated that her mood must have been quite pleasant that day. While she was reading a message from Shin Shinmei, another notification flashed across the top of her phone screen. Chu Yushuan, Chen Nuo, hurry and check our class group. Chen Nuo was taken aback and promptly entered the WeChat group for Class 5 of the senior year. Earlier that day, he had connected with Chu Yushuan on WeChat, who had added him to the group. Lin Chengcheng, having been schooled by him during the day, dared not openly provoke Shin Shinmei again. However, individuals with such an extreme sense of self-importance often remain unconvinced and are likely to stir up trouble. Joining the Class 5 group was precisely for the purpose of monitoring that little troublemaker. Indeed, as soon as Chen Nuo entered the group, he found the conversation bustling, focused on none other than himself and Shin Shinmei. He scrolled up the chat history, quickly piecing together the events that had transpired. The events of the day had been quite sensational, and that evening, two classmates could not contain their curiosity and began discussing it in the group, directly inquiring about the situation from Lin Chengcheng. Lin Chengcheng feigned innocence, claiming to have been misunderstood. I merely encountered Ijime twice. I greeted her, and she ignored me. Yet Chen Nuo accused me of bullying his niece. How unfair. She continued, yes, I did mention last night in the group that Ijime is not particularly attractive. But I wasn't being untruthful. Is there anyone who believes she is beautiful? With this statement, no one in the class group dared to refute her. Her assertion held merit, as Ijime was indeed recognized by the class as the least attractive girl. Lin Chengcheng's two sycophants chimed in, exactly. Chengcheng is beautiful, excels academically, and comes from a good family. Why would she bother with a classmate of average looks and grades? The whole incident was merely a misunderstanding, exacerbated by that Chen Nuo from Class 4 who insisted on blowing it out of proportion. I've inquired about that Chen Nuo. He evidently has a crush on the school flower, Zhou. His scores plummeted by 200 places because of her. Wow, is he really that poor academically? The two began to sway the narrative, and soon, many in Class 5 were convinced. Lin Chengcheng resurfaced with, that Chen Nuo is just a poor student. Claiming he wants to tutor Ijime is merely an excuse. I wager he dropped to 400th place in the next exam. The students of Class 5 began to chatter, 400th? ISNT that at the bottom of the class. He'll have to repeat a year. How tragic. With Ijime hanging around him all the time, I doubt he can even remain in the top 50. Just as the conversation reached a fever pitch, an abrupt message emerged in the group. Chen Nuo from Class 4, Lin Chengcheng, dear classmate, good students should not engage in gambling. Instantly, the group fell silent. Chen Nuo? Chen Nuo from Class 4 of Senior Year 3? How did he end up in our group? The students from Class 5 felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, as if they were digging their toes into the ground to escape the situation. The feeling of being caught in the act of gossiping behind someone's back was utterly disheartening. Chapter 67. Join me in forming an encouragement partnership. Chengcheng, is this person truly Chen Nuo? I just noticed that our group originally comprised 39 members, and now it has swelled to 40, with Chen Nuo seemingly having joined this morning. That coincides perfectly with his sudden appearance in our class. Who brought him in? Have we unwittingly harbored a traitor among us? In the small group chat of Lin Chengcheng and her two female companions, the messages flooded in, surpassing 10 within moments. The unexpected presence of Chen Nuo in the Class 5 group, tagging Lin Chengcheng, had startled the trio. They hastily convened to discuss what to do next. Let us put aside everything else for now. What should I do? Lin Chengcheng panicked, acutely aware that dozens of classmates were observing her, and one wrong move could lead to humiliation. Just then, she noticed her name had been called out again in the Class 5 group. Chen Nuo from Class 4 of Senior Year 3, Lin Chengcheng, why are you silent? The group remained eerily quiet, all eyes fixed on Lin Chengcheng, waiting for her response. What should I do? What should I do? I'm going insane. Perhaps I should just leave the group? Lin Chengcheng frantically typed in the small group chat. Don't. If you leave on your own accord, it will only signify your guilt. Exactly. We weren't spreading rumors. That Shin Shinmei is indeed unattractive. And Chen Nuo's grades are poor. Those are facts. What are you afraid of? Right. Just converse with him normally and see what he's up to. Encouraged by her two friends, Lin Chengqing's courage swelled a little. Indeed, I haven't lied. I've merely stated the truth. What am I afraid of? Taking a deep breath, she finally composed a message in the class group. Lin Chengqing, Chen Nua from class 4 of senior year 3. I was studying just now and didn't notice. Is there something you need? A moment later, Chen Nua from class 4 of senior year 3. Image. This was a screenshot of Lin Chengqing's earlier comment about Chen Ximei's looks, alongside the news that Chen Nua's score in the second mock exam had plummeted to the 400s. Chen Nua from class 4 of senior year 3, Lin Chengqing. You can manage to chat while studying. Impressive. No wonder you always rank outside the top 50. Lin Chengqing felt as if he had struck a nerve, her cheeks flushing crimson. She could no longer muster the courage to respond in the class 5 group, instead venting her frustration in the small group chat. Is this Chen Nua out of his mind? He actually took a screenshot. What is he trying to accomplish? At that moment, Chen Nua spoke again in the class 5 group. Chen Nua from class 4 of senior year 3. Lin Chengqing, you mentioned my poor grades, and I wholeheartedly agree. Thus, I would like to invite you to form an encouragement partnership with me. An encouragement partnership? What on earth is that? In the expansive class 5 group, everyone was perplexed, yet no one dared to voice their thoughts. After all, moments ago they were disparaging others, and now, with the arrival of the subject in question, many felt an awkward urge to retreat, trembling behind the safety of their screens. This is not the vast expanse of the internet where one can hurl insults anonymously. This is a class group where, by the next day, one can easily be identified. In class 4 of senior year, Chen Nua addressed Lin Chengqing, saying, Dear Lin, I genuinely wish to excel in my studies, yet I find myself lacking motivation. Your timely presence has inspired me. I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiments, and thus I propose that we become motivational partners. My goal for the second mock exam is to rank within the top 100 of our grade. I acknowledge that this is a formidable challenge, and I would like us to establish a mutual incentive. Let us set aside 1,000 yuan as a motivational prize. If I fail to place in the top 100, I will give you 1,000 yuan. Conversely, should I succeed, I would expect you to reward me with 1,000 yuan as encouragement. What do you think? Upon hearing Chen Nua's proposal, the chat in class 5 fell into an even deeper silence. Many were left dumbfounded. Motivational partners? A prize for encouragement? Was this a novel approach to fostering academic diligence? Chengqing, it sounds quite appealing, someone remarked. Indeed, Chen Nua will likely not make it into the top 100. Meanwhile, if you rank within the top 50, your parents might reward you 1,000, and Chen Nua would give you another 1,000. You could potentially earn 2,000 from just one exam, exclaimed another. Wow, Chengqing, you must treat us to hot pot then. In their small group, the two girls were buzzing with excitement. Lin Chengqing pondered for a moment and found the idea to be quite feasible. However, she needed to maintain her image as a diligent student, not appearing overly eager in her pursuit of Chen Nua's 1,000 yuan. Resolutely, she began typing on her phone. Chen Nua, I am more than willing to assist those struggling in their studies. Although you belong to class 4, I can certainly partner with you as a motivational ally. As for the monetary incentive, it is merely a formality and holds little significance. Of course, if you feel that cash is the most suitable motivator, I am open to that as well. In any case, let us strive together. Chen Nuo responded with a screenshot of Lin Chengqing's agreement regarding the monetary incentive, tagging everyone. Dear classmates, please bear witness to this moment. I am delighted to announce that I have formed a partnership with Lin Chengqing for motivation. We have established a prize of 1,000 yuan. The money is not the crux of the matter. Rather, it is the beautiful atmosphere of mutual encouragement and shared effort in our studies that truly matters. The prize will be awarded on the day the second mock exam results are revealed, so I invite everyone to keep us accountable. Following Chen Nua's declaration, someone immediately chimed in. This motivational partnership is a splendid idea. I will gladly bear witness, said Chu Yushuan. No need to thank us. Class 4's Chen Nua and Lin Chengqing. With Chu Yushuan leading the charge, others quickly chimed in, expressing their willingness to bear witness. The chat was soon filled with supportive messages, creating an atmosphere rich in positive energy among the members of Class 5. In Class 4 of the third year, Chen Nua expressed his heartfelt gratitude to everyone, feeling deeply moved. He also thanked Lin Chengqing for her willingness to assist him, and then he set off to study, encouraging his peers to persevere. Subsequently, Chen Nua exited the group chat of Class 5 and sent a private message to Chu Yushuan. Thank you. Goalkeeper. Once the money is in hand, I shall share 100 with you. Today, he felt quite elated. During the day, he had cleverly convinced Zhou Linger to sign a betting agreement with him, and in the evening, he formed a wonderful motivational partnership with Lin Chengqing. Truly, it was a delightful day. Chu Yushuan felt a tinge of annoyance. Hey, could you at least call me Chu Yushuan? Why did he sense something amiss? In their small group chat, Lin Chengqing suddenly inquired that Chen Nua refuses to accept being labeled as a poor student, so he seeks to reclaim his dignity. Indeed. But he is far too impulsive, setting himself an unattainable goal. Chengqing has struck gold this time. Of course, how could Chen Nua's grades possibly improve by 200 places in one go? Haha, splendid. After a round of analysis, Lin Chengqing and the two girls finally felt reassured. She even saved a screenshot of their previous conversation. If Chen Nua were to backtrack in the future, she would have the evidence ready to present. Elated, Lin Chengqing climbed into bed, unable to resist daydreaming. 2,000 yuan. The second mock exam, please come swiftly. Chapter 68. The second mock exam, please come swiftly. What a lovely morning. Chen Nua stood in the bathroom, brushing his teeth while exuberantly shouting. What type of business do entrepreneurs favor most? Is it one with immense returns? Or perhaps one with exorbitant profits? Neither. It is a no-investment venture that earns money effortlessly. The betting agreement with Zhou Linger and the incentive from Lin Chengqing were precisely such ventures. With merely a few words, money effortlessly flowed into his pockets. What a delightful experience. Chen Nua, why are you making such a racket? Hurry and come out for breakfast. Outside, Li Qinghe called out impatiently. Oh, I'm coming. Chen Nua replied, smiling as he dried his face and stepped outside. Oh, old Chen is also here. I haven't seen you around these past few days. Upon seeing old Chen, Chen Nua patted him on the shoulder. Chen Guodong was diligently following up on a project with the mechanical factory. Upon returning, he had secluded himself in the bedroom, engrossed in his studies, more industrious than Chen Nua, a student preparing for the college entrance examination. Even now, as they ate breakfast, Chen Guodong seemed distracted, clearly still pondering over his boiler design. This is the nature of those immersed in technology. They delve deeply into their subjects with unwavering focus. Chen Nua felt a sense of inadequacy, for he lacked such a relentless spirit of inquiry, unless it was about making money. Li Qinghe shot a disapproving glance at Chen Nua. You really need to show some decorum. Chen Nua offered her a small piece of freshly fried youtiao mom. I made this myself. Please have a taste. Li Qinghe rolled her eyes. This youtiao was just bought by me, all right? Chen Nua chuckled, lifting a cup of soy milk and savoring a sip. Life for the common folk is truly sweet. He pondered for a moment, set down his bowl, and earnestly addressed Li Qinghe. Mom, there is something of great importance I wish to discuss with you. Observing his seriousness, Li Qinghe also adopted a grave demeanor. What is it? Have you gotten yourself into some trouble? No, Chen Nua replied, his gaze deep as he continued. Mom, my goal for the second mock exam is to place within the top 100 of the entire grade. Li Qinghe nodded. That is indeed a commendable goal. Chen Nua expressed his distress. However, I have recently realized that I lack motivation in my studies. Upon reflection, I believe it stems from a deficiency in incentives. Incentives? Li Qinghe inquired, puzzled. Yes, Chen Nua affirmed. Thus, I have devised a plan. Why not establish an incentive fund for me, Mom? If I succeed in placing within the top 100 in the second mock exam, you would reward me from this fund. Li Qinghe furrowed her brow. How much are you asking for? Chen Nua chuckled. Not much, just 1,000 will suffice, Mom. Grant me this opportunity, and I shall repay you with a promising future. Li Qinghe gazed at him coldly and uttered two words. Dream on. Chen Nua fell silent, contemplating that the Queen Mother was indeed not easily swayed like those young girls. It was quite a challenge to persuade her. I have something serious to discuss, Li Qinghe said as she placed a piece of sausage on Chen Nua's plate, smiling gently. Ankwa called yesterday, inviting us to gather after your second mock exam. Will you attend? Chen Nua replied, of course. It has indeed been a long time since our families have gathered. Li Qinghe scrutinized him. Aren't you and Linger at odds lately? Chen Nua laughed. Mom, my relationship with Zhou Linger is one matter, but it does not affect the friendship between adults. After finishing breakfast, Chen Guodong remained at the table, using his chopsticks as a pen, sketching on the surface. Chen Nua gave a thumbs up. No wonder my dad was an outstanding student. One must be passionately devoted to achieve greatness. He admired his father's focus, acknowledging he could not match such dedication. Mom, I am off to school. Then I shall respond to Aunt Gua. confirming that our whole family will attend the gathering. All right. Watching Chun Nua hastily descend the stairs, Li Qinghe smiled. My son has truly grown up. The second mock exam. I eagerly await your arrival. Linger, how can you be so eager for the exam? On the way to school, Zhou Linger walked alongside Zhang Rongrong. Today, Zhou Linger was in high spirits, wearing a continuous smile. Upon hearing Zhang Rongrong's comment, she recounted the wager she had made with Chun Nua yesterday. Zhang Rongrong's eyes widened. 1,000? Linger, do you truly wish to win so much from Chun Nua? Zhou Linger shot her a glance. Do you think I care about that 1,000? I merely wish to make Chun Nua understand that everyone must bear the consequences of their actions. He attempted to play with my emotions, but I did not fall for it. Now he sulks, thinking I would relent. Yet, I intend to teach him a lesson, making him realize that sulking is not the right approach. Zhang Rongrong quickly inquired, Linger, what are your plans? Zhou Linger let out a disdainful hum and remarked, after the second mock exam, our families will dine together. At that time, I shall return the 1,000 yuan that Chun Nua lost to me, directly to his parents. I will then inform uncle and aunt of the lengths Chun Nua has gone to in his peak. Zhang Rongrong couldn't help but exclaim, Isn't that a bit too harsh? Zhou Linger replied, it is a much-needed wake-up call. Chun Nua is far too immature at present. This is for his own good, and he will eventually be grateful. Zhang Rongrong inquired, but if Chun Nua comes to his senses and confesses his feelings for you, would you still accept him? Zhou Linger raised her chin defiantly, certainly not. I am destined for Rongda, where there will undoubtedly be many outstanding young men. Chun Nua and I simply inhabit different worlds. Zhang Rongrong, intrigued, asked, what if you don't find a suitable partner at Rongda? Zhou Linger pondered for a moment. If I truly do not encounter anyone fitting, I might reconsider Chun Nua, provided he has matured beyond his current childishness. As they entered the school gates, they spotted a tall yet timid figure in the distance. Zhang Rongrong pointed and exclaimed, Linger, it's Shun Xinmei. Zhou Linger couldn't be bothered to glance. Why are you so agitated? She is your rival. Zhang Rongrong whispered. What if she steals Chun Nua away? Zhou Linger scoffed. When did someone like Shun Xinmei become my competitor? Zhang Rongrong contemplated. That's true. The disparity is too great. While walking from the school gate to the high school section, two boys approached Zhou Linger, presenting her with love letters. Amidst the myriad astonished and envious gazes, Zhou Linger accepted the letters with a composed smile, politely thanking them. She then entered the main building of the high school. Wow, receiving two love letters on the very first morning, truly deserving of the title School Beauty, Zhang Rongrong remarked, filled with envy, while Zhou Linger maintained an air of tranquility and satisfaction. She reflected on how foolish she had been just days prior, allowing Chun Nua's little tricks to cause her such distress. It was utterly ridiculous. Having left me, Chun Nua could only seek companionship in someone like Shun Xinmei. Meanwhile, I remained the admired academic beauty of Jiangxian No. 2 High School. With pride and confidence, Zhou Linger ascended to the third floor. Passing by the classroom of the third-year 5th class, she instinctively glanced inside, and indeed, she spotted that timid figure sitting alone in the corner, with her head bowed, too afraid to lift her gaze. Zhou Linger sneered disdainfully, averting her gaze and striding confidently towards the third-year 4th class. Chapter 69. So ordinary yet so confident at noon, during the study group session, Chun Nua, having not taken a leave of absence this time, conscientiously seated himself beside Zhou Linger. Today, she remained remarkably composed, directly explaining problems to him. Chun Nua listened attentively, though he nearly dozed off on 2 occasions. Zhou Linger was not irritated, for she perceived that Chun Nua was deliberately trying to provoke her. Now, her words were rendered futile. Only after the second mock examination, in the presence of Uncle Chun and Aunt Li, could she unveil the wager agreement along with the 1,000 yuan that Chun Nua had lost to her. This would expose Chun Nua to embarrassment before both sets of parents, thus compelling him to awaken from his stupor. This was her final gesture of assistance to him, considering their childhood bond. Should Chun Nua remain unrepentant, she would rescind his position as a backup. After a brief discourse, Chun Nua's phone vibrated. He excused himself to Zhou Linger and stepped out of the classroom to answer the call. It was Su Ru on the line. Over the past few days, Su Ru had been coordinating with Xiao Lu regarding the cafeteria arrangements. The boiler factory moved swiftly, and today, the tables, chairs, and other facilities had all arrived. Su Ru reached out to solicit Chun Nua's opinion on the specific setup of the cafeteria. Chun Nua replied directly, "Sister-in-law, let the professionals handle their expertise. I shall refrain from giving unsolicited directions. You and Brother Wang can manage it. All right, President Chun, the 5 members of the collective are also in place. This weekend, we will clean the cafeteria, and it will commence operations next Monday. Su Ru's tone exuded a sense of competence, with each statement being straightforward and devoid of superfluous words. No problem. I want to be coming over these days, so I entrust the cafeteria matters to you. Understood, President Chen, Su Ru responded. I've sent the account book to your WeChat. Previously, when Su Ru had shown him the account book, Chen Nua had declined to take it. But now she had taken a photograph and sent it to him. All right, I'll take a look when I have time. Chen Nua smiled, glancing up to see a tall figure entering the girls' restroom. Sister-in-law, I'll hang up now. After ending the call, he approached the restroom door. Moments later, Shun Xinmei emerged. Upon seeing Chen Nua smiling at her, her cherubic face brightened with joy, only to shyly lower her gaze thereafter. Chen Nua, are you also here to use the restroom? No. Chen Nua shook his head. I'm waiting for you. Waiting for me? Shin Xinmei lowered her head even further, though the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted. Indeed. Lin Chengqing and the others have not been bullying you anymore, have they? Chen Nua inquired. Not anymore. That is good to hear. Habitually, Chen Nua raised his hand, intending to ruffle her hair, which made Shin Xinmei tense with anticipation, slightly lifting her toes. By the way, Chen Nua retracted his hand. We agreed this would be a reward, but today's test hasn't occurred yet. How can I reward you in advance? Shin Xinmei gasped, looking at him with a pitiful expression, her eyes revealing disappointment. Chen Nua chuckled. All right, let us return to the classroom. Wait for me after school this afternoon. He planned to further cultivate little Xinmei's courage later by encouraging her to remove her glasses in a more populated setting. Thus, the reward of petting her head could not be squandered at this moment. Oh, Shun Xinmei obediently replied and walked back to the classroom of the third-year Class 5. Chen Nua returned to Class 4 and sat beside Zhou Linger. I apologize, Zhou. Please continue with your explanation. Zhou Linger glanced at him and suddenly produced 2 envelopes from her backpack, placing them before him. Chen Nua was puzzled, and Zhou Linger remarked, These are 2 love letters I received this morning. Both boys are quite remarkable, Chen Nua. If you truly wish to provoke me, please find a girl equally as exceptional as I am. Chen Nua understood. Zhou Linger had seen him conversing with Shin Xinmei earlier. So you believe my closeness to Shin Xinmei is merely to irritate you? He found it somewhat amusing. Zhou Linger, how do you manage to be so ordinary, yet so self-assured? The midday study session ended on a sour note, primarily due to Zhou Linger's fluctuating emotions, while Chen Nua remained unfazed throughout, eventually dozing off. If the little kitten was an adept coder, Zhou Linger was an exceptional hypnotist. Both had bright futures ahead. After school that afternoon, Chen Nua endured until the supplementary class concluded and was about to rise when Zhou Linger inquired, Chen Nua, after the second mock exam. Our families should dine together. Will you join us? Chen Nua nodded. Of course I will. Zhou Linger smirked inwardly, thinking, you claim to be ordinary. Yet you find various ways to approach me. Eager to seek out Shin Xinmei, Chen Nua disregarded Zhou Linger and swiftly exited the classroom. Upon reaching Class 5, he called out to the quietly seated Shin Xinmei in the corner, Little niece, let us go. Hearing his summons, Shin Xinmei sprang to her feet, rushing to him. I'm here. Chen Nua chuckled, always feeling as if the little kitten were his summoned creature. Little kitten, this is not ideal. You should have your own opinions and not simply come when called and leave at will. Upon hearing Chen Nua's words, Shin Xinmei blinked. No one else can summon me. The 2 exited the school together. With the pantry empty, they needed to purchase groceries. While waiting for the bus at the station, Chen Nua suddenly asked Shin Xinmei, Little kitten, do you want to be teased? Shin Xinmei immediately replied, I can take off my glasses on the bus and hold it for 2 minutes. You must reward me 6 times. Clearly, she had calculated this in advance. Chen Nua chuckled. It's not that simple. Today's difficulty has increased. You must remove your glasses and maintain it for 5 minutes to earn a reward. Shin Xinmei gasped, her cherry lips parting in feigned despair as she gazed at Chen Nua, her large eyes glistening with innocence, evoking sympathy. Chen Nua averted his gaze. Don't think that will soften my resolve. I said 5 minutes means 5 minutes. He acted sternly, unable to meet the little kitten's gaze. For her current demeanor was irresistibly alluring. Despite her efforts to appear unremarkable, her charm when playfully pouting at close range was undeniably potent. Shin Xinmei remained oblivious to his thoughts. Observing his resolute demeanor, She could only pout in frustration, awaiting the imminent challenge. Soon, the bus arrived. The two boarded. Finding the vehicle crowded as usual, Chen Nua guided Shin Shinmei to a spot predominantly occupied by women, then remarked, "All right, let us commence." Shin Shinmei nodded, glanced around, hesitated momentarily, and ultimately raised her hand to remove her glasses. Just as she intended to lower her head, Chen Nua interjected. "Lowering your head does not count towards the time." Shin Shinmei paused, compelled to lift her gaze. As before, she was met with a multitude of astonished glances. Even though most of those nearby were women, they too were unable to resist the allure of Shin Shinmei's beauty unveiled. Shin Shinmei clenched her hands tightly and closed her eyes. 5 minutes. If she could endure for 5 minutes, Chen Nua would grant her a reward. Come on, Shin Shinmei. Chapter 70. Welcome to the new instance, Sai. Chu Yusen. Last night was truly mortifying. It's all right, Xiaoyu. We did not speak ill of Chen Nua, replied Chu Yusen, standing alongside a classmate from Class 5 on the bus, engaging in conversation about the events from the previous night's group chat. This classmate, Xiaoyu, shared a character in her name with Chu Yusen, and their homes were relatively close, often leading them to return home together after school. The bus was quite packed, and as soon as they boarded, they found themselves squeezed into a corner. The vehicle swayed, prompting the two girls to discuss the previous evening's happenings. As Xiaoyu recounted the events, she felt a sense of embarrassment akin to digging at her toes, noticing Chu Yusen's ease. With a resigned sigh, she lamented, "You remained silent, but I merely followed the commotion and unwittingly spoke up, only for Chen Nua to respond the next moment. He was just above me. And at that moment, you cannot imagine the heat that coursed through me. It felt as though countless Chen Nuas were mocking me. In the future, one must be cautious when speaking ill of others behind their backs. Chu Yusen, what are you looking at?" Just then, Xiaoyu noticed Chu Yusen gazing intently in a certain direction. After calling her name a few times, Chu Yusen finally turned back, an inexplicable excitement in her eyes. "Look, it's Chen Nua and Shin Shinmei." Xiaoyu, being slightly shorter, stood on her toes to catch a glimpse of a boy and girl at the back of the bus, both clad in the uniforms of Jiangxia No. 2 High School. The boy stood tall, while the girl was graceful. Indeed, it was Chen Nua and Shin Shinmei. Xiaoyu found it unremarkable, stating, "Didn't we already hear? Shin Shinmei is Chen Nua's niece, and she is tutoring him." Chu Yusen squinted for a better look. It seems Shin Shinmei has removed her glasses. Really? Xiaoyu glanced again, noting that Shin Shinmei was facing away from them and was at a distance, but she could vaguely see that her ears were devoid of the glasses frames. It appears she has removed them, but is that truly worthy of such excitement? Chu Yuxian suddenly squeezed towards that direction, and Xiaoyu quickly grabbed her. "What are you doing? There are too many people around. It's impossible to move." With a helpless frown, Chu Yuxian replied, "I think Shin Shinmei looks quite beautiful without her glasses." "Really?" Xiaoyu tiptoed for another glance, but could only see the back of Shin Shinmei's head. "I don't see it. Even without her glasses, she still has that straight brow. How beautiful can she be?" "Hey, Chu Yuxian, you're not crushing on the school flower's psychic, are you?" Chu Yuxian glared at him. "Don't talk nonsense." Chen Nua said he never pursued the school flower. "Humph, a man's words are often deceitful. We've arrived. Let us get off the bus." At that moment, they reached their stop and hurriedly squeezed off the bus with the crowd. As soon as they stepped off, they overheard two women discussing. "That girl on the bus was so beautiful. Indeed, she is even more stunning than a celebrity. I wish I could take a picture with her. If I posted it online, it would definitely go viral." Chu Yuxian turned back. The bus had already departed, and she felt an urge to chase after it, but knowing it would be foolish, she restrained herself and said to Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, were they talking about Shin Shinmei?" Xiaoyu also caught the conversation of the two college girls and burst into laughter. "Are you all right?" "She is just a straight brow. How could that be associated with beauty? They must be talking about someone else. Let us go." Chu Yuxian scratched her cheek, realizing she had overthought it. "Let us go?" On the bus, Chen Nua's voice finally broke through the din. 5 minutes left. Shin Shinmei immediately put on her glasses, bowed her head, and hunched her back, skillfully concealing her dazzling brilliance. The surrounding passengers, awestruck by her beauty and figure, were left bewildered. What is going on? If I looked like her, I would flaunt it every day, not even bothering to look at anyone. Is she really so beautiful yet so insecure? Some appeared to recognize Shin Shinmei's dilemma, their expressions tinged with pity. At that moment, the bus arrived at the market stop. Chen Nuo, guiding Shin Shinmei off the bus, noticed she was still hunched over. Fearful of drawing attention, he chuckled helplessly. Don't worry about hunching your back. Stand up straight. Oh, Shin Shinmei meekly responded, finally straightening her posture, causing her school uniform's upper half to stretch. Chen Nuo was somewhat speechless. Such a figure was indeed extraordinary for a high school student. Look at Zhou Linger. She deliberately wears a smaller uniform to create a pronounced effect, but compared to Shin Shinmei, she is merely a minor distraction. No wonder Shin Shinmei rarely dares to stand tall. Lin Chengqing bullies Shin Shinmei, not only for blocking her from the top 50 in exams, but perhaps also due to some jealousy from the girls. Having such a fine figure seems to be a burden as well. Chen Nuo? Shin Shinmei, noticing Chen Nuo's silence, called out softly. Chen Nuo regained his composure, cleared his throat, and placed his hands on his hips, his face adorned with an exuberant grin reminiscent of a master of deception. Ahahaha, classmate Shin Shinmei. Welcome to the brand new dungeon, the vegetable market. With arms outstretched, he offered a rather forced chuckle, while passers-by, particularly the elderly women with baskets, cast him peculiar glances. At that moment, if this were an animated feature, a crow would undoubtedly have flown overhead, signifying his awkwardness. Shin Shinmei gazed at him in bewilderment, yet soon joined in with polite applause. Good, good. Though she remained uncertain of Chen Nuo's intentions, the strange gazes of the nearby women now included her. Moments ago, Chen Nuo had appeared a fool, and now they were both fools together. Nevertheless, Shin Shinmei felt a sense of joy. If Chen Nuo was silly, then she would be silly alongside him, thus cementing their camaraderie. Encouraged by her response, Chen Nuo's embarrassment waned, and he laughed heartily. Dear player, entering this new dungeon brings forth fresh challenges and rewards. If you can manage to keep your glasses off throughout your shopping, you shall receive 2 rewards. What are you waiting for? Hurry and embark on your quest. Chapter 71. Apologies, she already has a boyfriend. The new dungeon was named the Shurgo Vegetable Market, the largest of its kind in the vicinity, bustling with activity around 5 to 6 in the evening when office workers flocked to purchase their groceries. This place was far more crowded than any bus. For Shin Shinmei, it indeed felt like stepping into an entirely new level of difficulty. The notion of going without her glasses momentarily stupefied her, conjuring a horrifying image in her mind of navigating the market without her visual aid, attracting the attention of countless onlookers. Instinctively, she turned to flee. Stop! Chen Nuo's voice compelled her to halt, though her body instinctively recoiled once more. Classmate Chen Nuo, I'm scared, she admitted. Chen Nuo approached gently. Think of it as a game. You are now a player, and you must conquer this new dungeon. If you succeed, there will be generous rewards. The mention of rewards sparked a flicker of courage within Shin Shinmei, and she timidly raised her gaze. Classmate, Chen Nuo. Could it be 3 times instead? With a stern expression, Chen Nuo replied, no bargaining. Hurry up. Under his coaxing and mild intimidation, Shin Shinmei slowly raised her hand and gradually removed her glasses. Chen Nuo smiled. See? The world remains unchanged. Nothing has altered. Let us go? Just as he was about to step into the market, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. Turning back, he saw Shin Shinmei, her thumb and index finger pinching his sleeve. In a soft, vulnerable tone, she implored, Classmate Chen Nuo, could you stay a bit closer to me? Understanding her predicament, Chen Nuo realized that for Shin Shinmei, her glasses served as a protective barrier. Wearing glasses felt akin to hiding behind a protective shield, rendering her less noticeable. It was perhaps the first time since the demise of her parents and the subsequent bullying from her classmates that she had dared to remove that shield in front of so many people. Fear was inevitable, yet this step was essential to take. Chen Nuo gently ruffled her hair with his hand and said, let me reward you this time. Do not be afraid, I am always here. Shin Shinmei was momentarily taken aback, her sweet, charming face flushing a bright crimson. However, her breathing began to steady, and, gripping Chen Nuo's sleeve, she followed him into the bustling market. As they entered, they were met with a cacophony of noise, with vendors and office workers haggling over prices. The crowd was lively, yet no one paid attention to Chen Nuo and Shin Shinmei. See, the world is quite busy. No one will particularly focus on you. Come, be a little braver. 1, 2, 3, step boldly forward. Chen Nuo encouraged, employing a playful tone, but the timid kitten did not move an inch. Be good. Do not fear. Just follow me, he reassured her. Suddenly, Shin Shinmei pointed to a nearby fishmonger and declared, I want to buy a fish. Chen Nua was taken aback, chuckling awkwardly. Ah, so you wish to buy fish? That's wonderful. They approached the fish stall, where the proprietor, a middle-aged woman, squinted her eyes upon seeing Shin Shinmei. Aren't you the girl who often comes to buy vegetables? My, how you've changed. The woman, recognizing Shin Shinmei, was momentarily taken aback by her lack of glasses and exclaimed, You're so beautiful. You should stop wearing glasses. There's no need to hide such beauty. The woman spoke in a hearty, boisterous manner and turned to Chen Nua, asking, Is this your classmate? Shin Shinmei, clearly uncomfortable with such attention, lowered her head and remained silent. Chen Nua chuckled, She is my teacher. I am her uncle. The woman was momentarily confused, and Shin Shinmei then pointed to a silver carp, asking Chen Nua, Is it all right if I make this for dinner? To which he nodded. Of course, I love everything you cook. Oh, what a charming young man. How old are you two? Are you in a romantic relationship? The fishmonger swiftly caught the carp, stunning it with a swift motion of the back of her knife, and proceeded to expertly scale, gut, and clean it while chatting away. Upon hearing her words, Shin Shinmei's fair complexion blushed deeper than before, as if painted with a vibrant hue. You must not speak carelessly. She is my niece. Really? You both look about the same age. The fishmonger laughed heartily. Ah, I may be younger in appearance, but I hold a higher familial rank. Her aunt is my sister. So you see, I am indeed her uncle. Chen Nua engaged in light-hearted banter with the shopkeeper, who swiftly prepared the fish, packaged it, and handed it over to him. Little niece, little uncle, do come again, she cheerfully remarked. Absolutely. Chen Nua replied with a smile, leading Shin Shinmei away. Shin Shinmei clutched his sleeve with her fingers, resembling a young girl accompanying her uncle on a grocery outing. The shopkeeper chuckled at their retreating figures, pondering the frivolous nature of today as high school students. Subsequently, they procured beef, pork, and various accompaniments. Throughout the process, Shin Shinmei remained silent, merely gesturing with her hand while Chen Nua negotiated prices with the vendors. Their synchronization in selecting ingredients and bargaining gave the impression of a couple shopping together, albeit their school uniforms hinted at the taboo of early romance among high schoolers. As they made their way, many were captivated by Shin Shinmei's beauty, often gasping and whispering amongst themselves, which made the young girl visibly anxious. It was clear she was apprehensive about such attention. Fortunately, their shopping pace was brisk, and they were soon considering a final vegetable purchase. How about shredded potatoes? Shin Shinmei suggested quietly, noticing some fresh potatoes at a nearby stall. That sounds good. Chen Nua paused before adding, This time, you can go buy them yourself. Shin Shinmei's mouth fell open, her voice trembling. Previously, when she shopped alone wearing glasses, they served as a protective barrier, allowing her to manage on her own. However, without that shield now, she felt a wave of panic wash over her. Don't be afraid, Chen Nua encouraged. I'll be right here watching. Nothing will happen. Bolstered by his reassurance, Shin Shinmei mustered the courage to approach the stall and asked the vendor, Excuse me, how much are the potatoes? The vendor, engrossed in his phone, looked up at the sound, his eyes lighting up as he handed her 2 potatoes. No charge. Take these, little girl. What's your name? My son is quite handsome. Let me add you on WeChat and introduce you. Chen Nua stood in disbelief, astonished by the audacity. Are you really trying to win a daughter-in-law over 2 potatoes? Sir, I apologize, Chen Nua interjected with a chuckle, but she already has a boyfriend. Shin Shinmei froze, staring at Chen Nua in shock. The potato vendor, equally taken aback, scrutinized Chen Nua and inquired, Young man, who is this girl's boyfriend? With a smile, Chen Nua replied, That's not your concern, sir. Now how much for the potatoes? The vendor, realizing he could no longer offer the beautiful girl as a potential daughter-in-law, weighed the potatoes and Chen Nua promptly paid. At that moment, the surrounding vegetable vendors were chuckling as they observed the spectacle. Old Zheng, your son is nearly 30, and that young lady is so youthful. You truly have a knack for matchmaking. Such a beautiful girl. If your son were to win her heart, could you afford the bride price? I must say, that girl is truly stunning, albeit her eyebrows are a tad peculiar. Suddenly thrust into the spotlight, Shin Shinmei felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, reminiscent of her middle school days when she was subjected to ridicule. Anxiously, she donned her glasses and hurriedly lowered her head, dashing towards the exit. Chen Nua swiftly caught up with her. They exited the market, yet the little kitten continued to scamper ahead. Stop right there, Chen Nua called out, prompting Shin Shinmei to freeze momentarily before turning back to face him, her expression betraying a sense of guilt. Chen Nuo approached her, peering down with concern. Are you all right? Assuming she was about to be scolded, Shin Shinmei was relieved to find Chen Nuo merely concerned, and she shook her head gently. Chen Nuo sighed with regret. What a pity. Just when we were about to conquer this level, we faltered at the final hurdle. Shin Shinmei blinked in confusion, and Chen Nuo shrugged. Dear player, I regret to inform you that the Shurgo Vegetable Market dungeon has not been cleared, and thus, no rewards can be obtained this time. What? Shin Shinmei's eyes widened in astonishment. Chen Nuo chuckled, finding her expression reminiscent of his own frustration during gaming defeats. Let's head out. We shall try again another day. With a hearty laugh, he turned to leave but paused after a few steps, noticing the little kitten had not moved an inch. He walked back. What's wrong? Let us go? Shin Shinmei looked up, her large eyes brimming with mist. Pouting slightly, she pitifully uttered a single word, reward. She resembled a child unwilling to leave without their candy. Chen Nuo raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, is someone throwing a tantrum? He found it amusing, as it was the first time he had witnessed the little kitten display such behavior. It wasn't quite anger, but rather a blend of sulking and endearment, an adorable plea for acknowledgement of her disappointment. Feeling Chen Nuo's gaze, Shin Shinmei became slightly apprehensive, yet she stubbornly remained still, biting her lip and clutching her clothing. Her head bowed defiantly, much like a discontented kitten in need of its owner's affection. Chen Nuo found her antics amusing. You won't scare anyone like this. You'll only endear them further. Shin Shinmei stood her ground, appearing both pitiful and charming. With a sigh of resignation, Chen Nuo proposed, how about this? Since it's our first attempt, I'll grant you a novice gift pack, one reward for you. All right. Shin Shinmei immediately perked up, the mist in her eyes dissipating. Her voice brightening considerably. Chen Nuo, at a loss for words, remarked, You're quite adept at playing the sympathy card, aren't you? Could it be you possess a talent for theatrics? Elated, Shin Shinmei and Chen Nuo took their bags and boarded the bus, swiftly returning to the villa district. As they approached the entrance of the residential community, Shin Shinmei suddenly halted, and to Chen Nuo's astonishment, she took off her glasses. With her head held high and a poised stride, she walked forward. The security guards nearby were left in disbelief. It appeared that she resided in Unit 61. And without her glasses, she was truly beautiful. I had seen her before, and indeed, she was stunning, though her walking posture was a bit peculiar. Chen Nuo felt a surge of joy. It seemed that the little kitten was beginning to take initiative, aspiring to become more outgoing. He followed closely, advising her. Just walk normally. There's no need for a military march. Shin Shinmei responded with an "oh," her cheeks slightly flushed, and her gait became more natural. Chen Nuo had suggested she walk confidently, and she followed his lead, inadvertently adopting a marching style. With few people in the villa district, Shin Shinmei did not hide behind Chen Nuo. The two walked side by side. The surrounding woods were serene, and the sun shone brightly overhead. Chen Nuo glanced at the adorable girl beside him and could not help but smile. In truth, Shin Shinmei felt quite nervous. Having whimsically coerced Chen Nuo into bending the rules of their game to grant her a reward, she felt a twinge of guilt. Thus, upon entering the community, she swiftly removed her glasses and walked as Chen Nuo had instructed. Her eyes subtly darted to the left, catching sight of Chen Nuo's smile, which momentarily startled her, flooding her heart with warmth. Soon, they returned home, and upon entering, Shin Shinmei extended her small hand toward Chen Nuo, her face alight with rare excitement. Reward. Chen Nuo widened his eyes in surprise. Is this also a reward? Shin Shinmei quickly pouted, and Chen Nuo waved his hand dismissively. All right. I'll count this as another reward. Now you have two. Yay! Shin Shinmei exclaimed, and with both hands clutching a heavy plastic bag, she dashed into the kitchen. Chen Nuo was taken aback. What is going on? The two had developed a remarkable rapport. While Shin Shinmei prepared dinner, Chen Nuo retreated to the study to study. He had barely settled down when the little kitten quietly sneaked in, bending over and gazing at him intently. Chen Nuo turned his head. What's up? Shin Shinmei remained silent, simply bending down to observe him, resembling a small cat waiting for its owner. Chen Nuo understood. She was eager to claim her reward. He reciprocated without hesitation, reaching out to play with her. Moments later, Shin Shinmei emerged from the study, her cheeks tinged with red and a contented expression on her face, humming an unknown melody as she skillfully began to cook. Around 6 o'clock, a bright voice rang out from outside the study. Dinner's ready. Chen Nuo set aside his book and stepped out, entering the dining area. Such a lavish spread today. The table was adorned with a crystal pork knuckle, beef with celery, chopped peppered fish, steamed baby bok choy, 3 fresh vegetables, and tomato egg soup. Once again, the table featured a delightful array of dishes from all corners of the culinary world. Shin Shinmei served him a bowl of soup and placed the most tender piece of fish belly on his plate, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Much like a devoted wife awaiting praise from her husband, Shin Nua picked up a piece of fish belly and took a bite, his eyes lighting up. One word: exquisite. He then offered a piece to Shin Shinmei, saying, "You should try it too." Shin Shinmei took a bite, her brows curving in delight. Shin Nua sampled each dish, showering praises. "Little kitten, your culinary skills are unmatched. Even a 5-star hotel chef would pale in comparison." At that moment, the doorbell rang. Chapter 73. Who can be studious, wealthy, capable, and beautiful? Hearing the doorbell, Shin Shinmei hurriedly put on her glasses. Who is it? Slightly annoyed at being interrupted during their sumptuous dinner, Shin Nua rose to answer the door. "Ha ha, I'm here." Surprised? Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Zhang Yuan, who stood there grinning, holding a takeout container. "We're having dumplings at our place tonight, and I brought some over so you wouldn't have to resort to instant noodles." "How generous of me, right?" Zhang Yuan beamed, eagerly anticipating Chen Nua's gratitude. Chen Nua opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Yuan chuckled. "Are you so moved that you can't speak? Just call me Brother Yuan from now on." Growing familiar, he fetched a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet, slipped them on, and strolled in, continuing. "You and Shin Shinmei are really unfortunate, living on instant noodles every night. It's all up to me." As Zhang Yuan entered the living room and spotted Shin Shinmei seated at the dining table, his gaze fell upon the lavish spread before him, and he froze. He turned to glare at Chen Nua. "Damn, where did you buy all this?" Upon closer inspection, he realized there were 3 or 4 different cuisines laid out, and the aroma was simply divine. "You didn't order this from a restaurant, did you? You too are living in luxury." Zhang Yuan set down the container of dumplings and rushed into the kitchen to grab bowls and chopsticks. With each dish he sampled, his eyes sparkled with delight, shining like searchlights. "Wow, this must have been prepared by a 5-star hotel chef. So delicious. Hey, you glutton, save some for later." Chen Nu nudged Zhang Yuan aside. "Go eat your dumplings. Only a fool would eat dumplings. Wow, this fish is too good." In no time, the two of them were devouring the dishes, quickly clearing the table. They were eating so fast that both ended up choking. Shin Shinmei had already served Chen Nua a bowl of tomato egg soup. Noticing their plight, she immediately passed it to him. Zhang Yuan, enviously watching Chen Nua being served soup, decided to gulp down the small bowl he had in his hands. With a satisfied sigh, he turned to Chen Nua and inquired, "Damn, where did you get this takeout? I need to try it myself." Chen Nua glanced at Shin Shinmei and, in a hushed tone, replied, "I made it." "What?" Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "You made this? Impossible. In this day and age, it is quite common for 16 or 17-year-old high school students to be utterly incapable of cooking, let alone managing simple household chores. Even if they possess the skill to prepare a few elementary home-cooked dishes, it is highly unlikely that they could create an exquisite feast." Zhang Yuan observed that Shin Shinmei did not appear to be someone endowed with culinary talents. Chen Nua remarked, "Is it so surprising that the little kitten can cook, considering she often finds herself home alone?" Impressed, Zhang Yuan began to believe it, and upon glancing at the lunchbox he had brought, he suddenly found the dumplings rather unappetizing. After their meal, it was once again Chen Nua who took on the task of washing the dishes, while Zhang Yuan dashed into the kitchen, exclaiming, "So, Shin Shinmei is quite the cook. What a pity, though, she is rather ordinary in appearance." He smacked his lips and added, "Indeed, whoever excels in academics possesses wealth, and is also beautiful. That would be unfair." Chen Nua chuckled, "You have a point." Time flew by during their studies, and by 9 o'clock, they concluded their tutoring session. Chen Nua felt that he had eliminated numerous knowledge points from his mind, and Zhang Yuan shared in the sentiment of significant gains. "Chen Nua, if the second mock exam starts tomorrow, I genuinely believe I can place within the top 100 in our grade," Zhang Yuan declared confidently. Chen Nua smiled in response, but chose not to comment, as he noticed Shin Shinmei's mood had suddenly turned rather somber. After the tutoring ended, she buried her head in silence. "Ms. Shun, we are leaving." Zhang Yuan waved to Shin Shinmei as he exited with Chen Nua. After taking a few steps, Chen Nua suddenly exclaimed, "I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back." He dashed back, leaving Zhang Yuan scratching his head. Hey, didn't you just go? Returning to Shun Xinmei's residence, Chen Nuo pressed the doorbell, which was promptly answered. It was evident that she had been standing at the door since their departure, seemingly awaiting his return. Upon seeing Chen Nuo, Shen Xinmei's eyes sparkled slightly with anticipation. He smiled reassuringly. Do not be afraid, get to bed early, and call me if anything arises. Chen Nuo speculated that her sudden melancholy might stem from the fear of being alone at night. After all, for the past few evenings, she had been accompanied at home before 9 o'clock. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to the lively atmosphere. The abrupt transition to solitude after 9 could be quite distressing for someone as sensitive as the little kitten. Chen Nuo returned with the intention of providing her some comfort. Shen Xinmei, however, appeared slightly disappointed and shook her head, saying, I am not afraid. Really not afraid? Chen Nuo inquired again. Yes, Shen Xinmei replied with conviction. All right then. Chen Nuo continued. Remember to keep me posted on what you do at home. Oh, the little kitten obediently agreed. Satisfied that she seemed all right, Chen Nuo took his leave. At the entrance of the community, Zhang Yuan grumbled, Chen Nuo, why did you take so long? I feel like I'm being devoured by mosquitoes. You're just too plump. Mosquitoes are especially fond of chubby people, Chen Nuo retorted playfully. This is called being robust, do you understand? As Chen Nuo and Zhang Yuan playfully bantered while exiting the community gate, they remained oblivious to the figure of a young girl on the balcony of a villa in the distance, who gazed vacantly at their retreating silhouettes. Until he had walked far away, completely out of sight, the young girl returned to her bedroom, gazing at the calendar on her desk. Today was Friday, and tomorrow marked the beginning of the weekend. She would not see Chen Nuo for 2 whole days. Upon arriving home, Chen Nuo exclaimed, Dad, Mom, your most beloved son has returned. What are you shouting for? Li Qinghe replied with impatience. Recognizing his mother's displeasure, Chen Nuo entered the living room with a smile, only to find Li Qinghe sitting on the sofa with her arms crossed, visibly upset. What troubles you, dear mother? Your father just returned from work and will be going back tomorrow, despite having promised to accompany me to the movies. Chen Nuo was taken aback. But Mom, don't you have work tomorrow as well? How can you go to the movies? Li Qinghe shot him a glare. Tomorrow is the weekend. You and your father are deliberately trying to irritate me, aren't you? Tomorrow is the weekend? Chen Nuo paused, suddenly leaping up and rushing to his bedroom, slamming the door behind him. Li Qinghe widened her eyes. Well, since the elder won't accompany me to the movies and the younger won't even talk to me, I shall go on strike tomorrow. You both can fend for yourselves. Once in his room, Chen Nuo immediately picked up his phone to call Shen Xinmei. He finally understood why the little kitten had been feeling down earlier. Tomorrow was the weekend. She would be alone at home for 2 whole days. The call connected swiftly. Little kitten, are you free tomorrow? Can you continue tutoring me? Chapter 74. Is it possible for someone to have such beautiful toes? Honey, I'm home. Chun Guodong returned home, dragging his weary body, yet buoyed by excitement as he called out to the living room. Having secured a significant contract with a machinery factory, the technical department had been working overtime, and Chun Guodong had been returning home close to 10 o'clock for 2 consecutive days. At over 40, his body could not keep pace with the youthful vigor, and 2 nights of sleeplessness naturally left him a bit fatigued. However, Chun Guodong felt an unusual sense of fulfillment, as if the knowledge he had accumulated throughout his life had finally found its purpose. This exhaustion was, in fact, exhilarating. He stepped into the house, exuding vitality, only to be abruptly chastised by Li Qinghe. What are you shouting about? Lower your voice. Chun Guodong stared in astonishment at his wife, who was pressing her ear against Chun Nuo's bedroom door. Dear, what are you doing? Shoo. Li Qinghe raised her finger to her lips and beckoned him closer. Chun Guodong, puzzled, knew better than to disobey her command, so he approached. Li Qinghe whispered in his ear, Our son is hiding something. Chun Guodong, perplexed, listened as Li Qinghe continued in a hushed tone, I suspect our son is in a relationship. Shocked, Chun Guodong was about to inquire if it was with Zhou Ling when Li Qinghe silenced him again, leaning closer to the door of Chun Nuo's bedroom to eavesdrop. Dear, isn't this inappropriate? Our son is growing up. He deserves some personal space. Before Chun Guodong could finish his words, he was met with a sharp glare from Li Qinghe, prompting him to mimic her actions and press his ear against the door. He then heard Chen Nuo's voice from within. Little kitten, see you tomorrow. And then silence fell. Chen Nuo has adopted a cat? Chun Guodong was utterly bewildered, surveying the surroundings, but failing to spot any feline. Li Qinghe gave him a nudge. Have you lost your mind? Our son is on the phone. What cat are you talking about? Chen Guodong was further perplexed. I distinctly heard Chen Nua mention a cat. We can't discuss serious matters with you. Li Qinghe retorted exasperatedly. Tell me, what is that young Lu from your workplace up to lately? Which Lu? The one who returned you home the other night when you were drunk. You didn't see how she lit up the moment she entered the house and inquired if Chen Nua was around. Really? Lu is already in her 20s. What do you know? Sister-brother romances are all the rage now. They often portray such relationships on television. Could it be that Chen Nua plans to cohabit with Lu and raise a cat together? Are you really going to spend the night with a cat? Li Qinghe glared at him in frustration. Just then, Chen Nua's bedroom door swung open, and the couple stood frozen at the threshold, the atmosphere suddenly turning quiet. What are you doing? Our son has been studying diligently. Why are you still worried? Children need their private space. Li Qinghe suddenly raised her finger at Chen Guodong. Her tone firm. Aye. Chen Guodong appeared utterly lost. Chen Nua chuckled and said to Li Qinghe, Mom, I need to step out tomorrow afternoon. Li Qinghe immediately questioned, Where are you going? With whom? For what purpose? Chen Nua replied, Mom, didn't you just say I should have some private space? Li Qinghe's eyes widened. In 2 weeks, it's the second mock exam. Your sole task now is to study well and not to daydream. Chen Nua sighed. I'm going out to study with a classmate tomorrow afternoon, the one who helps me with tutoring every night. Li Qinghe frowned. Zhou Ling'u? Chen Nua laughed. Zhou Ling'er can't teach at all. If she tutors me, I might as well forfeit the college entrance exam. Li Qinghe smacked him lightly. What nonsense are you spouting? Who else could it be if not Zhou Ling? Suddenly, her eyes widened. Is it that college graduate from your father's workplace? Chen Nua looked speechless. Mom, what are you thinking? College graduates don't understand the college entrance exam. Li Qinghe fixed her gaze on Chen Nua. Then who is it? Chen Nua pondered for a moment, then smiled. The future top scorer of the Jiangxing College entrance exam. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Chen Nua sat at his desk, writing in a notebook. Step 1. Have the little kitten remove her glasses in front of me. Completed. Step 2. Have her do the same in front of others, aiming for 50. The plan to save the little kitten consists of 5 steps. The first step of having Xinxinmei remove her glasses in my presence has already been accomplished. The second step is to encourage Xinxinmei to dare to remove her glasses in front of others and maintain that confidence. In recent days, Xinxinmei dedicated 5 minutes on the bus, meandered through the bustling market, and strolled home from the villa district without her glasses. By this reckoning, she had completed nearly half of her second task. Tomorrow, Chen Nua intended to elevate this progress further. In the somewhat desolate bedroom of the villa, a young girl donned a pristine white nightgown, her dark tresses cascading like a waterfall, and her bright eyes and pearly smile rendered her as enchanting as a portrait. She sat at her desk, inscribing her thoughts in her diary. Why did classmate Chen Nua tell others that I have a boyfriend? I clearly do not have one. Should I ask him about it tomorrow? The following day, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Nua arrived at the entrance of the villa district and texted Xinxinmei. Little kitten, I'm at your community gate. Come out. Ding dang cat, huh? What? I just want to make money. What do you mean, huh? Hurry up and come out. Ding dang cat, where are we going? ISNT it for tutoring? I just want to make money. Yes, we're going for tutoring, but let us not waste time. Come out quickly, and remember not to wear your glasses. Ding dang cat. Oh. Chen Nua put down his phone and chuckled softly. Last night, he had purposely withheld today's arrangements from Xinxinmei, aiming to thoroughly challenge her. They were headed to a place conducive to study, yet bustling with people. 10 minutes later, a girl emerged from the community, clad in a blue and white checkered dress. April in Jiang County had begun to warm, and her long hair was tied in a simple ponytail. The lace-trimmed cuffs of her 3/4 sleeves revealed her slender, fair arms. The dress clung closely to her dainty waist, while the hem fell a few inches below her knees, showcasing her smooth, delicate calves. Her petite feet were adorned with simple sandals, the toes peeking out like 10 rounded, jade-like petals, their nails glistening like tiny pink blossoms. Jiang County No. 2 high school enforced strict dress codes, typically prohibiting students from wearing sandals, making this the first occasion Chen Nua had seen Xinxinmei in such footwear. Yet, he averted his gaze after a fleeting glance, for another look would surely overwhelm him. Galugulu. Nearby, a few security guards swallowed audibly, their eyes fixed on Xinxinmei. Following Chen Nua's request, she had removed her glasses. Despite her drawn-on eyebrows, her visage remained striking, further accentuated by her exquisitely feminine attire. The guards were left in awe, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Feeling the weight of their stares, Shin Shinmei lowered her head in trepidation. Chen Nuo cleared his throat, prompting the security guards to snap out of their reverie and hastily divert their gaze. "Let us go. I'm taking you somewhere," he said, leading Shin Shinmei away as the guards gaped at her graceful silhouette. Was it truly possible for someone to possess such exquisite toes? Chapter 75. When others gaze upon you, simply glare back at them. "Linger, let us study at the library." "Why must we go to the library?" Zhou Linger and Zhang Rongrong strolled along the path. It was the weekend, and the two had agreed to review their studies together. Originally, they had agreed to go to school, but Zhang Rongrong suddenly suggested a visit to the library. Zhou Linger, perplexed, was pulled along by Zhang Rongrong, who insisted, "Let us go. The library is quiet, and the atmosphere for studying is far superior, plus it's even a bit closer than school." Zhang Rongrong certainly did not mention that she had received a gift from the class monitor, Li Hong, the previous day, and was now tasked with bringing Zhou Ling to the library. Zhou Ling, indifferent, nodded in acquiescence. "All right then, let us go to the library." On the bus, Shin Shinmei turned to Chen Nuo and inquired softly, "Where are we headed?" Sitting in the last row, she and Chen Nuo could feel the occasional glances directed their way. Today, she had chosen not to wear her glasses and, in a rare display, donned a lovely dress, which drew the attention of several passengers. Fortunately, they were seated at the back, but even so, Shin Shinmei felt anxious, still unaccustomed to being the center of attention. Just as she boarded the bus, she had intended to put on her glasses, but Chen Nuo had playfully taken them away, leaving her to endure the journey without them, her head nearly buried in her chest. After only 2 stops, which felt like an eternity to her, Chen Nuo noticed her unease and leaned slightly closer, whispering, "You'll see when we arrive. Lift your head." "Oh," Shin Shinmei replied, a hint of trepidation evident in her voice, yet she complied, slowly raising her gaze. To her dismay, she noticed several men in the rows ahead stealing glances at her, prompting her to tightly clutch her dress, the faint outline of her veins becoming visible on the back of her hand. Yesterday, she had felt less anxious on the bus when she had only removed her glasses for 5 minutes, wearing her simple school uniform. Now, however, she was completely without her glasses, adorned in a striking dress. Since the rumors that circulated about her in middle school, Shin Shinmei had refrained from wearing such vibrant attire. Regret washed over her. She shouldn't have dressed this way. The stares from those men were too intimidating. She wished to curl up and hide beneath her seat. Remember, if they stare at you, you can stare back. Chen Nuo's voice broke through her thoughts. Startled, she turned to see him smiling at her. "Watch me." With that, he glared at the group of men who had been looking their way. Immediately, they averted their gazes, flustered. "See, if someone is fixated on you, just return the gaze. They'll be the ones to feel fear first." Chen Nuo grinned. Shin Shinmei, still in a daze, mimicked his behavior, casting her eyes forward, pouting her lips, and widening her eyes like an adorably fierce little kitten. Moments later, a young man glanced back, only to be caught in the act by Shin Shinmei. He froze, and although fear gripped her, she followed Chen Nuo's advice, glaring at him fiercely. The young man, realizing he had been discovered, quickly turned away, embarrassment washing over him. "Congratulations. Dear player, you have triumphed over a minor challenge." Shin Shinmei blinked her eyes and suddenly turned to Chen Nuo. "Reward? What reward?" Chen Nuo raised his head, contemplating ruffling her hair, but quickly refrained. "No, we haven't accomplished anything yet. Why should I indulge you?" At that moment, the vehicle arrived at its destination, and Chen Nuo took Shin Shinmei's hand as they alighted. Shin Shinmei noticed a somewhat dilapidated building not far away, adorned with 3 large crimson characters, "Library. Welcome, player, to the brand new instance of Jiang County Library." Chen Nuo smiled and remarked, "If a player can refrain from wearing glasses throughout their time in the library, they shall receive 3 rewards." This was a new instance Chen Nuo had specially arranged for Shin Shinmei the night before. The Jiang County Library had just the right number of visitors. It was an ideal place for learning while simultaneously nurturing the little kitten's courage, a dual benefit. Hearing Chen Nuo's words, Shin Shinmei felt somewhat anxious and timidly inquired, "Are there many people inside?" She felt overly conspicuous in her attire today, and remaining in a crowded place would be quite unbearable for her. "Fear not, let us enter first. If it is indeed crowded, we can always relocate. 3 rewards await." Under his various forms of persuasion, the little kitten finally summoned her courage and followed him into the library. "Linger, go sit over there." Inside the library, Zhang Rongrong led Zhou Linger to a window seat. Zhou Linger, Zhang Rongrong, what a coincidence. To her surprise, Li Hong was seated there. Li Hong stood up in delight. Zhang Rongrong chuckled. Class monitor, what brings you to the library? You and Linger truly have fate. Indeed, Zhou Linger, we are quite fated, Li Hong said, pulling out a chair beside him. Zhou Linger glanced at Zhang Rongrong, and then at Li Hong, suddenly giving a cold laugh. The ones with fate are you too, right? I shall not intrude. With that, she turned and walked away. Linger, Zhang Rongrong called after her, but Zhou Linger paid her no heed and strode toward the exit. She understood now why Zhang Rongrong was so insistent on coming to the library today. It was all a scheme with Li Hong against her. In truth, Li Hong was quite commendable, handsome, with a family background comparable to her own, and he was the class monitor. He was likely to gain admission to a good university in the future. Having such an admirer was indeed a source of pride. Yet Zhou Linger disliked being treated as a fool. Just like Chen Nuo, who had harbored feelings for her for years, now sulked simply because she did not reciprocate. Even going so far as to find an unattractive girl to provoke her. Did he truly think her a fool? As Zhou Linger was lost in thought about Chen Nuo, a familiar figure flashed before her eyes. Chen Nuo? He has come to the library as well? Zhou Linger halted her steps and suddenly noticed a girl beside Chen Nuo. However, the girl was obscured by Chen Nuo, making it impossible to see her face. All she could discern was that the girl wore a beautiful blue and white checkered long dress, with a smooth ponytail, tall stature, and graceful curves. What a splendid figure. She was undeniably a stunning beauty. Zhou Linger suddenly felt a pang in her heart. Could it be that Chen Nuo had truly sought the companionship of another girl? At that moment, Chen Nuo and the girl had already settled in a corner, and Zhou Linger scoffed softly. What business was it of hers whom Chen Nuo associated with? She strode toward the library's exit, but paused after a few steps. After all, Chen Nuo and she had grown up together. He had now strayed from the right path, and it felt like her duty to lend him a hand. Yes, it was merely out of consideration for their childhood bond. Zhou Linger had found a fitting justification for herself as she returned to the library, walking directly to Chen Nuo and the girl. To her shock, she witnessed Chen Nuo gently tousling the girl's hair, a look of affection adorning his face. Zhou Linger was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 76. The symptoms of a love-stricken fool. Hey, you're trembling. Perhaps we should step outside? Chen Nuo suggested as he entered the library with Xin Xinmei, unexpectedly finding the place quite populated today. The moment Xin Xinmei's striking presence emerged, many astonished gazes turned toward her. Even though her sharp brows concealed a portion of her beauty, her tall and graceful figure was enough to captivate attention. Even the librarian, who had been slumped over at the desk, lifted her head in awe at the sight of Xin Xinmei. What a beautiful girl. How come I've never seen her before? Xin Xinmei felt goosebumps rising all over her body, the familiar sensation of fear creeping up from within, instinctively wanting to flee. She glanced at Chen Nuo beside her, took a deep breath, and obediently followed his lead. It was all right. As long as Chen Nuo was there, she felt no fear. With that thought in mind, the two finally settled into a corner where most eyes were shielded, alleviating some of Xin Xinmei's tension, although her body still trembled slightly. Noticing her unease, Chen Nuo, concerned for her well-being, quickly asked if she wanted to step outside. Xin Xinmei shook her head, whispering, "I'm not afraid." Seeing her pitiable yet brave demeanor, Chen Nuo couldn't help but reach out to gently ruffle her hair, saying, "Our little kitten is the best." Such words, reminiscent of soothing a kindergarten child, were rather clumsy, yet Xin Xinmei found comfort in them. Her trembling ceased, and she shyly smiled at Chen Nuo. "Chen Nuo." A voice called from behind, startling Xin Xinmei, who quickly ducked her head onto the table and grabbed a book to shield her face. For her, it was manageable to remove her glasses in front of unfamiliar strangers, but revealing her true self before acquaintances was a daunting prospect. Once her classmates discovered her appearance, she knew many would come to gawk at her. Memories of middle school flooded back, where she had been pointed at and even faced rumors about her beauty. With those recollections, Xin Xinmei grew even more anxious, hiding her face behind the book as she frantically searched for her glasses. However, for a moment, she could not find it, rummaging through her backpack. Upon noticing this, Chen Nuo quickly stood up, positioning himself in front of Xin Xinmei. He retrieved his glasses from his pocket and placed them on the table behind him before turning to Zhou Linger. "Zhou, what a coincidence." Zhou Linger, turning slightly to catch a glimpse of the girl behind Chen Nuo, was blocked by his side. She smiled and asked, "Zhou, Are you here to study in the library as well? Study? Zhou Linger frowned at Chen Nuo. With what you all were just doing, is that called studying? Chen Nuo replied, whatever we were doing is none of your concern. Who is this girl? Zhou Linger thought to herself, attempting to bypass Chen Nuo to see what the girl looked like. At that moment, Shen Xinmei had already put on her glasses, and Zhou Linger, upon seeing her, was somewhat taken aback. Shen Xinmei? Zhou Linger scrutinized Shen Xinmei closely, realizing that her figure was indeed impressive. She had only ever worn a school uniform at school, and Zhou had not noticed before. Yet her face remained the same, sporting the same old-fashioned black-rimmed glasses and an unflattering straight brow. Seeing that the girl accompanying Chen Nuo was Shen Xinmei, Zhou Linger inexplicably felt a sense of relief. She then appraised Chen Nuo from head to toe and suddenly let out a cold laugh. Chen Nuo, are you following me? Chen Nuo was taken aback. What are you talking about? Zhou Linger scoffed. You are following me, deliberately bringing a girl to appear before me and pretending to be intimate, just to provoke me, right? Chen Nuo was so astonished that he momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Unfortunately, you couldn't find a girl comparable to me, so you had to settle for her. Zhou Linger shook her head. Chen Nuo, I have told you, I do not appreciate boys who waste their energy on such trivial matters. Chen Nuo, disinterested in further explanation, waved his hand at Zhou Ling. Zhou Linger, this is a library. Please do not disturb others, nor disrupt our studying. Zhou Linger found it amusing. Chen Nuo, do you truly look like you are studying? Your second mock exam will only yield poor results. Chen Nuo chuckled. If I perform poorly in the second mock exam, you will make $1,000. Isn't that splendid? Zhou Linger looked at him with disappointment. Chen Nuo, you are truly beyond saving. After saying this, she turned to leave. After walking a few dozen meters, she glanced back only to see Chen Nuo and the straight-browed girl seated together, engrossed in the same book, their heads nearly touching. Zhou Linger's expression darkened further. So, you brought an unattractive girl to irritate me, huh? Humph, how childish. Stamping her foot, she strode directly into the library and approached Zhang Rongrong and Li Hong. Upon seeing her return, Li Hong stood up, pleasantly surprised. Zhou Linger, are you willing to study with us now? Zhou Linger sat down beside Zhang Rongrong, who wore a beaming smile. Linger, please don't be upset. I genuinely had no idea the class monitor was here. Zhou Linger replied, enough talk, let us read. All right. Li Hong responded eagerly, pulling out 2 bottles of cola from his bag and, with great thoughtfulness, twisting off their caps. You all drink some water. The class monitor is indeed considerate. Zhang Rongrong exclaimed cheerfully as she accepted a bottle. Zhou Linger also took one, softly saying, thank you. Ha, Linger, there is no need for such formalities between us. Li Hong's heart surged with joy, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. Linger had just expressed her gratitude and smiled at him. Zhou Linger turned to glance at Chen Nuo, only to find him still nestled closely with Shen Xinmei, exuding an air of intimacy, completely oblivious to her presence. A myriad of emotions stirred within her, and suddenly she rose to occupy the chair beside Li Hong. Li Hong was momentarily stunned, feeling a rush of blood to his head, an emotion known as happiness rippling through his heart. The campus belle Zhou Linger had finally been moved by him. While others may mock my infatuation, I find amusement in their inability to perceive the truth. Ha. Zhou Linger settled beside Li Hong and cast another glance towards Chen Nuo, only to see him still engrossed in his book alongside Shen Xinmei, maintaining their close proximity. He had yet to glance her way. In an abrupt motion, Zhou Linger stood up and, under Li Hong's astonished gaze, strode out of the library. Linger, Zhou Linger. Zhang Rongrong and Li Hong watched in bewilderment as Zhou Linger stormed out, her expression one of frustration. Linger, wait for me, Zhang Rongrong exclaimed, hastily grabbing her bag and rushing after her, leaving Li Hong alone in a daze. The happiness that had surged within him moments ago came crashing down, shattering into countless pieces. However, Li Hong quickly regained his composure, wearing a smile. Linger must be feeling shy. It matters not. If love is meant to endure, does it truly matter whether it is day or night? Chen Nuo, isn't he from your class? What is the matter with him? In the distance, Shen Xinmei whispered to Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo looked up to see Li Hong grinning foolishly. It's nothing. He must be afflicted by what we call simpering devotion. Let us continue our studies. Chapter 77. Do you like classmate Zhou Linger? After Zhou Linger's outburst, Shen Xinmei found herself feeling less anxious. To avoid being seen by Zhang Rongrong and Li Hong, Chen Nuo led her to a more secluded corner. He encouraged Shen Xinmei to remove her glasses, Although she quickly drew several astonished glances, she had begun to face them with greater composure. Chen Nuo felt satisfied, believing that coming to the library today was indeed a wise choice. The two studied from 2 in the afternoon until 5, and with Shun Ximei's assistance, Chen Nuo was able to clear away much of the confusion in his mind regarding various knowledge points. Let us go, little kitten, time to head home. After their afternoon of tutoring, Chen Nuo stretched widely and addressed Shin Ximei. I'm sorry, Shin Ximei suddenly murmured. Why are you apologizing? Chen Nuo asked, puzzled. Shin Ximei looked at him with a weak expression, guilt written across her face. Did I cause an argument between you and classmate Zhou Ling'e? Chen Nuo chuckled. So you have been thinking about this all along? You are mistaken. Even without you, Zhou Ling'e and I would have had a quarrel. Shin Ximei let out a soft sound as she followed Chen Nuo out of the library. Chen Nuo paused at the entrance, flashing a grin at Shin Ximei. Congratulations, player. You have successfully completed the library dungeon, and you have earned 3 cat head rub rewards. Chen Nuo had whimsically named the reward after the act of petting a kitten, which was quite fitting. However, Shin Ximei did not exhibit her usual delight. Puzzled, Chen Nuo inquired, what's the matter? Don't you enjoy being petted? I do. Shin Ximei quickly raised her hand, her voice slightly louder than usual. Noticing Chen Nuo's surprised gaze, her cheeks flushed as she bit her lip and finally asked in a whisper, Chen Nuo, do you like classmate Zhou Ling'e? Perhaps I did in the past. Chen Nuo replied, but that was in my previous life. I was a dog then, so I could only lick. In this life, I am human. And I certainly won't act like a dog again. As for Zhou Ling'e, anyone who gets involved with her is bound to have misfortune. Only a fool would like her. Shin Ximei felt a bit bewildered, but ultimately grasped the crux of Chen Nuo's words. He did not like Zhou Ling'e. Chen Nuo. She raised her head, her eyes unwittingly brightening. Let us go home. Once they arrived at Shin Ximei's house, she hurriedly dashed upstairs. Chen Nuo called after her, little kitten. What's wrong? Do you need to use the restroom? Slow down. Moments later, Shin Ximei came running down from the 2nd floor, standing before Chen Nuo and handing him 1,000 yuan. What is this for? Chen Nuo asked, puzzled. If you lose in the 2nd mock exam, you can use my money, Shin Ximei explained. Chen Nuo then realized that Shin Ximei had overheard him discussing the bet of 1,000 yuan with Zhou Ling'e earlier that afternoon in the library. He widened his eyes. Do you have so little faith in me? Shin Ximei replied earnestly. You care about money. If you lose, you would be upset. If you use my money, you won't feel as bad. Chen Nuo was taken aback, staring into the clear eyes of the little kitten, unable to resist. He reached out and affectionately ruffled her hair. What are you thinking? With a top student like you by my side, how could I possibly lose? Shin Ximei still wanted to give him the 1,000 yuan, but upon receiving a stern look from Chen Nuo, she obediently withdrew her offer and went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Chen Nuo called Li Qinghe to inform her that he wouldn't be home for dinner, which led to her lecturing him for quite some time. Shin Ximei soon finished cooking, and the two enjoyed a quiet and sumptuous dinner together. After Chen Nuo washed the dishes, they resumed their studies. Perhaps not wanting Chen Nuo to lose, Shin Ximei became even more diligent, and 2 hours swiftly passed. By then, a significant portion of the knowledge in Chen Nuo's mind had been comprehensively reviewed. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Chen Nuo prepared to leave. Lock the door after I go out, and remember to keep me updated on your whereabouts, he reminded her. Shin Ximei nodded obediently. Just as Chen Nuo was about to step out, Shin Ximei suddenly spoke. Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo turned back to look at her. What is the matter? Shin Ximei bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before finally inquiring, why did you say I have a boyfriend at the market yesterday? Chen Nuo looked at her in bewilderment. I merely intervened to spare you from unwelcome attention, did I not? Shin Ximei shook her head and replied, be careful on your way. All right, I shall take my leave. Chen Nuo chuckled, ruffling her hair playfully. There's one reward left for today. It shall be redeemed tomorrow. With that, he stepped outside. Upon reaching the entrance of the villa district, several security guards regarded him with envy. But Chen Nuo paid them no mind as he strode out of the neighborhood. He boarded the final bus to Old Factory Street on Tongxing Street. And as soon as he settled in, he received a WeChat message from Shin Ximei. I'm going to take a shower. Chen Nuo smiled. The little kitten was quite obedient, already reporting her whereabouts. A little over 10 minutes later, another message arrived. I've finished showering. Subsequently, updates flowed in at intervals. I'm drying my hair. I'm brushing my teeth. I'm watching television. Just as Chen Nuo walked through his front door, he received yet another message. I'm getting into bed. Chen Nuo chuckled and replied, Not detailed enough. The frequency of your updates has diminished. Let us improve tomorrow. The response was immediate. Understood. Returning home so late, he still dared to smile? Chen Nua glanced up to see comrade Li Qinghe, hands on her hips. Regarding him with a displeased expression. Mom, I was studying, not playing. He quickly tucked away his phone as Li Qinghe scrutinized him. Where did you study? Chen Nua responded. I went to the library in the afternoon and then to a classmate's house in the evening. Whose classmate's house? Li Qinghe pressed further. Chen Nua answered. The home of the top scorer from Jiang County's college entrance examination. Li Qinghe was infuriated. Chen Nua, you've grown bold, spouting nonsense without a shred of preparation. The exam is still over 2 months away. Where does this top scorer come from? Chen Nua quickly retorted. I said she will be the future top scorer. Li Qinghe was beside herself with rage. And the future top scorer has managed to bring you down to 300th place? Chen Nua observed Li Qinghe intently before suddenly asking, Mom, did Dad really not accompany you to the movies today? Li Qinghe glared at him. What does this have to do with your father? I'm discussing your studies. Chen Nua rolled his eyes, thinking, Old Chen, you've left the Empress waiting. And now she is taking her frustration out on me. Mom, once my second mock exam results are out, if they are still unsatisfactory, I won't seek tutoring from that classmate anymore. You must hire a proper tutor for me. That is your promise. The tutoring fees will be deducted from your New Year's money. All right then, Chen Nua declared as he dashed into his bedroom, shutting the door to keep his mother's furious tirade outside. He then retrieved a notebook from his drawer and inscribed today as progress. Step 2. Successfully removed my glasses in front of more people. In the third step, I removed my glasses and wiped away a frown. Chapter 78. Classmate Chen Nua, I am undressing. Late at night, in the villa area. After sending Shen Xinmei a good night message, she did not sleep, as usual, but leaned over her desk to write today's diary entry. Classmate Chen Nua took me to the library today, a place I adore, for even if someone notices me, they do not linger their gaze. At the library, we encountered classmate Zhou Ling who was quite displeased to see Chen Nua and me together. I harbor no fondness for Zhou Ling as she seeks to win Chen Nua's affections. Classmate Chen Nua has a fondness for money. Losing it brings him sorrow. Today, I inquired of him why he claimed I had a boyfriend, to which he replied it was to protect me. I sensed that classmate Chen Nua might not have spoken the entire truth. Shen Xinmei, once your college entrance examination concludes, you must seek out your parents. Such thoughts should not occupy your mind. Yet, Chen Nua's hand is remarkably warm, reminiscent of my father's gentle caress on my head during my childhood. Father and mother, how I miss you. The following day, Chen Nua dedicated the day to reviewing the knowledge Shen Xinmei had imparted to him over the past weeks. He completed several sets of practice questions, yielding commendable results. He now feels confident that he will place within the top 100 in the second mock examination. As for what level that entails, it shall depend on his performance on the day itself. Today, Chen Guodong finally refrained from overtime. Spending the entire day at home with Li Qinghe, engrossed in melodramatic television shows. During dinner, Empress Dowager was particularly gentle, persistently serving dishes to old Chen. By the way, Chen Nua, the cafeteria officially opens tomorrow. Will you go take a look at noon? Chen Guodong inquired at the dining table. He has taken a keen interest in this cafeteria, as it marks his son's first entrepreneurial endeavor. Without this cafeteria, he would not have garnered the appreciation of Director Chen, nor would he have the chance to return to the technical department. What is there to see? Chen Nua still has tutoring at noon. Li Qinghe shot Chen Guodong a glare. In her view, while their son has ventured into establishing a cafeteria at the boiler factory, the paramount concern remains the college entrance examination. Chen Guodong promptly fell silent, and Li Qinghe turned to Chen Nua, saying, You claimed you would place within the top 100 in the second mock examination. Chen Nua pounded his chest confidently. I shall undoubtedly secure a place in the top 100. Not even Jesus can stop me. I declare. Very well, should you fail, I shall break your legs. Not even Guanyin can intervene. Chen Nua chuckled. If I succeed, will mother grant me a reward? Li Qinghe shot him a disapproving look. Little one, always seeking rewards. Chen Nua was taken aback. Those words seemed to echo his own teachings to the little kitten, yet here they were, turned against him. After dinner, Chen Nua returned to his bedroom to continue studying. Shortly after, Wang Jian called. Chen Xiao. He seemed to be pulled by someone nearby, and quickly corrected himself. Chen Zong, the canteen opens tomorrow. Would you like to come and have a look? Chen Nua replied. I need to catch up on sleep tomorrow afternoon. With you and your wife there, I'll skip it. I trust you both. From Monday to Friday noon was precious hypnotic time for Zhou Ling. And Chen Nuo cherished his quality sleep. More importantly, the fact that the son of an employee had opened a canteen in the factory was somewhat ambiguous. To avoid any gossip and ensure the canteen's smooth operation, it was best for him to appear less frequently at the boiler factory. All right, thank you. Wang Jian, not particularly eloquent, kept saying thank you, his voice trembling slightly, revealing his nervousness. Chen Nuo said, Wang Gu, now you are not only a chef but also managing a team. You must not focus solely on the kitchen. I understand, Wang Jian replied, though he may not fully grasp the meaning. However, with a capable partner like Su Ru by his side, Chen Nuo felt reassured. It seemed Wang Jian was nudged by his supportive spouse and continued, Chen Zong, Su Ru will send you the accounts every day, and at the end of this month, we will distribute the dividends to you. Yes, I trust you to handle matters. Chen Nuo smiled and hung up the phone. It was evident that the last statement was prompted by Su Ru. How should one put it? In fact, Su Ru was more suited for team management. And if Chen Nuo were to attend Rongqing University in the future, perhaps he could involve Su Ru in his second entrepreneurial endeavor. As for the canteen at the boiler factory, it was merely a testing ground. At this moment, a WeChat notification chimed. Ding dang cat, I'm taking off my clothes. Chen Nuo was taken aback. What was this person up to? Why was she suddenly sending such a message? An alluring figure flashed through his mind, her clothes slipping off, then turning slowly to reveal an adorable cat-like face. Ding. The WeChat alert interrupted Chen Nuo's bewildered reverie, and it was another message from Shen Xinmei. Ding dang cat, I'm taking a shower. Ding dang cat, I've dried off. Ding dang cat, I'm getting dressed. Within 10 minutes. The little cat sent several messages, prompting Chen Nuo to quickly respond. Why are you being so detailed? Someone might think I'm a pervert. The little cat replied pitifully. It's you. Chen Nuo was speechless. He had indeed asked Shen Xinmei to provide more detailed reports with greater frequency yesterday. So, am I really a pervert? Chen Nuo hurriedly corrected himself. No need to be so detailed tomorrow night. Just let me know you're safe. Oh, the little cat replied, sounding somewhat disappointed. Chen Nuo glanced at the previous messages she sent, finding them increasingly absurd, and selected them all, preparing to delete. With my finger hovering over the delete key, I hesitated for a moment before placing my phone down. Why should I feel guilty? I am not in a relationship. The Zhou family sat at the dining table, a trio engaged in their evening meal, yet the atmosphere was undeniably somber. Zhou Linger and Zhou Xianxing wore expressions as dark as storm clouds, as though they were consuming poison rather than their dinner. Eventually, Guayin could no longer contain herself and set her chopsticks down, exclaiming, Is my cooking truly that unpalatable? Zhou Xianxing, jolted back to reality, quickly reassured her, My dear, I was lost in thought. How could your dishes be unappetizing? He then proceeded to serve himself several generous portions, feigning enjoyment, yet his face bore no trace of a smile. Guayin turned her gaze to Zhou Linger, asking, You returned home in a foul mood this afternoon. What troubles you? Zhou Xianxing also directed his attention to their beloved daughter. Weren't you studying at the library with your classmates? Did something happen? Zhou Linger, chewing a piece of beef as though it were tasteless, swallowed it hastily and retorted indignantly. Today, I saw Chen Nuo at the library, and he was actually dating an unattractive girl. Chapter 79. The double blow to Zhou Xianxing. Chen Nuo is in a relationship? Guayin and Zhou Xianxing exchanged glances, their expressions diverging. Guayin appeared astonished, while Zhou Xianxing wore a look of disdain and schadenfreude. Guayin quickly asked Zhou Ling, Are you certain you didn't misinterpret the situation? In truth, Guayin had always held a fondness for Chen Nuo, having observed his gentle and considerate nature towards her daughter since childhood. From a woman's perspective, encountering a man so attentive and caring is a rarity. And if her daughter were to eventually be with such a partner, she would wholeheartedly welcome Chen Nuo as her son-in-law. Unfortunately, since entering high school, her daughter had grown increasingly distant from him. Guayin felt powerless and could only let things unfold naturally. Thus, upon hearing that Chen Nuo was dating another girl, her immediate reaction was one of regret. She sensed that her daughter might one day lament the missed opportunity with him. Hearing her mother's words, Zhou Linger retorted angrily. Mom, I asked Chen Nuo directly. How could I be mistaken? Guayin inquired eagerly, and what did Chen Nuo say? Zhou Linger huffed. Of course he denied it. But I know their relationship is not so simple. Zhou Xianxing chuckled. Chen Nuo certainly wouldn't dare to admit it. Both Chun Guodong and Li Qinghe value their reputation. And their son dating before the college entrance examination is hardly commendable, Zhou Linger added. Moreover, the girl Chen Nua is dating is quite unattractive. He must feel embarrassed in front of me, which is why he refuses to acknowledge it. Zhou Xianxing laughed again. I've always said, who could possibly be more beautiful than our Ling? Chen Nua is simply unworthy of my daughter. Naturally, how could I ever find Chen Nua appealing? He is only suited to be with the least attractive girl in the school. Zhou Linger proudly lifted her head, while Guo Yin furrowed her brow and said, Linger, do not speak of your classmates in such a manner. Zhou Linger retorted defiantly, but it's the truth. Did you not see? Her eyebrows are joined together. It's quite unsightly. With that, she declared, all right, let us eat. Guo Yin, wishing to prevent her daughter from gossiping about others behind their backs, promptly interrupted her. Zhou Linger pouted, and Zhou Xianxing fell silent as well. The family soon finished their meal. Zhou Linger retreated to her room to study, while Guo Yin washed the dishes. Upon emerging, she noticed Zhou Xianxing standing on the balcony smoking, and she approached him, inquiring, what troubles you today? Is there an issue at the factory? It was the weekend, a time typically for rest. Yet Zhou Xianxing had been working overtime for 2 consecutive days, returning with a somewhat grim countenance. Guo Yin assumed he was merely fatigued from the extra hours, but upon closer observation, she suspected there was more to it. Indeed, upon her inquiry, Zhou Xianxing exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice slightly gruff as he replied, do you know why we have been working overtime these past 2 days? It is for the cafeteria. It is set to open tomorrow, and Director Liu summoned everyone from the administration department to assist. Here I am, a department head, carrying tables for them. Guo Yin reassured him. Did you not always mention how inconvenient it was without a cafeteria? Now that one is established, it is a positive development. Zhou Xianxing scoffed. Have you forgotten? That cafeteria is run by Chen Guodong's son. Guo Yin recalled this and couldn't help but chuckle. So Chen Nua truly moved that lunch stall into your factory? Quite resourceful of him. Resourceful? What does that mean? Zhou Xianxing replied. He merely possesses a bit of cleverness. Look, he has plummeted to over 400 in his class ranking and is already in a romantic relationship. He wants to even make it to university, let alone become a significant figure. Guo Yin counseled, regardless of the cafeteria, it should not affect you. Huh? Zhou Xianxing retorted, growing more agitated. I've heard that Director Zheng holds Chen Guodong in high regard. It's possible he will soon be elevated above me. The boiler factory has 2 deputy directors. Liu Jia oversees administration and personnel, thus the cafeteria falls under her purview. The other deputy director, Zheng Wei, is responsible for production and technology. After Chen Guodong was transferred to the technology department, he fell under Zheng Wei's jurisdiction. Zhou Xianxing was quite acquainted with the deputy director of the technology department, who had mentioned today that Director Zheng greatly admired Chen Guodong and might soon promote him. What should have been a leisurely weekend turned into an overtime obligation due to the cafeteria opened by Chen Guodong's son, only to later hear that Chen Guodong might receive further opportunities. This was a dual blow, understandably dampening Zhou Xianxing's spirits. Guo Yin, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, Dear, we have been neighbors with the Chen family for many years. Their fortunes have improved, and we should be happy for them. Zhou Xianxing grunted. I cannot find joy in this. You did not see Chen Guodong in his current state, his eyes nearly reaching the heavens, and he hardly acknowledges anyone. Guo Yin could only ask, will you still attend our family's gathering? Of course I shall go. Zhou Xianxing immediately remarked. I am eager to witness how Chen Guodong will educate his son once Chen Nua's performance plummets to the 400th rank. Guo Yin interjected, given Chen Nua's intelligence. It's possible his scores may improve. By how much? From 300 to 250? Can he truly compete with our Ling? With a sense of resignation, Guo Yin continued, Darling, we have been neighbors for ages. Do be mindful of your words to avoid embarrassing them too much. I often meet with Qinghe. Am I truly the type to begrudge others their success? As long as Chen Guodong's son refrains from bullying my daughter, I shall consider all past grievances as if they never transpired. The following day dawned, a Monday filled with promise. Chen Nua, yawning, emerged from his bedroom, brushed his teeth, and washed his face before taking a seat at the dining table. Chen Guodong and Li Qinghe were already enjoying their breakfast. Chen Nua picked up a youtiao. Taking a crisp bite, Li Qinghe glanced at her son and asked, Chen Nua, did you not sleep well last night? Not at all. I slept soundly. Without a single strange dream, Chen Nua replied with a hearty laugh, despite the dark circles under his eyes. Li Qinghe's tone softened. With just 2 weeks until the second mock exam, do not feel pressured, my son. Aiming for the top 200 will suffice. I shall only break one of your legs at most. Good morning, Chen Nuo. Did you spend the night at an internet CAF? After finishing breakfast, Chen Nuo stepped outside and encountered Zhang Yuan, who immediately began to shout excitedly upon seeing him. What are you yelling about? I studied until dawn yesterday, Chen Nuo retorted, slightly irritated. Last night, he had been restless, unable to sleep as peculiar images danced through his mind. Chen Nuo was disappointed in his own resolve. How could a person destined for great wealth harbor such inexplicable thoughts about a mere kitten? Never mind, he thought. The focus today must be on the cafeteria. A successful opening was crucial. Only with the core business firmly established could Chen Nuo realize his other aspirations for the cafeteria. If his subsequent plans succeeded, profits could potentially double. However, everything hinged on the situation following today's grand opening. Chapter 80. I would rather starve than go to such a place. Chen Nuo had already contacted Li Hao the previous day, requesting him to check on the cafeteria at noon and report back with any developments. The security captain had already assumed a connection between him and Director Chun, readily agreeing. Today marked the cafeteria's inaugural day, with countless eyes observing, some simply seeking a meal, while others were eager to seize a free lunch. The cafeteria of a large factory housing nearly 1,000 employees was undoubtedly a lucrative opportunity. Chen Nuo had merely gotten a head start. Relocating to the boiler factory was merely the beginning. The real challenges lay ahead. Chen Nuo could not frequently visit the boiler factory, necessitating the assistance of someone within the factory to keep an eye on matters. Chen Guodong, being a quintessential technician, was ill-suited for such undertakings, and due to their relationship, it was also inappropriate for him to become too entangled in these affairs. Therefore, Chen Nuo required an astute insider with connections. At present, it appears that Captain Li Hao is barely adequate for the role. A true leader operates behind the scenes, while those who constantly seek the spotlight seldom endure. However, Chen Nuo did not anticipate that the first person to seek him out at the boiler factory today would not be Li Hao or Chen Guodong, but rather someone entirely unexpected. De Tiantian. Xiao Chen, are you not coming to the factory at noon today? Chen Nuo glanced at the WeChat message and then at the avatar of the cheerful girl adorned in a doctoral cap, finally recalling her identity. She was Lu from the General Department, a recent university graduate who had been at the boiler factory for merely a year. Rumor had it that she was a relative of a certain deputy factory director. Chen Nuo had encountered her a few times when visiting the factory to discuss collaboration with Chen Weiman, during which Lu had added him on WeChat. Later, when Chen Guodong departed from the General Department, it was Lu who had escorted him home after he became inebriated at his farewell party. According to Li Qinghe, Lu had inquired about Chen Nuo as soon as she entered, leading Li Qinghe to believe that Lu was the reason for the rift between Chen Nuo and Zhou Ling. Chen Nuo replied, Sister Lu, I have classes today. Is there something you need? A voice message came through. Chen Nuo picked up his phone, and a crisp, lively voice burst forth like firecrackers. Didn't I say I was the same age as you, 18? And now you're calling me sister? When you need something? It's little sister, but otherwise, it's Sister Lu? Chen Nuo chuckled and typed back. I call you sister because you are a colleague of my father. And in terms of age, we are indeed the same. Another voice message followed. That's fair enough. Xiao Chen, I ran into your dad on my way to work just now. He mentioned that you wouldn't be coming to the factory today? Chen Nuo responded. I won't be coming. I have a makeup class at noon. De Tiantian. Today marks the first day of operations for your cafeteria. And you're not coming to oversee it? Chen Nuo quickly replied. Sister Lu, please don't misinterpret. This is the cafeteria of the boiler factory. Haha. You don't resemble an 18-year-old boy at all. You come across more like a man in his 30s or 40s. I possess the physique of an 18-year-old but the heart of a 30-year-old. Haha. Xiao Chen, you're quite amusing. Hey, if you can't make it, would you like me to check in for you at noon? Sure, Sister Tiantian. Thank you so much. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Humph. You said that last time too. Hey, Xiao Chen, you're so young and already a boss. Don't you plan to take a stroll around the factory? It would be quite impressive. I merely wish to resolve the dining issues for the factory workers. I hardly consider myself a boss. Sister Tiantian. I must head to class now. I'll contact you at noon. At that moment, Chen Nuo was about to enter the school gate, where he could only use his phone during lunchtime, and he had to turn it off upon entry. He sent one last message before shutting down his phone. Beside him, Zhang Yuan, curious, inquired, Chen Nuo, who are you chatting with so warmly? Chen Nuo replied, a colleague of my father's, Zhang Yuan. Assuming she was of the same age as Chen Guodong, remarked, "At such an age, you still call her sister?" Chen Nua laughed lightly. "Well, women tend to prefer being addressed as younger as they age." "Is that so?" Zhang Yuan scratched his head. "Isn't that just lying? Others aren't fools. How can they not be angry when they know you're deceiving them?" Chen Nua patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder. "My dear child, I truly worry you might struggle to find a wife in the future. Get lost." The two playfully bantered as they entered the school gate, just as Lin Chengcheng and her two sidekicks walked in as well. Upon seeing Chen Nua, Lin Chengcheng's expression shifted awkwardly. Zhang Yuan scoffed, aware that this woman had been spreading rumors about Chen Nua and Chen Xinmei. However, Chen Nua greeted Lin Chengcheng enthusiastically. "Good morning, fellow motivator." Lin Chengcheng appeared bewildered, taking a moment to respond with a forced, "Good morning." Chen Nua smiled brightly. "Keep it up, fellow motivator." Lin Chengcheng was even more confused, stammering, Thanks." Only then did Chen Nua stride ahead, leaving Lin Chengcheng still processing the encounter, as a girl beside her burst into laughter. "Is this person foolish? About to lose 1,000 yuan, and still so cheerful?" "Chen Nua, that Lin Chengcheng is not a good person. Why are you so friendly towards her?" Zhang Yuan asked, puzzled, as they entered the classroom. Chen Nua replied with a smile. "An enthusiastic expression is not always a sign of goodwill. It can also be a trap." Zhang Yuan, looking perplexed, remarked, "Chen Nua, your words are becoming increasingly difficult to understand." They reached the doorway of Class 4, Senior Year, where they encountered Zhou Linger walking out. Upon seeing Chen Nua, she turned her head disdainfully, arrogantly brushing past. Zhang Yuan curiously inquired, "Chen Nua, have you quarreled with Zhou Linger again?" Chen Nua dismissed her with indifference, heading straight into the classroom. "Aren't you supposed to be memorizing vocabulary?" "Oh right, I need to memorize 20 words this morning." They each settled down, focusing intently on their studies. When Zhou Linger returned from the restroom and saw Chen Nua engrossed in his book, she recalled the intimate scene she witnessed the previous day in the library with Chen Nua and Yi Jimei. A wave of discomfort washed over her, and she sulkily took her seat. "Continue your act, Chen Nua. How childish." At the boiler factory, in the comprehensive department, nearing noon, lunchtime was approaching. "Today, we can finally eat in the cafeteria," Lu Tiantian exclaimed. "Let's head down early. I've heard many people are going to the cafeteria." Lu Tiantian chatted with her colleagues, subtly steering the conversation towards the cafeteria, yet she refrained from mentioning that it was established by Chen Guodong's son. Chen Nua avoided the cafeteria today, as he was a family member of an employee and wanted to avoid suspicion. Lu Tiantian, who had been involved in the student council during her university days, understood these nuances well. However, since Chen Guodong had taught her many things when she arrived at the factory last year, he was somewhat of a mentor to her. The charming young man, Chen Nua, intrigued Lu Tiantian, prompting her to lend a helping hand. She was curious about what kind of tricks a high school student could come up with. As her colleagues were engrossed in conversation, Zhou Xianxing abruptly entered. "What are you all chatting about during work hours?" The room fell silent immediately. At this moment, the noon bell chimed, and Lu Tiantian was the first to leap to her feet, dashing towards the exit. "I am heading to the cafeteria. The earlier one arrives, the better the queue." "Xiaolu, you are too cunning. Wait for me." Her colleagues without packed lunches followed suit. Zhou Xianxing's expression darkened as he too made his way out of the office. "Director Zhou, are you going to the cafeteria as well? Did you not bring your own lunch?" An older colleague inquired curiously. Zhou Xianxing paused, his face stern as he replied, "What is there to enjoy at such a makeshift stall? I would rather starve than patronize that establishment." Chapter 81. A glorious opening for the cafeteria. What could possibly be good from a stall run by a mere child? With his hands clasped behind his back and a grim countenance, Zhou Xianxing descended the stairs. In truth, his wife Guoyan prepared lunch for him daily. Yet today he simply lacked the appetite. "Director Zhou, you are also dining at the cafeteria?" He encountered several cheerful members of the technical department, who greeted him warmly. Zhou Xianxing immediately retorted, "I have no intention of going. That cafeteria is merely a stall, and who knows what might happen to my stomach after eating there." The technicians exchanged glances, well aware that the cafeteria was a hard-fought achievement of the three factory directors. How could they respond to Director Zhou's remarks? An older technician chuckled, "We are heading out for a meal today. Would you care to join us, Director Zhou?" This was, of course, a mere jest. Upon hearing that they preferred to dine far outside rather than at the cafeteria, Zhou Xianxing's spirits lifted significantly as he smiled. "You go ahead. My wife has prepared lunch for me. Haha, Director Zhou is indeed fortunate. We shall take our leave. The three waved goodbye to him and hurried down the stairs. Zhou Xianxing felt much lighter in heart as he leisurely descended. Along the way, he encountered several more groups, and upon inquiry, discovered they too were opting out of the cafeteria. His mood brightened further, and upon reaching the ground floor, he suddenly smiled. After all, it is old Chin's son running this venture. It would be rather unfortunate if no one attended. We are all neighbors. I should show my support. With that, he headed in the direction of the cafeteria. Meanwhile, inside the cafeteria, dear, is the beef with celery ready? Almost there. Hurry, the hot dishes are running out. In the clean and spacious display window, a variety of fragrant dishes were artfully arranged. Su Ru and four colleagues clad in white chef uniforms stood behind the window, serving meals to the employees arriving for lunch. They had been busy since 5 o'clock that morning, preparing until now. By 11, everything was finally ready. Unlike their previous outdoor stall, the price of a meal had risen to 15 yuan. There were 2 cold dishes, 5 vegetarian options, and 4 meat dishes, allowing patrons to choose 1 cold dish, 2 vegetarian, and 1 meat dish, with soup and rice provided free of charge. Every employee at the boiler factory possessed an employee card, which included a daily meal subsidy of 15 yuan directly credited to it. In the dining hall, there exists a card machine, where patrons can simply swipe their employee cards to automatically pay 15 yuan, after which they may select their meals. Each portion of the meal cost is subject to a deduction of 1 yuan as a management fee by the boiler factory, with the remainder allocated to the dining hall. This stipulation is clearly outlined in the agreement. It is fortunate that Chen Weiman, the factory director who is genuinely devoted to his employees, never contemplated profiting from the dining hall. Otherwise, Chen Nua would have been unable to enter the boiler factory's canteen. Naturally, had it not been for his esteemed character, Chen Nua would not have conceived of any schemes regarding the dining hall. At 11:30, as lunchtime approached, Su Ru felt a wave of anxiety. Previously, while dining outside, a meal cost merely 12 yuan, but now it had risen to 15. The factory workers might not be amenable to this increase. When the closing bell rang, a throng of people surged into the dining hall, resembling famished souls returning from the brink of starvation, rushing to grab their trays and select dishes. Su Ru quickly reminded them to swipe their employee cards first. Consequently, a long queue formed before the card machine, comprised of individuals who had previously dined at the factory gate every day, familiar with the culinary prowess of Su Ru and her husband. They did not hesitate despite the price increase of 3 yuan. Not everyone has the luxury of bringing their own lunch daily. Venturing out for a meal could take at least an hour, not to mention the costs and mediocre quality of the food. The canteen offered a substantial meal for 15 yuan, with flavors surpassing those of external establishments. Everyone knew how to make a wise choice. However, it was not just these few dozen individuals who were discerning. Soon, another wave of patrons flooded into the dining hall. Many were unaware that they needed to swipe their employee cards first, resulting in a chaotic scene. At this moment, Li Hao and the security personnel arrived to guide the workers in lining up at the card machine, thus averting a potential pandemonium. Just as order was restored, another issue arose. The crowd was too large, and the dishes were insufficient. Particularly, several meat dishes, which were Wang Jian's specialties, such as beef with celery, kung pao chicken, and salt-baked pork, had customers practically salivating. Some even swiped their cards twice in a bid to secure more meat. It was the first day of operations for the dining hall, and Wang Jian and his wife felt uncertain, fearing they had prepared too much food that would go unsold, so their initial quantity was modest. To their surprise, it sold out rapidly. Fortunately, the kitchen was situated right behind the serving window, and fresh ingredients were readily available. Wang Jian hurried to stir-fry more dishes. As Su Ru and 2 large groups of workers brought out a large basin of beef with celery, they happened upon Chen Weiman, Zheng Wei, and Lu Jia, the 3 factory directors, standing outside the serving window. Each held a tray and smiled warmly at Su Ru. Chen Weiman jested, "Madam Boss, our luck is splendid." Weivei arrived just in time for the freshly prepared dishes. Su Ru felt a twinge of embarrassment as she served the 3 directors, apologizing, "I beg your pardon. Esteemed leaders, it is our oversight. Tomorrow, we shall ensure a greater quantity of dishes." Lu Jia replied with a smile, "It's quite all right. It is expected on the first day of operations for the canteen to be ill-prepared. The workers have been praising your meals." The 3 leaders had actually arrived long ago, quietly observing the reactions of the employees. To their delight, They predominantly heard words of praise. The portions were generous, the flavors exquisite, and the factory truly seemed to be addressing the needs of its workers. The three factory managers felt an immense sense of satisfaction, particularly Chen Weiman, who had initially championed the introduction of Chen Nua's humble stall, despite opposition, and notably, Chen Nua was a relative of a factory employee. Given such connections, many within the factory had whispered doubts, putting Chen Weiman under considerable pressure. However, upon seeing the bustling success today, he felt a surge of relief. The satisfaction of the employees in the cafeteria was paramount, with waves of commendation flooding in. Who would dare to voice dissent? This could be seen as a notable achievement, one that could bolster his prospects for advancement in the future, especially when the organization would seek to gauge public sentiment. The employees would undoubtedly give a thumbs up for the cafeteria. In high spirits, Chen Weiman, along with Lu Jia and Zheng Wei, carried their trays to a quiet corner, eagerly picking up their chopsticks to savor the most popular dish of the day, stir-fried beef with celery. Instantly, his eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up. The flavor was simply divine. Lu Jia and Zheng Wei both sampled the dish as well, showering it with compliments. Remarkably, this taste surpassed that of the renowned chefs at the Huinan Grand Hotel. Was this really stir-fried beef with celery? It seemed more like a heavenly delicacy. As the three leaders were immersed in their praises, an unexpectedly discordant voice interrupted. Is this stir-fried beef with celery? It clearly tastes like poorly cooked rancid meat. In Chapter 82, titled Bring Me 3 Heaping Portions, Zhou Xianxing's mood resembled a roller coaster ride. While in the office, he had overheard Lu Tiantian and a few others incessantly discussing the cafeteria, which irked him deeply. Then, as the lunch bell rang, half of the office rushed off to the cafeteria. Zhou Xianxing felt increasingly frustrated, unable to even enjoy the lunch his wife had prepared for him. Encountering old Qian from the technical department on the second floor, he listened to their conversation, where they expressed a preference for dining outside rather than in the cafeteria, and he noticed many others had no intention of going there either. Instantly, his mood lifted. Considering his long-standing neighborly relationship with Chen Guodong, he thought it would be unkind to let his son's cafeteria fail on its opening day, so he decided to go over and show his support. However, as he approached the cafeteria, he was taken aback by the line that stretched over 10 meters outside the door. So many people? How could this be? Zhou Xianxing stood frozen for a moment before rushing inside to uncover the reason behind the commotion. Hey, what are you doing? Get in line. He was met with the insistence of several workers who urged him to join the back of the queue. With so many workers at the boiler factory, not everyone recognized Minister Zhou. Even if they did, why would they care about the affairs of a minister from the comprehensive department? Didn't they see that even the three factory managers were queuing like everyone else? I'm not here to eat, Zhou Xianxing protested, feeling increasingly frustrated. If you're at the cafeteria and not here to eat, why not just go to the restroom for some water? A worker let out a derisive chuckle, and Zhou Xianxing glared at him with fury. At that moment, Li Hao approached, grinning as he said to Zhou, Minister Zhou, you've arrived a tad late. It seems you'll have to queue now. My apologies. Li Hao, being a relative of the deputy factory director, felt no trepidation towards Zhou Xianxing. He was acutely aware that Zhou had already offended Director Chen during their last encounter. Moreover, the Chen family, including Chen Guodong and his father, were related to Director Chen. The tides of fortune shift, and it was conceivable that one day, the positions of Chen Guodong and Zhou Xianxing would be reversed. It would be wise to align oneself early, for there might be a share of rewards to reap later. With these thoughts in mind, Li Hao politely barred Zhou from entering the cafeteria. You go ahead, I shall remain in line. Zhou Xianxing felt an urge to turn and leave. Yet he could not bring himself to do so. It was akin to a match where, despite having lost 2 turrets within the first 5 minutes, some players stubbornly insist on playing until their crystal is destroyed. Minister Zhou, just as he settled, someone suddenly called out to him. Zhou Xianxing turned, momentarily taken aback. Old Qian, did you not all go out to eat? Indeed, it was the 3 technicians he had encountered in the corridor earlier. Old Qian laughed. We initially planned to dine out, but upon hearing the cafeteria's dishes are delectable, we thought we'd give it a try. What brings you here, Minister Zhou? Did your wife not prepare lunch for you? Zhou Xianxing's lips twitched slightly, and he chuckled awkwardly. I was merely curious, just taking a look, huh? He felt a flush creeping to his face, but fortunately, Old Qian did not press further, and they continued to wait in line. After queuing for over 10 minutes, Zhou Xianxing finally entered the cafeteria, where a cacophony of chatter and laughter greeted his ears. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that all 300 seats were occupied. Everyone was laughing heartily, relishing their meals. It hardly resembled a factory cafeteria, but rather a grand banquet hall. As he stood in line, Zhou Xianxing overheard patrons praising various dishes, their compliments seemingly endless. He began to suspect that these individuals might have been bribed by Chen Nua. Could the food truly be that exceptional? I find it hard to believe. Finally, it was Zhou Xianxing's turn. Reluctantly, he swiped his employee card for 15 yuan and picked up a tray as he approached the serving window. Su Ru smiled and inquired, "Hello, what would you like to have?" Zhou Xianxing, maintaining a stern demeanor, casually pointed to a cold dish and 2 vegetarian options before moving to the meat station. Su Ru enthusiastically recommended, "The beef with celery is quite delightful. We've already sold out of both trays." Zhou Xianxing had never been fond of the taste of celery. Merely the sight of it made him feel nauseated. Coupled with his already foul mood, he could no longer contain his frustration upon hearing Su Ru's comment. And he exclaimed loudly, "Is this beef with celery? This is clearly poorly cooked foul meat." Su Ru was taken aback, about to clarify when a worker waiting in line next to him rebuked, "Are you out of your mind? We're all here to eat. What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhou Xianxing's eyes widened in surprise, poised to retort, when Lu Tiantian suddenly approached him and whispered, "Minister Zhou, the 3 factory directors just praised this celery beef dish for its deliciousness." Zhou Xianxing was taken aback, and only then did he notice the 3 directors seated at a nearby table, casting peculiar glances in his direction. Particularly, Chen Weiman appeared rather displeased. Evidently having overheard Zhou's earlier remark, Zhou felt a chill run down his spine. The leaders had just declared the dish delectable, and he had immediately labeled it as foul meat. What was he thinking, assuming the mantle of a minister? Instantly, Zhou Xianxing donned the most cordial smile and exclaimed to Su Ru, "Ha, I was merely jesting. This celery beef looks absolutely scrumptious. Please bring me 3 generous portions." Su Ru kindly cautioned, "If you want 3 portions, you'll need to swipe your card twice, but that would result in an excess of food, which would go uneaten." How could it possibly go uneaten? Such an exquisite dish. I could finish 10 portions. Zhou Xianxing laughed heartily, though soon found himself in a predicament. However, if I need to swipe my card again, I must rejoin the queue. His insistence on 3 portions was intended for the director's benefit, signaling that he was merely joking and shared their taste for this delightful celery beef. In truth, he had never been able to stomach celery. It had always made him feel nauseous since childhood. Now, he was forcing himself to order a single portion to avoid offending the leaders, gritting his teeth to endure it. "No worries, Minister Zhou. I will swipe my card for you," Lu Tiantian said understandingly. Zhou Xianxing stared at her in astonishment, then noticed the 3 directors still scrutinizing him from afar. He chuckled and, trembling slightly, handed his employee card to Lu Tiantian, saying, "That would be a great help." "Not a problem." Lu Tiantian cheerfully accepted the card and bounced back to the card machine to swipe it twice for him. She returned, handing the card back to Zhou Xianxing with a beaming smile. "Minister Zhou, I just had the celery beef too. It's really delicious. Do have some more." "Thank you so much," Zhou Xianxing replied through gritted teeth, and soon Su Ru had served him 3 portions of celery beef. Holding the tray, he feigned a casual approach to the table of the 3 directors, exclaiming in delight, "Director Chen, Director Lu, Director Zhang. What a coincidence to see you here." Lu Jia regarded him with a bemused smile. "Minister Zhou, so you enjoy celery beef as well?" "Indeed. Ha. I've loved it since childhood. Let me give it a try." Zhou Xianxing picked up a piece of celery beef and brought it to his mouth. The beef was indeed savory, yet the taste of the celery was unbearable, causing his stomach to churn with a wave of nausea. Nevertheless, Zhou Xianxing forced himself to swallow the rising bile, managing a strained smile. "It's truly delicious, exceedingly so." Chen Weiman chuckled, "If it's that good, Minister Zhou, you must finish it. We must not waste." "Ha. On the word of a leader, I shall certainly finish it," he replied, but then felt a wave of nausea wash over him. "Minister Zhou, are you all right?" No worries. It's simply too delicious. And I'm a bit moved, haha." Chapter 83. A handsome, capable, and mature 18-year-old high school boy. Today, Zhou Linger's mood resembled a roller coaster. In the morning, she encountered Chen Nua at the classroom door and proudly turned her head, completely ignoring him. Imagining Chen Nua's astonished expression brought her joy. However, upon returning to the classroom, she noticed that Chen Nua seemed utterly oblivious to her presence, immediately diving into his studies. Zhou Linger's spirits plummeted. She felt Chen Nua was being unreasonable, having followed her yesterday and deliberately getting cozy with that one girl to provoke her. Now, he was acting as if they were strangers. After all, they had grown up together. While she harbored no feelings for him and would never accept his affection, he shouldn't treat her this way. Thus, the entire morning was overshadowed by her displeasure. Finally, it was time for the group study session at noon, and Chen Nua, quite consciously, sat beside Zhou Ling. Instantly, her mood brightened. Look at that. No matter how well he pretended, once given the chance to be near her, he came eagerly. Zhou Linger had heard from her parents that today marked the first day Chen Nua's stall would be set up in the cafeteria, which should be significant for his small venture. However, Chen Nua surprisingly chose to remain at school instead of going to the boiler factory, undoubtedly to seize this rare opportunity to spend time with her. Once again, Zhou Linger felt Chen Nua's regard for her, which only fueled her disdain. All this pretense, and he was still the same as before? Zhou Linger's mood shifted from gloomy to bright as she began lecturing Chen Nua, occasionally reprimanding him to make him realize how poor his current grades were and that without effort, he would have to repeat the year. The more she spoke, the happier she became, feeling that the grievances she had endured recently were finally being avenged. With her spirits lifted, she resolved that after the second mock exam, she would not reveal Chen Nua's bet against her. As for the 1,000 yuan he was about to lose to her, Zhou Linger decided to accept it first as a lesson for him. When Chen Nua was anxious and unsure of how to explain it to his family, she would return the money and tell him that as long as he admitted his mistake, she could still forgive him. Seemingly aware of Zhou Linger's intentions, Chen Nua remained unusually quiet today, attentively listening and not dozing off as he had in previous sessions. Zhou Linger felt satisfied, believing her dignity as a teacher was sufficiently respected. However, when she quizzed Chen Nua on a question just discussed, he remained silent, his head down. Leaning closer, she discovered that he had been engrossed in his phone the entire time. Chen Nua, I am earnestly teaching you, and you are playing on your phone? Zhou Linger exclaimed in anger. Chen Nua apologized, saying, I'm sorry, Zhou classmate, I had to take a call. I'll be back right away. He then rose and exited the classroom, leaving Zhou Linger staring blankly at him, only to soon express her indignation. Chen Nua, you are utterly incorrigible. In truth, Chen Nua did not intend to oppose Zhou Linger. Rather, he was preoccupied with a flurry of messages from Lu Tiantian, who was providing him with a live textual account of the situation at the canteen of the boiler factory. As a behind-the-scenes stakeholder, it was imperative for him to stay informed. Lu Tiantian had arrived at the canteen at 11:30 that morning, only to discover a considerable queue already formed. Seizing the opportunity while waiting, she incessantly sent messages to Chen Nua. Xiao Chun, I dashed down as soon as the lunch bell rang, and I still have to queue. Your canteen is doing exceptionally well. Xiao Chun, I'm almost at the front. Oh, I can already smell the delicious aromas. It's absolutely delightful, especially the beef with celery. It's the best stir-fried beef with celery I've ever tasted. I've finished eating. I'll wander around the canteen and gather some feedback for you. Lu Tiantian, ever enthusiastic, turned into a battlefield correspondent after her meal, sending Chen Nua updates with each person she encountered. I ran into Zhao Xian from the technical department, and he said the food here is even better than what his beautiful sister-in-law makes. Master Lin from the production department mentioned that he loves your cold dishes and suggested you prepare 2 bottles of erguotu next time, though you should ignore that, as drinking during work hours is prohibited. Sister Wang from the procurement department remarked how delightful your complimentary soup is. She had 4 bowls. She loves to take advantage, so don't take it to heart. Chen Nua could hardly bear to listen any longer. Just then, Zhou Linger caught him glancing at his phone, prompting him to concoct an excuse to leave the classroom. At that moment, Lu Tiantian called. As soon as he answered, her cheerful voice rang out. Xiao Chun, I've heard so many people praising your canteen, saying you've solved their lunch dilemma, and they all want to know who the boss is. Just a moment ago, a few women asked if Sister Su knew whether the boss had arrived, and somehow it got around that the boss is a handsome guy. Humph. Xiao Chun, you have become quite the figure of renown. Even in your absence, tales of your exploits abound. Chen Nua quickly replied, Sister Tiantian, please don't reveal that I'm the boss. We must maintain a low profile. Lu Tiantian, perplexed, responded, why is it that you disdain the limelight so? If someone your age achieved such a feat, they would want the entire world to know. When Lu Tiantian first joined the boiler factory, several young male employees courted her. many of whom came from well-off families. However, she dismissed them all, finding them rather immature. For instance, one young man flaunted a luxury car his parents had bought him, constantly waving the keys in front of her. Another boasted about his favor with the leadership and how many young ladies admired him. Yet Chen Nua was different. A mere high school student managing the canteen at the boiler factory was newsworthy in itself. Nevertheless, he remained astonishingly modest, fearful of drawing attention to himself. In contrast, the young employees at the factory, who flaunted their youthful exuberance, appeared utterly childish in the presence of Chen Nua. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Tiantian harbored her own thoughts. With a hint of helplessness, he remarked, "What is there to show off about? I have already greeted the 3 factory directors, and Captain Li. They will not mention me to anyone else. Sister Tiantian, please refrain from saying anything." "All right, I shall keep your secret. When will you treat me to a meal?" "After my second mock exam," he replied. "It's settled then, little Chun." Lu Tiantian chuckled as she hung up, her smile becoming ever more delightful. An 18-year-old high school boy? Handsome, capable, and mature, oh my. With poor grades and such navet. Chen Nua, when will you ever grow up? At Jiang County No. 2 High School, the class beauty. Zhou Linger observed Chen Nua standing outside the classroom, her expression growing increasingly disdainful and disappointed. She had just seen that Chen Nua's WeChat contact was named to Tiantian. Clearly, he had intentionally checked his phone during tutoring to let her discover his conversation with a girl, hoping to draw her attention. This was akin to how Chen Nua deliberately behaved intimately with Yi Mei to catch her eye. Such is the way boys express their affection, desperately seeking a girl's notice, yet oblivious to how utterly childish such behavior appears to girls. Chapter 84. I am not afraid. As long as you are here. Upon returning to the classroom, Chen Nua resumed his seat beside Zhou Linger, apologizing. "My apologies, classmate Zhou. Let us continue." "Chen Nua, we need to talk," she interjected. However, Zhou Linger ceased the lesson, glancing around to see her peers diligently engaged in their studies. Lowering her voice slightly, she spoke earnestly to Chen Nua. "I understand your intentions, but I have been quite clear. I will not engage in a romantic relationship before the college entrance examination. I have also mentioned that my goal is Rongqing University. If you manage to gain admission as well, perhaps I could reconsider." Thus, Zhou Linger looked intently at Chen Nua, enunciating each word. "Please refrain from such childish antics. They will only harm you and further diminish my respect for you." Chen Nua was taken aback, bewildered. "Zhou Linger, what are you talking about?" He held no interest in her whatsoever. Had it not been for Lao Li's insistence on forming this study group, he would have preferred to keep his distance from her. Why did it seem as though Zhou Linger believed he was relentlessly pursuing her? "Chen Nua, you clearly wish to sit beside me, yet you feign conversation with other girls on WeChat. Is that not childish?" Zhou Linger crossed her arms, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Chen Nua sighed, feeling exasperated. "Classmate Zhou, please bear with me a little longer. Lao Li has already promised that if I rank within the top 100 in the second mock exam, you will no longer need to tutor me." In his previous life, he had never realized that Zhou Linger was so self-absorbed. No matter what he did, she assumed he was making every effort to approach her. This indeed mirrors the sentiments of the young fairies a decade hence, who feel that men harbor ulterior motives towards them, perceiving every glance as that of a lecherous wolf. Upon hearing Chen Nua's words, Zhou Linger found it utterly amusing. "Chen Nua, with your current attitude towards studies, it would be a miracle if you didn't drop to 400th place in the second mock exam." Ultimately, the midday study session concluded once again in disappointment. In truth, Chen Nua remained remarkably composed, while Zhou Linger, biting her teeth in frustration, seemed convinced that Chen Nua had already strayed from the path of diligence. Following the supplementary class, Chen Nua received a call from Chen Guodong. "Son, your cafeteria has had a splendid opening today." Chen Guodong exclaimed excitedly, while Chen Nua felt drowsy. "Dad, I know." Zhou Linger's lectures had a hypnotic effect, and all Chen Nua desired was a peaceful nap. "How do you know?" Chen Guodong was taken aback. Hoping to surprise his son, "Lu Tiantian told me, Dad. I'm going to take a nap now, bye." With that, Chen Nua hung up. "Little Lu?" In the boiler factory. Chen Guodong glanced at his phone and suddenly sprang up. Could it be that Chen Nua had indeed been ensnared by little Lu's charms? At 6 in the afternoon, Chen Nua trudged through the post-school study session, ignoring Zhou Linger's displeased expression as he exited Class 4's classroom. As expected, he spotted Shen Xinmei waiting for him at the entrance of Class 5. The two had developed a silent understanding, Shin Shinmei knew Chinua would finish at 6, so she arrived 2 minutes early to wait for him. My dear niece, how obedient. Let us go. Oh, the pair descended the stairs, walking out of the school amidst the curious gazes of several classmates. Once outside, Shin Shinmei finally mustered the courage to speak, softly inquiring, Chinua, why is everyone looking at us? Indeed, many students had been quietly observing the two, aware that Chinua had once pursued the school beauty, Zhouling, yet now walked closely with the unassuming Shin Shinmei. Such a contrast naturally drew attention. It was indeed a rarity for an uncle to receive tutoring from his niece. One could hardly blame them for stealing glances. Chinua chuckled heartily. Oh, so that's how it is. Shin Shinmei nodded obediently, her expression one of realization, adorably naive. Suddenly, Chinua laughed. Little kitten, how are you so charming? Shin Shinmei blinked, puzzled by Chinua's unexpected compliment. The two soon boarded the bus. And without needing to be prompted, Shin Shinmei had already removed her glasses. It was Monday, and the evening rush hour was particularly crowded. Leaving Chinua and Shin Shinmei squeezed in the middle of the bus. As Shin Shinmei took off her glasses, the surrounding crowd closed in. But Chinua had anticipated this, wrapping his arms around her to shield her from the throng. When Shin Shinmei suddenly found herself enveloped by his embrace, she froze in surprise. Although Chinua's hand did not touch her, they were exceedingly close, allowing Shin Shinmei to catch the scent emanating from him. It was a peculiar fragrance, imbued with an inexplicable allure that quickened her heartbeat. Shin Shinmei's face flushed, and she dared not lift her gaze to meet Chinua's. Is it too crowded? We want to take this bus tomorrow, Chinua murmured to her, to reach the vicinity of Shin Shinmei's home on Tongxing Street from school. Besides Route 11, they could also take Route 9. Let us take Route 9 tomorrow. It won't be cramped, Shin Shinmei exclaimed, raising her voice slightly as she looked up. Chinua, puzzled, remarked, aren't you afraid of crowds? Shin Shinmei lifted her delicate face to him, proclaiming, I am not afraid, before lowering her head again and whispering, as long as you are here. Today, Shin Shinmei exhibited remarkable courage. She had not worn her glasses on the packed bus and, after disembarking, walked through the bustling Tongxing Street without them. She attracted numerous admiring glances, making her nervous. Yet she refrained from putting her glasses back on. Upon reaching the villa area, amidst the astonished stares of the security personnel and residents, she approached her front door. Little kitten, you did well today? A reward of 3. Chinua exclaimed in surprise. Once inside the villa, he promptly fulfilled 2 of the rewards, causing Shin Shinmei's hair to become slightly disheveled and her cheeks to flush as she wobbly made her way to the kitchen. Chinua pondered for a moment, then entered the kitchen and suggested, Little kitten, why not wash off your eyebrow makeup now? You can redo it when Zhang Yuan arrives. On Saturday, the second phase of the plan to rescue Shin Shinmei had been accomplished in the library, having her remove her glasses in front of individuals outside of school. Today, the consolidation of this second step appeared quite effective. Thus it was time to initiate the third phase, encouraging the little kitten to remove her glasses in front of Chinua and erase her drawn-on eyebrows, revealing her true visage. As Shin Shinmei was preparing vegetables, she paused at Chinua's words, shaking her head vigorously. Chinua frowned slightly. Have you forgotten? I've seen you without glasses and makeup in the hospital. Shin Shinmei continued to shake her head desperately, her voice trembling. No, Chinua, please don't. Observing her fear-stricken expression, Chinua suddenly recalled Meng Xiaoran's earlier comments about Shin Shinmei being dubbed an ill omen by her classmates in middle school, as well as the rumors that circulated due to her striking beauty. Her evident dread of revealing her true appearance now seemed intertwined with those past fabrications. What rumors had surrounded her during her middle school years? Chapter 85. Shin Shinmei's past. Chinua yearned to inquire about the tribulations Shin Shinmei faced in middle school, but upon witnessing her present trepidation, he found himself unable to voice the question. Instead, he smiled and said, I was merely joking. Let me help you with the vegetables. Seeing that he no longer pressed her to erase her eyebrow pencil, Shin Shinmei sighed in relief, then cautiously observed Chinua's expression and softly inquired, Chinua, are you upset? Chinua, using the back of his dry hand, gently tapped her head and replied, Am I really such a petty person? Shin Shinmei let out a soft "oh," completely relaxing, and the two began to prepare the vegetables together, with Chinua assisting her further. In the kitchen, their cooperation was seamless, akin to a couple who had lived together for many years. Soon, Shin Shinmei had prepared a meal, and together they brought out 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup. In truth, Chen Nuo had mentioned that with only the 2 of them, there was no need for such a lavish spread. Nevertheless, Shen Xinmei insisted on preparing an array of dishes, most of which were never repeated. Chen Nuo even suspected that the variety of dishes she made surpassed that of Wang Jian. Moreover, if one were to assess flavor, Shen Xinmei's cooking was on par with that of the Wang couple. This girl was simply too perfect. Sometimes, Chen Nuo pondered whether her overwhelming perfection was why fate had allowed her to possess certain flaws in her character. What was that saying? Heaven envies the beautiful. Perhaps he should call Meng Jie and inquire about any rumors surrounding Shen Xinmei during her middle school years. Chen Nuo, is it not to your liking? Shen Xinmei's timid voice broke through his thoughts. When Chen Nuo returned to the present, he found her gazing at him with a hint of fear, prompting him to quickly reassure her, "It's delicious. Even if my mother's cooking were to lack flavor, yours could never be anything less." Oh, although Shen Xinmei did not quite grasp the peculiar comparison he made, she felt a surge of happiness and picked a piece of lean twice-cooked pork for him. Ever since learning that Chen Nuo was not fond of fatty meat, her dining table had no longer featured such dishes. As Chen Nuo savored the delectable pork, he remarked, "Little kitten, you don't need to go out of your way to prepare only lean meat. My mother doesn't do that either." Li Qinghe was certainly aware of Chen Nuo's preference for lean meat, yet she had not made any special accommodations, as the table was never limited to a single dish. "That's all right. I also prefer lean meat," Shen Xinmei responded. "Is that so?" Chen Nuo inquired, slightly skeptical, recalling that during his first meal at Shen Xinmei's home, the twice-cooked pork was quite fatty. "Indeed, look," Shen Xinmei exclaimed, placing a piece of lean meat into her mouth and chewing happily, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. She looked like an adorable kitten, a single tuft of hair standing upright, which added to her charm. Chen Nuo chuckled, reaching out to pat her head, gently pressing down the rebellious tuft. Shen Xinmei blinked in surprise, taking a moment before saying, "This time doesn't count." Chen Nuo paused, then quickly understood her meaning. This instance didn't count as a reward for petting her head. "All right, it doesn't count. Now, eat up, you silly girl." "I am not silly." "Of course, you are not silly. You are as clever as can be." After their meal, the two tidied up the dishes and entered the kitchen, where Chen Nuo urged Shen Xinmei to rest while he washed the dishes. However, Shen Xinmei insisted on staying to help him. Thus, the two of them worked in perfect harmony, one washing and the other drying the dishes, demonstrating a level of cooperation that surpassed even that of a long-married couple. While washing the dishes, Chen Nuo casually inquired, "Little milk cat, what rank do you plan to achieve in the upcoming second mock exam?" With just 2 weeks left until the exam, he had heard from Old Li that the school intended to conduct it quite formally. Those who ranked among the top 3 in their grade would receive commendation from the entire school, and the student who showed the greatest improvement would also be rewarded. However, such accolades were of little consequence to Shen Xinmei. If she wished to claim the top spot in the school, she could do so at any moment. Chen Nuo aimed to use this second mock exam as an opportunity for Shen Xinmei to gradually acclimate to being in the spotlight. Upon hearing his words, Shen Xinmei promptly replied, 50th place. As expected, Chen Nuo felt somewhat speechless. Such a super academic prodigy could easily achieve any rank she desired. He then said to Shen Xinmei, "This time, I want you to aim for the top 20. Shen Xinmei was taken aback and instinctively shook her head. That's not possible. In her middle school years, she had indeed been the top student, and at that time, she had not concealed her beauty. She was the genuine academic goddess, the belle of the school. However, after her parents suffered an accident and her aunt divorced for her sake, the school became rife with gossip. Shen Xinmei was soon ostracized and isolated by her peers. She was well aware of the sources of those rumors. Some came from classmates whose grades she had consistently outperformed, while others were students who were less attractive than her, but aspired to be the next school beauty. Later, when Shen Xinmei transferred schools, she began to adopt an unappealing appearance and ceased to attain first place in exams. Upon entering high school, she continued this trend, donning unattractive black-rimmed glasses and drawing her eyebrows in a straight line, maintaining her grades at a steady 50th place, thus becoming an unnoticed figure. This was Shen Xinmei's safe zone. Yet now, Chen Nuo was urging her to step out of this comfort zone. Chen Nuo gazed down at Shen Xinmei's expression and gently remarked, "In truth, if you continue to disguise your appearance, even if you place in the top 20, not many will pay attention to you." Shen Xinmei timidly asked, "Really?" "Indeed, Chen Nuo replied with sincerity. After much internal conflict, Shun Xinmei finally said, "Is it acceptable if I aim for 20th place?" Chen Nuo chuckled. "Now that's the spirit. Go for it." However, he soon noticed the confusion in Shun Xinmei's eyes and found himself at a loss for words. Did a future top scorer of Jiangqing's college entrance exam really need encouragement to achieve a top 20 rank? Once they finished washing the dishes, Zhang Yuan arrived. As soon as he entered the house, he headed straight for the dining area. Seeing the table already tidied up, he lamented dramatically. "I specifically left home after only having half my meal today, but the traffic was so congested. Otherwise, I would have arrived much earlier. Oh heavens, why do you forsake me?" At that moment, Chen Nuo's phone rang. It was surprisingly Zhou Linger calling. Upon answering, he was met with her furious inquiries. "Chen Nuo, what on earth is happening with the cafeteria? My father has been food poisoned. He is in the hospital." Zhou Linger abruptly ended the call and stormed into the hospital room, confronting Zhou Xianxing, who was lying in bed receiving intravenous fluids. "Dad, Chen Nuo is utterly unreasonable. He refuses to acknowledge that it was the unsanitary conditions of their cafeteria that caused your illness." After having lunch, Zhou Xianxing had been afflicted with severe vomiting and diarrhea, prompting him to take a leave of absence and go directly to the hospital. Upon hearing of her father's hospitalization after eating at the cafeteria, Zhou Linger immediately placed the blame on Chen Nuo. However, Chen Nuo remained remarkably composed during the phone call, steadfastly denying any fault on the part of the cafeteria, which only fueled Zhou Linger's anger. "Dad, you must confront your factory manager tomorrow and inform him that the cafeteria's food is unsanitary. We cannot allow them to continue harming others." Chapter 86. Could it be that Shun Xinmei is actually quite beautiful? "Linger, it's late. You should return home and rest. As you have classes tomorrow," said Guoyan, who entered carrying a thermos of hot water. Zhou Linger, infuriated, retorted, "Mom, Chen Nuo's cafeteria is bullying us. They've caused my father such suffering and still refuse to take responsibility. I will never forgive him for this." Linger. Guoyan's rare display of displeasure startled Zhou Linger into silence. In their household, Guoyan had always been the epitome of a virtuous wife and mother, seldom exhibiting anger. However, when she did lose her temper, even Zhou Xianxing would feel apprehensive. Seeing her mother upset, Zhou Linger obediently picked up her backpack and followed Guoyan out of the hospital room. Guoyan escorted her to the hospital entrance and called a taxi before returning to Zhou Xianxing's room. He lay pale and groaning in bed, and 4 needle inserted into the back of his hand. Upon seeing Guoyan enter, his expression appeared somewhat unnatural. Guoyan checked the level of the medication in the 4 bag and adjusted the flow rate. "Don't let it run so fast. It's not good for your heart." She then peeled an apple and, glancing at her husband seated beside her, Zhou Xianxing quietly remarked, "Dear, you didn't tell our daughter, did you?" Guoyan cast him a helpless glance. "Old Zhou, you're over 40. Why are you still so competitive like a child?" When Zhou Xianxing was admitted to the hospital in the afternoon, Guoyan had arrived promptly. The doctor had diagnosed him with a food allergy compounded by overeating. Guoyan was taken aback and quickly asked Zhou Xianxing for details. Initially reluctant to divulge, he eventually recounted the events of the afternoon under her persistent questioning. He had inadvertently offended 3 factory managers and, in their presence, felt compelled to finish all 3 servings of celery and beef. It was no surprise he felt unwell afterward. Guoyan, upon hearing this, felt a mix of exasperation and amusement at the absurdity of a man in his 40s engaging in such folly. Zhou Xianxing was acutely aware of the embarrassment he had brought upon himself. Thus he implored Guoyan to ensure that Zhou Linger remained oblivious to the matter. He feared that the lofty image he had cultivated in his daughter's eyes would shatter in an instant. At present, Linger was under the impression that it was Chen Nuo's cafeteria that was unsanitary, leading to further discord between the 2 children. Guoyan, having sliced an apple, chose to indulge in it herself rather than offer any to Zhou Xianxing. Noticing the displeasure etched on his wife's face, he began to grumble. "After all, Linger has never been fond of Chen Nuo, so let them bicker. My dear, do you truly believe our daughter harbors no feelings for Chen Nuo?" Guoyan suddenly interjected. "Of course, if Linger were interested in that boy, they would have been dating by now," Zhou Xianxing asserted with conviction. After all, Zhou Linger and Chen Nuo had grown up together, and Chen Nuo had always treated her with utmost kindness. If both had mutual feelings, they might have even experienced puppy love in middle school. Guoyan shot him a look of disbelief. "You are woefully ignorant of our daughter. Perhaps she truly had no feelings for Chen Nua before, but things have changed. In what way have they changed? Zhou Xianqing asked, perplexed. Gua Yin sighed. Linger's personality thrives on the admiration of those around her. The more she is adored, the less she learns to cherish it. Chen Nua used to cater to her every whim, and she took it for granted. However, recently, Chen Nua has suddenly distanced himself from her, as you have observed. She used to seldom mention him, yet now, upon returning home, her first words are about Chen Nua. Zhou Xianqing began to grasp the situation. Is it possible that Chen Nua is employing a strategy of allure through withdrawal? Gua Yin glared at her husband. Do not perceive young Chen as so manipulative. Perhaps he simply felt that Linger was too indifferent to him, prompting him to withdraw. Zhou Xianqing was incensed. Are you suggesting that he has abandoned Linger? This is unacceptable. My daughter is extraordinary. What right does he have to disregard her? Gua Yin quickly restrained him. Why are you so worked up? After all, these two children are childhood friends. I sincerely hope they can maintain a cordial relationship, rather than allow it to deteriorate. I absolutely refuse to endorse my daughter associating with that boy, Zhou Xianqing retorted. Gua Yin sighed in resignation. Linger is far too much like you. Of course she takes after me, Zhou Xianqing replied, somewhat smugly. After the second mock exam, I still wish to ease the tension between Linger and Chen Nua, as well as between you and old Chen. You two have been friends for so many years. Why let it come to this? Gua Yin urged. Chen Guodong is soon to become a technical backbone. Why would he still regard me? Zhou Xianqing chuckled, unable to resist glancing at the half-apple in Gua Yin's hand. Gua Yin glared at him, prompting Zhou Xianqing to quickly respond. All right, I will heed your counsel. Then it's settled. You will also have a word with Linger another day. Certainly, I shall persuade her. Only then did Gua Yin cut the half-apple into smaller pieces and present them to Zhou Xianqing. Why is Chen Nua calling Zhou Ling? Zhang Yuan questioned curiously, addressing Chen Nua in the Villa district. Since that fateful night of Zhou Linger's birthday, Chen Nua and Zhou Linger have gradually drifted apart. This was the first time Zhou Linger took the initiative to call Chen Nua. Chen Nua shrugged, bemused, and said, I don't know what has gotten into her. Let us focus on our studies. The three of them entered the study, and Shun Shimei hesitated before softly suggesting, Chen Nua, Zhou Linger seems quite anxious. Shouldn't you return her call? Zhou Linger had spoken quite loudly, and Shin Shimei had caught some of it. Chen Nua chuckled and, habitually, ruffled Shin Shimei's hair, saying, Stop worrying unnecessarily. Let us tackle the problems. Shin Shimei froze, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Chen Nua paused, suddenly recalling that Zhang Yuan was also present. Oh no. Indeed, Zhang Yuan was staring at them, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Chen Nua turned to Shin Shimei and said, Have you forgotten? He asked just air. Shin Shimei blinked, and following Chen Nua's words, she envisioned Zhang Yuan as merely air, which surprisingly helped her calm down as she opened her book and began to explain the problems with remarkable composure. Chen Nua listened intently, leaving only a bewildered Zhang Yuan behind. Hey, are you two really treating me like I'm invisible? At 9 o'clock, after their tutoring session concluded, Chen Nua and Zhang Yuan exited the villa area. What on earth is going on between you and Shin Shimei? Zhang Yuan finally could no longer contain his curiosity and tugged at Chen Nua's collar. Have you truly been provoked by Zhou Linger to seek out a girl of such ordinary appearance? Zhang Yuan was grateful for Shin Shimei's tutoring, hence refraining from using the term ugly. Nevertheless, the implication was clear. It was as if Chen Nua, having failed to win over the school beauty, had resigned himself to a lesser pursuit. Is it conceivable that Shin Shimei is actually quite beautiful? Chen Nua chuckled softly. Zhang Yuan, anxious, clutched Chen Nua. Has your head affected your vision? Chen Nua, uninterested, continued walking straight ahead when Shin Shimei sent a message updating him. I'm going to take a shower. Chen Nua smiled, and Zhang Yuan leaned in closer. Why are you grinning so mischievously? Is it from a girl? Chen Nua set his phone down, replying no. Zhang Yuan was incredulous. Come on, Chen Nua, you just left Shin's place and now you're chatting with another girl. How did you fall so low? Teach me. Sure. Should I tell Sister Meng that you want to learn how to fall from grace? Chen Nua chuckled, and Zhang Yuan quickly retorted, No, I was wrong. The two swiftly boarded the bus, and Shin Shimei sent another message. I'm done showering. Chen Nua smiled and inquired, Did you wash your hair today? Remember to dry it well. Girls with long hair don't always wash it daily, and some prefer to let it air dry, which can lead to catching a cold. Chen Nua recalled how his mother, Li Qinghe, Once let her hair dry naturally during a power outage after a shower, resulting in a headache that lasted several days. Soon, a reply came from across the way. Ding ding cat, I'm going to dry it now. I solely seek to amass wealth. If I remain silent, do you truly intend to let it air dry? Monkey hitting head gif, ding dong cat. My apologies. I solely seek to amass wealth. All right, hurry and dry your hair. Ding dong cat, yes. Chun Nua lowered his gaze to his phone, unable to suppress the growing smile at the corners of his mouth. Feeling as though his conversation with Shun Xinmei resembled that of a couple who had been married for over a decade. Such lewd laughter is rather suspect. Nearby, Zhang Yuan quietly leaned over to take a glance. Ding dong cat? Who is that? Chen Nua set down his phone and calmly replied, just a neighbor ant. Zhang Yuan stared at him. Does a neighbor ant require your concern for drying her hair? Chen Nua, are you truly straddling two boats? Oh wait. This fellow furrowed his brows and thought for a moment, correcting himself. And Zhou Linger, that makes 3 boats. Come now, even if I were to straddle 100 boats, Zhou Linger would not be among them. Chen Nua declared resolutely. He then added, I won't be straddling even 1 boat. My sole focus is to gain admission to Rome University and earn a good income. The moment Rome University was mentioned, Zhang Yuan immediately became invigorated. I also want to attend Rome University. Teacher Ming is waiting for me. Ha ha ha. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yuan exited the vehicle. Chen Nua pondered for a moment and sent a WeChat message to Lu Tiantian. Did Minister Zhou come to the cafeteria at noon? The reply came swiftly. Yes. Minister Zhou initially claimed that your celery beef was unpalatable, but upon hearing it, Director Chun and the others, he ended up consuming 3 servings of celery beef. Chen Nua understood then. No wonder Zhou Xiansheng was hospitalized. To consume 3 servings of celery beef alone would surely stretch his stomach to its limits. Moreover, it seemed that Zhou Xiansheng had not informed Zhou Linger of his hospitalization reason. Hence, she came storming in to question him, claiming that there were hygiene issues in the cafeteria. Chen Nua couldn't help but shake his head. It was no surprise they were father and daughter, both so concerned with appearances. At that moment, Lu Tiantian sent another message. Xiao Chen, why have you fallen silent? Chen Nua replied, thank you. Big Tiantian, is that all? I have heard that phrase so often that my ears are about to develop calluses. You should just treat me to a meal right now. I solely seek to amass wealth. Sister Tiantian, I am not yet of age. My family does not allow me out past 9. Big Tiantian, I wouldn't believe you. You're quite the rascal. By the way, aren't you preparing for the college entrance exam? I excel in my studies. Would you like your sister to tutor you? I solely seek to amass wealth. Thank you, but I already have classmates helping me with tutoring. Big Tiantian, who is it? Male or female? I solely seek to amass wealth. The future top scorer of the Jiangxing College entrance exam. Around 10 o'clock, Chen Nua returned home. Upon entering, he discovered both Chun Guodong and Li Qinghe present. Neither was painting nor watching melodramatic television dramas. Seeing him return, the couple stood up and applauded together. Chen Nua was utterly bewildered and softly asked, Mom, Dad, do you know about the incentive bonus project I'm working on with my classmates? He pondered deeply, realizing that only this matter could possibly provoke his parents' ire. Chun Guodong felt a surge of pride. Son, today the cafeteria had a splendid opening. Director Chen specifically invited me to his office to express gratitude on behalf of all the employees. Li Qinghe beamed with joy. Son, I never imagined you would actually succeed in this endeavor. You truly are my child. At that moment, Chen Nua comprehended that his parents were celebrating his achievement. Indeed, for an 18-year-old high school student to manage a cafeteria within a large enterprise is no small feat, even for adults. Moreover, this milestone is quite significant in Jiang County. After years of being a mere cog in the machine, Chun Guodong had transitioned into the technical department, while his son had become the owner of the cafeteria. It was a classic tale of a long-awaited transformation. As for Li Qinghe, although her primary focus remained on the college entrance examination, she felt immense pride in her son's ability to accomplish what his peers could not. The neighbor, that meddlesome woman, would incessantly boast about her son being a model student, while Uncle Zhang downstairs would casually mention that his son was a company supervisor whenever they crossed paths. Li Qinghe often found herself with little to say, merely serving as the backdrop to their pretentiousness. Now, however, she relished the thought that the next time they flaunted their son's accomplishments, she could retort, my son may not be a scholar, but at 18, he is already a boss. How will you respond to that? Understanding his parents' sentiments, Chen Nua sighed in relief and laughed heartily. Thank you. Thank you, dear colleagues. And my beloved parents. You are the source of my strength, guiding me through the darkness. How boastful. Li Qing had teased, reminding him, son, you must pay attention to the cleanliness of the cafeteria. With so many employees, we can't afford any mishaps. Just then, Chen Nua's phone rang. And it was Zhou Linger once more. He excused himself to his parents, entered his bedroom, and closed the door before answering the call. Chen Nua, I advise you to shut down the cafeteria. Don't continue to cause harm. This time it's my dad. Next time it could be someone else. As a student, if you can't even manage your studies, how can you oversee such a large cafeteria? If something goes wrong, how will you face Uncle and Auntie? Zhou Linger's tone remained condescending, and Chen Nua found it amusing. Zhou Linger, do you know why Uncle Zhou felt unwell? He then recounted the tale of Zhou Xianxing devouring 3 servings of celery beef. You're talking nonsense. Zhou Linger exclaimed in disbelief. My dad never eats celery. There's no way he could consume that much. Chen Nua replied, if you don't believe me, you can ask Uncle Zhou yourself. I need to study now, goodbye. Zhou Linger, her cheeks flushed with anger, declared, impossible, I don't believe it. She picked up her phone and dialed Zhou Xianxing. Dad, did you eat the celery beef at Chen Nua's cafeteria for lunch?